11. Paradoxically, from 1942 on, the developments in the warring countries moved in an opposite direction. The Americans, for example, found themselves compelled to introduce an authoritarian stiffening into their industrial structure, whereas we tried to loosen the regimented economic system. The elimination of all criticism of superiors had in the course of years led to a situation in which mistakes and failures, misplanning, or duplication of effort were no longer even noted. I saw to the formation of committees in which discussion was possible, shortages and mistakes could be uncovered, and their elimination considered. We often joked that we were on the point of reintroducing the parliamentary system. 12. Our new system had created one of the prerequisites for balancing out the weaknesses of every authoritarian order. Important matters were not to be regulated solely by the military principle, that is, by channels of command from top to bottom. But for such parliamentarism to work, of course, the committees mentioned above had to be headed by persons who allowed arguments and counter-arguments to be stated before they made a decision. Grotesquely enough, this system met with considerable reserve on the part of the factory heads. Early in my job I had sent out a circular letter asking them to inform me of their fundamental needs and observations on a larger scale than previously. I expected a flood of letters, but there was no response. At first I suspected my office staff of withholding the mail from me, but actually none had come in. The factory heads, as I learned later, feared reprimands from the Gaulleiters. There was more than enough criticism from above to below, but the necessary complement of criticism from below to above was hard to come by. I often had the feeling that I was hovering in the air, since my decisions produced no critical response. We owed the success of our programs to thousands of technicians with special achievements to their credit, to whom we now entrusted the responsibility for whole segments of the armaments industry. This aroused their buried enthusiasm. They also took gladly to my unorthodox style of leadership. Basically, I exploited the phenomenon of the technician's often blind devotion to his task. Because of what seems to be the moral neutrality of technology, these people were without any scruples about their activities. The more technical the world imposed on us by the war, the more dangerous was this indifference of the technician to the direct consequences of his anonymous activities. In my work I preferred uncomfortable associates to compliant tools. 13. The party, on the other hand, had a deep distrust for non-political specialists. Fritz Sokol, always one of the most radical of the party leaders, once commented that if they had begun by shooting a few factory heads, the others would have reacted with better performances. For 2 years my position was unassailable. After the General's Putsch of July 20, 1944, Bowman, Goebbels, they, and Sokol prepared to cut me down to size. I quickly appealed to Hitler in a letter stating that I did not feel strong enough to go on with my job if it were going to be subjected to political standards. 14. The non-party members of my ministry enjoyed a legal protection highly unusual in Hitler's state. For over the objections of the Minister of Justice I had established the principle right at the beginning of my job that there would be no indictments for sabotage of armaments except on my motion. 15. This proviso protected my associates even after July 20, 1944. Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the Gestapo chief, wanted to indict 3 general managers, Butcher of the AEG Electrical Company, Wiegler of the United Steel Works, and Rusch of the Goethe Hoffnungsstätte, the mining combine, for defeatist conversations. He came to me for authorization. I pointed out that the nature of our work compelled us to speak candidly about the situation and thus fended off the Gestapo. On the other hand, I applied severe penalties for abuse of our honor system if, for example, someone furnished false data in order to hoard important raw materials. For actions of this sort would result in the withholding of arms from the front. 16. From the first day on I considered our gigantic organization temporary. Just as I myself wanted to return to architecture after the war and had even asked Hitler for an assurance to that effect, I felt we had to promise the uneasy leaders of business that our system of organization was solely a war measure. In peacetime industry could not be asked, I told them, to give up their best men or to share their knowledge with rival enterprises. 17. Along with this, I also made an effort to preserve the style of improvisation. The idea that bureaucratic methods were now taking root inside my own organization depressed me. Again and again I called upon my associates to cut down on record keeping, to make agreements informally in conversation and by means of telephone calls, and to eschew the multiplication of transactions as bureaucratic jargon called fill-in-a-file. Moreover, the bombing raids on German cities forced us to constant ingenuities. There were times when I actually regarded these raids as helpful. Witness my ironic reaction to the destruction of the ministry in the air raid of November 22, 1943. Although we have been fortunate in that large parts of the current files of the ministry have burned and so relieved us for a time of useless ballast, we cannot really expect that such events will continually introduce the necessary fresh air into our work. 18. In spite of this technical and industrial progress, even at the height of the military successes in 1940 and 1941, the level of armaments production of the First World War was not reached. During the first year of the war in Russia, production figures were only a fourth of what they had been in the autumn of 1918. 3 years later, in the spring of 1944, when we were nearing our production maximum, ammunition production still lagged behind that of the First World War, considering the total production of Germany at that time together with Austria and Czechoslovakia. 10. Among the causes for this backwardness I always reckon excessive bureaucratization, which I fought in vain. 20. For example, the size of the staff of the Ordnance Office was 10 times what it had been during the First World War. The cry for simplification of administration runs through all my speeches and letters from 1942 to the end of 1944. The longer I fought the typically German bureaucracy, whose tendencies were aggravated by the authoritarian system, the more my criticism assumed political cast. This matter became something of an obsession with me, for on the morning of July 20, 1944, a few hours before the attempted assassination, I wrote to Hitler that Americans and Russians knew how to act with organizationally simple methods and therefore achieve greater results, whereas we were hampered by superannuated forms of organization and therefore could not match the others' feats. The war, I said, was also a contest between two systems of organization, the struggle of our system of overbred organization against the art of improvisation on the opposing side. If we did not arrive at a different system of organization, I continued, it would be evident to posterity that our outmoded, tradition-bound, and arthritic organizational system had lost the struggle. 16. Sins of omission. It remains one of the oddities of this WER that Hitler demanded far less from his people than Churchill and Roosevelt did from their respective nations. The discrepancy between the total mobilization of labor forces in democratic England and the casual treatment of this question in authoritarian Germany is proof of the regime's anxiety not to risk any shift in the popular mood. The German leaders were not disposed to make sacrifices themselves or to ask sacrifices of the people. They tried to keep the morale of the people in the best possible state by concessions. Hitler and the majority of his political followers belonged to the generation who, as soldiers, had witnessed the revolution of November 1918 and had never forgotten it. In private conversations, Hitler indicated that after the experience of 1918 one could not be cautious enough. In order to anticipate any discontent, more effort and money was expended on supplies of consumer goods, on military pensions or compensation to women for the loss of earnings by their men in the services, than in the countries with democratic governments. Whereas Churchill promised his people only blood, sweat, and tears, all we heard during the various phases and various crises of the war was Hitler's slogan, "The final victory is certain." This was a confession of political weakness. It betrayed great concern over a loss of popularity which might develop into an insurrectionary mood. Alarmed by the setbacks on the Russian front, in the spring of 1942 I considered total mobilization of all auxiliary forces. What was more, I urged that the war must be ended in the shortest possible time. If not, Germany will lose the war. We must win it by the end of October, before the Russian winter begins, or we have lost it once and for all. Consequently, we can only win with the weapons we have now, not with those we are going to have next year. In some inexplicable way, the situation analysis came to the knowledge of the Times London, which published it on September 7, 1942.2. The Times article actually summed up the points on which Milch, and I had agreed at the time. Our feelings tell us that this year we are facing the decisive turning point in our history. I also declared publicly in April 19,423 without suspecting that the turning point was impending, with the encirclement of the Sixth Army in Stalingrad, the annihilation of the Afrika Korps, the successful Allied land operations in North Africa, and the first massive air raids on German cities. We had also reached a turning point in our wartime economy, for until the autumn of 1941 the economic leadership had been basing its politics on short wars with long stretches of quiet in between. Now the permanent war was beginning. As I saw it, a mobilization of all reserves should have begun with the heads of the party hierarchy. This seemed all the more proper since Hitler himself had solemnly declared to the Reichstag on September 1, 1939, that there would be no privations which he himself was not prepared to assume at once. In actual fact, he at last agreed to suspend all the building projects he was still engaged on, including those at Obersalzberg. I cited this noble gesture of the Führer's 2 weeks after entering office when I addressed the group that gave us the most difficulties, the assembled Gauleiters and Reichsleiters. Consideration of future peacetime tasks must never be allowed to influence a decision. I have instructions from the Führer to report to him in the future on any such hindrances to our armaments production, which from now on can no longer be tolerated. That was a plain enough threat, even though I softened it somewhat by saying that up to the winter of this year each of us had cherished special wishes. But now, I said, the military situation demanded that all superfluous construction be halted anywhere in the country. It was our duty to lead the way by presenting a good example, even if the savings in labor forces and materials were not significant. I took it for granted that in spite of the monotonous tone in which I had read these exhortations, anyone there would see their logic and obey. After the speech, however, I was surrounded by party leaders who wanted some special building project of theirs to be exempted from the general rule. Reichsleiter Bormann was the arch offender. He easily persuaded a vacillating Hitler that the Obersalzberg project need not be cancelled. The large crew employed there, who had to be provided for, actually stayed right there on the site until the end of the war, even though 3 weeks after the meeting I had again wrested a suspension order from Hitler. F. Protocol, March 5-6, 1942.17.3. The Führer has ordered that work at Obersalzberg be halted. Compose appropriate memorandum to Reichsleiter Bormann. But 2.5 years later, on September 8, 1944, construction there was still continuing. Bormann wrote to his wife, Herr Speer, who, as I see time and again, has not the slightest respect for me, simply went to Hagen and Schenk and asked for a report on the Obersalzberg construction, a crazy way to go about things. Instead of going through the proper channels and addressing himself to me, the god of building, without any more ado he ordered my men to report directly to him, and since we are dependent on him for materials and labor, all I can do is put a good face on the matter. Bormann, Letters, p. 103. Then Gauleiter Sokol pressed forward to plead that his party forum in Weimar would not be affected. He too went on building undeterred until the end of the war. Robert Ley fought for a pigsty on his model farm. This was actually a war priority, he argued, since his experiments in hog raising were of great importance for food production. I turned down this request in writing, but took gleeful delight in addressing the letter to the Reich organization, chief of the National Socialist Party and chief of the German Labour Front, subject, your pigsty. Even after I had made this ringing appeal, Hitler went ahead and had the tumble-down castle of Klesheim near Salzburg rebuilt into a luxurious guest house at an expenditure of many millions of marks. Near Berchtesgaden, Himmler erected a country lodge for his mistress and did it so secretly that I did not hear of it until the last weeks of the war. Even after 1942, Hitler encouraged one of his Gauleiters to renovate a hotel and the Posen Castle, both projects drawing heavily on essential materials. The same Gauleiter had a private residence built for himself in the vicinity of the city. In 1942, 43 new special trains were built for Ley, Keitel, and others, although this kind of thing tied down valuable raw materials and technicians. For the most part, however, these whims of the party functionaries were concealed from me. Given the enormous powers of the Reichsleiters and Gauleiters, there was no way to check up on what they were doing. I therefore could rarely interpose a veto which in any case was disregarded. As late as the summer of 1944, Hitler and Bormann were capable of informing their Minister of Armaments that the Munich manufacture of picture frames must not be made to shift to war production. A few months before, on their personal order, the rug factories and other producers of artistic materials, which were engaged in manufacturing rugs and tapestries for Hitler's post-war buildings, were given a special status for. After only 9 years of rule, the leadership was so corrupt that even in the critical phase of the war it could not cut back on its luxurious style of living. For representational reasons, the leaders all needed big houses, hunting lodges, estates and palaces, many servants, a rich table, and a select wine cellar. Asterisk for propaganda reasons, Goebbels tried to change the lifestyle of the prominent men in government and the party, but in vain. See his diary. February 22, 1942, Bormann has issued a directive to the party regarding the need for greater simplicity in the conduct of the leaders, particularly with respect to banquets, a reminder to the party that it should provide a good example for the people. This directive is most welcome. I hope it will be taken to heart. In this connection I have become rather skeptical. Bormann's directive had no effect. On May 22, 1943, more than a year later, Goebbels wrote in his diary, because of the tense situation domestically, the people naturally have been keeping a sharp eye on the lifestyle of our so-called celebrities. Unfortunately, many of the prominent people pay no heed. Some of them are living a life which can in no way be called suitable under current conditions. They were also concerned about their lives to an insane degree. Hitler himself, wherever he went, first of all issued orders for building bunkers for his personal protection. The thickness of their roofs increased with the caliber of the bombs until it reached 16.5 feet. Ultimately, there were veritable systems of bunkers in Rassenburg, in Berlin, at Obersalzberg, in Munich, in the Guest Palace near Salzburg, at the Nauheim headquarters, and on the Somme. And in 1944 he had 2 underground headquarters blasted into mountains in Silesia and Thuringia, the project tying up hundreds of indispensable mining specialists and thousands of workmen. 5. Hitler's obvious fear and his exaggeration of the importance of his own person inspired his entourage to go in for equally exaggerated measures of personal protection. Göring had extensive underground installations built not only in Karinhall, but even in the isolated castle of Weldenstein near Nuremberg, which he hardly ever visited. 6. The road from Karinhall to Berlin, 40 miles long and leading mostly through lonely woods, had to be provided with concrete shelters at regular intervals. When Ley saw the effect of a heavy bomb on a public shelter, he was interested solely in comparing the thickness of the ceiling with that in his private bunker in a rarely attacked suburb of Grunwald. Moreover, the Gauleiters, on orders from Hitler, who was convinced of their indispensability, had additional shelters built outside the cities for their personal protection. Of all the urgent questions that weighed upon me during my early weeks in office, solution of the labor problem was the most pressing. Late one evening in the middle of March, I inspected one of the leading Berlin armaments plants, Rheinmetall Borsig, and found its workshops filled with valuable machinery but unused. There were not enough workers to man a second shift. Similar conditions prevailed in other factories. Moreover, during the day we had to reckon with difficulties with the electricity supply, whereas during the evening and night hours the drain on the available supply was considerably smaller. Since new plants worth some 11 billion marks were being built which would be faced with shortages of machine tools, it seemed to me more rational to suspend most of the new building and employ the labor force thus released to establish a second shift. Hitler seemed to accept this logic. He signed a decree ordering reduction of the volume of building to 3 billion marks. But then he balked when, in carrying out this edict, I wanted to suspend long-term building projects by the chemical industry involving about 1 billion marks. Asterisk. This construction project tied up high-grade steel and many specialists. I opposed Hitler's view, arguing that it is better to get one hydrogenation plant built in a few months than to build several over a period 3 times as long, employing a third of the necessary construction workers. The plant that is built quickly by concentrating all the labor on one project will provide fuel for many months to come, whereas if the usual practice is followed, The first deliveries of additional fuel will not be ready until a much later date. Speech, April 18, 1942. For he always wanted to have everything at once and reasoned as follows: perhaps the war with Russia will soon be ended, but then I have more far-reaching plans, and for them I need more synthetic fuel than before. We must go on with the new factories, even though they may not be finished for years. A year later, on March 2, 1943, I again had to remonstrate that there was no point in rebuilding factories which are intended to serve great future programs and will not begin to produce until after January 1, 1945. 7. Hitler's wrong-headed decision of the spring of 1942 was still a drag upon our armaments production in September 1944, in a military situation that had meanwhile become catastrophic. Despite Hitler's countermanding of my plan, it had nevertheless freed several 100,000 construction workers who could have been transferred to armaments production. But then a new, unexpected trouble arose. The head of the business department for labor assignment within the 4-year plan, Ministerial Director Dr. Mansfeld, told me frankly that he lacked authority to transfer the released construction workers from one district to another over the objections of the Gauleiters 8. And in fact the Gauleiters, for all their rivalries and intrigues, closed ranks whenever any of their privileges were threatened. I realized that in spite of my strong position I could never deal with them alone. I needed someone from their number to act as my ally. I would also need special powers from Hitler. The man I had in mind was my old friend Karl Hanke, longtime State Secretary under Goebbels, who since January 1941 had been Gauleiter of Lower Silesia. Hitler proved willing to nominate a commissioner from among the Gauleiters who would be assigned to me. But Bormann was quick to parry, for Hanke was considered one of my adherents. His appointment would have meant not only a reinforcement of my power, but also an infringement of Bormann's realm, the party hierarchy. 2 days after my first request, when I again approached Hitler on the matter, he was still acquiescent to the idea, but had objections to my choice. Hanke hasn't he been a Gauleiter long enough, and doesn't he command the necessary respect? I've talked with Bormann. We'll take Sokol. Asterisk, I must share the responsibility for Sokol's dire labor policies. Despite differences of opinion on other matters, I was always in basic agreement with his mass deportations of foreign labor to Germany. Since Edward L. Holmes, Foreign Labor in Nazi Germany, Princeton, 1967, gives exhaustive details on a little war that soon developed between Sokol and me, I can restrict myself to the salient points. I agree with Holmes that these internal enmities and clashes were typical. Dr. Alan S. Millward's recent book, The New Order in the French Economy, London, 1969, also gives an accurate picture. Bormann had not only put in his own candidate, but had managed to have him made his, Bormann's, direct subordinate. Göring rightly protested that what was involved was a task hitherto handled within the framework of the 4-year plan. With his usual indifference in administrative matters, Hitler thereupon appointed Sokol Commissioner General, but placed him in Göring's 4-year plan organization. Göring protested once more, since the way the thing was handled seemed to diminish his prestige. The appointment of Sokol should have come from Göring himself, but Hitler had overlooked that nicety. Once again Bormann had struck a blow at Göring's position. Sokol and I were summoned to Hitler's headquarters. In giving us the document authorizing the appointment, Hitler pointed out that basically there could not be any such thing as a labor problem. He repeated, in effect, what he had already stated on November 9, 1941. The area working directly for us embraces more than 250 million people. Let no one doubt that we will succeed in involving every one of these millions in the labor process. 9. The necessary labor force, therefore, was to come from the occupied territories. Hitler instructed Sokol to bring the needed workers in by any means whatsoever. That order marked the beginning of a fateful segment of my work. During the early weeks of our association we cooperated smoothly. Sokol gave us his pledge to eliminate all labor shortages and to provide replacements for specialists drafted into the services. For my part, I helped Sokol gain authority and supported him wherever I could. Sokol had promised a great deal, for in every peacetime year the attrition of the labor force by age or death was balanced by the maturing of some 600,000 young men. Now, however, Not only these men, but sizable segments of the industrial working class were being drafted. In 1942, consequently, the war economy was short far more than 1 million workers. To put the matter briefly, Sokal did not meet his commitments. Hitler's fine rhetoric about drawing labor out of a population of 250 million came to naught, partly because of the ineffectiveness of the German administration in the occupied territories, partly because of the preference of the men involved for taking to the forest and joining the partisans sooner than be dragged off for labor service in Germany. No sooner had the first foreign workers begun arriving in the factories than I began hearing protests from our industry organization. They had a number of objections to make. The first was as follows: the technical specialists now being replaced by foreigners had occupied key posts in vital industries. Any sabotage in these plants would have far-reaching consequences. What was to prevent enemy espionage services from planting agents in Sokol's contingents? Another problem was that there were not enough interpreters to handle the various linguistic groups. Without adequate communication, these new workers were as good as useless. It seemed far more practicable to all concerned to employ German women rather than assorted foreign labor. Businessmen came to me with statistics showing that the employment of German women during the First World War had been significantly higher than it was now. They showed me photographs of workers streaming out of the same ammunition factory at closing time in 1918 and 1942. In the earlier war they had been predominantly women. Now they were almost entirely men. They also had pictures from American and British magazines which indicated to what extent women were pitching in on the industrial front in those countries. 10. At the beginning of April 1942 I went to Sokal with the proposition that we recruit our labor from the ranks of German women. He replied brusquely that the question of where to obtain which workers and how to distribute them was his business. Moreover, he said, as a Gauleiter he was Hitler's subordinate and responsible to the Führer alone. But before the discussion was over, he offered to put the question to Göring, who as commissioner of the 4-year plan should have the final say. Our conference with Göring took place in Hall. Göring showed plainly that he was flattered at being consulted. He behaved with excessive amiability towards Sokal and was markedly cooler toward me. I was scarcely allowed to advance my arguments. Sokal and Göring continually interrupted me. Sokal laid great weight on the danger that factory work might inflict moral harm upon German womanhood. Not only might their psychic and emotional life be affected, but also their ability to bear. Göring totally concurred. But to be absolutely sure, Sokal went to Hitler immediately after the conference and had him confirm the decision. All my good arguments were thereby blown to the winds. Sokal informed his fellow Gauleiters of his victory in a proclamation in which, among other things, he stated, in order to provide the German housewife, above all mothers of many children, with tangible relief from her burdens, the Führer has commissioned me to bring into the Reich from the Eastern Territories some 400,000 to 500,000 select, healthy, and strong girls. 11 whereas by 1943 England had reduced the number of maidservants by 2/3. Nothing of the sort took place in Germany until the end of the war. 12. Some 1.4 million women continued to be employed as household help. In addition, 500,000 Ukrainian girls helped solve the servant problem for party functionaries, a fact that soon caused a good deal of talk among the people. Armaments production is directly dependent on the supply of crude steel. During the First World War, the German war economy drew on 46.5% of its crude steel production. One of the first facts I learned when I took office was that the parallel figure was only 37.5%. 13. In order to be able to gain more steel for armaments, I proposed to Milt that we jointly undertake the allocation of raw materials. On April 2, therefore, we once again set out for Hall. Göring at first beat about the bush, talking on a wide range of subjects, but finally he agreed to our suggestions about establishing a central planning authority within the 4-year plan. Impressed by our firmness, he asked almost shyly, "Could you possibly take in my friend K. Arner? Otherwise, he'll feel sad at the demotion." K. Arner was Göring's state secretary and confidant. This central planning soon became the most important institution in our war economy. Actually, it was incomprehensible that a top board of this sort to direct the various programs and priorities had not been established long ago. Until about 1939, Göring had personally taken care of this matter, but afterward there was no one with authority who could grasp the increasingly complicated and increasingly urgent problems and who could have leaped into the breach when Göring began shirking. 14. Göring's decree creating the Office of Central Planning did, in fact, provide that he would have the final say whenever he thought necessary. But as I expected, he never asked about anything, and we for our part had no reason ever to bother him. 15. The central planning meetings took place in the large conference hall in my ministry. They dragged on endlessly, with a vast number of participants. Ministers and state secretaries would come in person. Supported by their experts, they would fight for their shares in sometimes highly dramatic turns. The task was particularly tricky, for we had to trim the civilian branch of the economy, but not so much as to impair its efficiency in producing what would be needed for the war industries or in providing basic necessities for the population. 16. I myself was trying to push through a sizable cut in consumer goods production, especially since the consumer industries at the beginning of 1942 were producing at a rate only 3% below our peacetime level. But in 1942 the utmost I could manage was a 12% cutback. 17. For after only 3 months of such austerity, Hitler began to regret this policy, and on June 28-29, 1942 decreed that the fabrication of products for the general supply of the population must be resumed. I protested, arguing that such a slogan today will encourage those who have all along been averse to our concentration on armaments to resume resistance to the present line. 18. By those I meant the party functionaries. But Hitler remained deaf to these reminders. Once again my efforts to organize an effective war economy had been ruined by Hitler's vacillation. In addition to more workers and more crude steel, we needed an expansion of the railroads. This was essential even though the Reichsbahn had not yet recovered from the disaster of the Russian winter. Deep into German territory, the tracks were still clogged by paralyzed trains. Transports of important war materials were therefore subject to intolerable delays. On March 5, 1942, Dr. Julius Doppelmüller, our Minister of Transportation and a spry man in spite of his 73 years, went to headquarters with me in order to report to Hitler on transportation problems. I explained the catastrophic predicament that we were in, but since Doppelmüller gave me only lame support, Hitler, as always, chose the brighter view of the situation. He postponed the important question, remarking that conditions are probably not so serious as Speer sees them. 2 weeks later, on my urging, he consented to designate a young official as successor to the 65-year-old state secretary in the Ministry of Transportation. But Doppelmüller would not hear of it. "My state secretary too old," he exclaimed when I told him what we had in mind. That young man, when I was president of one of the Reichsbahn boards of directors in 1922, he was just starting in railroad work as a Reichsbahn inspector. He succeeded in keeping things as they were. 2 months later, however, on May 21, 1941, Doppelmüller was forced to confess to me the Reichsbahn has so few cars and locomotives available for the German area that it can no longer assume responsibility for meeting the most urgent transportation needs. This description of the situation, as my official journal noted, was tantamount to a declaration of bankruptcy by the Reichsbahn. That same day the Reich, Minister of Transportation, offered me the post of a traffic dictator, but I refused. 19. 2 days later Hitler let me bring a young Reichsbahn inspector named Dr. Gansener-Müller to meet him. During the past winter Dr. Gansener-Müller had restored railroad traffic in a part of Russia on the stretch between Minsk and Smolensk after it had totally broken down. Hitler was impressed. "I like the man. I am going to make him state secretary at once." "Shouldn't we speak with Doppelmüller about that first?" I suggested. "Absolutely not," Hitler exclaimed. "Don't let either Doppelmüller or Gansener-Müller know anything about it. I'll simply summon you, Herr Speer, to headquarters with your man. Then I'll have the transportation minister come here separately." On Hitler's instructions, both men were put up at headquarters in different barracks, and Dr. Gansener-Müller entered Hitler's office without knowing what awaited him. There are minutes of Hitler's remarks which were made the same day. The transportation problem is crucial, therefore it must be solved. All my life, but more so than ever in the past winter, I have confronted crucial questions that had to be solved. So-called experts and men who by right should have been leaders repeatedly told me that isn't possible, that won't do. I cannot resign myself to such talk. There are problems that absolutely have to be solved. Where real leaders are present, these problems always are solved and always will be solved. This cannot be done by pleasant methods. Pleasantness is not what counts for me. In the same way, it is a matter of complete indifference to me what posterity will say about the methods I have been compelled to use. For me there is only a single question that must be solved. We must win the war or Germany faces annihilation. Hitler went on to recount how he had pitted his will against the disaster of the past winter and against the generals who urged retreats. From this, he made a slight jump to the transport problem and mentioned some of the measures which I had earlier recommended to him as necessary if order were to be restored to the railways. Without calling in the Minister of Transportation, who was now waiting outside, also ignorant of what this was all about, he appointed Ganzenamlulla the new State Secretary in the Transportation Ministry because he has proved at the front that he possesses the energy to restore order to the muddled transportation situation. Only at this point were Minister of Transportation Dorpmüller and his assistant, Ministerial Director Laborant, brought into the conference. He had decided, Hitler announced, to intervene in the transportation situation, since victory depended on it. Then he continued with one of his standard arguments. In my day I started with nothing, an obscure soldier in the World War, and began my career only when all others, who seemed more destined to leadership than I, failed. The whole course of my life proves that I never capitulate. The tasks of the war must be mastered. I repeat, for me the word impossible does not exist. And he repeated, almost screaming, it does not exist for me. Thereupon he informed the Minister of Transportation that he had appointed the former Reichsbahn inspector the new State Secretary in the Ministry of Transportation, an embarrassing situation for the Minister, for the State Secretary, and for me as well. Hitler had always spoken with great respect of Dorpmüller's expertise. In view of that, Dorpmüller could have expected that the question of his deputy would first be discussed with him. But apparently Hitler, as was so often the case when he confronted experts, wanted to avoid an awkward argument by presenting the Minister of Transportation with a fait accompli. And in fact Dorpmüller took this humiliation in silence. Hitler now turned to Field Marshal Melcher and me and instructed us to act temporarily as transportation dictators. We were to see to it that the requirements were met to the largest extent and in the fastest time. With the disarming comment, we cannot allow the war to be lost because of the transportation question, therefore it can be solved. Hitler adjourned the meeting. In fact, it was solved. The young State Secretary found procedures for handling the backup of trains. He speeded traffic and was able to provide for the increased transportation needs of the war plants. A special committee for rolling stock took charge of the locomotives damaged by the Russian winter. Repair techniques were much accelerated. Instead of the previous Kraft system of manufacturing locomotives, we went over to assembly line methods and increased production manyfold. 21. In spite of the steadily rising demands of the war, traffic continued to flow in the future, or at least until the systematic air raids of the fall of 1944 once again throttled traffic and made transportation, this time for good, the greatest bottleneck in our war economy. When Goering heard that we intended to increase production of locomotives many times over, he summoned me to Carnhall. He had a suggestion to offer, which was that we build locomotives out of concrete since we did not have enough steel available. Of course, the concrete locomotives would not last as long as steel ones, he said, but to make up for that we would simply have to produce more of them. Quite how that was to be accomplished, he did not know. Nevertheless, he clung for months to this weird idea, for the sake of which I had squandered the 2-hour drive and 2 hours of waiting time. And I had come home on an empty stomach, for visitors in Carnhall were seldom offered a meal. That was the only concession the Goering household made to the needs of a total war economy. A week after Ganzenamlulla's appointment, at which such heroic words had been spoken on the solution of the transportation crisis, I visited Hitler once more. In keeping with my view that in critical times the leadership must set a good example, I proposed to Hitler that the use of private railroad cars by government and party officials be discontinued for the time being. Naturally, I was not thinking of Hitler himself when I made this suggestion. But Hitler demurred. Private cars were a necessity in the East, he said, because of the poor housing conditions. I corrected him. Most of the cars were not being used in the East, I said, but inside the Reich. And I presented him with a long list of the prominent users of private cars. But I had no luck. 22. I met regularly for lunch with General Friedrich Fromm in a chamber S party at Hocher S restaurant. In the course of one of these meetings, at the end of April 1942, he remarked that our only chance of winning the war lay in developing a weapon with totally new effects. He said he had contacts with a group of scientists who were on the track of a weapon which could annihilate whole cities, perhaps throw the island of England out of the fight. Fromm proposed that we pay a joint visit to these men. It seemed to him important, he said, at least to have spoken with them. Dr. Albert Wiegler, head of the largest German steel company and president of the Kaiser Wilhelm Gesellschaft, also called my attention at this time to the neglected field of nuclear research. He complained of the inadequate support fundamental research was receiving from the Ministry of Education and Science, which naturally did not have much influence during wartime. On May 6, 1942, I discussed this situation with Hitler and proposed that Göring be placed at the head of the Reich Research Council, thus emphasizing its importance. 23. A month later, on June 9, 1942, Göring was appointed to this post. Around the same time, the three military representatives of armaments production, Milch, Fromm, and Witzel, met with me at Harnack House, the Berlin center of the Kaiser Wilhelm Gesellschaft, to be briefed on the subject of German atomic research. Along with scientists whose names I no longer recall, the subsequent Nobel Prize winners Otto Hahn and Werner Heisenberg were present. After a few demonstration lectures on the matter as a whole, Heisenberg reported on atom smashing and the development of the uranium machine and the cyclotron. 24. Heisenberg had bitter words to say about the Ministry of Education's neglect of nuclear research, about the lack of funds and materials, and the drafting of scientific men into the services. Excerpts from American technical journals suggested that plenty of technical and financial resources were available there for nuclear research. This meant that America probably had a head start in the matter, whereas Germany had been in the forefront of these studies only a few years ago. In view of the revolutionary possibilities of nuclear fission, dominance in this field was fraught with enormous consequences. After the lecture, I asked Heisenberg how nuclear physics could be applied to the manufacture of atom bombs. His answer was by no means encouraging. He declared, to be sure, that the scientific solution had already been found and that theoretically nothing stood in the way of building such a bomb. But the technical prerequisites for production would take years to develop, 2 years at the earliest, even provided that the program was given maximum support. Difficulties were compounded, Heisenberg explained, by the fact that Europe possessed only one cyclotron, and that of minimal capacity. Moreover, it was located in Paris and because of the need for secrecy could not be used to full advantage. I proposed that with the powers at my disposal as Minister of Armaments we build cyclotrons as large as or larger than those in the United States. But Heisenberg said that because we lacked experience we would have to begin by building only a relatively small type. Nevertheless, General Fromm offered to release several hundred scientific assistants from the services, while I urged the scientists to inform me of the measures, the sums of money, and the materials they would need to further nuclear research. A few weeks later they presented their request, an appropriation of several 100,000 marks and some small amounts of steel, nickel, and other priority metals. In addition, they asked for the building of a bunker, the erection of several barracks, and the pledge that their experiments would be given highest priority. Plans for building the first German cyclotron had already been approved. Rather put out by these modest requests in a matter of such crucial importance, I suggested that they take 1 or 2 million marks and correspondingly larger quantities of materials. But apparently more could not be utilized for the present. 25, and in any case I had been given the impression that the atom bomb could no longer have any bearing on the course of the war. I was familiar with Hitler's tendency to push fantastic projects by making senseless demands, so that on June 23, 1942, I reported to him only very briefly on the nuclear fission conference and what we had decided to do. 26. Hitler received more detailed and more glowing reports from his photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, who was friendly with Post Office Minister Oehlenschläger. Goebbels, too, may have told him something about it. Oehlenschläger was interested in nuclear research and was supporting the SS an independent research apparatus under the direction of Manfred von Ardenne, a young physicist. It is significant that Hitler did not choose the direct route of obtaining information on this matter from responsible people, but depended instead on unreliable and incompetent informants to give him a Sunday supplement account. Here again was proof of his love for amateurishness and his lack of understanding of fundamental scientific research. Hitler had sometimes spoken to me about the possibility of an atom bomb, but the idea quite obviously strained his intellectual capacity. He was also unable to grasp the revolutionary nature of nuclear physics. In the 2200 recorded points of my conferences with Hitler, nuclear fission comes up only once, and then is mentioned with extreme brevity. Hitler did sometimes comment on its prospects, but what I told him of my conference with the physicists confirmed his view that there was not much profit in the matter. Actually, Professor Heisenberg had not given any final answer to my question whether a successful nuclear fission could be kept under control with absolute certainty or might continue as a chain reaction. Hitler was plainly not delighted with the possibility that the Earth under his rule might be transformed into a glowing star. Occasionally, however, he joked that the scientists in their unworldly urge to lay bare all the secrets under heaven might someday set the globe on fire. But undoubtedly a good deal of time would pass before that came about. Hitler said he would certainly not live to see it. I am sure that Hitler would not have hesitated for a moment to employ atom bombs against England. I remember his reaction to the final scene of a newsreel on the bombing of Warsaw in the autumn of 1939. We were sitting with him in Goebbels in his Berlin salon watching the film. Clouds of smoke darkened the sky, dive bombers tilted and hurtled toward their goal. We could watch the flight of the released bombs, the pull-out of the planes and the cloud from the explosions expanding gigantically. The effect was enhanced by running the film in slow motion. Hitler was fascinated. The film ended with a montage showing a plane diving toward the outlines of the British Isles. A burst of flame followed, and the island flew into the air in tatters. Hitler's enthusiasm was unbounded. "That is what will happen to them," he cried out, carried away. "That is how we will annihilate them." On the suggestion of the nuclear physicists, we scuttled the project to develop an atom bomb by the autumn of 1942, after I had again queried them about deadlines and been told that we could not count on anything for 3 or 4 years. The war would certainly have been decided long before then. Instead, I authorized the development of an energy-producing uranium motor for propelling machinery. The Navy was interested in that for its submarines. In the course of a visit to the crop works, I asked to be shown parts of our first cyclotron and asked the technician in charge whether we could not go on and build a considerably larger apparatus. But he confirmed what Professor Heisenberg had previously said: we lacked the technical experience. At Heidelberg in the summer of 1944, I was shown our first cyclotron splitting an atomic nucleus. To my questions, Professor Walder both explained that the cyclotron would be useful for medical and biological research. I had to rest content with that. In the summer of 1943, wolframite imports from Portugal were cut off, which created a critical situation for the production of solid core ammunition. I thereupon ordered the use of uranium cores for this type of ammunition. 27. My release of our uranium stocks of about 1,200 metric tons showed that we no longer had any thought of producing atom bombs. Perhaps it would have proved possible to have the atom bomb ready for employment in 1945, but it would have meant mobilizing all our technical and financial resources to that end, as well as our scientific talent. It would have meant giving up all other projects, such as the development of the rocket weapons. From this point of view, too, PNM-NDE was not only our biggest but our most misguided project. Asterisk. Asterisk from 1937 to 1940, the army spent 550 million marks on the development of a large rocket. But success was out of the question, for Hitler's principle of scattering responsibility meant that even scientific research teams were divided and often at odds with one another. According to the Office Journal, August 17, 1944, not only the three branches of the armed forces but also other organizations, the SS, the postal system, and such, had separate research facilities. In the United States, on the other hand, all the atomic physicists, to take an example, were in one organization. Our failure to pursue the possibilities of atomic warfare can be partly traced to ideological reasons. Hitler had great respect for Philipp Lenard, the physicist who had received the Nobel Prize in 1920 and was one of the few early adherents of Nazism among the ranks of the scientists. Lenard had instilled the idea in Hitler that the Jews were exerting a seditious influence in their concern with nuclear physics and the relativity theory. Asterisk according to L. W. Hellwig, Persönlichkeiten der Gegenwart 1940, Lenard inveighed against relativity theories produced by alien minds. In his four-volume work, Die Deutsche Physik 1935, Hell considered physics cleansed of the outgrowths which the by now well-known findings of race research have shown to be the exclusive products of the Jewish mind, and which the German Volk must shun as racially incompatible with itself. To his table companions, Hitler occasionally referred to nuclear physics as Jewish physics, citing Lenard as his authority for this. This view was taken up by Rosenberg. It thus becomes clearer why the Minister of Education was not inclined to support nuclear research. But even if Hitler had not had this prejudice against nuclear research, and even if the state of our fundamental research in June 1942 could have freed several billion instead of several million marks for the production of atom bombs, it would have been impossible, given the strain on our economic resources, to have provided the materials, priorities, and technical workers corresponding to such an investment. For it was not only superior productive capacity that allowed the United States to undertake this gigantic project. The increasing air raids had long since created an armaments emergency in Germany which ruled out any such ambitious enterprise. At best, with extreme concentration of all our resources, we could have had a German atom bomb by 1947, but certainly we could not beat the Americans, whose bomb was ready by August 1945. And on the other hand, the consumption of our latest reserves of chromium ore would have ended the war by January 1, 1946, at the very latest. Thus, from the start of my work as Minister of Armaments, I discovered blunder after blunder in all departments of the economy. Incongruously enough, Hitler himself used to say, during those war years, the loser of this war will be the side that makes the greatest blunders. For Hitler, by a succession of wrong-headed decisions, helped speed the end of a war already lost because of productive capacities, for example, by his confused planning of the air war against England, by the shortage of U-boats at the beginning of the war, and, in general, by his failure to develop an overall plan for the war. So that when many German memoirs comment on Hitler's decisive mistakes, the writers are completely right. But all that does not mean that the war could have been won. 17. Commander-in-Chief Hitler. Amateurishness was one of Hitler's dominant traits. He had never learned a profession and basically had always remained an outsider to all fields of endeavor. Like many self-taught people, he had no idea what real specialized knowledge meant. Without any sense of the complexities of any great task, he boldly assumed one function after another. Unburdened by standard ideas, his quick intelligence sometimes conceived unusual measures which a specialist would not have hit on at all. The victories of the early years of the war can literally be attributed to Hitler's ignorance of the rules of the game and his layman's delight in decision-making. Since the opposing side was trained to apply rules which Hitler's self-taught, autocratic mind did not know and did not use, he achieved surprises. These audacities, coupled with military superiority, were the basis of his early successes. But as soon as setbacks occurred, he suffered shipwreck, like most untrained people. Then his ignorance of the rules of the game was revealed as another kind of incompetence. Then his defects were no longer strengths. The greater the failures became, the more obstinately his incurable amateurishness came to the fore. The tendency to wild decisions had long been his forte, Now it speeded his downfall. Every 2 or 3 weeks I travelled from Berlin to spend a few days in Hitler's East Prussian and later in his Ukrainian headquarters in order to have him decide many technical questions of detail in which he was interested in his capacity as commander-in-chief of the army. Hitler knew all the types of ordnance and ammunition, including the calibers, the lengths of barrels, and the range of fire. He had the stocks of the most important items of armament in his head as well as the monthly production figures. He was able to compare our quotas with our deliveries and draw conclusions. Hitler naïve pleasure at being able to shine in the field of armaments, as previously in automobile manufacturing or in architecture, by reciting abstruse figures, made it plain that in this realm also he was working as an amateur. He seemed to be constantly endeavoring to show himself the equal of or even the superior of the experts. The real expert sensibly does not burden his mind with details that he can look up or leave to an assistant. Hitler, however, felt it necessary for his own self-esteem to parade his knowledge. But he also enjoyed doing it. He obtained his information from a large book in a red binding with broad yellow diagonal stripes. It was a catalogue, continually being brought up to date, of from 30 to 50 different types of ammunition and ordnance. He kept it on his night table. Sometimes he would order a servant to bring the book down when in the course of military conferences an assistant had mentioned a figure which Hitler instantly corrected. The book was opened and Hitler's data would be confirmed, without fail, every time, while the general would be shown to be in error. Hitler's memory for figures was the terror of his entourage. By tricks of this sort Hitler could intimidate the majority of the officers who surrounded him. But on the other hand, he felt uncertain when he was confronting an out-and-out technical expert. He did not insist on his opinion if a specialist objected. My predecessor, Todt, had sometimes gone to conferences with Hitler accompanied by 2 of his closest associates, Xaver Dorsch and Karl Sauer. Occasionally, he would bring one of his experts along. But he thought it important to deliver his reports personally and to involve his associates only on difficult points of detail. From the very first, I did not even take the trouble to memorize figures which Hitler in any case kept in his head better than I, but knowing Hitler's respect for specialists, I would come to conferences flanked by all those experts who had the best mastery of the various points under discussion. I was thus saved from the nightmare of all the Führer conferences of the fear of being driven into a coma by a bombardment of figures and technical data. I consistently appeared at the Führer's headquarters accompanied by approximately 20 civilians. Before long, everybody in restricted area I, as the specially guarded area around the headquarters was known, was making fun of Speer's invasions. Depending on the subjects to be discussed, from 2 to 4 of my experts were invited to the conferences which took place in the Situation Room of the headquarters, adjacent to Hitler's private apartment. It was a modestly furnished room about 900 square feet in area, the walls panelled in light-coloured wood. The room was dominated by a heavy oak map table 13 feet long next to a large window. In one corner was a smaller table surrounded by 6 armchairs. Here our conference group sat. During these conferences I remained in the background as far as possible. I opened them with a brief reference to the subject and then asked one of the experts present to state his views. Neither the environment, with its innumerable generals, adjutants, guard areas, barriers, and passes, nor the aureole that this whole apparatus conferred upon Hitler, could intimidate these specialists. Their many years of successful practice of their professions gave them a clear sense of their rank and their responsibility. Sometimes the conversation developed into a heated discussion, for they quite often forgot whom they were addressing. Hitler took all this partly with humour, partly with respect. In this circle he seemed modest and treated my people with remarkable courtesy. With them, moreover, he refrained from his habit of killing opposition by long, exhaustive, and numbing speeches. He knew how to distinguish key matters from those of lesser importance, was adaptable, and surprised everyone by the swiftness with which he could choose among several possibilities and justify his choice. Effortlessly he found his bearings when presented with technical processes, plans, and sketches. His questions showed that during the brief explanation period he could grasp the essentials of complicated subjects. However, there was a disadvantage to this which he was unaware of. He arrived at the core of matters too easily, and therefore could not understand them with real thoroughness. I could never predict what the result of our conferences would be. Sometimes he instantly approved a proposal whose prospects seemed exceedingly slight. Sometimes he obstinately refused to permit certain trivial measures which he himself had demanded only a short time before. Nevertheless, my system of circumventing Hitler's knowledge of detail by having experts confront him with even more detailed knowledge netted me more successes than failures. His other associates observed with astonishment and with some degree of envy that Hitler often changed his mind after hearing our counter-proposals and would alter decisions which in the preceding military conferences he had called unalterable. 1. Hitler's technical horizon, however, just like his general ideas, his views on art, and his style of life, was limited by the First World War. His technical interests were narrowly restricted to the traditional weapons of the army and navy. In these areas he had continued to learn and steadily increased his knowledge, so that he frequently proposed convincing and usable innovations. But he had little feeling for such new developments as, for example, radar, the construction of an atom bomb, jet fighters, and rockets. On his rare flights in the newly developed Condor he showed concern that the mechanism which let down a retracted landing gear might not function. Warily he declared that he preferred the old Junkers 52 with its rigid landing gear. Very often, directly after one of these conferences, Hitler would lecture his military advisers on the technical knowledge he had just acquired. He loved to present such pieces of information with a casual air, as if the knowledge were his own. When the Russian T-34 appeared, Hitler was triumphant, for he could then point out that he had earlier demanded the kind of long-barreled gun it had. Even before my appointment as Minister of Armaments, I heard Hitler in the Chancellery Garden, after a demonstration of the Panzer IV, inveighing against the obstinacy of the Army Ordnance Office, which had turned down his idea for increasing the velocity of the missile by lengthening the barrel. The Ordnance Office had at the time presented counter-arguments. The long barrel would overload the tank in front, since it was not built with such a gun in view. If so major a change were introduced, the whole design would be thrown out of balance. Hitler would always bring up this incident whenever his ideas encountered opposition. I was right at the time, and no one wanted to believe me. Now I am right again. When the army felt the need for a tank which could outmaneuver the comparatively fast T-34 by greater speed, Hitler insisted that more would be gained by increasing the range of the guns and the weight of the armor. In this field, too, he had mastered the necessary figures and could recite penetration results and missile velocities by heart. He usually defended his theory by the example of warships. In a naval battle, the side having the greater range can open fire at the greater distance, even if it is only half a mile. If along with this he has stronger armor, he must necessarily be superior. What are you after? The faster ship has only one advantage: to utilize its greater speed for retreating. Do you mean to say a ship can possibly overcome heavier armor and superior artillery by greater speed? It's exactly the same for tanks. Your faster tank has to avoid meeting the heavier tank. My experts from industry were not direct participants in these discussions. Our business was to build the tanks according to the requirements set by the army, whether these were decided by Hitler, by the General Staff, or by the Army Ordnance Office. Questions of battle tactics were not our concern. Such discussions were usually conducted by the army officers. In 1942, Hitler still encouraged such discussions. He was still listening quietly to objections and offering his arguments just as quietly. Nevertheless, his arguments carried special weight. Since the Tiger had originally been designed to weigh 50 tons, but as a result of Hitler's demands had gone up to 75 tons, we decided to develop a new 30-ton tank whose very name, Panther, was to signify greater agility. Though light in weight, its motor was to be the same as the Tiger S, which meant it could develop superior speed. But in the course of a year, Hitler once again insisted on clapping so much armor on it, as well as larger guns, that it ultimately reached 48 tons, the original weight of the Tiger. In order to compensate for this strange transformation of a swift Panther into a slow Tiger, we made still another effort to produce a series of small, light, quick-moving tanks, too. By way of pleasing and reassuring Hitler, Porsche also undertook to design a super-heavy tank which weighed over 100 tons and hence could be built only in small numbers, one by one. For security purposes, this new monster was assigned the codename Maus. In any case, Porsche had personally taken over Hitler's bias for super-heaviness and would occasionally bring the Führer reports about parallel developments on the part of the enemy. Once Hitler sent for General Buell and demanded, "I have just heard that an enemy tank is coming along with armor far beyond anything we have. Have you any documentation of that? If it is true, a new anti-tank gun must be developed instantly. The force of penetration the gun must be enlarged, or lengthened to be brief. We must begin reacting immediately, instantly." 3. Thus, Hitler's decisions led to a multiplicity of parallel projects. They also led to more and more complicated problems of supply. One of his worst failings was that he simply did not understand the necessity for supplying the armies with sufficient spare parts. This disastrous tendency was evident as early as 1942, presented the Führer with the monthly list of tank replacement parts and reported that despite the increase in production, the demand is so high that to raise the production of spare parts we must decrease the production of new tanks. FRO Protocol, May 6-7, 1942.38. General Guderian, the Inspector General of Tank Ordnance, frequently pointed out to me that if we could repair our tanks quickly, thanks to sufficient spare parts, we could have more available for battle at a fraction of the cost than by producing new ones. But Hitler insisted on the priority of new production, which would have had to be reduced by 20% if we made provision for such repairs. General Fromm, as chief of the reserve army, was deeply concerned about this kind of poor planning. I took him with me to see Hitler several times so that he could present the arguments of the military. Fromm knew how to state a problem clearly, he had presence and had diplomatic tact. Sitting there, his sword pressed between his knees, hand on the hilt, he looked charged with energy, and to this day I believe that his great abilities might have prevented many a blunder at the Führer's headquarters. After several conferences, in fact, his influence increased. But immediately opposition appeared, both on the part of Keitel, who saw his position threatened, and on the part of Goebbels, who tried to persuade Hitler that Fromm has a dangerous political record. Finally, Hitler clashed with Fromm over a question of reserve supplies. Curtly, he let me know that I was no longer to bring Fromm with me. Many of my conferences with Hitler were concerned with establishing the armaments programs for the army. Hitler's point of view was, the more I demand, the more I receive. And to my astonishment, programs which industrial experts considered impossible to carry out were in the end actually surpassed. Hitler's authority liberated reserves that nobody had taken into his calculations. From 1944 on, however, his programs became totally unrealistic. Our efforts to push these through in the factories were self-defeating. It often seemed to me that Hitler used these prolonged conferences on armaments and war production as an escape from his military responsibilities. He himself admitted to me that he found in them a relaxation similar to our former conferences on architecture. Even in crisis situations, he devoted many hours to such discussions, sometimes refusing to interrupt them even when his field marshals or ministers urgently wanted to speak with him. Our technical conferences were usually combined with a demonstration of new weapons which took place in a nearby field. A few moments before we would have been sitting intimately with Hitler, but now everybody had to line up in rank and file. Field Marshal Keitel, chief of the OKW High Command of the Armed Forces, on the right. Obviously, Hitler laid stress on the ceremonial aspect of the occasion, adding a further note of formality by entering his official limousine to cover the few hundred yards to the field. I took my place in the back seat. Hitler would then step out, and Keitel would report the presence of the waiting line of generals and technicians. This ritual concluded, the group promptly broke up. Hitler looked into details, clambered over the vehicles on portable steps held in readiness for him, and continued his discussions with the specialists. Often Hitler and I would make appreciative remarks about the weapons, such as, "What an elegant barrel," or "What a fine shape this tank has," a ludicrous relapse into the terminology of our joint inspections of architectural models. In the course of one such inspection, Keitel mistook a 7.5 cm anti-tank gun for a light field howitzer. Hitler passed over the mistake at the time, but had his joke on our ride back. "Did you hear that Kittel and the anti-tank gun, and he is a general of the artillery." Another time the Air Force had lined up on a nearby airfield the multiple variants and types in its production program for Hitler's inspection. Göring had himself reserved the right to explain the planes to Hitler. His staff thereupon provided him with a cram sheet in the order of the models on display, giving their names, flight characteristics, and other technical data. One type had not been brought up in time, and Göring had not been informed. From that point on he blandly misidentified everything, for he adhered strictly to his list. Hitler instantly perceived the error, but gave no sign. At the end of June 1942 I read in the newspapers, just like everyone else, that a great new offensive in the East had begun. There was a mood of exuberance at headquarters. Every evening Hitler's chief adjutant, Schmundt, traced the onrush of the troops on a wall map for the edification of civilians at headquarters. Hitler was triumphant. Once again he had proved that he was right and the generals wrong, for they had advised against an offensive and called for defensive tactics, occasionally straightening out the front. Even General Fromm had brightened up, although at the beginning of the operation he had commented to me that any such offensive was a luxury in the poor man's situation we were in. The left wing east of Kiev grew longer and longer. The troops were approaching Stalingrad. Feats were performed to maintain emergency railroad traffic in the newly won territories and thus keep supplies moving. Barely 3 weeks after the beginning of the successful offensive, Hitler moved to an advanced headquarters near the Ukrainian city of Vinnytsia. Since Russian air activity was as good as non-existent and the West this time was too far away, even given Hitler's anxieties, he for once did not demand the building of any special air raid shelters. Instead of the usual concrete buildings, a pleasant-looking cluster of blockhouses scattered about a forest was established. Whenever I had to fly to the new headquarters, I used what free time I had to drive around the country. Once I drove to Kiev. Immediately after the October Revolution, avant-gardists like Le Corbusier, May, or Alisitsky had influenced modern Russian architecture. But under Stalin at the end of the 20s, it had all swung back to a conservative and classicist style. The conference building in Kiev, for example, could have been designed by a good pupil of the École des Beaux-Arts. I toyed with the notion of searching out the architect and employing him in Germany. A classicist stadium in Kiev was adorned with statues of athletes in fashion of classical antiquity, but touchingly, the figures were clad in bathing suits. I found one of the most famous churches of Kiev a heap of rubble. A Soviet powder magazine had blown up inside it, I was told. Later, I learned from Goebbels that the church had been blown up deliberately on orders of Erich Koch, Reich Commissioner for the Ukraine. The idea had been to destroy the symbol of Ukrainian national pride. Goebbels told the story with displeasure. He was horrified by the brutal course being pursued in occupied sectors of the Soviet Union. In fact, the Ukraine at that time was still so peaceable that I could drive through the extensive forests without an escort. Half a year later, thanks to the twisted policy of the Eastern Commissioners, the whole area was infested with partisans. Other drives took me to the industrial center of Dnepropetrovsk. What most impressed me was a university complex under construction. Its facilities went far beyond anything in Germany and left no doubt of the Soviet Union's determination to become a technical power of the first rank. I also visited the power plant of Zaporozhye, blown up by the Russians. A large construction crew closed the blast hole in the dam, but they also had to install new turbines. Before retreating, the Russians had thrown the oil switch, interrupting the oiling of their turbines while they were running at full speed. The machines ran hot and finally ground themselves into a useless tangle of parts of feet which could be accomplished by a single man pulling a lever. The vision of that later gave me many a sleepless hour when I learned of Hitler's intention to make Germany a wasteland. Even at the Führer's headquarters, Hitler kept his habit of taking his meals in the midst of his close associates. But whereas at the Chancellery Party uniforms had dominated the scene, he was now surrounded by generals and officers of his staff. In contrast to the luxuriously furnished dining hall in the Chancellery, this dining room looked rather like the railroad station restaurant in a small town. High boarding formed the walls, and the windows were those of a standardized barracks. There was a long table for about 20 persons, flanked by plain chairs. Hitler's seat was on the window side in the middle of the long table. Keitel sat facing him, while the places of honor on either side of Hitler were reserved for the ever-changing visitors. As in past days in Berlin, Hitler talked long-windedly about his favorite subjects, while his dinner guests were reduced to silent listeners. It was apparent, however, that Hitler made an effort in the presence of these men, with whom he was not especially intimate and who moreover were his superiors by birth and education, to present his thoughts in as impressive a manner as possible. Asterisk Titius Birchie Table Talk published by Picker gives a good idea of Hitler's topics of conversation. But we must remember that this collection includes only those passages in Hitler's monologues they took up 1 to 2 hours every day which struck Picker as significant. Complete transcripts would reinforce the sense of stifling boredom. Thus the level of the table talk in the Führer's headquarters differed from that at the Chancellery. It was considerably higher. During the first weeks of the offensive, we had discussed the rapid progress of the troops in the South Russian plains in an exultant mood. By contrast, after 2 months the faces of the diners grew increasingly doleful, and Hitler too began to lose his self-assurance. Our troops had, it is true, taken the oil fields of Makeup. The leading tank columns were already fighting along the Terek and pushing on, over a roadless steppe near Astrakhan toward the southern Volga. But this advance was no longer maintaining the pace of the first weeks. Supplies could no longer keep up. The spare parts the tanks carried with them had long since been consumed, so that the fighting wedge was steadily thinning out. Moreover, our monthly armaments production lagged far behind the demands of an offensive over such enormous spaces. At that time we were manufacturing only 1/3 of the tanks and 1/4 of the artillery we were to be producing in 1944. Aside from that, normal wear and tear was extremely high over such distances. The tank testing station at Kummersdorf operated on the assumption that the treads or the motor of a heavy tank would need repairs after 400 to 500 miles. Hitler realized none of this. With the enemy supposedly too weak to offer any resistance, he wanted the exhausted German troops to thrust onto the southern side of the Caucasus toward Georgia. He therefore detached considerable forces from the already weakened wedge and directed them to advance beyond Makeup toward Sochi. These contingents were supposed to reach Sukhumi by way of the narrow coastal road. This was where the main blow was to be delivered. He assumed that the territory north of the Caucasus would fall easily to him in any case. But the units were done in. They could no longer push forward, however imperiously Hitler ordered it. In the Situation Conferences, Hitler was shown aerial photos of the impenetrable walnut forest outside Sochi. Chief of Staff Hader warned Hitler that the Russians could easily render the coastal road impassable for a long time by blasting the steep slopes. In any case, he argued, the road was too narrow for the advance of large troop units. But Hitler remained unimpressed. These difficulties can be overcome as all difficulties can be overcome. First we must conquer the road. Then the way is open to the plains south of the Caucasus. There we can deploy our armies freely and set up supply camps. Then, in 1 or 2 years, we'll start an offensive into the underbelly of the British Empire. With a minimum of effort we can liberate Persia and Iraq. The Indians will hail our divisions enthusiastically. When in 1944 we were combing through the printing trade for unnecessary assignments, we came upon a plant in Leipzig that was turning out Persian maps and language guides for the OKW in large quantities. The contract had been let and then forgotten. Even a layman like myself could tell that the offensive had run itself into the ground. Then the report arrived that a detachment of German mountain troops had taken Mount Elbrus, nearly 19,000 feet high, the highest mountain in the Caucasus and surrounded by broad fields of glaciers. They had planted the German war flag there. To be sure, this was a superfluous action, certainly on the smallest scale. One mountain division tried to push through to Tiflis by way of the Caucasian mountain passes, following the old military road from Grozny. Hitler considered this road a poor one to use for sending reinforcements, since it was blocked for months at a time by snow and avalanches. One group from the mountain division had gone off to take Mount Elbrus. which could be understood only as an adventure by a group of enthusiastic mountain climbers. All of us could sympathize with the impulse behind this act, but otherwise it seemed to us completely unimportant. I often saw Hitler furious, but seldom did his anger erupt from him as it did when this report came in. For hours he raged as if his entire plan of campaign had been ruined by this bit of sport. Days later he went on railing to all and sundry about these crazy mountain climbers who belonged before a court-martial. There they were pursuing their idiotic hobbies in the midst of a war, he exclaimed indignantly, occupying an idiotic peak even though he had commanded that all efforts must be concentrated upon Sukhumi. Here was a clear example of the way his orders were being obeyed. Urgent business called me back to Berlin. A few days later the commander of the army group operating in the Caucasus was relieved, although Jodl vigorously defended him. When I returned to headquarters again about 2 weeks later, I found that Hitler had quarreled with Keitel, Jodl, and Haider. He refused to shake hands with them or to dine with them at the common table. From then on until the end of the war he had his meal served in his bunker room, only occasionally inviting a few select persons to join him. The close relations that Hitler had with his military associates were shattered for good. Was the cause merely the failure of the offensive on which he had placed so many hopes, or did he for the first time have an inkling that this was the turning point? The fact that from then on he stayed away from the officers' table may have been due to the fact that he would no longer be sitting among them as the invincible leader in peace and war, but as a man whose plans had come to grief. Moreover, he must by now have run through the stock of general ideas with which he had regaled this group. Perhaps he also felt that his magic was failing him for the first time. For several weeks Keitel skulked about mournfully and displayed great devotion, so that Hitler soon began treating him somewhat more amicably. His relations with Jodl, who had characteristically remained impassive through it all, likewise straightened out. But General Haider, the army chief of staff, had to go. He was a quiet, laconic man who was probably always thrown off by Hitler's vulgar dynamism and thus gave a rather hapless impression. His successor, Kurt Zeitzler, was just the opposite, a straightforward, insensitive person who made his reports in a loud voice. He was not the type of military man given to independent thinking and no doubt represented the kind of chief of staff that Hitler wanted, a reliable assistant who, as Hitler was fond of saying, doesn't he go off and brood on my orders, but energetically sees to carrying them out. With that in mind, too, Hitler probably did not pick him from the ranks of the higher generals. Zeitzler had up to that time held a subordinate place in the army hierarchy. He was promoted 2 grades at once. After the appointment of the new chief of staff, Hitler permitted me the only civilian for the time being asterisk. Several months passed before Bormann and Ribbentrop received permission to attend, to participate in the situation conferences. I could take this as a special proof of his satisfaction with me, for which he had every reason, given the constantly rising production figures. But this favour would probably not have been shown me if he had felt threatened by a loss of prestige in my presence because of opposition, vehement debates, and disputes. The storm had come down again. Hitler had regained his standing. Every day around noon the grand situation conference took place. It lasted 2 to 3 hours. Hitler was the only one who was seated on a plain armchair with a rush seat. The other participants stood around the map table, his adjutants, staff officers of the OKW and the Army General Staff, and Hitler's liaison officers to the Air Force, the Navy, the Waffen-SS, and Himmler. On the whole, they were rather young men with likable faces, most of them holding the rank of colonel or major. Keitel, Jodl, and Zeitzler stood casually amongst them. Sometimes Göring came too. As a gesture of special distinction and perhaps in consideration of his corpulence, Hitler had an upholstered stool brought in for the Reich Marshal, on which he sat beside Hitler. Desk lamps with long, swinging arms illuminated the maps. First the Eastern Theatre was discussed. 3 or 4 strategic maps, pasted together, each of them about 5 by 8 feet, were laid out on the long table in front of Hitler. Discussion began with the northern part of the Eastern Theatre of War. Every detail of the events of the previous day was entered on the maps, every advance, even patrols, and almost every entry was explained by the Chief of Staff. Bit by bit the maps were pushed farther up the table, so that Hitler always had a comprehensible statement within reading distance. Longer discussion was diverted to the more important events, Hitler noting every change from the status of the previous day. Just the daily preparation for this conference was a tremendous burden on the time of the Chief of Staff and his officers, who no doubt had more important things to do. As a layman, I was astonished at the way Hitler, in the course of hearing the reports, made deployments, pushed divisions back and forth, or dealt with petty details. At least during 1942 he received the news of grave setbacks calmly. Or perhaps this was already the beginning of the apathy he later displayed. Outwardly, at any rate, he showed no sign of despair. He seemed determined to present the image of the superior warlord whose composure nothing could shake. Frequently he stressed that his experiences in the trenches of the First World War had given him more insight into many details of military policy than all his military advisers had acquired in the General Staff School. This may well have been true for certain restricted areas. In the opinion of many army officers, however, his very trench perspective had given him a false picture of the process of leadership. In this regard, his knowledge of detail, the detailed knowledge of a corporal, rather hampered him. General Fromm commented in his laconic fashion that a civilian as commander-in-chief might have been better than, of all people, a corporal, moreover one who had never fought in the East and therefore could not conceive the special problems of warfare in this part of the world. Hitler practiced a policy of patchwork of the pettiest sort. Moreover, he laboured under the handicap that the nature of any given terrain cannot really be gathered adequately from maps. In the early summer of 1942 he personally ordered the first 6 of our Tiger tanks to be thrown into battle. As always, when a new weapon was ready, he expected it to turn the tide of battle. He regaled us with vivid descriptions of how the Soviet 7.7 cm anti-tank guns, which penetrated our Panzer Roman forefront armour even at sizable distances, would fire shot after shot in vain, and how finally the Tiger would roll over the anti-tank gun nests. His staff remonstrated that the terrain he had chosen made tactical deployment of the tanks impossible because of the marshy subsurface on both sides of the road. Hitler dismissed these objections, not sharply, but with a superior air. And so the first Tiger assault started. Everybody was tensely awaiting the results, and I was rather anxious, wondering whether all would go well technically. There was no opportunity for a technical dress rehearsal. The Russians calmly let the tanks roll past an anti-tank gun position, then fired direct hits at the first and last Tiger. The remaining 4 thereupon could move neither forward nor backward, nor could they take evasive action to the side because of the swamps, and soon they were also finished off. Hitler silently passed over the debacle. He never referred to it again. The situation in the Western theatre of war, at that time still centred in Africa, was taken up next by General Jodl. Here too Hitler tended to intervene in every detail. He was bitterly annoyed with Rommel, who would often give extremely unclear bulletins on the day's movements. In other words, he veiled them from headquarters, sometimes for days, only to report an entirely changed situation. Hitler liked Rommel personally, but could ill brook this sort of conduct. Properly speaking, Jodl, as chief of the Wehrmacht operations staff, ought to have coordinated the actions in the various theatres of war. But Hitler had claimed this task for himself, although he did not actually perform it. Basically, Jodl had no clearly defined field of activity. But in order to have something to do, his staff assumed independent leadership in certain theatres, so that in the end 2 rival general staffs existed for the army. Hitler acted as arbitrator between them in keeping with that principle of divisiveness he favoured. The more critical the situation became, the more vehemently the 2 rival staffs fought over the shifting of divisions from east to west and vice versa. Once the army situation had been discussed, reports of the events of the last 24 hours in the air situation and the naval situation, as these areas were designated, were reviewed, usually by the liaison officer or the adjutant for this branch of the services, rarely by the commander himself. Attacks on England, the bombings of German cities, were reported briefly, as were the latest accomplishments in submarine warfare. On questions of air and naval warfare, Hitler left his commanders-in-chief the broadest freedom of choice. At least at that period he rarely intervened, and then only in an advisory capacity. Toward the end of the conference, Cato presented Hitler with various documents for signature. Usually these were the partly sneered at, partly dreaded covering orders, in other words, orders intended to cover him or someone else against subsequent reprimands from Hitler. At the time I called this procedure an outrageous abuse of Hitler's signature, since it often meant that altogether incompatible ideas and plans were thereby given the form of orders, creating a confusing and impenetrable thicket of contradictions. The presence of so large a company in the relatively small space made the air stale, which quickly tired me as well as most of the others. A ventilation system had been installed, but Hitler thought it produced excessive pressure, which resulted in headaches and a feeling of giddiness. Therefore it was switched on only before and after the situation conference. Even in the finest weather the window usually remained closed, and even by day the curtains were drawn. These conditions created an extremely sultry atmosphere. I had expected respectful silence during these situation conferences, and was therefore surprised that the officers who did not happen to be participating in a report talked together freely, though in low voices. Frequently, the officers, showing no further consideration for Hitler's presence, would take seats in the group of chairs at the back of the room. The many marginal conversations created a constant murmur that would have made me nervous. But it disturbed Hitler only when the side conversations grew too excited and too loud. When he raised his head disapprovingly, however, the noise immediately subsided. From about the autumn of 1942 on, it became almost impossible to oppose Hitler on important questions, unless one went about it very cautiously. Outsiders had a better chance to present objections. Hitler would not stand for them from the group which constituted his daily entourage. Whenever he himself was trying to convince someone, he went far afield and tried as long as possible to keep the discussion on the plane of generalities. He would hardly allow the other person to say a word. If a controversial point arose in the course of the discussion, Hitler usually evaded it skillfully, postponing clarification of it to a subsequent conference. He proceeded on the assumption that military men were shy about giving in on points in front of their staff officers. Probably he also expected his aura and his persuasiveness to operate better in a face-to-face discussion with an individual. Both these elements came across poorly over the telephone. Probably that was why Hitler always showed a distinct dislike for conducting important arguments on the telephone. In the late evening hours there was a further situation conference in which a younger general staff officer reported on the developments of the last few hours. Hitler would sit alone with the officer. If I had dined with Hitler, he sometimes took me along to these reports. Undoubtedly, he found these occasions far more relaxing than the main situation conference, and the atmosphere and tone would be considerably less formal. Hitler's entourage certainly bore a measure of the blame for his growing belief in his superhuman abilities. Early in the game, Field Marshal Blomberg, Hitler's first and last Minister of War, had been overfond of praising Hitler's surpassing strategic genius. Even a more restrained and modest personality than Hitler ever was would have been in danger of losing all standards of self-criticism under such a constant torrent of applause. In keeping with this character, Hitler gladly sought advice from persons who saw the situation even more optimistically and elusively than he himself. Cato was often one of those. When the majority of the officers would greet Hitler's decisions with marked silence, Cato would frequently feel called upon to speak up in favor of the measure. Constantly in Hitler's presence, he had completely succumbed to his influence. From an honorable, solidly respectable general, he had developed in the course of years into a servile flatterer with all the wrong instincts. Basically, Cato hated his own weakness, but the hopelessness of any dispute with Hitler had ultimately brought him to the point of not even trying to form his own opinion. If, however, he had offered resistance and stubbornly insisted on a view of his own, he would merely have been replaced by another Cato. In 1943–44, when Schmundt, Hitler's chief adjutant and army personnel chief, tried, along with many others, to replace Cato by the much more vigorous Field Marshal Kesselring, Hitler said that he could not do without Cato because the man was loyal as a dog to him. Perhaps Cato embodied most precisely the type of person Hitler needed in his entourage. General Jodl, too, rarely contradicted Hitler openly. He proceeded diplomatically. Usually he did not express his thoughts at once, thus skirting difficult situations. Later he would persuade Hitler to yield, or even to reverse decisions already taken. His occasional deprecatory remarks about Hitler showed that he had preserved a relatively unbiased view. Keitel's subordinates, such as, for example, his Deputy General Wallemont, could not be more courageous than their superior, for Keitel would not stand up for them against Hitler's ire. Occasionally they tried to counter the effects of obviously absurd orders by adding little clauses that Hitler did not understand. Under the leadership of a man so submissive and irresolute as Keitel, the High Command often had to look for all sorts of crooked paths in order to arrive at its goals. The subjugation of the generals might also be laid in part to their state of permanent fatigue. Hitler's work routine intersected the normal daily routine of the High Command. As a result, the generals often went without regular sleep. Such purely physical strains probably affect events more than is generally assumed, especially when high performance over a protracted span of time is required. In private associations too, Keitel and Jodl gave the impression of being exhausted, burned out. In order to break through this ring of hollow men, I hoped to place the addition from my friend Field Marshal Milch within the Führer's headquarters. I had taken him with me to headquarters several times, supposedly in order to report on activities of central planning. A few times all went well, and Milch was gaining ground with his plan of concentrating on a fighter plane program instead of the proposed fleet of big bombers. But then Göring forbade him to pay any further visits to headquarters. Göring too gave the impression of a worn-out man at the end of 1942, when I sat with him in the pavilion that had been built especially for his brief stays at headquarters. Göring still had comfortable chairs, not the Spartan furnishings of Hitler's bunker office. To press, the Reich Marshal said, "We will have reason to be glad if Germany can keep the boundaries of 1933 after the war." He quickly tried to cover up this remark by adding a few confident finalities, but I had the impression that in spite of the bluffness he put on, he saw defeat coming closer. After his arrival at the Führer's headquarters, Göring usually withdrew to his pavilion for a few minutes while General Bodenschatz, his liaison officer to Hitler, left the Situation Conference in order to brief Göring by telephone, so we suspected, on certain disputed questions. 15 minutes later, Göring would enter the Situation Conference. Of his own accord, he would emphatically advocate exactly the viewpoint that Hitler wished to put across against the opposition of his generals. Hitler would then look around at his entourage. "You see, the Reich Marshal holds exactly the same opinion as I do." On the afternoon of November 7, 1942, I accompanied Hitler to Munich in his special train. These journeys were a favorable occasion to draw Hitler into the necessary but time-consuming consideration of general armaments questions. This special train was equipped with radio, teletype machines, and a telephone switchboard. Jodl and some members of the general staff had joined Hitler. The atmosphere was tense. We were already many hours late, for at every sizable station a prolonged stop was made in order to connect the telephone cable with the railroad telegraph system so we could get the latest reports. From early morning on, a mighty armada of transports accompanied by large naval units had been passing through the Strait of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean. In earlier years, Hitler had made a habit of showing himself at the window of his special train whenever it stopped. Now these encounters with the outside world seemed undesirable to him. Instead, the shades on the station side of the train would be lowered. Late in the evening we sat with Hitler in his rosewood-panelled dining car. The table was elegantly set with silver flatware, cut glass, good china, and flower arrangements. As we began our ample meal, none of us at first saw that a freight train was stopped on the adjacent track. From the cattle car bedraggled, starved, and in some cases wounded German soldiers, just returning from the east, stared at the diners. With a start, Hitler noticed the summer scene 2 yards from his window. Without as much as a gesture of greeting in their direction, he peremptorily ordered his servant to draw the shades. This, then, in the second half of the war, was how Hitler handled a meeting with ordinary frontline soldiers such as he himself had once been. At every station along the way the number of reported naval units rose. An enterprise of vast proportions was obviously afoot. Finally the units passed through the strait. All the ships reported by our air reconnaissance were now moving eastward in the Mediterranean. This is the largest landing operation that has ever taken place in the history of the world, Hitler declared in a tone of respect, perhaps taking pride that he was the cause of enterprises of such magnitude. Until the following morning, the landing fleet remained north of the Moroccan and Algerian coast. In the course of the night, Hitler proposed several different explanations for this mysterious behavior. He thought the most probable thing was that the enemy was undertaking a great supply operation to reinforce the offensive against the hard-pressed Afrika Korps. The naval units were keeping together in this way, he concluded, in order to advance through the narrow strait between Sicily and Africa under cover of darkness, safe from German air attacks. Or else, and this second version corresponded more to his feeling for perilous military operations, the enemy will land in central Italy tonight. There he would meet with no resistance at all. There are no German troops there, and the Italians will run away. That way they can cut northern Italy off from the south. What will become of Rommel in that case? He would be lost in a short time. He has no reserves and supplies will no longer come through. Hitler intoxicated himself with thoughts of far-reaching operations of a kind he had long been missing. He more and more put himself into the position of the enemy. I would occupy Rome at once and form a new Italian government, or, and this would be the third possibility, I would use this great fleet to land in southern France. We have always been too gentle, and now this is what we get for it. No fortifications and no German troops at all down there. A great mistake that we have nothing garrisoned there. The Pétain government wanted put up a bit of resistance, of course. From moment to moment he seemed to forget that these forces were gathering against himself. Hitler's guesses were wide of the mark. It would never have occurred to him not to associate such a landing operation with a coup. To put the troops on land in safe positions from which they could methodically spread out, to take no unnecessary risks, that was a strategy alien to his nature. But that night he clearly realized one thing. Now the second front was beginning to be a reality. By the next day the Allied troops were pouring ashore in North Africa. Nevertheless, Hitler went ahead with his speech in commemoration of his failed putsch of 1923.1. Still remember how shocked we all were when, instead of at least referring to the gravity of the situation and calling for a mustering of energies, he adopted his usual victory-certain tone. We already become idiots. He digressed about our enemy, whose operations had only yesterday called forth his homage. If they think that they can ever shatter Germany, we will not fall. Consequently, the others will fall. In the late autumn of 1942, Hitler triumphantly stated in the course of a Situation Conference, "Now the Russians are sending their cadets into the struggle for. That is the surest proof they have reached the end. A country sacrifices the next generation of officers only when it has nothing left." A few weeks later, on November 19, 1942, the first reports of the great Russian winter offensive reached Hitler, who had withdrawn to Obersalzberg days before. The offensive, which 9 weeks later was to lead to the capitulation of Stalingrad, began near Serafinov. There, after violent artillery preparations, strong Soviet forces had broken through the positions of Romanian divisions. Hitler tried at first to explain and belittle this disaster by making slurring remarks on the fighting qualities of his allies, but shortly afterward the Soviet troops began overwhelming German divisions as well. The front was beginning to crumble. Hitler paced back and forth in the great hall of the Berghof. Our generals are making their old mistakes again. They always overestimate the strength of the Russians. According to all the front-line reports, the enemy's human material is no longer sufficient. They are weakened. They have lost far too much blood. But of course nobody wants to accept such reports. Besides, how badly Russian officers are trained. No offensive can be organized with such officers. We know what it takes. In the short or long run the Russians will simply come to a halt. They'll run down. Meanwhile we shall throw in a few fresh divisions that will put things right. In the peaceful atmosphere of the Berghof he simply did not understand what was brewing. But 3 days later, when the bad news kept pouring in, he rushed back to East Prussia. A few days afterward at Rastenburg the strategic map showed the area from Voronezh to Stalingrad covered with red arrows across a front 125 miles wide. These represented the thrust of the Soviet troops. Among all the arrows were small blue circles, pockets of resistance by the remnants of German and Allied divisions. Stalingrad was already surrounded by red rings. Disturbed, Hitler now commanded units to be detached from all other sectors of the front and from the occupied territories and dispatched in all haste to the southern sector. No operational reserve was available, although General Zeitzler had pointed out long before the emergency that each of the divisions in southern Russia had to defend a frontal sector of unusual length and would not be able to cope with a vigorous assault by Soviet troops. Establishing the new line of defense, Oral Stalingrad-Terek River makeup, meant that the troops had to defend a line 2.3 times longer than the Oral Black Sea position taken in the spring. Stalingrad was encircled. Zeitzler, his face flushed and haggard from lack of sleep, insisted that the Sixth Army must break out to the west. He deluged Hitler with data on all that the army lacked, both as regards to rations and fuel, so that it had become impossible to provide warm meals for the soldiers exposed to fierce cold in the snow-swept fields or the scanty shelter of ruins. Hitler remained calm, unmoved and deliberate, as if bent on showing that Zeitzler's agitation was a psychotic reaction in the face of danger. The counterattack from the south that I have ordered will soon relieve Stalingrad, that will recoup the situation. We have been in such positions often before, you know. In the end, we always had the problem in hand again. He gave orders for supply trains to be dispatched right behind the troops deploying for the counteroffensive, so that as soon as Stalingrad was relieved something could at once be done about alleviating the plight of the soldiers. Zeitzler disagreed, and Hitler let him talk without interrupting. The forces provided for the counterattack were too weak, Zeitzler said. But if they could unite successfully with a Sixth Army that had broken out to the west, they would then be able to establish new positions farther to the south. Hitler offered counter-arguments, but Zeitzler held to his view. Finally, after the discussion had gone on for more than half an hour, Hitler's patience snapped. Stalingrad simply must be held. It is a key position. By breaking traffic on the Volga at that spot, we cause the Russians the greatest difficulties. How are they going to transport their grain from southern Russia to the north? That did not sound convincing. I had the feeling, rather, that Stalingrad was a symbol for him. But for the time being the discussion ended after this dispute. Next day the situation had worsened. Zeitzler's pleas had grown even more urgent. The atmosphere in the Situation Conference was somber, and even Hitler looked exhausted and downcast. Once he too spoke of a breakout. Once more he asked for figures on how many tons of supplies were needed daily to maintain the fighting strength of over 200,000 soldiers. 24 hours later the fate of the encircled army was finally sealed. For Göring appeared in the Situation Room, brisk and beaming like an operetta tenor who is supposed to portray a victorious rhyme marshal. Depressed, with a beseeching note in his voice, Hitler asked him, what about supplying Stalingrad by air? Göring snapped to attention and declared solemnly, my leader, I personally guarantee the supplying of Stalingrad by air. You can rely on that. As I later heard from Melch, the Air Force General Staff had in fact calculated that supplying the pocket was impossible. Zeitzler too instantly voiced his doubts. But Göring retorted that it was exclusively the business of the Air Force to undertake the necessary calculations. Hitler, who could be so pedantic about erecting edifices of figures, on this day did not even ask for an accounting of how the necessary planes could be made available. He had revived at Göring's mere words, and had recovered his old staunchness. Then Stalingrad can be held. It is foolish to go on talking any more about a breakout of the Sixth Army. It would lose all its heavy weapons and have no fighting strength left. The Sixth Army remains in Stalingrad. Asterisk later experience with battles fought in winter by the retreating armies belies Hitler's theory, since adopted by some historians, that the Stalingrad pocket served its purpose because it tied up the Soviet forces for 8 weeks. Although Göring knew that the fate of the army encircled in Stalingrad hung on his promise, on December 12, 19,426 he issued invitations to his subordinates to attend a festive performance of Richard Wagner's Die Meistersinger to celebrate the reopening of the destroyed Berlin State Opera House. In gala uniforms or full dress we took our seats in the Führer's big box. The jovial plot of the opera painfully contrasted with the events at the front. so that I kept chiding myself for having accepted the invitation. A few days later I was back at the Führer S headquarters. Zeitzler was now giving a daily report on the tons of rations and munitions the Sixth Army was receiving by air. They came to only a fraction of the promised quantities. Göring, repeatedly called to account by Hitler, had excuses. The weather was bad, fog, freezing rain, or snowstorms had so far prevented commitment of as many planes as planned. But as soon as the weather changed, Göring said he would be able to deliver the promised tonnage. Thereupon, food rations had to be reduced still further in Stalingrad. Zeitzler conspicuously had himself served the same rations in the General Staff Kantine and visibly lost weight. After a few days of this, Hitler informed him that he considered it improper for a chief of staff to wear out his nose with such demonstrations of solidarity with the troops. He commanded Zeitzler to resume at once taking sufficient nourishment. However, for a few weeks Hitler prohibited the serving of champagne and cognac. The mood became blacker and blacker. Faces froze into masks. Often we stood about in silence. No one wanted to talk about the gradual destruction of what had been only a few months before a victorious army. But Hitler went on hoping. He was still hoping when I once more was at headquarters from January 2 to 7. The counterattack he had ordered, which was supposed to break the ring around Stalingrad and bring fresh supplies to the dying army, had failed 2 weeks before. The sole remaining hope, and that a faint one, lay in a decision to evacuate the pocket. One day, while I waited outside the Situation Room, I heard Zeitzler urging Keitel, literally begging him, on this day at least, to support him in persuading Hitler to give the order for evacuation. This was the last moment to avert a fearful catastrophe, Zeitzler said. Keitel emphatically agreed and solemnly promised Zeitzler that he would help as requested. But at the Situation Conference, when Hitler once again stressed the necessity of holding out in Stalingrad, Keitel strode emotionally toward him, pointed to the map, where a small remnant of the city was surrounded by thick red rings, and declared, "Main FHR, we will hold that." In this hopeless situation, on January 15, 1943, Hitler signed a special decree giving Field Marshal Melch the power to take all measures in the Air Force and the civilian air fleet that he considered necessary for supplying Stalingrad without asking Göring's permission. Asterisk Melch directed this operation from the Air Force headquarters south of Stalingrad. He was able to increase the flights to Stalingrad appreciably so that at least some of the wounded could be evacuated. After performing his mission, Melch was received by Hitler. Their conversation ended in a violent clash over the desperate military situation whose seriousness Hitler still refused to acknowledge. At the time I telephoned Melch several times, for he had promised me to rescue my brother, who was caught with the rest of the encircled troops in Stalingrad. In the general confusion, however, it proved impossible to locate him. Desperate letters came from him. He had jaundice and swollen limbs, was taken to a field hospital, but could not endure conditions there and dragged himself back to his comrades at an artillery observation post. After that, nothing more was heard from him. What my parents and I went through was repeated by hundreds of thousands of families who for a time continued to receive airmail letters from the encircled city until it was all over. Hitler could not have blocked delivery of these letters without causing wild rumors. But when the Soviet army allowed German prisoners to send home postcards, Hitler ordered the cards destroyed. Because they were a sign of life from their relatives, they might have mitigated the Russophobia that was being so carefully cultivated by Hitler's propaganda apparatus. Fritsch told me about this at Nuremberg. In the future, Hitler never said another word about the catastrophe for which he and Göring were alone responsible. Instead, he commanded the immediate formation of a new Sixth Army which was supposed to restore the glory of the doomed one. A year and a half later, in the middle of August 1944, it too was encircled by the Russians and annihilated. Our enemies rightly regarded this disaster at Stalingrad as a turning point in the war. But at Hitler's headquarters the only reaction was a temporary numbness followed by a rush of feverish staff work in which the most trivial details were threshed over. Hitler began conceiving plans for new victories in 1943. The top leadership of the Reich, already torn by dissension and filled with envy and jealousy, did not close ranks in the face of the peril that was almost upon us. On the contrary, in that den of intrigue which Hitler had created by splitting all the centers of power, the gamblers began playing for higher stakes than ever before. 18. Intrigues. In the winter of 1942, during the Stalingrad crisis, Bormann, Keitel, and Lammers decided to close their own ring around Hitler more tightly. Henceforth, all orders to be signed by the Chief of State had to be cleared through these three men. This would supposedly prevent the unconsidered signing of decrees and therefore put a stop to the command confusion caused by this practice. Hitler was content so long as he retained the final decision. Henceforth, the divergent views of various branches of government would be sifted by this committee of three. In accepting this arrangement, Hitler counted on objective presentation and a non-partisan method of working. The three-man committee divided up its jurisdictions. Keitel, who was to be in charge of all orders relating to the armed forces, came to grief right from the start, since the commanders-in-chief of the Air Force and the Navy utterly refused to accept his authority. All changes in the powers of the ministries, all constitutional affairs, and all administrative questions were supposed to go through Lammers. As it turned out, however, he had to leave these decisions more and more to Bormann, since he himself had little access to Hitler. Bormann had reserved the field of domestic policy for himself. But he not only lacked the intelligence for these matters, he also had insufficient knowledge of the outside world. For more than 8 years he had been little more than Hitler's shadow. He had never dared go on any lengthy business trips, or even to allow himself a vacation, for fear that his influence might diminish. From his own days as SS deputy, Bormann knew the perils of ambitious deputies. For Hitler was all too ready to treat the second men in an organization as soon as they were presented to him as members of his staff and to make assignments directly to them. This quirk accorded with his tendency to divide power wherever he encountered it. Moreover, he loved to see new faces, to try out new persons. In order to avoid raising up such a rival in his own household, many a minister took care not to appoint an intelligent and vigorous deputy. The plan of these three men to surround Hitler, to filter his information and thus control his power, might have led to an abridgment of Hitler's one-man rule had the committee of three consisted of men possessing initiative, imagination, and a sense of responsibility. But since they had been trained always to act in Hitler's name, they slavishly depended on the expressions of his will. What is more, Hitler soon stopped abiding by this regulation. It became a nuisance to him, and was, moreover, contrary to his temperament. But it is understandable that those who stood outside this ring resented its stranglehold. In fact, Bormann was now assuming a role which could be dangerous to the top functionaries. He alone, with Hitler's compliance, drew up the appointments calendar, which meant that he decided which civilian members of the government or party could see, or more important, could not see, the Führer. By now hardly any of the ministers, Reichsleiters, or Gauleiters could penetrate to Hitler. They all had to ask Bormann to present their programs to him. Bormann was very efficient. Usually the official in question received an answer in writing within a few days, whereas in the past he would have had to wait for months. I was one of the exceptions to this rule. Since my sphere was military in nature, I had access to Hitler whenever I wished. Hitler's military adjutants were the ones who set up my appointments. After my conferences with Hitler, it sometimes happened that the adjutant would announce Bormann, who would then come into the room carrying his files. In a few sentences he would report on the memoranda sent to him. He spoke monotonously and with seeming objectivity, and would then advance his own solution. Usually Hitler merely nodded and spoke his terse, agreed. On the basis of this one word, or even a vague comment by Hitler, which was hardly meant as a directive, Bormann would often draft lengthy instructions. In this way 10 or more important decisions were sometimes made within half an hour. De facto, Bormann was conducting the internal affairs of the Reich. A few months afterward, on April 12, 1943, Bormann obtained Hitler's signature to a seemingly unimportant piece of paper. He became secretary to the Führer. Whereas previously his powers, strictly speaking, should have been restricted to party affairs, this new position now authorized him to act officially in any field he wished. After my first major achievements in the field of armaments, Goebbels' hostility toward me, apparent ever since his affair with Lida Barova, gave way to goodwill. In the summer of 1942, I had asked him to put his propaganda apparatus to work to speed armaments production. Newsreels, picture magazines, and newspapers were required to publish articles on the subject. My prestige rose. Thanks to this directive by the propaganda minister, I became one of the best-known personages in the Reich. This improvement in my status in its turn was useful to my associates in their daily bouts with government and party bureaus. All of Goebbels' speeches sounded the note of stereotyped fanaticism, but it would be quite wrong to think of him as a hot-blooded man seething with temperament. Goebbels was a hard worker and something of a martinet about the way his ideas were carried out, but he never let the minutiae make him lose sight of the whole situation. He had the gift of abstracting problems from their surrounding circumstances so that, as it seemed to me then, he could arrive at objective judgment. I was impressed by his cynicism, but also by the logical arrangement of his ideas, which revealed his university training. Toward Hitler, however, he seemed extremely constrained. During the first successful phase of the war, Goebbels had shown no signs of ambition. On the contrary, as early as 1940 he expressed his intention of devoting himself to his many personal interests once the war was brought to a victorious conclusion. It would then be time for the next generation to assume responsibility, he would say. In December 1942, the disastrous course of affairs prompted him to invite 3 of his colleagues to call on him more often: Walter Funk, Robert Ley, and myself. The choice was typical of Goebbels, for we were all men of academic background, university graduates. Stalingrad had shaken us not only the tragedy of the Sixth Army soldiers, but even more, perhaps, the question of how such a disaster could have taken place under Hitler's orders. For hitherto there had always been a success to offset every setback. Hitherto there had been a new triumph to compensate for all losses, or at least make everyone forget them. Now for the first time we had suffered a defeat for which there was no compensation. In one of our discussions at the beginning of 1943, Goebbels made the point that we had had great military successes at the beginning of the war while taking only half measures inside the Reich. Consequently, we had thought we could go on being victorious without great efforts. The British, on the other hand, had been luckier in that Dunkirk had taken place right at the beginning of the war. This defeat had made them aware of the need to tighten up on the civilian economy. Now Stalingrad was our Dunkirk. The war could no longer be won simply by engendering confidence. In speaking this way, Goebbels was referring to the information he had from his band of correspondents concerning the uneasiness and dissatisfaction among the populace. The public was actually demanding a ban on all luxuries, which did not help the national struggle. In general, Goebbels said, he could sense a great readiness among the people to exert themselves to the utmost. In fact, significant restrictions were a real necessity, if only to revive popular confidence in the leadership. From the viewpoint of armaments, considerable sacrifices were certainly required. Hitler had demanded a step up in production. What was more, in order to compensate for the tremendous casualties on the Eastern Front, 800,000 of the youngest skilled workers were going to be drafted. 1. Every subtraction of the German labor force would add to the difficulties all our factories were encountering. On the other hand, the air raids had shown that life could continue on an orderly basis in the severely affected cities. Tax revenues, for instance, went on being paid even after bombs falling on treasury offices had destroyed the documents. Taking my cue directly from the principle of self-responsibility in industry, I formulated a program which would substitute trust for distrust toward the populace and allow us to trim our supervisory and administrative agencies, which alone employed nearly 3 million persons. We considered ways in which the taxpayers could be made responsible for their own declarations, or the feasibility of not reassessing liability at all, or for withholding taxes from the payrolls. Given the billions being spent on the war every month, Goebbels and I argued, what did it matter if a few hundred millions were lost to the government due to the dishonesty of some individuals? A considerably greater stir was created by my demands that the working time of all government officials be extended to match the hours of armaments workers. That alone, in purely arithmetical terms, would have freed some 200,000 administrative people for armaments work. Furthermore, I wanted to release several hundreds of thousands of workers by a drastic cut in the living standard of the upper classes. At a meeting of central planning, I made no attempt to gloss over the effect my radical proposals would have on the German scene. This means that for the duration of the war, if it goes on for a long time, we shall be, to put it crudely, proletarianized. Today, I am glad that my plan did not win acceptance. Had it, Germany would have faced the extraordinary burdens of the early post-war months, economically even more weakened and administratively more disorganized. But I am also convinced that in England, for example, had she been facing the same situation, such proposals would have been consistently carried out. We had a hard time persuading a hesitant Hitler that certain austerities were essential, that the administrative apparatus had to be enormously simplified, consumption checked, and cultural activities restricted. But my proposal that Goebbels handle all this was thwarted by an alert Bormann, who feared an increase in power on the part of this rival. Instead of Goebbels, Dr. Lammers, Bormann's ally in the Committee of Three, was assigned the task. He was a government official without initiative or imagination, whose hair stood on end at the thought of such disregard for the sacred bureaucratic procedures. It was also Lammers who from January 1943 on presided over the cabinet meetings, which were then resumed in Hitler's stead. Not all members of the cabinet were invited, only those who were concerned with subjects on the agenda. But the meeting place, the cabinet room, showed what power the Committee of Three had acquired, or at any rate intended to acquire. These meetings turned out quite heated. Goebbels and Funk supported my radical views. Minister of the Interior Frick, as well as Lammers himself, raised the anticipated doubt. Sokol maintained that he could provide any number of workers requested of him, including skilled personnel from abroad. 3. Even when Goebbels demanded that leading party members forego their previous, almost limitless luxuries, he could change nothing. And Eva Braun, ordinarily so unassuming, had no sooner heard of a proposed ban on permanent waves as well as the end of cosmetic production when she rushed to Hitler in high indignation. Hitler at once showed uncertainty. He advised me that instead of an outright ban, I quietly stop production of hair dyes and other items necessary for beauty culture, as well as cessation of repairs upon apparatus for producing permanent waves. Even Goebbels wavered on the question of cosmetics. A whole series of individual points are still being debated by the public, especially the question of feminine beauty care. Perhaps in this case we ought to be somewhat more lenient. Diary entry for March 12, 1943. Hitler's recommendation may be found in the F. Protocol, April 25, 1943.14. After a few meetings in the Chancellery, it was clear to Goebbels and me that armaments production would receive no spur from Bormann, Lammers, or Keitel. Our efforts had bogged down in meaningless details. On February 18, 1943, Goebbels delivered his speech in the Sportpalast on total war. It was not only directed to the population, it was obliquely addressed to the leadership, which had ignored all our proposals for a radical commitment of domestic reserves. Basically, it was an attempt to place Lammers and all the other dawdlers under the pressure of the mob. Except for Hitler's most successful public meetings, I had never seen an audience so effectively roused to fanaticism. Back in his home, Goebbels astonished me by analyzing what had seemed to be a purely emotional outburst in terms of its psychological effects, much as an experienced actor might have done. He was also satisfied with his audience that evening. Did you notice they reacted to the smallest nuance and applauded at just the right moments? It was the politically best trained audience you can find in Germany. This particular crowd had been rounded up out of the party organizations. Among those present were popular intellectuals and actors like Heinrich George, whose applause was caught by the newsreel cameras for the benefit of the wider public. But this speech by Goebbels also had a foreign policy aspect. It was one of several attempts to supplement Hitler's purely military approach by introducing politics. Goebbels at any rate thought that he was also pleading with the West to remember the danger which threatened all of Europe from the East. A few days later he expressed great satisfaction that the Western press had commented favorably upon these very sentences. At the time, as a matter of fact, Goebbels seemed interested in becoming foreign minister. With all the eloquence at his command, he tried to turn Hitler against Ribbentrop and for a while seemed to be succeeding. At least Hitler listened in silence to his arguments, without shifting the conversation to a less unpleasant subject, as was his habit. Goebbels already thought the game was won when Hitler unexpectedly began praising Ribbentrop's excellent work and his talent for negotiations with Germany's allies. He concluded finally with the remarkable statement, "You are altogether wrong about Ribbentrop. He is one of the greatest men we have, and history will someday place him above Bismarck. He is greater than Bismarck." Along with this, Hitler forbade Goebbels to extend any more feelers toward the West, as he had done in his Sportpalast speech. Nevertheless, Goebbels' speech on total war was followed up by a gesture which was roundly applauded by the public. He had Berlin's luxury restaurants and the expensive places of amusement closed. Goering, to be sure, promptly interposed his bulk to protect his favorite restaurant portress. But when subsequently some demonstrators set on by Goebbels appeared at the restaurant and smashed the windows, Goering yielded. The result was a serious rift between him and Goebbels. On the evening after the speech in the Sportpalast mentioned above, many prominent persons assembled in a palatial residence that Goebbels had built shortly before the beginning of the war near the Brandenburg Gate. Among those present were Field Marshal Milch, Minister of Justice Reich, State Secretary Stuckart of the Ministry of the Interior, Goering's right-hand man, State Secretary K. Arner, and Funkenley. For the first time a motion proposed by Milch and myself was discussed to use Goering's powers as chairman of the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Rhine in order to stiffen the home front. 9 days later Goebbels invited me to his home again, together with Funk and Ley. The huge building with its rich appointments now gave a gloomy appearance. In order to provide a good example of acting in the spirit of a total war, Goebbels had had the large public rooms closed and most of the electric bulbs removed in the remaining halls and rooms. We were asked into one of the smaller rooms, perhaps 450 square feet in area. Servants in livery served French cognac and tea, then Goebbels signaled to them to leave us undisturbed. "Things cannot go on this way," he began. "Here we are sitting in Berlin. Hitler does not hear what we have to say about the situation. I cannot influence him politically, cannot even report the most urgent measures in my area. Everything goes through Bormann. Hitler must be persuaded to come to Berlin more often." Domestic policy, Goebbels continued, had slipped entirely out of Hitler's hands. It was being controlled by Bormann, who managed to give Hitler the feeling that he was still directing things. Bormann, Goebbels said further, was guided only by ambition. With his rigidly doctrinaire approach, he represented a great danger to any sane evolution of policy. First and foremost, his influence must be diminished. Altogether contrary to his habit, Goebbels did not even accept Hitler from his critical remarks. "We are not having a leadership crisis, but strictly speaking a leader crisis." For to Goebbels, a born politician, it was incomprehensible that Hitler should have abandoned politics, that most important of instruments, in favor of playing a superfluous role as commander-in-chief. The rest of us could only agree none of us could hold a candle to Goebbels where political instinct was concerned. His criticism showed what Stalingrad really meant. Goebbels had begun to doubt Hitler's star, and hence his victory, and we were doubting with him. I repeated the proposal we had made, that Göring be reinstalled in the function that had been intended for him at the beginning of the war. Here was an organizational position equipped with the fullest powers, including the right to issue decrees even without Hitler's collaboration. From this post the power usurped by Bormann and Lammers could be shattered. Bormann and Lammers would have to bow to this existing authority whose potentialities had so far gone untapped because of Göring's indolence. Since Goebbels and Göring were on bad terms because of the Horcher-S restaurant incident, the group asked me to speak with Göring about the matter. The dispute between Goebbels and Göring over the restaurant was resolved as follows. The restaurant remained closed as a public restaurant, but it reopened as a club for the Luftwaffe. The present-day reader may well wonder why, when we were making a last effort to rally all our forces, our choice should have fallen on this man who had done nothing but loll about in apathetic luxury for years. Göring had not always been this way, and his reputation of an admittedly violent, but also energetic and intelligent person still lingered on from the days when he had built up the Air Force and the 4-year plan. There seemed a chance that if a task appealed to him, he might recover some of his old daring and energy. And if not, we reckoned, then the Committee of the Reich Defense Council would in any case constitute an instrument that could make radical decisions. Only in retrospect do I realize that stripping Bormann and Lammers of power would hardly have changed the course of events. For the shift in direction we wanted to bring about could not be achieved by overthrowing Hitler's secretaries, but solely by turning against Hitler himself. For us, however, that was beyond imagination. Instead, if we had succeeded in restoring our personal positions which were endangered by Bormann, we would presumably have been ready to follow Hitler even more loyally than before, if possible, more so than we actually did under the cowardly Lammers and the scheming Bormann. The fact that we regarded minimal differences as so important merely shows in how close the world we all moved. This was the first time I emerged from my reserve as a specialist to plunge into political maneuvering. I had always carefully avoided such a step, but the fact that I took it now had a certain logic. I had decided that it was wrong to imagine I could concentrate exclusively upon my specialized work. In an authoritarian system, anyone who wants to remain part of the leadership inevitably stumbles into fields of force where political battles are in progress. Göring was staying in his summer house at Obersalzberg. As I learned from Field Marshal Milch, he had deliberately withdrawn there for a rather long vacation because he was offended by Hitler's criticisms of his leadership of the Air Force. I went to see him the day after our meeting, February 28, 1943. He was prepared at once to receive me. The atmosphere of our discussion, which lasted for many hours, was friendly and unconstrained, in keeping with the intimate conditions of the relatively small house. I was astonished, though, by his lacquered fingernails and obviously rouged face, although the oversized ruby brooch on his green velvet dressing gown was already a familiar sight to me. Göring listened quietly to our proposal and to my report of our Berlin conference. As he sat, he occasionally scooped a handful of unset gems from his pocket and playfully let them glide through his fingers. It seemed to delight him that we had thought of him. He too saw the danger in the way things were going with Bormann and agreed with our plans. But he was still angry with Goebbels because of the Horcher incident, until I finally proposed that he personally invite the propaganda minister here so that we could thoroughly discuss our plan with him. Goebbels came to Berchtesgaden the very next day. I first informed him of the result of my discussion. Together, we drove to Göring's, where I soon withdrew to let the two men, whose relations had been almost continually strained, have it out. When I was called in again, Göring rubbed his hands with delight at the prospect of the struggle that was about to begin and showed his most engaging side. First of all, he said, the personnel of the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Reich must be broadened. Goebbels and I ought to become members. The fact that we were not, by the way, indicated that the Council was of little importance. There was also talk about the necessity for replacing Ribbentrop. The foreign minister should be persuading Hitler to adopt a rational policy, but instead he was too much Hitler's mouthpiece to find a political solution for our sorry military predicament. Growing more and more excited, Goebbels continued, the Führer has not seen through Lammers any more than he has seen through Ribbentrop. Göring sprang to his feet. He is always putting in a word edgewise, torpedoing me below the waterline, but the S ending right now. I am going to see to it, gentlemen. Goebbels was obviously relishing Göring's rage and deliberately trying to spur him on, while at the same time fearing some rash act on the part of the tactically unskilled Reich Marshal. Depend on it, Herr Göring, we are going to open the Führer's eyes about Bormann and Lammers, only we mustn't risk going too far. We'll have to proceed slowly, you know the Führer. His caution increased as he spoke. At any rate, we had better not talk too openly with the other members of the Council of Ministers. There is no need for them to know that we intend to slowly spike the Committee of Three. We are simply acting out of loyalty to the Führer. We have no personal ambitions, but if each one of us supports the others to the Führer, we'll soon be on top of the situation and can form a solid fence around the Führer. Goebbels was highly pleased by the time he left. This is going to work, he said to me. Göring has really come to life again, don't you think? I too had not seen Göring so dynamic and bold in recent years. On a long walk in the peaceful vicinity of Obersalzberg, Göring and I discussed the course Bormann had taken. Göring maintained that Bormann was aiming at nothing less than the succession to Hitler, and that he would stop at nothing to outmaneuver him. Göring, in fact, all of us in influencing Hitler. I took occasion to tell Göring how Bormann seized every opportunity to undermine the Reich Marshal's prestige. Göring listened with mounting feeling as I spoke of the tea times with Hitler at Obersalzberg, from which Göring was excluded. There I had been able to observe Bormann's tactics at close vantage. He never worked by direct attack, I said. Instead, he would weave little incidents into his conversation which were effective only in their sum. Thus, for example, in the course of the tea-time chatter, Bormann would tell unfavorable anecdotes from Vienna in order to damage Boljo von Skarach, the Hitler youth leader. But Bormann carefully avoided agreeing with Hitler's subsequent negative remarks. On the contrary, he thought it prudent to praise Skarach afterward, the kind of praise, of course, which would leave an unpleasant aftertaste. After about a year of this sort of thing, Bormann had brought Hitler to the point of disliking Skarach and often feeling outright hostility toward him. Then, when Hitler was not around, Bormann could venture to go a step further. With an air of casually dismissing the matter, but in reality annihilating the man, he would remark contemptuously that of course Skarach belonged in Vienna, since everybody there was always intriguing against everybody else. Bormann would be playing the same sort of game against Göring, I added in conclusion. The trouble was that Göring was an easy mark for this sort of thing. In the course of these days at Obersalzberg, Goebbels himself spoke somewhat apologetically of the Baroque garments Göring favoured, which did seem rather comical to anyone who did not know the Reich Marshal. And then Göring continued to comport himself with sovereign dignity, forgetful of his failures as Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force. Much later, in the spring of 1945, when Hitler publicly insulted his Reich Marshal in the most cutting manner before all the participants in the Situation Conference, Göring remarked below, Hitler's Air Force adjutant Speer was right when he warned me. Now Bormann has succeeded. Göring was mistaken. Bormann had already done his work by the spring of 1943. A few days later, on March 5, 1943, I flew to headquarters to obtain several decisions on armaments questions from Hitler. My chief purpose, however, was to promote our little plot. I found it easy to persuade Hitler to invite Goebbels to headquarters. Things were especially dreary, and he looked forward to a visit from the sprightly, clever propaganda minister. 3 days later, Goebbels arrived at headquarters. He first took me aside. "What is the Führer's mood, Herr Speer?" he asked. I had to tell him that Hitler was not feeling particularly warm toward Göring at this juncture and advised restraint. It would probably be better not to press the matter right now, I thought. Consequently, after briefly feeling my way, I had done nothing further. Goebbels agreed. "You're probably right. At the moment we had better not mention Göring to the Führer. That would spoil everything." The massed Allied air raids, which had been going on for weeks and meeting almost no opposition, had further weakened Göring's already imperiled position. If Göring's name was as much as mentioned, Hitler would start fuming at the mistakes and omissions in the planning for air warfare. That very day Hitler had repeatedly exclaimed that if the bombings went on, not only would the cities be destroyed, but the morale of the people would crack irreparably. Hitler was succumbing to the same error as the British strategists on the other side who were ordering mass bombing. Hitler invited Goebbels and me to lunch. Oddly enough, on such occasions he refrained from asking Bormann, who was otherwise indispensable, to join him. In this respect he treated Bormann entirely as a secretary. Enlivened by Goebbels, Hitler became considerably more talkative than I was accustomed to seeing him on my visits to headquarters. He used the opportunity to unburden his mind and, as usual, made disparaging remarks about almost all of his associates except those of us who were present. After the meal I was dismissed, and Hitler spent several hours alone with Goebbels. The fact that Hitler courteously and amicably showed me out corresponded with his way of sharply separating individuals and areas. I did not return until it was time for the Military Situation Conference. At supper we met again, this time all three of us. Hitler had a fire made in the fireplace. The orderly brought us a bottle of wine and Fatchinger mineral water for Hitler. We sat up until early morning in a relaxed, almost cozy atmosphere. I did not have a chance to say much, for Goebbels knew how to entertain Hitler. He spoke brilliantly, in polished phrases, with irony at the right place and admiration where Hitler expected it, with sentimentality when the moment and the subject required it, with gossip and love affairs. He mixed everything in a masterly brew: theatre, movies, and old times. But Hitler also listened with eager interest, as always, to a detailed account of the children of the Goebbels family. Their childish remarks, their favorite games, their frequently pungent comments distracted Hitler from his cares that night. By recalling earlier periods of difficulty which, one way or another, had been overcome, Goebbels contrived to strengthen Hitler's self-assurance and to flatter his vanity, which the sober tone of the military men hardly pampered. Hitler, for his part, reciprocated by magnifying his propaganda minister's achievements and thus giving him cause for pride. In general, the leaders of the Third Reich were fond of mutual praise and were continually reassuring one another. In spite of certain qualms, Goebbels and I had agreed beforehand that somewhere in the course of the evening we would bring up our plans for activating the Council of Ministers for the defense of the Reich, or at least drop some hints about it. The atmosphere certainly seemed favorable, though there was always the danger that Hitler might take such suggestions as a criticism of the way he was running things, when suddenly this idyll at the fireplace was interrupted by the report of a heavy air raid on Nuremberg. As if he had guessed our intention, perhaps, too, he had been warned by Bormann. Hitler put on a scene such as I had seldom witnessed. He immediately had Brigadier General Botenschatz, Göring's chief adjutant, hauled out of bed and brought before him, where the poor man had to take a terrible tongue-lashing on behalf of the incompetent Reich Marshal. Goebbels and I tried to soothe Hitler, and finally he did calm down. But all our spade work had obviously been in vain. Goebbels, too, thought it advisable to give the subject wide berth for the present. Nevertheless, after Hitler's many expressions of appreciation, he felt that his political stock had risen considerably. Afterward, he no longer spoke of a leader crisis. On the contrary, it even seemed as if he had recovered his old confidence in Hitler. But we still had to go on with the struggle against Bormann, he decided. On March 17, Goebbels, Funk, Ley, and I met with Göring in the latter's Berlin Palace on Leipziger Platz. At first, Göring received us in his office, adopting his most official manner, planted behind his enormous desk on his Renaissance throne. We sat facing him on uncomfortable chairs. Initially, there was no sign of the cordiality he had shown at Obersalzberg. It rather seemed as if Göring had repented of his candor. But while the rest of us sat silent for the most part, Göring and Goebbels aroused each other by outlining the perils presented by the triumvirate around Hitler and by devising schemes for recapturing Hitler for ourselves. Goebbels seemed to have forgotten completely how Hitler had lashed into Göring only a few days earlier. Soon both of them saw their goal within reach. Göring, alternating as always between torpor and euphoria, was already beginning to discount the influence of the headquarters clique. We mustn't overestimate it either. Herr Goebbels, Bormann, and Keitel are nothing but the Führer's secretaries. After all, who do they think they are as far as their own powers are concerned? They read nobodies. What seemed to disturb Goebbels most was the possibility that Bormann might utilize his direct contacts with the Gauleiters to build up bases against our efforts on the home front also. I recall the way Goebbels tried to enlist Ley against Bormann in his capacity of organization chief of the party. Finally, Goebbels proposed that the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Reich must be given the right to summon Gauleiters and call them to account. Fully aware that Göring would scarcely attend the sessions so often, he proposed weekly meetings. Casually, he added that probably it would be all right, wouldn't he, if he acted as deputy chairman if Göring were sometimes unable to attend. 5. Göring did not see through Goebbels' machinations and consented. Behind the fronts of the great struggle for power, the old rivalries continued to smoulder. For a considerable time, the numbers of workers whom Sokol claimed to have sent into industry, statistics which he reported to Hitler, had ceased to correspond with the actual figures. The difference amounted to several 100,000. I proposed to our coalition that we join forces in compelling Sokol, Bormann's outpost in our territory, as it were, to report truthful data. At Hitler's request, a large building in the rustic Bavarian style had been erected near Berchtesgaden to house the Berlin Chancellery Secretariat. Whenever Hitler stayed at Obersalzberg for months at a time, Lammers and his immediate staff conducted the business of the Chancellery there. Göring arranged for Lammers as the host to invite our group, as well as Sokol and Milch, to meet in the conference room of this building on April 12, 1943. Before the meeting, Milch and I once more reminded Göring of what we wanted. He rubbed his hands. "That will soon be taken care of." We were surprised to find that Himmler, Bormann, and Keitel were also in the conference room. And to make matters worse, our ally Goebbels sent his apologies on the way to Berchtesgaden. He had suffered an attack of kidney colic and was lying ill in his special car. To this day, I don't know whether this was true or whether he merely had an instinct for what was going to happen. That session marked the end of our alliance. Sokol simply challenged our demand for an additional 2,100,000 workers for the entire economy, insisted that he had delivered the needed forces, and became furious when I charged that his figures could not be accurate. Later we learned from General Reich, our armaments inspector for Upper Bavaria, that Sokol had directed his employment bureaus to list every worker who was assigned to a factory as placed, even if the worker turned out to be unqualified for the particular job and was sent back to the bureau. The factories, on the other hand, listed only those workers who were actually hired. Milch and I expected that Göring would ask Sokol for explanations and make him change his labor assignment policy. Instead, to our horror, Göring began with a violent attack upon Milch, and thus indirectly upon me. It was outrageous that Milch was making so many difficulties, he said. Our good party comrade Sokol, who was exerting himself to the utmost and had achieved such successes, he at any rate felt a great debt of gratitude toward him. Milch was simply blind to Sokol's achievements. It was as though Göring had picked out the wrong phonograph record. In the ensuing prolonged discussion on the missing workers, each of the ministers present offered explanations, on entirely theoretical grounds, of the difference between the real and the official figures. Himmler commented with the greatest calm that perhaps the missing hundreds of thousands had died. The conference proved a total failure. No light was thrown on the question of the missing labor force, and in addition our grand assault on Bormann had come to grief. After this meeting, Göring took me aside. "I know you like to work closely with my State Secretary, Milch," he said. "In all friendship, I do like to warn you against him. He is unreliable. As soon as his own interests are in question, he'll trample over even his best friends." I immediately passed this remark on to Milch. He laughed. "A few days ago, Göring told me exactly the same thing about you." This attempt on Göring's part to sow distrust was the very opposite of what we had agreed on, that we would form a bloc. The sad fact was that our circles were so infected by suspicion that friendship was felt to be a threat. A few days after this affair, Milch commented that Göring had switched sides because the Gestapo had proof of his drug addiction. Quite some time before, Milch had suggested to me that I look closely at Göring's pupils. At the Nuremberg trial, my attorney, Dr. F.L.C.H. told me that Göring had been an addict long before 1933. F.L.C.H. had acted as his lawyer once when he was sued for improperly administering a morphine injection. A lady S dressed caught fire in a nightclub. Göring gave her an injection of morphine to relieve the pain, but the injection left a scar and the woman sued Göring. Our attempt to mobilize Göring against Bormann was probably doomed to failure from the start for financial reasons as well. For as was later revealed by a Nuremberg document, Bormann had made Göring a gift of 6 million marks from the industrialist Adolf Hitler Fund. After the collapse of our alliance, Göring actually bestirred himself for a while, but surprisingly his activity was directed against me. Contrary to his habit, a few weeks later he asked me to invite the leading men in the steel industry to a conference at Obersalzberg. The meeting took place at the drafting tables in my studio and was memorable only because of Göring's behavior. He appeared in an euphoric mood, his pupils visibly narrowed, and delivered to the astonished specialists from the steel industry a long lecture on the manufacture of steel, parading all his knowledge of blast furnaces and metallurgy. There followed a succession of commonplaces. We had to produce more, must not shim innovations, industry was frozen in tradition, must learn to jump over its own shadow, and more of the like. At the end of his 2-hour torrent of bombast, Göring's speech slowed and his expression grew more and more absent. Finally, he abruptly put his head on the table and fell peacefully asleep. We thought it politic to pretend to ignore the splendidly uniformed Reich Marshal and proceeded to discuss our problems until he awoke again and curtly declared the meeting over. For next day Goering had announced a conference on radar problems which likewise ended with nothing accomplished. Once again, in the best of humor, he gave endless explanations in his Imperial Majesty style, telling the specialists what they already knew and he knew nothing about. Finally, there came a spate of directives and injunctions. After he had left the meeting, highly pleased with himself, I had my hands full undoing the damage he had done, while somehow avoiding an outright disavowal of Goering. Nevertheless, the incident was so serious that I was compelled to inform Hitler about it. He seized the next opportunity to summon the industrialists to headquarters on May 13, 1943, in order to restore the government's prestige. Asterisk in an unpublished diary passage, May 15, 1943, Goebbels wrote, Hitler spent the whole day conferring with the captains of the armaments industry on the measures that must be taken now. This conference with the Führer was intended to salve the wounds left by Göring's latest, rather unfortunate conference. Göring's tactical blunders offended the armaments manufacturers. The Führer has now straightened that out. A few months after this setback to our plans, I ran into Himmler at headquarters. Bluntly, in a threatening voice, he said to me, I think it would be very unwise of you to try to activate the Reich Marshal again. But that was no longer possible in any case. Göring had relapsed into his lethargy, and for good. He did not wake up again until he was on trial in Nuremberg. 19. Second man in the state. Around the beginning of May 1943, a few weeks after the demise of our short-lived association, Goebbels was finding in Bormann the qualities he had ascribed to Göring a few weeks before. The two came to an arrangement, Goebbels promising to direct reports to Hitler through Bormann, in return for Bormann's extracting the right sort of decision from Hitler. It was clear that Goebbels had written Göring off. He would support him henceforth only as a prestige figurehead. Thus actual power had shifted still more in Bormann's favor. Nevertheless, he had no way of knowing whether he might not need me someday. Although he must have heard of my ill-fated attempt to dethrone him, he behaved amiably toward me and hinted that I could come over to his camp as Goebbels had done. I did not avail myself of this offer, however. The price seemed to me too high. I would have become dependent upon him. Goebbels, too, continued to remain in close contact with me, for both of us were still bent on making utmost use of our domestic reserves. Undoubtedly, I behaved much too trustfully in my relations with him. I was fascinated by his dazzling friendliness and perfect manners, as well as by his cool logic. Outwardly, then, little had changed. The world in which we lived forced upon us dissimulation and hypocrisy. Among rivals, an honest word was rarely spoken for fear it would be carried back to Hitler in a distorted version. Everyone conspired, took Hitler-esque preciousness into his reckonings, and won or lost in the course of this cryptic game. I played on this out-of-tune keyboard of mutual relations just as unscrupulously as all the others. In the second half of May, Göring sent word to me that he wanted to make a speech on armaments together with me, in the Sportpalast. I agreed. A few days later, however, Hitler, to my surprise, appointed Goebbels as the speaker. When we were coordinating our texts, the propaganda minister advised me to shorten my speech, since his would take an hour. If you don't say considerably under half an hour, the audience will lose interest. As usual, we sent both speeches to Hitler in manuscript, with a note to the effect that mine was going to be condensed by a third. Hitler ordered me to come to Obersalzberg. While I was sitting by, he read the drafts Bormann handed to him. With what seemed to me eagerness, he ruthlessly cut Goebbels' speech by half within a few minutes. Here, Bormann, inform the doctor and tell him that I think Speer's speech excellent. In the presence of the arch-intriguer Bormann, Hitler had thus helped me to increase my prestige vis Goebbels. It was a way of letting both men know that I still stood high. I could count on Hitler supporting me, if need be, against his closest associates. My speech on June 5, 1943, in which I could for the first time announce a sizable increase in armaments production, was a failure on two scores. From the party hierarchy I heard such comments as, So it can be done without big sacrifices, then why should we upset the populace by drastic measures? The General Staff and the frontline commanders, on the other hand, doubted the truth of my statistics whenever they had supplied difficulties with ammunition or ordnance. The Soviet winter offensive had ground to a halt. Our increased production enabled us to close the gap on the Eastern Front. What is more, the delivery of new weapons encouraged Hitler to make preparations for an offensive in spite of the winter's losses of material. The objective was to cut off a bend in the line near Kursk. The beginning of this offensive was prepared under the code name Operation Citadel. It kept being postponed because Hitler counted heavily on the effectiveness of the new tanks. Above all, he was expecting wonders from a new type of tank with electric drive constructed by Professor Porsche. At a simple supper in a small back room of the Chancellery furnished in peasant style, I by chance heard from Sepp Dietrich, the commander of Hitler's bodyguard, that Hitler intended to issue an order that this time no prisoners were to be taken. In the course of advances by SS units it had been established, Dietrich said, that the Soviet troops had killed their German prisoners. Hitler had then and there announced that a thousand-fold retaliation in blood must be taken. I was thunderstruck, but I was also selfishly alarmed at the sheer wastefulness of such a step. Hitler was counting on hundreds of thousands of prisoners. For months we had been trying in vain to close a gap of hundreds of thousands in the supply of labor. I therefore took the first opportunity to reason with Hitler on this score. It was not difficult to persuade him to reconsider. He seemed rather relieved to be able to withdraw his pledge to the SS. That same day, July 8, 1943, he had Keitel prepare instructions to the effect that all prisoners must be sent into armaments production. 1. The disagreement over the fate of prisoners proved to be unnecessary. The offensive began on July 5, but in spite of the formidable array of our most advanced weapons we were not able to encircle the Soviet forces. Hitler's confidence had been mistaken. After 2 weeks of battle he gave up. This failure was a sign that even in the summer the initiative had passed to the enemy. After the second winter disaster at Stalingrad, the Army High Command had urged the establishing of a defensive position far to the rear, but Hitler would not hear of it. Now, after the thwarted offensive, even Hitler was ready to prepare defensive positions from 12 to 15 miles behind the main line of battle. 2. The General Staff made a counter-proposal, establishing the defensive line on the west bank of the Dnieper where the steep slope, over 150 feet high, dominated the plain across the river. There would presumably have been sufficient time for building an extensive defensive line there, for the Dnieper was still some 125 miles behind the front. But Hitler flatly rejected this plan. Whereas during his successful campaigns he had always hailed the German soldiers as the best in the world, he now declared, building a position so far to the rear is not possible for psychological reasons. If the troops learn that there are fortified positions perhaps 60 miles behind the front line, no one will be able to persuade them to fight. At the first opportunity they'll fall back without resistance. 3. In spite of this ban on Manstein's orders and with the tacit consent of Zeitzler, the Todt organization began building fortified positions on the Bug in December 1943. Hitler found out about this from my deputy, Dorsch. At this time the Soviet armies were still some 100 to 125 miles east of the Bug River. And once again Hitler commanded, in unusually strong language and on the same grounds as before, that the work be stopped at once. Asterisk Jodel's unpublished diary entry for December 16, 1943 describes the outcome of this unauthorized action. Dorsch reported the deployment of the Todt organization along the Bug, something of which the Führer had known nothing. The Führer spoke agitatedly to Minister Speer and me about the defeatist mood of Manstein's staff, which Golita Koch had described to him. This building of rear positions, he stormed, was proof again of the defeatist attitude of Manstein and his army group. Hitler's obstinacy made it easier for the Soviet troops to harass our armies. For in Russia digging became impossible once the ground froze in November. What time we had was squandered. The soldiers were exposed with no defences to the weather. Moreover, our winter equipment was of poor quality compared to that of the enemy. Such behaviour was not the only indication that Hitler had refused to acknowledge the turn of affairs. In the spring of 1943 he had demanded that a 3-mile-long road and railroad bridge be built across the Strait of Kerch. Although we had long been building a cable railway there, it went into operation on June 14 with a daily capacity of 1,000 tons. This amount of supplies just sufficed for the defensive needs of the 17th Army. But Hitler had not forsaken his plan to push through the Caucasus to Persia. He justified his order for the bridge explicitly on the necessity to transport material and troops to the Cuban bridgehead for an offensive. Asterisk, because of the frequency of earth tremors, provision had to be made for extra strength girders which would have required vast quantities of precious steel. In addition, as Zeitzler pointed out during the Situation Conference, if we transported building materials for the bridge over the inadequate railroad facilities of the Crimea, we would be forced to curtail the shipments needed to maintain our defensive positions. His generals, however, had long put any such ideas out of their heads. On a visit to the Cuban bridgehead, the frontline generals expressed anxiety over whether the positions could be held at all in the face of the enemy's obvious strength. When I reported these fears to Hitler, he said contemptuously, "Nothing but empty evasions. Janik is just like the general staff. He hasn't faith in a new offensive." Shortly afterward, in the summer of 1943, General Janik, commander of the 17th Army, was forced to ask Zeitzler to recommend retreat from the exposed Cuban bridgehead. He wanted to take up a more favorable position in the Crimea to be ready for the expected Soviet winter offensive. Hitler, on the other hand, insisted even more obstinately than before that the building of the bridge for his offensive plans must be speeded. Even at that time, it was clear that the bridge would never be completed. On September 4, the last German units began evacuating Hitler's bridgehead on the continent of Asia. Just as we had met at Göring's house to discuss overcoming the crisis in political leadership, Guderian, Zeitzler, Fromm, and I were now talking about the military leadership crisis. In the summer of 1943, General Guderian, Inspector General of the Tank Forces, asked me to set up a meeting with Army Chief of Staff Zeitzler. There had been some disputes between the two men, springing from unresolved jurisdictional questions. Since I had something approaching a friendly relationship with both generals, it was natural to ask me to play the part of go-between. But it turned out that Guderian had more in mind than the settlement of minor disputes. He wanted to discuss common tactics in regard to the matter of a new commander-in-chief of the army. We met in my home at Obersalzberg. The differences between Zeitzler and Guderian quickly dwindled to nothing. The conversation centered on the situation that had arisen from Hitler as assuming command of the army but not exercising it. The interests of the army as against the two other branches of the service and the SS must be represented more vigorously, Zeitzler thought. Hitler, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, ought to remain nonpartisan. Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Guderian added, had to maintain close personal contact with the army commanders. He should be looking out for the needs of his troops and deciding fundamental questions of supply. But Hitler, both men agreed, had neither the time nor the inclination to act on this practical level, nor to uphold the special interests of one branch of the service. He appointed and deposed generals whom he hardly knew. Only a commander-in-chief who associated with his higher-ranking officers on a personal basis could decide such questions of personnel. The army knew, Guderian said, that Hitler scarcely interfered in the personnel policies of his commanders-in-chief of the Air Force and the Navy. Only the army was exposed to this sort of treatment. We came to the conclusion that each of us would try to appeal to Hitler to appoint a new commander-in-chief of the army. But the very first hints that Guderian and I separately made to Hitler came to grief. He was obviously offended and rejected the idea in unusually sharp terms. I did not know that shortly before we spoke, Field Marshals von Kluge and von Manstein had undertaken a similar probe on the same subject. Hitler must have assumed that we were all in collusion. The time when Hitler readily granted all my personal and organizational requests was long since past. The triumvirate of Bormann, Lammers, and Keitel was doing its best to block any further extension of my power, even though concern for the armaments program might have dictated the opposite. However, there was little these three could do against the joint proposal by Admiral Donitz and myself that we also assume control of naval armaments. I had met Donitz immediately after my appointment in June 1942. The then commander of the U-boat fleet received me in Paris in an apartment which struck me at once by its avant-garde severity. I was all the more taken with the plain surroundings since I had just come from an opulent lunch with many courses and expensive wines given by Field Marshal Speer, commander of the Air Forces stationed in France. He had set up headquarters in the Palais du Luxembourg, the former palace of Marie de Médicis. The Field Marshal's craving for luxury and public display ran a close second to that of his superior Göring. He was also his match in corpulence. During the next several months, problems connected with the building of the large U-boat pens along the Atlantic brought Donitz and me together several times. Admiral Reeder, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, seemed to be annoyed. He tartly forbade Donitz to discuss technical questions directly with me. At the end of December 1942, Captain Stüzy, the successful U-boat commander, informed me of serious dissension between the Berlin Navy Command and Donitz. From various signs and portents, Stüzy said the submarine fleet knew that their commander was going to be relieved in the near future. A few days later I heard from State Secretary Naumann that the Navy censor in the Propaganda Ministry had stricken the name of Donitz from the captions of all press photos showing an inspection tour undertaken jointly by Reeder and Donitz. When I was in headquarters at the beginning of January, Hitler was worked up over foreign press reports of a naval battle which the Navy Command had not informed him about in detail. This was the naval battle that took place December 31, 1942. Hitler held that the Eltizo and the Hipper had retreated in the face of weaker English forces. He accused the Navy of lacking fighting spirit. As if by chance, in our subsequent conference he raised the question of the feasibility of assembly line building of U-boats, but soon he became more interested in the troubles I was having in my collaboration with Reeder. I told him of the stricture against my discussing technical questions with Donitz, of the U-boat officers' fears that their commander was going to be replaced, and of the censorship of the photo captions. By now I had learned, from watching Bormann's tactics, that one had to plant suspicions very carefully and gradually for them to be effective with Hitler. Any direct attempt to influence him was hopeless, since he never accepted a decision which he thought had been imposed on him. Therefore I merely hinted that all obstacles standing in the way of our U-boat plans could be eliminated if Donitz were given his head. Actually, what I wanted to achieve was the replacement of Reeder. But knowing the tenacity with which Hitler clung to his old associates, I hardly hoped that I would succeed. On January 30, Donitz was named Grand Admiral and simultaneously appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. While Reeder was kicked upstairs, he became Admiral Inspector of the Navy, which entitled him solely to the privilege of a state funeral. By resolute expertise and technical arguments, Donitz was able to protect the Navy from Hitler's whims until the end of the war. I met with him frequently to discuss the problems of building submarines, despite the fact that this close cooperation began with a foul-up. Without consulting me, after hearing a report from Donitz, Hitler raised all naval armament to the highest priority. This happened in the middle of April, but only 3 months before, on January 22, 1943, he had already classified the expanded tank program as the task of highest priority. The upshot was that 2 programs would be competing. It was unnecessary for me to appeal to Hitler again. Before any controversy developed, Donitz had already realized that cooperation with the massive apparatus of army procurement would be more useful than Hitler's favoritism. We soon agreed to transfer naval armaments production to my organization. In taking this on, I pledged myself to carry out the naval program Donitz had envisaged. This meant, instead of the previous monthly production of 20 submarines of the smaller type totaling 16,000 tons displacement, producing 40 U-boats per month with a displacement totaling more than 50,000 tons. In addition, I was to double the number of minesweepers and PT boats. Donitz had made it clear that only the production of a new type of U-boat could save our submarine warfare. The Navy wanted to abandon the previous type of a surface ship which occasionally moved under water. It wanted to give its U-boats the best possible streamlining and attain a higher underwater speed and a greater underwater range by doubling the power of the electric motors and simplifying the system of storage batteries. As always in such cases, the chief problem was to find the right director for this assignment. I chose a fellow Swabian, Otto Merker, who had hitherto proved his talents in the building of fire engines. Here was a challenge to all marine engineers. On July 5, 1943, Merker presented his new construction system to the heads of the Navy. As was being done in the production of Liberty ships in the United States, the submarines were to be built in inland factories, where the machinery and electrical equipment would also be installed. They were then to be transported in sections to the coast and quickly assembled there. We would thus avoid the problem of the shipyards, whose limited facilities had so far stood in the way of any expansion of our shipbuilding programs. For Donitz sounded almost emotional when he declared, at the end of our conference, "This means we are beginning a new life." For the time being, however, we had nothing but a vision of what the new U-boats would look like. In order to design them and to settle on the details, a development commission was established. Its chairman was not a leading engineer, as was customary, but Admiral Top, whom Donitz assigned to this task without our even attempting to clarify the complicated questions that arose as a result. The cooperation between Top and Merker worked out as easily as that between Donitz and myself. Barely 4 months after the first session of the Development Commission on November N. 1943, all the drawings were finished. A month later, Donitz and I were able to inspect and even walk inside a wooden model of the large new 1,600-ton submarine. Even while the blueprints were being prepared, our directive committee for shipbuilding was assigning contracts to industry, a procedure we had already used in speeding up the production of the new Panther tank. Thanks to all this, the first seaworthy U-boats of the new type were delivered to the Navy for testing in 1944. We would have been able to keep our promise of delivering 40 boats a month by early in 1945, however badly the war was going otherwise, if air raids had not destroyed a third of the submarines at the dockyards. 5. At the time, Donitz and I often asked ourselves why we had not begun building the new type of U-boat earlier. For no technical innovations were employed. The engineering principles had been known for years. The new boats, so the experts assured us, would have revolutionized submarine warfare. This fact seemed to be appreciated by the American Navy, which after the war began building the new type for itself. On July 26, 1943, 3 days after Donitz and I signed our joint decree on the new naval program, I obtained Hitler's consent to placing all production under my ministry. For tactical reasons, I had asked for this on the grounds of the additional burdens which the naval program and other tasks required by Hitler were imposing upon industry. By transforming large consumer goods plants into armaments plants, I explained to Hitler, we would not only free 500,000 German workers but also enlist the industrial managers and the factory machinery in our urgent programs. Most of the Gaulleiters, however, objected to such measures. The Ministry of Economics had proved too weak to enforce such shifts against the opposition of the Gaulleiters. And, to jump a bit ahead in the story, I also was too weak, as I was soon forced to realize. After an unusually protracted procedure, in which all the ministers involved and all the various boards of the 4-year plan were requested to hand in their objections, Lammers convoked the ministers for a meeting in the cabinet room on August 26, thanks to the generosity of Funk, who at this meeting delivered his own funeral oration with wit and humour. It was unanimously agreed that from now on all war production would be placed under the control of my ministry. Willy-nilly, Lammers had to promise to communicate this result to Hitler via Bormann. A few days later, Funk and I went to the Führer's headquarters together to receive Hitler's final authorization. Greatly to my surprise, however, Hitler, in Funk's presence, cut short my remarks, saying irritably that he would not listen to any further explanations. Only a few hours ago Bormann had warned him, he said, that I was going to lure him into signing something that had been discussed neither with Reich Minister Lammers nor with the Reich Marshal. He was not going to be drawn into our little rivalries. When I tried to explain that Reich Minister Lammers had properly obtained the consent of Göring as State Secretary for the 4-year plan, Hitler again cut me off with unaccustomed curtness. I am glad that in Bormann at least I have a faithful soul around me. The implication was clear. He was accusing me of trickery. Funk informed Lammers of the incident. Then we went to meet Göring, who was on the way to Hitler's headquarters in his private car. He had just come from his personal hunting preserve, the Romanton Heath. Göring, too, was very huffy. Undoubtedly he had been told only one side of the story and had been warned against us. Funk, amiable and persuasive, finally succeeded in breaking the ice and going over our decree point by point. And now Göring indicated full agreement, though not before we had inserted a sentence: the powers of the Reich Marshal of the Greater German Reich as Commissioner General for the 4-year plan remain unaffected. In practice that was a very minor reservation, all the more so since most of the important functions of the 4-year plan were directed by me anyhow through the Central Planning Board. As a sign of his approval, Göring signed our draft, and Lammers could report by teletype that there were no longer any objections. Thereupon Hitler, too, was ready to sign the draft when it was presented to him for signature a few days later, on September 2, from a Reich Minister of Armaments and Munitions. I had now become Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production. Bormann's intrigue had fallen through this time. I did not make remonstrances to Hitler. Instead, I left it to him to consider whether Bormann had actually served him loyally in this case. After my recent experiences, I knew it was wiser not to expose Bormann's machinations and spare Hitler embarrassment. But Bormann was surely the source of all the overt or covert opposition to an expansion of my ministry. To Bormann it was all too clear that I was moving outside the reach of his power and accumulating more and more power myself. Moreover, my work had brought me into comradely contacts with the leadership of the Army and Navy, with Guderian, Seitzler, Fromm, and Milch, and now lately with Dönitz. Even in Hitler's immediate entourage I was particularly close to the anti-Bormann forces: Hitler's Army Adjutant, General Engel, his Air Force Adjutant, General von Bülow, and Hitler's Armed Forces Adjutant, General Schmandt. In addition, Hitler's physician, Dr. Karl Brandt, whom Bormann likewise considered a personal opponent of his, was quite close to me. One evening, when I had had a few glasses of Steinjoe with Schmandt, he came out with the declaration that I was the Army's great hope. Wherever he went, he said, the generals had the greatest confidence in me, whereas they had nothing but derogatory opinions of Göring. With rather high-flown emotion he concluded, "You can always rely on the army, Herr Speer. It is behind you." I have never quite fathomed what Schmandt had in mind, though I suspect that he was confusing the army with the generals. But it seems probable that Schmandt must have said something of the sort to others. Given the narrow confines of the headquarters, such remarks must surely have reached Bormann's ears. Around this time, perhaps in the autumn of 1943, Hitler put me in some embarrassment when, just before the beginning of a situation conference, he greeted Himmler and me in the presence of several associates with the phrase, "You two peers." Whatever Hitler meant by it, the chief of the SS could scarcely have been pleased by this remark, given his special niche in the power structure. In those same weeks, Seitzler, too, told me with pleasure, "The Führer is so pleased with you. He recently said that he placed the greatest hopes in you, that now a new sun has arisen after Göring." It might be thought that after years of experience, Hitler would know how such remarks were received and what reactions they inevitably evoked. I could not decide whether Hitler did think this far ahead or was even capable of doing so. Sometimes he struck me as a total innocent or as a misanthrope who did not care what the effects were. Perhaps, too, he believed that he could set things right himself whenever he chose. I asked Seitzler not to quote this, but since the same words were reported to me by other persons within the headquarters area, there could be no doubt that Bormann also heard the tribute. Hitler's powerful secretary was forced to realize that he had not been able to turn Hitler against me that summer. Either the opposite had happened. Since Hitler did not say such things often, Bormann must have taken the threat to heart. To him, it spelled danger. From now on, he kept telling his closest associates that I was not only an enemy of the party, but was actually bent on succeeding Hitler. Dr. G. Klopper, Bormann's state secretary, testified in an affidavit dated July 7, 1947. Bormann repeatedly stated that Speer was a confirmed opponent of the party and was in fact ambitious to become Hitler's successor. He was not entirely wrong in this assumption. I recall having had several conversations with Milch about the matter. At the time, Hitler must have been wondering whom he should select for his successor. Göring's reputation was undermined. Hess had ruled himself out, Scorch had been ruined by Bormann's intrigues, and Bormann, Himmler, and Goebbels did not correspond to the artistic type Hitler envisaged. Hitler probably thought he recognized kindred features in me. He considered me a gifted artist who within a short time had won an impressive position within the political hierarchy and finally, by achievements in the field of armaments, had also demonstrated special abilities in the military field. Only in foreign policy, Hitler's fourth domain, I had not come to the fore. Possibly he regarded me as an artistic genius who had successfully switched to politics, so that I thus indirectly served as a confirmation of his own career. Among friends, I always called Bormann the man with the hedge clippers, for he was forever using all his energy, cunning, and brutality to prevent anyone from rising above a certain level. From then on, Bormann devoted his full capacities to reducing my power. After October 1943, the Gauleiters formed a front against me. Before another year had passed, things became so difficult that I often wanted to give up and resign my post. Until the end of the war, this struggle between Bormann and me remained undecided. Hitler did not want to lose me, even occasionally singled me out for a display of favor, but then again would turn on me rudely. Bormann could not wrest from me my successful industrial apparatus. This was so much my own creation that my fall would have meant the end of it and thus have endangered the war effort. 20. OMS. The exuberance I had felt during the building of the new organization and the success and recognition of the early months soon gave way to more somber feelings. The labor problem, unsolved raw materials questions, and court intrigues created constant worries. The British air raids began to have their first serious effects on production and for a while made me forget about Bormann, Sokol, and the Central Planning Board. However, they also served to raise my prestige. For in spite of the losses of factories, we were producing more, not less. These air raids carried the war into our midst. In the burning and devastated cities, we daily experienced the direct impact of the war, and it spurred us to do our utmost. Neither did the bombings and the hardships that resulted from them weaken the morale of the populace. On the contrary, from my visits to armaments plants and my contacts with the man in the street, I carried away the impression of growing toughness. It may well be that the estimated loss of 9% of our production capacity was amply balanced out by increased effort. Our heaviest expense was in fact the elaborate defensive measures. In the Reich and in the western theatres of war, the barrels of 10,000 anti-aircraft guns were pointed toward the sky, too. The same guns could have well been employed in Russia against tanks and other ground targets. Had it not been for this new front, the air front over Germany, our defensive strength against tanks would have been about doubled, as far as equipment was concerned. Moreover, the anti-aircraft force tied down hundreds of thousands of young soldiers. A third of the optical industry was busy producing gun sights for the flak batteries. About half of the electronics industry was engaged in producing radar and communications networks for defense against bombing. Simply because of this, in spite of the high level of the German electronics and optical industries, the supply of our frontline troops with modem equipment remained far behind that of the Western armies. Thus a serious shortage of army communications equipment developed, for instance, walkie-talkies for the infantry and sound-ranging apparatus for the artillery. In addition, further development of such devices had to be neglected in favor of anti-aircraft weaponry. We were given a foretaste of our coming woes as early as the night of May 30, 1942, when the British gathered all their forces for an attack on Cologne with 1,046 bombers. By chance, Milch and I were summoned to see Göring on the morning after the raid. This time he was not residing in Kornhall but at Feldenstein Castle in Franconia. We found him in a bad humour, still not believing the reports of the Cologne bombing. Impossible that many bombs cannot be dropped in a single night, he snarled at his adjutant. Connect me with the Gauleiter of Cologne. There followed, in our presence, a preposterous telephone conversation. The report from your police commissioner is a stinking lie. Apparently the Gauleiter begged to differ. I tell you as the Rhine Marshal that the figures cited are simply too high. How can you dare report such fantasies to the Führer? The Gauleiter at the other end of the line was evidently insisting on his figures. How are you going to count the firebombs? Those are nothing but estimates. I tell you once more, they are many times too high. All wrong. Send another report to the Führer at once revising your figures. Or are you trying to imply that I am lying? I have already delivered my report to the Führer with the correct figures. That stands. As though nothing had happened, Göring showed us through his house, his parents' former home. As if this were most serene peacetime, he had blueprints brought in and explained to us what a magnificent citadel he would be building to replace the simple Biedermeier house of his parents in the courtyard of the old ruin. But first of all he wanted to have a reliable air raid shelter built. The plans for that were already drawn up. 3 days later I was at headquarters. The excitement over the air raid on Cologne had not yet died down. I mentioned to Hitler the curious telephone conversation between Göring and Gauleiter, naturally assuming that Göring's information must be more authentic than the Gauleiter's. But Hitler had already formed his own opinion. He presented Göring with the reports in the enemy newspapers on the enormous number of planes committed to the raid and the quantity of bombs they had dropped. These figures were even higher than those of the Cologne police commissioner. 3. Hitler was furious with Göring's attempt to cover up, but he also considered the staff of the Air Force Command partly responsible. Next day Göring was received as usual. The affair was never mentioned again. As early as September 20, 1942, I had warned Hitler that the tank production of Friedrichshafen and the ball-bearing facilities in Schweinfurt were crucial to our whole efforts. Hitler thereupon ordered increased anti-aircraft protection for these two cities. Actually, as I had early recognized, the war could largely have been decided in 1943 if instead of vast but pointless area bombing the planes had concentrated on the centers of armaments production. On April 11, 1943, I proposed to Hitler that a committee of industrial specialists be set to determining the crucial targets in Soviet power production. 4 weeks later, however, the first attempt was made not by us but by the British Air Force to influence the course of the war by destroying a single nerve center of the war economy. The principle followed was to paralyze a cross-section, as it were, just as a mortar can be made useless by the removal of the ignition. On May 17, 1943, a mere 19 bombers of the RAF tried to strike at our whole armaments industry by destroying the hydroelectric plants of the Ruhr. The report that reached me in the early hours of the morning was most alarming. The largest of the dams, the MH&E dam, had been shattered and the reservoir emptied. As yet there were no reports on the 3 other dams. At dawn we landed at Well Airfield, having first surveyed the scene of devastation from above. The power plant at the foot of the shattered dam looked as if it had been erased, along with its heavy turbines. A torrent of water had flooded the Ruhr Valley. That had the seemingly insignificant but grave consequence that the electrical installations at the pumping stations were soaked and mudded, so that industry was brought to a standstill and the water supply of the population imperiled. My report on the situation, which I soon afterward delivered at the Führer's headquarters, made a deep impression on the Führer. He kept the documents with him. Asterisk for protocol, May 30, 1943. Point 16. We immediately summoned experts from all over Germany who had the electrical installation dried out and also confiscated other motors of this type from other factories, regardless of the consequences. Thus the Ruhr industries would be supplied with water within a few weeks. The British had not succeeded, however, in destroying the 3 other reservoirs. Had they done so, the Ruhr Valley would have been almost completely deprived of water in the coming summer months. At the largest of the reservoirs, the Soap Valley Reservoir, they did achieve a direct hit in the center of the dam. I inspected it that same day. Fortunately, the bomb hole was slightly higher than the water level. Just a few inches lower and a small brook would have been transformed into a raging river which would have swept away the stone and earthen dam for That night, employing just a few bombers, the British came close to a success which would have been greater than anything they had achieved hitherto with a commitment of thousands of bombers. But they made a single mistake which puzzles me to this day. They divided their forces and that same night destroyed the Eder Valley Dam, although it had nothing whatsoever to do with the supply of water to the Ruhr. According to Charles Webster and Noble Franklin, The Strategic Air Offensive Against Germany, London, 1961 Vol. Roman II, the 5th plane succeeded in destroying the MHNE Valley Dam. Subsequent attacks were directed against the Eder Valley Dam, which served mainly to equalize the water level of the Weser and the Midland Canal during the summer months, thus maintaining navigation. Not until this dam had been destroyed did two planes attack the Salt Valley Dam. In the meantime, Air Marshal Bottomley had suggested on April 5, 1943, that the MHNE and Salt dams be attacked before the Eder Dam. But the bombs that had been developed specifically for this purpose were considered unsuitable for the earthen dam of the Salt Reservoir. A few days after this attack, 7,000 men whom I had ordered shifted from the Atlantic Wall to the MHNE and Eder areas were hard at work repairing the dams. On September 23, 1943, in the nick of time before the beginning of the rains, the breach in the MHNE dam was closed. 5. We were thus able to collect the precipitation of the late autumn and winter of 1943 for the needs of the following summer. While we were engaged in rebuilding, the British Air Force missed its second chance. A few bombs would have produced cave-ins at the exposed building sites, and a few fire bombs could have set the wooden scaffolding blazing. After these experiences, I wondered once again why our Luftwaffe, with its by now reduced forces, did not launch similar pinpoint attacks whose effects could be devastating. At the end of May 1943, 2 weeks after the British raid, I reminded Hitler of my idea of April 11 that a group of experts might pinpoint the key industrial targets in the enemy camp. But as so often, Hitler proved irresolute. I am afraid that the General Staff of the Air Force will not want to take advice from your industrial associates. I too have approached such a plan to General Jeskinek several times, but, he concluded in rather a resigned tone, you speak to him about it sometime. Evidently Hitler was not going to do anything about this. He lacked any sense of the decisive importance of such operations. There is no question that once before he had thrown away his chance between 1939 and 1941 when he directed our air raids against England's cities instead of coordinating them with the U-boat campaigns and, for example, attacking the English ports which were in any case sometimes strained beyond their capacity by the convoy system. Now he once again failed to see his opportunity, and the British, for their part, thoughtlessly copied this irrational conduct aside from their single attack on the dams. In spite of Hitler's skepticism and my own lack of influence upon Air Force strategy, I did not feel discouraged. On June 23, I formed a committee consisting of several industry experts to analyze prime bombing targets. 6. Our first proposal concerned the British coal industry. For British technical publications provided a complete picture of its centres, locations, capacities, and so on. But this proposal came 2 years too late. Our air power no longer sufficed. Given our reduced forces, one prime target virtually forced itself on our attention: the Russian electric power plants. To judge by our experiences, no systematically organized air defenses needed to be anticipated in Russia. Moreover, the electric power system in the Soviet Union differed structurally from that of the Western countries in one crucial point. Whereas the gradual industrial growth of the West had resulted in many middle-sized power plants connected in a grid, in the Soviet Union large power plants of gigantic dimensions had been built, usually in the heart of extensive industrial areas. 7. For example, a single huge power plant on the Upper Volga supplied most of the energy consumption of Moscow. We had information, in fact, that 60% of the manufacturing of essential optical parts and electrical equipment was concentrated in the Soviet capital. Moreover, the destruction of a few gigantic power plants in the Urals would have put a halt to much of Soviet steel production as well as to tank and munitions manufacture. A direct hit on the turbines or their conduits would have released masses of water of a destructiveness greater than that of many bombs. Since many of the major Soviet power plants had been built with the assistance of German companies, we were able to obtain very good data on them. On November 26, Göring gave the order to strengthen the 6th Air Corps under Major General Rudolf Meister with long-range bombers. In December, the units were assembled near Bialystok 8. We have wooden models of the power plants made for use in training the pilots. Early in December, I had informed Hitler. 9. Milch had relayed our plans to Gunter Korten, the new Chief of Staff of the Air Force. On February 4, I wrote Korten that even today the prospects are good for an operative air campaign against the Soviet Union. I definitely hope that significant effects on the fighting power of the Soviet Union will result from it. I was referring specifically to the attacks upon the power plants in the vicinity of Moscow and the Upper Volga. Success depended, as always in such operations, upon chance factors. I did not think that our action would decisively affect the war, but I hoped, as I wrote to Korten, that we would wreak enough damage on Soviet production so that it would take several months for American supplies to balance out their losses. Once again, we were 2 years too late. The Russian winter offensive forced our troops to retreat. The situation had grown critical. In emergencies, Hitler was, as so often, amazingly short-sighted. At the end of February, he told me that the Meister Corps had been ordered to destroy railroad lines in order to slow down Russian supplies. I objected that the soil in Russia was frozen hard and our bombs would have only a superficial effect. Moreover, according to our own experience, and despite the fact that the German railroads were much more complex and hence more sensitive to destruction, damage to railroad sections could often be repaired in a matter of hours. But these objections were in vain. The Meister Corps came to grief in a senseless operation, and the Russians were in no way impeded. Whatever interest Hitler might still have had in the idea of pinpoint bombing strategy was forgotten in his stubborn determination to retaliate against England. Even after the annihilation of the Meister Corps, we would still have had enough bombers for limited targets. But Hitler succumbed to the unrealistic hope that a few massive air strikes on London might persuade the British to give up their pounding of Germany. That was the only reason he continued to demand, as late as 1943, the development and production of new heavy bombers. It made no impression upon him that such bombers could have been used with far greater effect in the East, although occasionally, even as late as the summer of 1944, he would seem to be swayed by my arguments. 10. He as well as our Air Force staff could not grasp the principle of aerial warfare in technological terms. Instead, they proceeded along outmoded military lines. So did the other side at first. While I was trying to convert Hitler and the General Staff of the Air Force to this policy, our Western enemies launched 5 major attacks on a single big city, Hamburg, within a week. From July 25 to August 2.11, rash as this operation was, it had catastrophic consequences for us. The first attacks put the water supply pipes out of action, so that in the subsequent bombings the fire department had no way of fighting the fires. Huge conflagrations created cyclone-like firestorms, the asphalt of the streets began to blaze, people were suffocated in their cellars or burned to death in the streets. The devastation of this series of air raids could be compared only with the effects of a major earthquake. Rollator Kaufmann teletyped Hitler repeatedly, begging him to visit the stricken city. When these pleas proved fruitless, he asked Hitler at least to receive a delegation of some of the more heroic rescue crews. But Hitler refused even that. Hamburg had suffered the fate Göring and Hitler had conceived for London in 1940. At a supper in the Chancellery in that year, Hitler had, in the course of a monologue, worked himself up to a frenzy of destructiveness. Have you ever looked at a map of London? It is so closely built up that one source of fire alone would suffice to destroy the whole city, as happened once before, 200 years ago. Göring wants to use innumerable incendiary bombs of an altogether new type to create sources of fire in all parts of London. Fires everywhere. Thousands of them. Then they all unite in one gigantic area conflagration. Göring has the right idea. Explosive bombs don't work, but it can be done with incendiary bombs. Total destruction of London. What use will their fire department be once that really starts? Hamburg had put the fear of God in me. At the meeting of Central Planning on July 29, I pointed out, if the air raids continue on the present scale, within 3 months we shall be relieved of a number of questions we are at present discussing. We shall simply be coasting downhill smoothly and relatively swiftly. We might just as well hold the final meeting of Central Planning in that case. 3 days later I informed Hitler that armaments production was collapsing and threw in the further warning that a series of attacks of this sort, extended to 6 more major cities, would bring Germany's armaments production to a total halt. Asterisk. The next day I informed Milch's colleagues of similar fears. Conference with Chief of Air Force Procurement, August 3, 1943. We are approaching the point of total collapse in our supply industry. Soon we will have airplanes, tanks, or trucks lacking certain key parts. 10 months later I said to a group of Hamburg dock workers, a while back we were saying to ourselves, if this goes on another few months we'll be washed up, then armaments production will come to a standstill. Office Journal. You'll straighten all that out again, he merely said. In fact, Hitler was right. We straightened it out again not because of our central planning organization, which with the best will in the world could issue only general instructions, but by the determined efforts of those directly concerned, first and foremost the workers themselves. Fortunately for us, a series of Hamburg-type raids was not repeated on such a scale against other cities. Thus the enemy once again allowed us to adjust ourselves to his strategy. We barely escaped a further catastrophic blow on August 17, 1943, only 2 weeks after the Hamburg bombings. The American Air Force launched its first strategic raid. It was directed against Schweinfurt, where large factories of the ball bearing industry were concentrated. Ball bearings had in any case already become a bottleneck in our efforts to increase armaments production. But in this very first attack the other side committed a crucial mistake. Instead of concentrating on the ball bearing plants, the sizable force of 376 flying fortresses divided up. 146 of the planes successfully attacked an airplane assembly plant in Regensburg, but with only minor consequences. Meanwhile, the British Air Force continued its indiscriminate attacks upon our cities. After this attack, the production of ball bearings dropped by 38%. Despite the peril to Schweinfurt, we had to patch up our facilities there, for to attempt to relocate our ball bearing industry would have held up production entirely for 3 or 4 months. In the light of our desperate needs, we could also do nothing about the ball bearing factories in Berlin, Erkner, Cannstatt, or Speer, although the enemy must have been aware of their location. In June 1946, the General Staff of the Royal Air Force asked me what would have been the results of concerted attacks on the ball-bearing industry. I replied, armaments production would have been crucially weakened after 2 months, and after 4 months would have been brought completely to a standstill. This, to be sure, would have meant 1. All our ball-bearing factories in Schweinfurt, Speer, Erkner, Cannstatt, and in France and Italy had been attacked simultaneously. 2. These attacks had been repeated 3 or 4 times every 2 weeks, no matter what the pictures of the target areas showed. 3. Any attempt at rebuilding these factories had been thwarted by further attacks spaced at 2-month intervals. 13. After this first blow, we were forced back on the ball-bearing stock stored by the armed forces for use as repair parts. We soon consumed these, as well as whatever had been accumulated in the factories for current production. After these reserves were used up, they lasted for 6 to 8 weeks. The sparse production was carried daily from the factories to the assembly plants, often in knapsacks. In those days, we anxiously asked ourselves how soon the enemy would realize that he could paralyze the production of thousands of armaments plants merely by destroying 5 or 6 relatively small targets. The second serious blow, however, did not come until 2 months later. On October 14, 1943, I was at the East Prussian headquarters discussing armaments questions with Hitler when Adjutant Schaub interrupted us. The Reich Marshal urgently wishes to speak to you, he said to Hitler. This time he has pleasant news. Hitler came back from the telephone in good spirits. A new daylight raid on Schweinfurt had ended with a great victory for our defenses, he said. 14. The countryside was strewn with downed American bombers. Uneasy, I asked for a short recess in our conference, since I wanted to telephone Schweinfurt myself. But all communications were shattered. I could not reach any of the factories. Finally, by enlisting the police, I managed to talk to the foreman of a ball bearing factory. All the factories had been hard hit, he informed me. The oil baths for the bearings had caused serious fires in the machinery workshops. The damage was far worse than after the first attack. This time we had lost 67% of our ball bearing production. My first measure after the second air raid was to appoint my most vigorous associate, General Manager Kessler, as Special Commissioner for ball bearing production. Our reserves had been consumed. Efforts to import ball bearings from Sweden and Switzerland had met with only slight success. Nevertheless, we were able to avoid total disaster by substituting slide bearings for ball bearings wherever possible. 15. But what really saved us was the fact that from this time on the enemy, to our astonishment, once again ceased his attacks on the ball bearing industry. 16. On December 23, the Erkner plant was heavily hit, but we were not sure whether this was a deliberate attack, since Berlin was being bombed in widely scattered areas. The picture did not change again until February 1944. Then, within 4 days, Schweinfurt, Speer, and Cannstatt were each subjected to 2 successive heavy attacks. Then followed raids on Erkner, Schweinfurt, and again Speer. After only 6 weeks, our production of bearings above 6.3 centimeters in diameter had been reduced to 29% of what it had been before the air raids. 17. At the beginning of April 1944, however, the attacks on the ball bearing industry ceased abruptly. Thus, the Allies threw away success when it was already in their hands. Had they continued the attacks of March and April with the same energy, we would quickly have been at our last gasp. Asterisk. Perhaps the enemy air staffs overrated the effects. Our Air Force General Staff also concluded from aerial photographs that an attack on a Soviet synthetic rubber factory in the fall of 1943 had completely wiped out production for many months to come. I showed these photos to our leading synthetic rubber specialist, Hoffman, the manager of our plant in H, which had undergone much more severe attacks. After pointing out various key sections of the plant which had not been hit, he explained that the plant would be in full production again within a week or 2. As it was, not a tank, plane, or other piece of weaponry failed to be produced because of lack of ball bearings, even though such production had been increased by 19% from July 1943 to April 1944. 18. As far as armaments were concerned, Hitler's credo that the impossible could be made possible and that all forecasts and fears were too pessimistic seemed to have proved itself true. Not until after the war did I learn the reason for the enemy's error. The air staffs assumed that in Hitler's authoritarian state the important factories would be quickly shifted from the imperiled cities. On December 20, 1943, Sir Arthur Harris declared his conviction that, at this stage of the war, the Germans have long since made every possible effort to decentralize the manufacture of so vital a product as ball bearings. He considerably overestimated the strengths of the authoritarian system, which to the outside observer appeared so tightly knit. As early as December 19, 1942, 8 months before the first air raid on Schweinfurt, I had sent a directive to the entire armaments industry stating, "The mounting intensity of the enemy air attacks compels accelerated preparations for shifting manufactures important for armaments production." But there was resistance on all sides. The Gaulleiters did not want new factories in the districts for fear that the almost peacetime quiet of their small towns would be disturbed. My band of directors, for their part, did not want to expose themselves to political infighting. The result was that hardly anything was done. After the second heavy raid on Schweinfurt on October 14, 1943, we again decided to decentralize. Some of the facilities were to be distributed among the surrounding villages, others placed in small and as yet unendangered towns in eastern Germany. Asterisk. In the 2 months following the first attack on Schweinfurt, nothing had been done. The minister forcefully expressed his dissatisfaction with the measures previously taken, asserting that the urgency of the matter required all other considerations to be put aside. Deeply impressed by the damage and by the minister's account of the potential consequences for the armaments industry, everyone readily offered all assistance. Even the neighboring Gauleiters, who would have to accept the unwelcome intrusions into their domains that would accompany the transfer of operations from Schweinfurt to their territories. Office Journal, October 18, 1943. This policy of dispersal was meant to provide for the future, but the plan encountered a great deal of opposition. As late as January 1944, shifting of ball bearing production to cave factories was still being discussed. And in August 1944, my representative to the ball bearing industry complained that he was having difficulties pushing through the construction work for the shift of ball bearing production. 20. Instead of paralyzing vital segments of industry, the Royal Air Force began an air offensive against Berlin. I was having a conference in my private office on November 22, 1943, when the air raid alarm sounded. It was about 7:30 p.m. A large fleet of bombers was reported heading toward Berlin. When the bombers reached Potsdam, I called off the meeting to drive to a nearby flak tower, intending to watch the attack from its platform, as was my wont. But I scarcely reached the top of the tower when I had to take shelter inside it. In spite of the tower's stout concrete walls, heavy hits nearby were shaking it. Injured anti-aircraft gunners crowded down the stairs behind me. The air pressure from the exploding bombs had hurled them into the walls. For 20 minutes, explosion followed explosion. From above, I looked down into the well of the tower, where a closely packed crowd stood in the thickening haze formed by cement dust falling from the walls. When the rain of bombs ceased, I ventured out on the platform again. My nearby ministry was one gigantic conflagration. I drove over there at once. A few secretaries, looking like Amazons in their steel helmets, were trying to save files even while isolated time bombs went off in the vicinity. In place of my private office, I found nothing but a huge bomb crater. The fire spread so quickly that nothing more could be rescued. But nearby was the 8-story building of the Army Ordnance Office, and since the fire was spreading to it and we were all nerved up from the raid and feeling the urge to do something, we thronged into the imperiled building in order at least to save the valuable special telephones. We ripped them from their wires and piled them up in a safe place in the basement shelter of the building. Next morning, General Lieb, the chief of the Army Ordnance Office, visited me. The fires in my building were extinguished early in the morning hours, he informed me, grinning. But unfortunately we can't do any work now. Last night somebody ripped all the telephones from the walls. When Goering, at his country estate Corin Hall, heard about that nocturnal visit to the flak tower, he gave the staff their orders not to allow me to step out on the platform again. But by this time the officers had already formed a friendly relationship with me that was stronger than Goering's command. My visits to the tower were not hampered by his order. From the flak tower, the air raids on Berlin were an unforgettable sight, and I had constantly to remind myself of the cruel reality in order not to be completely entranced by the scene. The illumination of the parachute flares, which the Berliners called Christmas trees, followed by flashes of explosions which were caught by the clouds of smoke, the innumerable probing searchlights, the excitement when a plane was caught and tried to escape the cone of light, the brief flaming torch when it was hit. No doubt about it, this apocalypse provided a magnificent spectacle. As soon as the planes turned back, I drove to those districts of the city where important factories were situated. We drove over streets strewn with rubble, lined by burning houses. Bombed-out families sat or stood in front of the ruins. A few pieces of rescued furniture and other possessions lay about on the sidewalks. There was a sinister atmosphere full of biting smoke, soot, and flames. Sometimes the people displayed that curious hysterical merriment that is often observed in the midst of disasters. Above the city hung a cloud of smoke that probably reached 20,000 feet in height. Even by day it made the macabre scene as dark as night. I kept trying to describe my impressions to Hitler, but he would interrupt me every time, almost as soon as I began. Incidentally, Speer, how many tanks can you deliver next month? On November 26, 1943, 4 days after the destruction of my ministry, another major air raid on Berlin started huge fires in our most important tank factory, Olket. The Berlin Central Telephone Exchange had been destroyed. My colleagues are hit on the idea of reaching the Berlin Fire Department by way of our still intact direct line to the Führer's headquarters. In this way Hitler, too, learned of the blaze, and without making any further inquiries ordered all the fire departments in the vicinity of Berlin to report to the burning tank plant. Meanwhile, I had arrived at Olket. The greater part of the main workshop had burned down, but the Berlin fire department had already succeeded in extinguishing the fire. As a result of Hitler's order, however, a steady stream of fire equipment from cities as far away as Brandenburg, Oranienburg, and Potsdam kept arriving. Since a direct order from the Führer had been issued, I could not persuade the chiefs to go on to other urgent fires. Early that morning, the streets in a wide area around the tank factory were jammed with fire engines standing around, doing nothing while the fires spread unchecked in other parts of the city. In order to awaken my associates to the problems and anxieties about air armaments, Milch and I held a conference in September 1943 at the Air Force Experimental Center in Richlin am Emmeritsee. Among other things, Milch and his technical experts spoke on the future production of enemy aircraft. Graphs were presented for type after type of aircraft, with emphasis especially on American production curves as compared with our own. What alarmed us most were the figures on the future increase in four-motor daylight bombers. If these figures were accurate, what we were undergoing at the moment could be regarded only as a prelude. Naturally, the question arose as to how aware Hitler and Göring were of these figures. Bitterly, Milch told me that he had been trying for months to have his experts on enemy armaments deliver a report to Göring, but Göring refused to hear anything about it. The Führer had told him it was all propaganda, Milch said, and Göring was simply holding to this line. I too had no luck when I tried to force these production figures on Hitler's attention. Don't let them fool you, those are all planted stories. Naturally, those defeatists in the Air Ministry fall for them. With similar remarks, he had thrust aside all warnings in the winter of 1942. Now, when our cities were one after the next being blasted into rubble, he would not change his tune. About this same time I witnessed a dramatic scene between Göring and General Galland, who commanded his fighter planes. Galland had reported to Hitler that day that several American fighter planes accompanying the bomber squadrons had been shot down over Aachen. He had added the warning that we were in grave peril if American fighters, thanks to improved fuel capacity, should soon be able to provide escort protection to the fleets of bombers on flights even deeper into Germany. Hitler had just relayed these points to Göring. Göring was embarking for Romanton Heath on his special train when Galland came along to bid him goodbye. What's the idea of telling the Führer that American fighters have penetrated into the territory of the Reich? Göring snapped at him. Herr Reichsmarschall, Galland replied with imperturbable calm, they will soon be flying even deeper. Göring spoke even more vehemently. That's nonsense, Galland. What gives you such fantasies? That's pure bluff. Galland shook his head. Those are the facts, Herr Reichsmarschall. As he spoke, he deliberately remained in a casual posture, his cap somewhat askew, a long cigar clamped between his teeth. American fighters have been shot down over Aachen. There is no doubt about it. Göring obstinately held his ground. That is simply not true, Galland. It is impossible. Galland reacted with a touch of mockery. You might go and check it yourself, sir. The damn planes are there at Aachen. Göring tried to smooth matters over. Come now, Galland, let me tell you something. I am an experienced fighter pilot myself. I know what is possible, but I know what isn't too. Admit you made the mistake. Galland only shook his head, until Göring finally declared, what must have happened is that they were shot down much farther to the west. I mean, if they were very high when they were shot down, they could have glided quite a distance farther before they crashed. Not a muscle moved in Galland's face. Glided to the east, sir. If my plane were shot up. Now then, Herr Galland, Göring fulminated, trying to put an end to the debate, I officially assert that the American fighter planes did not reach Aachen. The general ventured a last statement, but, sir, they were there. At this point Göring's self-control gave way. I herewith give you an official order that they weren't there. Do you understand? The American fighters were not there. Get that? I intend to report that to the Führer. Göring simply let General Galland stand there. But as he stalked off he turned once more and called out threateningly, You have my official order. With an unforgettable smile the general replied, Orders are orders, sir. Göring was not actually blind to reality. I would occasionally hear him make perceptive comments on the situation. Rather, he acted like a bankrupt who up to the last moment wants to deceive himself along with his creditors. Capricious treatment and blatant refusal to accept reality had already driven the first chief of Air Force procurement, the famous fighter pilot Ernst Judith, to his death in 1941. On August 18, 1943, another of Göring's closest associates and the man who had been Air Force Chief of Staff for over 4 years, General Jeschenek, was found dead in his office. He too had committed suicide. On his table, so Mulch told me, a note was found stating that he did not wish Göring to attend his funeral. Nevertheless, Göring showed up at the ceremony and deposited a wreath from Hitler. 21. I have always thought it was a most valuable trait to recognize reality and not to pursue delusions. But when I now think over my life up to and including the years of imprisonment, there was no period in which I was free of delusory notions. The departure from reality, which was visibly spreading like a contagion, was no peculiarity of the National Socialist regime. But in normal circumstances, people who turn their backs on reality are soon set straight by the mockery and criticism of those around them, which makes them aware they have lost credibility. In the Third Reich there were no such correctives, especially for those who belonged to the upper stratum. On the contrary, every self-deception was multiplied as in a hole of distorting mirrors, becoming a repeatedly confirmed picture of a fantastical dream world which no longer bore any relationship to the grim outside world. In those mirrors I could see nothing but my own face reproduced many times over. No external factors disturbed the uniformity of hundreds of unchanging faces, all mine. There were differences of degree in the flight from reality. Thus Goebbels was surely many times closer to recognizing actualities than, say, Göring or Ley. But these differences shrink to nothing when we consider how remote all of us, the illusionists as well as the so-called realists, were from what was really going on. 21. Hitler in the autumn of 1943. Both his old associates and his adjutants agreed that Hitler had undergone a change in the past year. This could scarcely be surprising, for during this period he had experienced Stalingrad, had looked on powerlessly as 250,000 soldiers surrendered in Tunisia, and had seen German cities leveled. Along with all this, he had to approve the Navy's decision to withdraw the U-boats from the Atlantic, thus relinquishing one of his greatest hopes for victory. Undoubtedly, Hitler could see the meaning of this turn of affairs, and undoubtedly he reacted to it as human beings do, with disappointment, dejection, and increasingly forced optimism. In the years since then, Hitler may have become the object of sober studies for the historian. But for me he possesses, to this day, a substantiality and physical presence, as if he still existed in the flesh. Between the spring of 1942 and the summer of 1943 he sometimes spoke despondently. But then, a curious transformation seemed to take place in him. Even in desperate situations he displayed confidence in ultimate victory. From this later period I can scarcely recall any remarks on the disastrous course of affairs, although I was expecting them. Had he gone on for so long persuading himself that he now firmly believed in victory? At any rate, the more inexorably events moved toward catastrophe, the more inflexible he became, the more rigidly convinced that everything he decided on was right. His closest associates noted his growing inaccessibility. He deliberately made his decisions in isolation. At the same time, he had grown intellectually more sluggish and showed little inclination to develop new ideas. It was as if he were running along an unalterable track and could no longer find the strength to break out of it. Underlying all this was the impasse into which he had been driven by the superior power of his enemies. In January 1943 they had jointly issued a demand for Germany's unconditional surrender. Hitler was probably the only German leader who entertained no illusions about the seriousness of this statement. Goebbels, Göring, and the others would talk about exploiting the political antagonisms among the Allies. Still others imagined that Hitler would find some political device by which he could save the situation, even now. After all, had he not earlier, starting with the occupation of Austria up to the pact with the Soviet Union, contrived with apparent ease a succession of new tricks, new shifts, new finesses? But now, During the situation conferences, he more and more often declared, "Don't fool yourself, there is no turning back, we can only move forward, we have burned our bridges." In speaking this way, Hitler was cutting his government off from any negotiation. The meaning of these words was first fully revealed at the Nuremberg trial. One of the causes for the changes in Hitler's personality, so I thought at the time, was the constant stress under which he labored. He was working in an unaccustomed way. Since the beginning of the Russian campaign, he had abandoned his former staccato method of administering the affairs of government in flurries of activity with spells of indolence in between. Instead, he regularly attended to an enormous daily mass of work. Whereas in the past he had known how to let others work for him, he now assumed more and more responsibility for details. As anxieties mounted, he made himself into a strictly disciplined worker. But such discipline ran counter to his nature, and this was inevitably reflected in the quality of his decisions. It is true that even before the war Hitler had shown signs of overwork. At times he would be distinctly averse to making decisions, would appear absent-minded, and would relapse into painful spells of monologuing. Or else he would fall into a sort of muteness or would say nothing more than an occasional yes or no. At such times it was not clear whether he still had his mind on the subject or was brooding on other thoughts. Earlier, however, these states of exhaustion did not usually last long. After staying at Obersalzberg for a few weeks he would appear more relaxed. His eyes would be brighter, his capacity for reaction would have increased, and he would recover his pleasure in state business. In 1943, too, his entourage frequently urged him to take a vacation. At such times he would change the location of his headquarters and would go for weeks and sometimes even for months to Obersalzberg. During the 20 months from July 28, 1941 to March 20, 1943, Hitler interrupted his stay in Rastenburg 4 times for a total of 57 days. Beginning on March 20, 1943, on his doctor's urging, he went to Obersalzberg for a 3-month vacation and then worked for the next 9 months in Rastenburg. After this, completely exhausted, he spent the 4 months after March 16, 1944 at Obersalzberg and in Berlin. To Mars, Hitler's Reden Fall, Roman for Munich, 1965. But these vacations did not involve any change in his daily routine. Bormann was always hovering nearby, with endless small questions which the Führer had to settle. There was a stream of callers, Gauleiters or ministers who could not obtain admission to headquarters and who now insisted on seeing him. Along with all this, the lengthy daily situation conferences went on, for the entire military staff came along to wherever Hitler happened to be staying. Hitler frequently said, "When we express concern for his health, it is easy to advise me to take a vacation, but it is impossible. I cannot leave current military decisions to others even for 24 hours. The people in Hitler's military entourage had been used to concentrated daily work from their youth. They could not have realized how overstrained Hitler was. Bormann, likewise, seemed unable to understand that he was asking too much of Hitler. But even apart from this, Hitler neglected to do what every factory executive must do, appoint good deputies for each important phase of his work. He had neither a competent executive chief nor a vigorous head of the armed forces nor even a capable commander-in-chief of the army. He continually flouted the old rule that the higher his position the more free time a man should have available. Formerly he had abided by this rule. Overwork and isolation led to a peculiar state of petrifaction and rigor. He suffered from spells of mental torpor and was permanently caustic and irritable. Earlier, he had made decisions with almost sportive ease. Now, he had to force them out of his exhausted brain. At a former racing shell crewman, I knew about the phenomenon of overtraining. I remembered how, when we reached such a state, our performance dropped, we became dull and irritable and lost all flexibility. We would become automatons to such an extent that a rest period seemed actually unwelcome and all we wanted was to go on training. Excessive intellectual strain can produce similar symptoms. During the difficult days of the war, I could observe in myself how my mind went on working mechanically, while at the same time my ability to absorb fresh impressions diminished and I made decisions in an apathetic way. The fact that Hitler left the darkened chancellery in silence and secrecy on the night of September 3, 1939, in order to go to the front proved to be a step of high significance for the subsequent years. His relationship to the people had changed. Even when he did come into contact with the populace at intervals of many months, their enthusiasm and capacity to respond to him had faded, and his magnetic power over them seemed likewise to have fled. In the early 30s, during the final phases of the struggle for power, Hitler had driven himself as hard as during the second half of the war. But he probably drew more impetus and courage from those mass meetings than he himself had poured out upon the multitude. Even during the period between 1933 and 1939, when his position made life easier for him, he was visibly refreshed by the daily procession of admirers who came to pay homage to him at Ober-Salzburg. The rallies in the pre-war period had also been a stimulant to Hitler. They were part of his life, and each one left him more incisive and self-assured than he had been before. The private circle his secretaries, doctors, and adjutants in which he moved at headquarters was, if possible, even less stimulating than the pre-war circle at Ober-Salzburg had been, or the circle in the Chancellery. Here there were no people so carried away by his aura that they could hardly speak. Daily association with Hitler, as I had already observed in the days when he and I dreamed together over building projects, reduced him from the demigod Goebbels, had made of him to a human being with all ordinary human needs and weaknesses, although his authority remained intact. Hitler's military entourage, too, must have been tiring to him. For in the matter-of-fact atmosphere of headquarters, any touch of idolatry would have made a bad impression. On the contrary, the military officers remained distinctly dispassionate. Even had they not been so by nature, restrained etiquette was part of their training. For that reason the Byzantine flatteries of Keitel and Göring seemed all the more obtrusive. Moreover, they did not sound genuine. Hitler himself encouraged his military entourage not to be servile. In that atmosphere objectivity remained the dominant note. Hitler would not listen to criticism about his own life pattern. Consequently, members of his entourage had to conceal their worries and accept his habits for what they were. More and more he avoided conversations of a personal nature, aside from the rare sentimental talks he had with a few of his comrades from the early days, such as Goebbels, Ley, or Esser. To me and others he spoke in an impersonal, rather aloof manner. Occasionally Hitler still made decisions alertly and spontaneously, as he had in the past, and once in a long while he would even listen attentively to opposing arguments. But these times had become so unusual that we afterward made special note of them. Schmundt and I hit on the idea of bringing young frontline officers to Hitler in order to introduce a little of the mood of the outside world into the stale, hermetic atmosphere of the headquarters. But our efforts came to naught. For one thing, Hitler seemed unwilling to spare the time for such things, and then we also realized that these interviews did more harm than good. For example, a young tank officer reported that during the advance along the Terek his unit had encountered hardly any resistance and had had to check the advance only because it ran out of ammunition. In his overwrought state of mind, Hitler kept brooding on the matter for days afterward. There you have it, too little ammunition for the 7.5 centimeter guns. What is the matter with production? It must be increased at once by every possible means. Actually, given our limited facilities, there was enough of this ammunition available, but the supply lines were so overextended that the supplies had not caught up with the tempestuous advance of the tank troops. Hitler, however, refused to take this factor into account. On such occasions, the young frontline officers would disclose other details into which Hitler immediately read major errors of omission on the part of the general staff. In reality, most of the difficulties arose from the tempo of the advances, which Hitler insisted on. It was impossible for the army staff to discuss this matter with him, since he had no knowledge of the complicated logistics involved in such advances. At long intervals, Hitler still continued to receive officers and enlisted men on whom he was to confer high military decorations. Given his distrust in the competence of his staff, there were often dramatic scenes and peremptory orders after such visits. In order to avert such complications, Keitel and Schmundt did their best to neutralize the visitors beforehand insofar as they could. Hitler's evening tea, to which he invited guests even at headquarters, had in the course of time been shifted to 2 o'clock in the morning and did not end before 3 or 4 o'clock. The time when he went to bed had also been shifted more and more into the early morning, so that I once commented, "If the war goes a much longer, we'll at least come around to the normal working hours of an early riser and take Hitler's evening tea as our breakfast." Hitler unquestionably suffered from insomnia. He spoke of the agony of lying awake if he went to bed earlier. During the tea he would often complain that the day before he had only been able to snatch a few hours of rest in the morning, after many hours of sleeplessness. Only the intimates were admitted to these teas: his doctors, his secretaries, his military and civilian adjutants, the press chief's deputy, the foreign ministry's representative, Ambassador Huel, sometimes his Viennese Diet Kirk, such visitors as were close to Hitler, and the inevitable Bormann. I too was welcome as a guest any time. We sat stiffly in Hitler's dining room in uncomfortable armchairs. On these occasions Hitler still loved a genteel atmosphere, with, if possible, a fire in the fireplace. He passed cake to the secretaries with emphatic gallantry and tried to achieve a tone of friendliness with his guests like an easygoing host. I felt pity for him. There was always something misbegotten about his attempts to radiate warmth in order to receive it. Since music was banned at headquarters, there remained only conversation, with Hitler himself doing most of the talking. His familiar jokes were appreciated as if they had been heard for the first time. His stories of his harsh youth or the days of struggle were listened to as raptly as if they were being told for the first time, but this circle could not whip up much liveliness or contribute to the conversation. It was an unwritten law that events at the front, politics, or criticism of leaders must be avoided. Naturally, Hitler, too, had no need to talk about such matters. Only Bormann had the privilege of making provocative remarks. Sometimes, too, a letter from Eva Braun would send Hitler into a fit, for she was apt to cite cases of blatant stupidity on the part of officials. When, for example, regulations were issued forbidding the people of Munich from going to the mountains for skiing, Hitler became extremely excited and launched into tirade about his everlasting struggle against the idiocy of the bureaucracy. In the end, Bormann would be ordered to look into such cases. The banality of the subject indicated that Hitler's threshold of irritability had become extremely low. On the other hand, such trivialities really had a kind of relaxing effect on him, since they led him back to a world in which he could still issue effective orders. For the moment, at least, he could forget the impotence that had plagued him since his enemies had begun to shape the course of events. Even though he still played at being master of the situation and his circle did its best to abet him in his illusions, elements of the truth forced themselves upon his consciousness. At such moments, he would go back to his old litany that he had become a politician against his will, that basically he was an architect but that he had been out of luck. The kind of projects that would have suited his talents were not being built. Only when he himself was head of government was the right land of building possible. He had only one remaining wish, he would say in one of those bursts of self-pity which became more and more frequent these days. As soon as possible I want to hang the field grey jacket on its nail again. Asterisk. Since the beginning of the war he had worn military dress rather than his old party uniform, and he had promised the Reichstag that he would not put it aside until the war was over, just as Isabella of Castile had once sworn not to take off her chemise until the country was liberated from the Moors. When I have entered the war victoriously, my life's task will be fulfilled, and I'll withdraw to the home of my old age, in Linz, across the Danube. Then my successor can worry about these problems. He had, it is true, sometimes spoken in this vein before the beginning of the war, during those more relaxed tea times at Obersalzberg. But in those days, I suspect, well, that was mere coquettishness. Now he formulated such thoughts unsentimentally, in a normal conversational tone and with a credible note of bitterness. His abiding interest in the plans for the city of his retirement years also gradually assumed an escapist character. Toward the end of the war, Hermann Giesler, the chief architect of Linz, was summoned to headquarters more and more frequently to present his designs, whereas Hitler scarcely ever asked for the Hamburg, Berlin, Nuremberg, or Munich plans which had previously meant so much to him. When he considered the torments he now had to endure, he would say gloomily, death could only mean a release for him. In keeping with this mood, when he studied the Lindt plans he would repeatedly turn to the sketches for his tomb, which was to be located in one of the towers of the Lindt complex of party buildings. Even after a victorious war, he emphasized, he did not want to be buried beside his field marshals in the Soldiers' Hall in Berlin. During these nocturnal conversations in the Ukrainian or East Prussian headquarters, Hitler often gave the impression of being slightly unbalanced. The leaden heaviness of the early morning hours weighed on those few of us who participated. Only politeness and a sense of duty could induce us to attend the teas. For after the day of strenuous conferences, we could scarcely keep our eyes open during the monotonous conversations. Before Hitler appeared, someone might ask, say, "Where's Moll this evening?" Someone else would reply crossly, "He hasn't been here the past 3 evenings." One of the secretaries, "He could stand staying up late once in a while. It's always the same. I'd love to sleep too." Another, "We really should arrange to take turns. This isn't fair for some to shirk and the same people have to be here all the time." Of course Hitler was still revered by the circle, but his nimbus was distinctly wearing thin. After Hitler had eaten breakfast late in the morning, the daily newspapers and press information sheets were presented to him. The press reports were crucially important to informing his opinions. They also had a great deal to do with his mood. Where specific foreign news items were concerned, he instantly formulated the official German position, usually highly aggressive, which he would then dictate word for word to his press chief, Dr. Dietrich, or to Dietrich's deputy, Lawrence. Hitler would boldly intrude on all areas of government, usually without consulting the ministers in question, such as Goebbels or Ribbentrop, or even bothering to inform them beforehand. After that, he reported on foreign events, which Hitler took more calmly than he did the press notices. In hindsight, it seems to me that he considered the reverberations more important than the realities, that the newspaper accounts interested him more than the events themselves. Schott then brought in the reports of last night's SA raids, which had been passed on from the Gauleiters to Bormann. Since I often went to look at the production facilities in the damaged cities a day or two later, I can judge that Hitler was correctly informed on the degree of destruction. It would in fact have been unwise of a Gauleiter to minimize the damage, since his prestige could only increase if, in spite of the devastation, he succeeded in restoring normal life and production. Hitler was obviously shaken by these reports, although less by the casualties among the populace or the bombing of residential areas than by the destruction of valuable buildings, especially theaters. As in his plans for the reshaping of German cities before the war, he was primarily interested in public architecture and seemed to give little thought to social distress and human misery. Consequently, he was likely to demand that burned-out theaters be rebuilt immediately. Several times I tried to remind him of other strains upon the construction industry. Apparently, the local political authorities were also less than eager to carry out these unpopular orders, and Hitler, in any case sufficiently taken up by the military situation, seldom inquired about the way the work was going. Only in Munich, his second home, and in Berlin did he insist that the opera houses be rebuilt at great expenditure of labor and money, too. Incidentally, Hitler betrayed a remarkable ignorance of the true situation and the mood of the populace when he answered all objections with theatrical performances are needed precisely because the morale of the people must be maintained. The urban population certainly had other things to worry about. Once more, such remarks showed to what extent Hitler was rooted in a bourgeois milieu. While reading these reports, Hitler was in the habit of raging against the British government and the Jews who were to blame for these air raids. We could force the enemy to stop by building a large fleet of bombers ourselves, he declared. Whenever I objected that we had neither the planes nor explosives for heavy bombing, he always returned the same answer. "You've made so many things possible, Speer. You'll manage that too." It seems to me, in retrospect, that our ability to produce more and more in spite of the air raids must have been one of the reasons that Hitler did not really take the air battle over Germany seriously. Consequently, Melch's and my proposals that the manufacture of bombers be radically reduced in favor of increased fighter plane production was rejected until it was too late. I tried a few times to persuade Hitler to travel to the bombed cities and let himself be seen there, for Goebbels, too, had tried to put over the same idea, but in vain. He lamented Hitler's obstinacy and referred enviously to the conduct of Churchill. When I think of the propaganda value I could make of such a visit, but Hitler regularly brushed away any such suggestion. During his drives from Stettin station to the Chancellery, or to his apartment in Prinzregentenstrasse in Munich, he now ordered his chauffeur to take the shortest route, whereas he formerly loved long detours. Since I accompanied him several times on such drives, I saw with what absence of emotion he noted the new areas of rubble through which his car would pass. Moll had advised Hitler to take long walks, and it would indeed have been very easy to lay out a few paths in the adjacent East Prussian woods. But Hitler vetoed any such project. The result was that his daily airing consisted of a small circuit barely 100 yards long within restricted area I. On these walks Hitler's interest was usually focused not on his companions but on his Alsatian dog Blondie. He used these intervals for training purposes. After a few exercises in fetching, the dog had to balance on a board about a foot wide and 25 feet long, mounted at a height of more than 6 feet. Hitler knew, of course, that a dog regards the man who feeds him as his master. Before the attendant opened the dog cage, Hitler usually let the excited dog leap up against the wire partitions for a few minutes, barking and whimpering with joy and hunger. Since I stood in special favor, I was sometimes allowed to accompany Hitler to this feeding, whereas all the others had to watch the process at a distance. The dog probably occupied the most important role in Hitler's private life. He meant more to his master than the Führer's closest associates. Hitler frequently took his meals alone when no guest he liked was at headquarters. In that case only the dog kept him company. As a matter of course, during my 2 or 3 day stays at headquarters I was asked to dine with the Führer once or twice. People no doubt thought we were discussing important general matters or personal subjects during these meals. But even I found there was no talking with Hitler about broader aspects of the military situation or even the economic situation. We stuck to trivial subjects or drew production figures. Initially, he remained interested in the matters that had absorbed both of us in the past, such as the future shaping of German cities. He also wanted to plan a transcontinental railroad network which would link his future empire together economically. After he decided on the size of the wide-gauge track he wanted for the railroad, he began considering various car types and plunging into detailed calculations on freight tonnages. Such matters occupied him during his sleepless nights. Asterisk. The idea behind this transcontinental service was that a single train would transport as much as a freighter. Hitler felt that sea travel was never sufficiently safe and was certainly unreliable in wartime. Even where plans for new railroad facilities had already been completed, as in Berlin and Munich, an extra pair of tracks had to be added for Hitler's new railroad system. The Transportation Ministry thought that the drawbacks of 2 railroad systems more than outweighed the possible advantages, but Hitler had become obsessed with this idea. He decided that it was even more important as a binding force in his empire than the Autobahn system. From month to month Hitler became more taciturn. It may also be that he let himself go with me and made less of an effort at conversation than he did with other guests. In any case, from the autumn of 1943 on, a lunch with him became an ordeal. In silence, we spooned up our soup. While we waited for the next course, we might make a few remarks about the weather, whereupon Hitler would usually say something acid about the incompetence of the Weather Bureau. Finally, the conversation would revert to the quality of the food. He was highly pleased with his diet cook and praised her skill at vegetarian cuisine. If a dish seemed to him especially good, he asked me to have a taste of it. He was forever worried about gaining weight. Out of the question, imagine me going around with a pot belly. It would mean political ruin. After making such remarks, he would frequently call his orderly to put an end to temptation. Take this away, please. I like it too much. Incidentally, even here at headquarters he would often make fun of meat-eaters, but he did not attempt to sway me. He even had no objection to a Stein jar after fatty food, although he commented pityingly that he did not need it with his fare. If there were a meat broth, I could depend on his speaking of a corpse tea. In connection with crayfish, he brought out his story of a deceased grandmother whose relations had thrown her body into the brook to lure the crustaceans for eels. that they were best fattened and caught by using dead cats. Earlier, during those evenings in the Chancellery, Hitler had never been shy about repeating stories as often as he pleased. But now, in these times of retreats and impending doom, such repetitions had to be regarded as signs that he was in an especially good humour. For most of the time a deadly silence prevailed. I had the impression of a man whose life was slowly ebbing away. During conferences that often lasted for hours, or during meals, Hitler ordered his dog to lie down in a certain corner. There the animal settled with a protesting growl. If he felt that he was not being watched, he crawled closer to his master's seat and after elaborate maneuvers finally landed with his snout against Hitler's knee, whereupon a sharp command banished him to his corner again. I avoided, as did any reasonably prudent visitor to Hitler, arousing any feelings of friendship in the dog. That was often not so easy, especially when at meals the dog laid his head on my knee and in this position attentively studied the pieces of meat which he evidently preferred to his master's vegetarian dishes. When Hitler noticed such disloyalty, he irritably called the dog back. But still the dog remained the only living creature at headquarters who aroused any flicker of human feeling in Hitler. Only the dog was mute. Hitler's deep estrangement from people proceeded slowly, almost imperceptibly. From about the autumn of 1943 on, he used to make one remark which was all too revealing of his unhappy isolation. Speer, one of these days I'll have only two friends left, Fräulein Braun and my dog. His tone was so misanthropic, and the remark seemed to be wrung from such depths that it would not have done for me to assure him of my own loyalty. That was the one and only prediction of Hitler's that proved to be absolutely right. But that those two remained true to him was certainly no credit to Hitler, but rather to the staunchness of his mistress and the dependency of his dog. Later, in my many years of imprisonment, I discovered what it meant to live under great psychological pressure. Only then did I realize that Hitler's life had borne a great resemblance to that of a prisoner. His bunker, although it did not yet have the tomb-like proportions it was to assume in July 1944, had the thick walls and ceilings of a prison. Iron doors and iron shutters guarded the few openings, and even his meagre walks within the barbed wire brought him no more fresh air and contact with nature than a prisoner's endless tramp around the prison yard. Hitler's hour came when the main Situation Conference began after lunch, around 2 o'clock. Outwardly, the scene had not changed since the spring of 1942. Almost the same generals and adjutants gathered around the big map table. Only now all the participants seemed to have been aged and worn by the events of the past year and a half. Indifferent and rather resigned, they received his watchwords and commands. Positive aspects were played up. From the testimony of prisoners and special reports from the Russian front, it might appear that the enemy would soon be exhausted. The Russian casualties seemed to be much higher than ours because of their offensives, higher even in proportion to the relative sizes of our populations. Reports of insignificant successes loomed larger and larger in the course of these discussions until they had become for Hitler incontrovertible evidence that Germany would after all be able to delay the Soviet onslaught until the Russians had been bled white. Moreover, many of us believed that Hitler would end the war at the right time. To forecast what we might expect in the next few months, Jodl prepared a report to Hitler. At the same time, he tried to revive his real job as chief of the Armed Forces Operations Staff, which Hitler had more and more taken over. Jodl knew well Hitler's distrust for arguments based on calculations. Toward the end of 1943, Hitler was still speaking scornfully of a projection by General Georg Thomas which had rated the Soviet war potential as extremely high. Hitler was irate over this memorandum, and soon after its presentation he had forbidden Thomas and the OKW to undertake any further studies of this type. When around the autumn of 1944 my planning board, in an earnest effort to help the military operations staff make its decisions, worked out a memorandum on the enemy's armaments capacities, we received a reprimand from Keitel and were told not to transmit such documents to the OKW. Thus, Jodl knew that there were serious barriers that prevented him from delivering his report. He therefore appointed a young Air Force colonel named Christian to give a quick sketch of the matter at one of the Situation Conferences. The colonel had the rather significant advantage of being married to one of Hitler's secretaries, one of those who belonged to the nightly tea-time circle. The idea was to discern the enemy's possible long-run tactical plans and what the consequences would be for us. But aside from the scene of Colonel Christian showing a completely silent Hitler various places on several large maps of Europe, I no longer recall what happened with this attempt. In any case, it failed miserably. Without much fuss, and without any rebellion on the part of those concerned, Hitler continued to make all decisions himself, in total disregard of any technical basis. He dispensed with analyses of the situation and logistical calculations. He did not rely on any study group which would examine all aspects of offensive plans in terms of their effectiveness and possible countermeasures by the enemy. The headquarters staffs were more than competent to carry out these functions of modern warfare. It would only have been necessary to activate them. To be sure, Hitler would accept information about partial aspects of situations, but the grand synthesis was supposed to be born solely in his head. His field marshals as well as his closest associates had, therefore, merely advisory functions, for his decision had usually been forged beforehand, and only minor aspects of it were subject to change. Moreover, whatever he had learned from the Eastern Campaign in the years 1942–43 was rigorously repressed. Decisions were made in a total vacuum. At headquarters, where everyone lived under the tremendous pressure of responsibility, probably nothing was more welcome than a dictate from above. That meant being freed of a decision and simultaneously being provided with an excuse for failure. Only rarely did I hear of a member of the headquarters staff applying for frontline service in order to escape the permanent conflicts of conscience to which all at headquarters were exposed. To this day the whole thing remains an enigma for me, for in spite of a great deal of criticism hardly any one of us ever managed to put across our reservations. Actually, we were hardly conscious of them. In the stupefying world of the headquarters we remained unmoved by what Hitler's decisions must mean at the front, where men were fighting and dying. Yet time and again our men found themselves in emergencies that could have been avoided had Hitler not staved off a retreat proposed by the General Staff. No one could expect the Chief of State to go to the front regularly. But as Commander-in-Chief of the Army, who moreover decided on so many details himself, he was obliged to do so. If he were too ill, then he should have appointed someone else. If he were fearful for his life, he had no right to be Commander-in-Chief of the Army. A few trips to the front could easily have shown him and his staff the fundamental errors that were costing so much blood. But Hitler and his military advisors thought they could lead the army from their maps. They knew nothing of the Russian winter and its road conditions, nor of the hardships of soldiers who had to live in holes in the ground, without quarters, inadequately equipped, exhausted, and half-frozen. Their resistance had long since been shattered. At the situation conferences, Hitler took these units as up to full strength, and under the delusion they were committed. He pushed about on the map divisions that had worn themselves out in previous fighting and now lacked arms and ammunition. Moreover, Hitler frequently set schedules that were completely unrealistic. Since he invariably ordered immediate action, the advanced detachments came under fire before the task force could bring its full firepower to bear. The result was that the men were led piecemeal up to the enemy and slowly annihilated. The communications apparatus at headquarters was remarkable for that period. It was possible to communicate directly with all the important theatres of war. But Hitler overestimated the merits of the telephone, radio, and teletype. For thanks to this apparatus the responsible army commanders were robbed of every chance for independent action, in contrast to earlier wars. Hitler was constantly intervening on their sectors of the front. Because of this communications apparatus, individual divisions in all the theatres of war could be directed from Hitler's table in the Situation Room. The more fearful the situation, the greater was the gulf modem technology created between reality and the fantasies with which the man at this table operated. Military leadership is primarily a matter of intelligence, tenacity, and iron nerves. Hitler thought he had all these qualities in far greater measure than his generals. Again and again he predicted, although only after the disaster of the winter of 1941–42, that even the worst situations could be overcome and, indeed, that only in such situations would he prove how firmly he stood and how sound his nerves were. On July 26, 1944, Hitler boasted to the heads of industry, "All I know is that unprecedentedly strong nerves and unprecedented resolution are necessary if a leader is to survive in times such as these and make decisions which concern our very existence. Any other man in my place would have been unable to do what I have done. His nerves would not have been strong enough." Such remarks were scarcely complimentary toward the officers present, but Hitler was often capable of turning to the general staff officers of his entourage and insulting them directly. He would tell them that they were not steadfast, that they were always wanting to retreat, that they were prepared to give up ground without any reason. These cowards on the general staff would never have dared to start a war, he would say. They had always advised against it, always maintained that our forces were far too weak. But who had been proved right, if not himself? He would run down the usual list of earlier military successes and review the negative attitudes of the general staff before these operations began, which produced a ghostly impression, given the situation that had meanwhile arisen. In going over the past that way, he might lose his temper, flush deeply, and in a rapid, loud voice breaking with excitement burst out, "They aren't only notorious cowards, they re dishonest as well. They re notorious liars. The training of the general staff is a school of lying and deception. Sir, these figures are false. You yourself are being lied to. Believe me, the situation is deliberately being represented as unfavorable. That's how they want to force me to authorize retreats." Invariably, Hitler ordered the bends in the front to be held at all costs, and just as invariably the Soviet forces would overrun the position after a few days or weeks. Then there followed new rages, mingled with fresh denunciations of the officers and, frequently, complaints against the German soldiers. The soldier of the First World War was much tougher. Think of all they had to go through. In Verdun, on the Somme, today, they would run away from that land of thing. A good many of the officers who came in for these tongue lashings later joined the July 20, 1944, conspiracy against Hitler. That plot cast its shadow before. In the past, Hitler had had a fine sense of discrimination and was able to adapt his language to the people around him. Now he was unrestrained and reckless. His speech became an overflowing torrent like that of a prisoner who betrays dangerous secrets even to his prosecutor. In his talk, Hitler seemed to me to be obeying an obsession. In order to supply evidence for posterity that he had always issued the right orders, as early as the late autumn of 1942, Hitler sent for certified stenographers from the Reich who from then on sat at the table during the Situation Conference and took down every word. Sometimes, when Hitler thought he had found the way out of a dilemma, he would add, "Have you got that? Yes. Someday people will see that I was right, but these idiotic general staff officers refused to believe me." Even when the troops were retreating, he would declare triumphantly, "Didn't I order so and so 3 days ago? Again my order hasn't been carried out. They don't carry out my orders, and afterward they lie and blame the Russians. They lie when they say the Russians prevented them from carrying out the order." Hitler refused to admit that his failures were due to the weak position into which he had cast us by insisting on a war on many fronts. Only a few months before, the stenographers who unexpectedly found themselves in this madhouse had probably envisioned Hitler as a superior genius, just as Goebbels had taught them. Here they were forced to catch a glimpse of the reality. I can still see them distinctly as they sat writing, sallow-faced, or in their free time pacing back and forth at headquarters with a downcast air. They seemed to me like envoys from the populace who were condemned to witness the tragedy from front row. At the beginning of the war in the East, Hitler, captive to his theory that the Slavs were subhuman, had called the war against them child's play. But the longer the war lasted, the more the Russians gained his respect. He was impressed by the stoicism with which they had accepted their early defeats. He spoke admiringly of Stalin, particularly stressing the parallels to his own endurance. The danger that hung over Moscow in the winter of 1941 struck him as similar to his present predicament. In a brief access of confidence, he might remark with a jesting tone of voice that it would be best, after victory over Russia, to entrust the administration of the country to Stalin, under German hegemony, of course, since he was the best imaginable man to handle the Russians. In general, he regarded Stalin as a kind of colleague. When Stalin's son was taken prisoner, it was out of this respect, perhaps, that Hitler ordered him to be given especially good treatment. Much had changed since that day after the armistice with France, when Hitler predicted that a war with the Soviet Union would be child's play. In contrast to his ultimate realization that he was dealing with a formidable enemy in the East, Hitler clung to the end to his preconceived opinion that the troops of the Western countries were poor fighting material. Even the Allied successes in Africa and Italy could not shake his belief that these soldiers would run away from the first serious onslaught. He was convinced that democracy enfeebled a nation. As late as the summer of 1944, he held to his theory that all the ground that had been lost in the West would be quickly reconquered. His opinions on the Western statesmen had a similar bias. He considered Churchill, as he often stated during the Situation conferences, an incompetent, alcoholic demagogue, and he asserted in all seriousness that Roosevelt was not a victim of infantile paralysis, but of syphilitic paralysis, and was therefore mentally unsound. These opinions, too, were indications of his flight from reality in the last years of his life. Within restricted area in Rastenburg a tea house had been built. Its furnishings were a pleasant change from the general drabness. Here we occasionally met for a glass of vermouth. Here field marshals waited before conferring with Hitler. He himself avoided this tea house, and thus escaped encounters with the generals and staff officers of the High Command and of the armed forces. But for a few days, after fascism had ingloriously come to an end in Italy on July 25, 1943, and Badoglio had taken over the government, Hitler sat there over tea several afternoons with perhaps 10 of his military and political associates, among them Keitel, Jodl, and Bormann. Suddenly, Jodl blurted out, "Come to think of it, fascism simply burst like a soap bubble." A horrified silence followed, until someone launched another subject, whereupon Jodl, visibly alarmed, flushed beet red. A few weeks afterward, Prince Philip of Hesse was invited to the headquarters. He was one of the few followers whom Hitler always treated with deference and respect. Philip had often been useful to him, and especially in the early years of the Third Reich had arranged contacts with the heads of Italian fascism. In addition, he had helped Hitler purchase valuable artworks. The prince had been able to arrange their export from Italy through his connections with the Italian royal house, to which he was related. When the prince wanted to leave again after a few days, Hitler bluntly told him that he would not be allowed to leave headquarters. He continued to treat him with the greatest outward courtesy and invited him to his meals. But the members of Hitler's entourage, who until then had been so fond of talking with a real prince, avoided him as if he had a contagious disease. On September 9, Prince Philip and Princess Mafalda, the Italian king's daughter, were taken to a concentration camp on Hitler's direct orders. For weeks afterward, Hitler boasted that he had begun suspecting early in the game that Prince Philip was sending information to the Italian royal house. He himself had kept an eye on him, Hitler said, and ordered his telephone conversations tapped. By methods such as these, it had been discovered that the prince was passing number codes to his wife. Nevertheless, Hitler had continued to treat the prince with marked friendliness. That had been part of his tactics, he declared, obviously delighted with his gifts as a detective. The arrest of the prince and his wife reminded all those who were similarly close to Hitler that they had put themselves utterly into his hands. The feeling spread, unconsciously, that Hitler might be covertly and meanly keeping watch on anyone among his intimates and might deliver him up to a similar fate without giving him the slightest opportunity to justify himself. Mussolini's relationship to Hitler had been for all of us, ever since the Jews' support during the Austrian crisis, the very symbol of amity. After the Italian chief of state was overthrown and vanished without a trace, Hitler seemed to be inspired with a kind of Nibelungen loyalty. Again and again in the Situation conferences, he insisted that everything must be done to locate the missing Jews. He declared that Mussolini's fate was a nightmare that weighed on him day and night. On September 12, 1943, a conference was held in headquarters to which the Gauleiters of Tyrol and Carinthia were invited, along with me. It was settled that not only South Tyrol, but also the Italian territory as far as Verona would be placed under the administration of Gauleiterhofer of Tyrol. Large parts of Venetia, including Trieste, were assigned to the territory of Gauleiter Rainer of Carinthia. I was given jurisdiction in all questions of armaments and production for the remaining Italian territory and powers over and above those of the Italian authorities. Then came a great surprise. A few hours after the signing of these decrees, Mussolini's liberation was announced. The two Gaulleters thought their newly acquired domains were lost again. So did I. The Führer won't expect the deuce to swallow that, I said. Shortly afterward I met Hitler again and proposed that he cancel the new arrangement. I assumed that this was what he meant to do. To my surprise he fended off the suggestion. The decree would continue to be valid, he said. I pointed out to him that with the new Italian government formed under Mussolini, he could hardly infringe on Italy's sovereignty. Hitler reflected briefly, then said, "Present my decree to me for signature again, dated tomorrow, then there will be no doubt that my order is not affected by the Jew's liberation." 6. Undoubtedly Hitler had already been informed, a few days before this amputation of northern Italy, that the place where Mussolini was being held prisoner had been located. It seems a fair guess that we were called to headquarters so quickly precisely because of the impending liberation of the Jews. The next day Mussolini arrived in Rastenburg. Hitler embraced him, sincerely moved. On the anniversary of the Three-Power Pact, Hitler sent to the Jews, with whom he declared himself linked in friendship, his warmest wishes for the future of an Italy once more led to honorable freedom by fascism. 2 weeks before, Hitler had mutilated Italy. 22. Downhill. The mounting figures for armaments production strengthened my position until the autumn of 1943. After we had virtually exhausted the industrial reserves of Germany, I tried to exploit the industrial potential of the other European countries we controlled. 1. Hitler was at first reluctant to make full use of the capacity of the West, and in years to come he had decided the occupied eastern territories were actually to be deindustrialized. For industry, he held, promoted communism and bred an unwanted class of intellectuals. But conditions quickly proved stronger than all such theories. Hitler was hard-headed enough to recognize how useful intact industries could be towards solving the problems of troop supply. France was the most important of the occupied industrial countries. Until the spring of 1943, however, its industrial production scarcely helped us. Sokol's forcible recruiting of labor had done more damage there than its results warranted. For in order to escape forced labor, the French workers fled their factories, quite a few of which were producing for our armaments needs. In May 1943, I remonstrated to Sokol about this. That July, at a conference in Paris, I proposed that at least the factories in France that were working for us be immune from Sokol's levies. Asterisk. Asterisk Office Journal, July 23, 1943. The minister proposed to improve the situation by designating protected factories. These would be guaranteed against levying of workers and would thus be made more attractive to French labor. My associates and I intended to have the factories in France particularly, but also in Belgium and Holland, produce large quantities of goods for the German civilian population, such as clothing, shoes, textiles, and furniture, in order to free similar factories in Germany for armament. As soon as I was charged with all of German production at the beginning of September, I invited the French Minister of Production to Berlin. Minister Bachelon, a professor at the Sorbonne, was reputed to be a capable and energetic man. After some bickering with the Foreign Office, I ensured that Bachelon would be treated as a state visitor. To win that point I had to appeal to Hitler, explaining to him that Bachelon was not going to come up the back stairs to see me. As a result, the French production minister was quartered in the Berlin government guest house. 5 days before Bachelon arrived, I cleared the idea with Hitler that we would set up a production planning council on a pan-European basis, with France as an equal partner along with the other nations. The assumption was, of course, that Germany would retain the decisive voice in this planning. 2. On September 17, 1943, I received Bachelon, and before very long a distinctly personal relationship sprang up between us. We were both young, we believed the future was on our side, and both of us therefore promised ourselves that someday we would avoid the mistakes of the First World War generation that was presently governing. I was even prepared to prevent what Hitler had in mind in the way of carving up France, all the more so since in a Europe integrated economically it did not matter where the frontiers ran. Such were the utopian thoughts in which Cellon and I lost ourselves for a while at that time, a token of the world of illusions and dreams in which we were moving. On the last day of the negotiations, Cellon asked to have a private talk with me. At the instigation of Sokol, he began. Premier Laval had forbidden him to discuss the question of the transportation of workers from France to Germany. 8. Would I nevertheless be willing to deal with the question? I said I would. Cellon explained his concern, and I finally asked him whether a measure protecting French industrial plants from deportations would help him. If that is possible, then all my problems are solved, including those relating to the program we have just agreed on, Cellon said with relief. But then the transfer of labor from France to Germany will virtually cease. I must tell you that in all honesty. I was fully aware of that, but this seemed the only way I could harness French industrial production to our purposes. Both of us had done something unusual. Cellon had disobeyed an instruction from Laval, and I had disavowed Sokol. Both of us, basically without the backing of our superiors, had come to far-reaching agreement. Asterisk. Sokol pointed this out at the Central Planning Meeting, March 1, 1944. It is certainly difficult for me as a German to be confronted with a situation which all too plainly tells the French industries in France they have been placed under protection simply to keep them out of the grasp of Sokol. Our production plan would offer benefits to both countries. I would gain armaments capacity, while the French appreciated the chance to resume peacetime production in the midst of war. In collaboration with the military commander in France, restricted factories would be established throughout the country. Placards posted in these factories would promise immunity from Sokol's levies to all the workers employed in them. I personally would stand behind this pledge, since the placards would bear my signature in facsimile. But French basic industry also had to be strengthened, transportation guaranteed, food production assured, so that ultimately almost every important productive unit, in the end a total of 10,000, would be shielded from Sokol. Cellon and I spent the weekend at the country house of my friend Amma Brecker. On Monday, I informed Sokol's associates of the new arrangements. I called upon them to direct their efforts from then on to inducing workers to go back to French factories. Their numbers, I pledged, would be reckoned in on the quota of assignments to German armaments production. 10 days later, I was at the Führer's headquarters to beat Sokol to the punch in reporting to Hitler. And in fact Hitler proved content. He approved my arrangements and was even ready to take into account possible production losses because of riots or strikes. 5. In this way Sokol's operations in France virtually came to an end. Instead of the previous monthly quota of 50,000, before long only 5,000 workers a month were being taken to Germany. Asterisk. See Nuremberg document RF 22. On June 27, 1943, Sokol wrote Hitler, "Therefore I ask you, Main FH wrote, to accept my proposal that another 500,000 French men and women be imported into the Reich until the end of the war." According to a notation by his assistant, Dr. Struffang, dated July 28, 1943, Hitler had already agreed to this measure. A few months later, on March 1, 1944, Sokol reported angrily, "I hear from my offices in France that everything is finished there. We might as well close down, they tell me." It is the same story in every prefecture. Minister Cellon has made an agreement with Minister Speer. Laval has the nerve to say, "I won't give you any more men for Germany." A short while later I proceeded to apply the same principle to Holland, Belgium, and Italy. On August 20, 1943, Heinrich Himmler had been appointed Minister of the Interior of the Reich. Until then, to be sure, he had been Reichsvater of the all-embracing SS, which was spoken of as a state within the state. But in his capacity as Chief of the Police he had been, strangely, a subordinate of Minister of the Interior Frick. The power of the Gauleiters, constantly furthered by Bormann, had led to a splintering of sovereignty in the Reich. There were two categories of Gauleiters. The old ones, those who had held their positions before 1933, were simply incompetent to run an administrative apparatus. Alongside these men there rose, in the course of the years, a new class of Gauleiters of Bormann's school. They were young administrative officials, usually with legal training, whose one thought was to strengthen the influence of the party within the state. It was characteristic of Hitler's double-track way of running things that the Gauleiters in their capacity of party functionaries were under Bormann, while in their capacity as Reich commissioners for defense they were under the Minister of the Interior. Under the feeble Frick this double allegiance involved no danger to Bormann. Analysts of the political scene suspected, however, that with Himmler as Minister of the Interior, Bormann had acquired a serious counterpoise. I too saw it this way, and was looking forward hopefully to Himmler's reign. Above all, I counted on his checking the progressive fragmentation of the government executive power. And, in fact, Himmler promptly gave me his promise that on administrative matters of the Reich government he would call the willful Gauleiters to account. 6. On October 6, 1943, I addressed the Reichsleiters and the Gauleiters of the party. The reaction to my speech signaled a turning point. My purpose was to open the eyes of the political leadership to the true state of affairs, to dispel their illusion that a great rocket would soon be ready for use, and to make it clear that the enemy was calling all the turns. For us to regain the initiative, the economic structure of Germany, in part still on a peacetime basis, must be shaken up, I declared. Of the 6 million persons employed in our consumer goods industries, 1.5 million must be transferred to armaments production. From now on, consumer goods would be manufactured in France. I admitted that this would place France in a favorable starting position for the post-war era. But my view is, I declared to my audience of top party executives who sat there as if petrified, that if we want to win the war, we are the ones who will primarily have to make the sacrifices. I challenged the Gauleiters even more bluntly when I continued. You will please take note of this. The manner in which the various districts Gaul have hitherto obstructed the shutdown of consumer goods production can and will no longer be tolerated. Henceforth, if the districts do not respond to my requests within 2 weeks, I shall myself order the shutdowns. And I can assure you that I am prepared to apply the authority of the Reich government at any cost. I have spoken with Reichsvater SS Himmler, and from now on I shall deal firmly with the districts that do not carry out these measures. The Gauleiters were less disturbed by the comprehensiveness of my program than by these 2 last sentences. I had barely finished my speech when several of them came rushing up to me. Led by one of the oldest among them, Joseph B. Arkell, in loud voices and with waving arms they charged that I had threatened them with concentration camp. In order to correct that misapprehension, I asked Bormann if I could once more take the floor. But Bormann waved me aside. With hypocritical friendliness he said this was not necessary at all, for there were really no misunderstandings. The evening after this meeting many of the Gauleiters drank so heavily that they needed help to get to the special train taking them to the Führer's headquarters that night. Next morning I asked Hitler to say a few words about temperance to his political associates, but as always he spared the feelings of his comrades in arms of the early days. On the other hand, Bormann informed Hitler about my quarrel with the Gauleiters. Asterisk, I did not learn the particulars from Gauleiter Kaufmann until May 1944. Then immediately requested a meeting with Hitler. For further details, see Chapter 23. Hitler gave me to understand that all the Gauleiters were furious, without telling me any of the specific reasons. Bormann, it soon became plain, had at last found a way to undermine my standing with Hitler. He went on chipping away incessantly, and for the first time with some success. I myself had given him the means. From now on I could no longer count on Hitler's support as a matter of course. I also soon found out what Himmler's promise to enforce my directives was worth. I had documents on serious disputes with Gauleiters sent to him, but I did not hear anything about them for weeks. Finally, Himmler's State Secretary, Wilhelm Stuckart, informed me with some embarrassment that the Minister of the Interior had sent the documents directly to Bormann, whose reply had only now arrived. All the cases had been checked over by the Gauleiters, Stuckart said. As might have been expected, it had turned out that my orders were invalid and the Gauleiters were entirely justified in refusing to follow them. Himmler, Stuckart said, had accepted this report. So much for my hope of strengthening the government SS against the Party-S authority. Nothing came of the Speer-Himmler coalition either. A few months passed before I found out why all these plans were doomed to failure. As I heard from Gauleiter Hank of Lower Silesia, Himmler had actually tried to strike a blow against the sovereignty of some Gauleiters. He sent them orders through his SS commanders in their districts, a clear affront to their power. But he quickly learned that the Gauleiters had all the backing they needed in Bormann's party headquarters. Within a few days Bormann had Hitler prohibit any such steps by Himmler. Hitler might have contempt for his Gauleiters, but at crucial moments he always remained loyal to these comrades of his early days of struggle. Even Himmler and the SS could do nothing against this sentimental cronyism. Worsted in this one inept maneuver, the SS leader completely acknowledged the independence of the Gauleiters. The projected meeting of Reich Defense Commissioners was never called, and Himmler contented himself with making his power felt among the politically less influential mayors and governors. Bormann and Himmler, who were on a first-name basis anyhow, soon became good friends again. My speech had brought to light the strata of interest groups, but in revealing these power relationships I had endangered myself. Within a few months I could chalk up a third failure in my efforts to activate the power and potentialities of the regime. Faced with a dilemma, I tried to escape it by taking the offensive. Only 5 days after my speech I had Hitler appoint me chief of future planning for all the cities damaged by bombing. Thus I was invested with full powers in a field which was much closer to the hearts of my opponents, including Bormann himself, than many of the problems concerned with the war. Some of them were already thinking of this reconstruction of the cities as their foremost future task. Hitler's decree reminded them that I would be standing over them in this. I wanted this assignment not only as a counter in the power struggle. There was another threat, one springing from the quality of the Gauleiters, which I felt had to be headed off. For they saw the devastation of the cities as an opportunity to tear down historic buildings which to them had little meaning. Instances of this tendency of theirs were all too common. One day, for example, I was sitting on a roof terrace with the Gauleiter of Essen looking out over the ruins after a heavy air raid. He commented casually that now the Cathedral of Essen could be torn down entirely, since the bombing had damaged it anyhow and it was only a hindrance to modernization of the city. The mayor of Mannheim appealed to me for help to prevent the demolition of the burned-out Mannheim Castle and the National Theatre. From Stuttgart, I heard that the burned palace there was also to be torn down at the orders of the local Gauleiter. Hitler found out about such plans too late. Besides, the Gauleiters were able to make it appear that the buildings had been on the point of collapse. 8 months later, on June 26, 1944, I protested to Bormann. In various cities efforts are underway to tear down buildings of historical and artistic merit that have been damaged in the raids. The argument offered to justify these measures is that the buildings are either about to collapse or cannot be restored. It is also contended that demolition will provide a welcome opportunity for urban renewal. I would be very grateful if you would send a memorandum to all the Gauleiters pointing out that historical monuments, even in ruins, must be preserved at all costs. I must ask you also to inform the Gauleiters that such monuments cannot be torn down until the Führer himself has definitely decided on reconstruction plans for the cities and thus also for these buildings. Despite the limited means, materials, and workmen available, I also ordered that many damaged monuments be patched up sufficiently to prevent further dilapidation. I tried to put this plan into effect in northern Italy and in France by giving similar instructions to the TOT organization. The reasoning in all these cases was the same: away with castles and churches. After the war, we allowed build our own monuments. I in part this impulse sprang from the feeling of inferiority toward the past that the party bigwigs had. But there was another element in this feeling, as one of the Gauleiters explained when he was justifying his demolition order to me. Castles and churches of the past were citadels of reaction that stood in the way of our revolution. Remarks of this sort revealed a fanaticism that belonged to the early days of the party, but that had gradually been lost in the compromises and arrangements of a party in power. I myself placed such importance on the preservation of the historical fabric of the German cities and on a sane policy of reconstruction that even at the climax and turning point of the war, In November and December 1943, I addressed a letter to all Gauleiters in which I recast most of my pre-war philosophy, no more pretentious artistic notions, but economy-mindedness, broad-scale transportation planning to save the cities from traffic congestion, mass production of housing, cleaning up the old quarters of the cities, and establishing businesses in the city centres. 7. There was no longer any talk of monumental buildings. My enthusiasm for them had faded, and so in all probability had Hitler's, for he let me describe this new planning concept to him without the least protest. Early in November 1943, Soviet troops were approaching Nikopol, the center of manganese mining. At this time there occurred a curious incident in which Hitler behaved much as Göring had when he ordered his generals to tell a deliberate lie. Chief of Staff Zeitzler phoned to tell me that he had just had a violent disagreement with Hitler. He himself was highly agitated. Hitler had insisted, he said, that all available divisions be massed for the defense of Nikopol. Without manganese, Hitler had declared excitedly, the war would be lost in no time. 3 months later Speer would have to halt armaments production, for he has no reserve stocks of manganese. 8. Zeitzler begged me to help him. Instead of bringing in new troops, he said the time had come to begin the retreat. This was our only chance to avert another Stalingrad. After hearing this, I at once sat down with R. Kling and Roland, our steel industry experts, to clarify our situation in regard to manganese. Manganese was, of course, one of the principal constituents of high-strength steels. But it was equally clear after Zeitzler's telephone called that one way or another the manganese mines in southern Russia were lost to us. What I learned at my conferences was surprisingly favorable. On November 11, I informed Zeitzler and Hitler by teletype, manganese stock sufficient for 11 to 12 months available in the Reich even if present procedures are maintained. The Reich Steel Association guarantees that in case Nikopol is lost, introduction of other metals will enable us to stretch the manganese stocks without additional strain on other alloy materials for 18 months. 9. I could moreover state that even the loss of neighbouring Kravoi Rog, for the holding of which Hitler wanted to wage a great defensive battle, would not seriously affect the continued flow of German steel production. When I arrived at the Führer's headquarters 2 days later, Hitler snarled at me in a tone he had never used toward me before. What was the idea of your giving the Chief of Staff your memorandum on the manganese situation? I had expected to find him well pleased with me, and managed only to reply, stunned, but mein Führer, it is good news after all. Hitler did not accept that. You are not to give the Chief of Staff any memoranda at all. If you have some information, kindly send it to me. You've put me in an intolerable situation. I have just given orders for all available forces to be concentrated for the defense of Nikopol. At last I have a reason to force the army group to fight, and then Zeitzler comes along with your memo. It makes me out a liar. If Nikopol is lost now, it is your fault. I forbid you once and for all. His voice rose to a scream at the end, to address any memos to anybody but myself. Do you understand that? I forbid it. Nevertheless, my memorandum had done its work, for soon afterward Hitler stopped insisting on a battle for the manganese mines. But since the Soviet pressure in this area ceased at the same time, Nikopol was not lost until February 18, 1944. In a second memorandum I gave to Hitler that day, I had drawn up an inventory of our stocks of all alloy metals. By the single sentence, imports from the Balkans, Turkey, Nikopol, Finland, and northern Norway have not been considered. I alluded to the possibility that these areas might well be lost to us. Following table sums up the results, figures given in metric tons. From this table I drew the following conclusion. Hence, the element in shortest supply is chromium. This is especially grave since chromium is indispensable to a highly developed armaments industry. Should supplies from Turkey be cut off, the stockpile of chromium is sufficient only for 5.6 months. The manufacture of planes, tanks, motor vehicles, tank shells, U-boats, and almost the entire gamut of artillery would have to cease from 1 to 3 months after this deadline, since by then the reserves in the distribution channels would be used up. 10. That meant no more or less than that the war would be over approximately 10 months after the loss of the Balkans. Hitler listened to my report, whose import was that it would not be Nikopol but the Balkans that would determine the outcome of the war, in total silence. Then he turned away out of sorts. He addressed my associate Sauer to discuss new tank programs with him. Until the summer of 1943, Hitler used to telephone me at the beginning of every month to ask for the latest production figures, which he then entered on a prepared sheet. I gave him the figures in the customary order, and Hitler usually received them with exclamations such as, "Very good, why? That S wonderful, really 110 tigers, that S more than you promised, and how many tigers do you think you'll manage next month? Every tank is important now." He generally concluded these conversations with a brief reference to the situation. "We've taken Kharkov today. It's going well. Well then, nice to talk to you. My regards to your wife. Is she still at Obersalzberg? Well then, my regards again." When I thanked him and added the salutation, "Heil, mein F.H.R." he sometimes replied, "Heil, Speer." This greeting was a sign of favor which he only rarely vouchsafed to Göring, Goebbels, and a few other intimates. Underlying it was a note of faint irony at the mandatory "Heil, mein F.H.R." At such moments I felt as if a medal had been conferred on me. I did not notice the element of condescension in this familiarity. Although the fascination of the early days and the excitement of being on an intimate footing with Hitler had long since passed, although I no longer enjoyed the unique special position of Hitler as architect, and although I had become one of many in the apparatus of government, a word from Hitler had lost none of its magical force. To be precise, all the intrigues and struggles for power were directed toward eliciting such a word, or what it stood for. The position of each and every one of us was dependent on his attitude. The telephone calls gradually ceased. It is difficult to say just when, but from the autumn of 1943 on, at any rate, Hitler fell into the habit of calling Sauer to ask for the monthly reports. 11. I did not oppose this, since I recognized Hitler's right to take away what he had given. But since Bormann had particularly good relations with Sauer as well as Dorsch, both men were old party members, I gradually began to feel insecure in my own ministry. At first I tried to consolidate my position by assigning a representative from industry as a deputy to each of my 10 department heads, 12. But Dorsch and Sauer succeeded in frustrating my intention in their own department. Since it became ever more apparent that a faction was forming in the ministry under the leadership of Dorsch, on December 21, 1943, I initiated a kind of a coup d'état, appointing 2 old, reliable associates from my days as Hitler as chief architect as chiefs of the personnel and organization section, 13, and placed the previously independent TOT organization under their direction. The next day I escaped from the heavy burdens of the year 1943, with its multitudinous personal disappointments and intrigues, by seeking out the remotest and loneliest corner of the world within our sphere of power, northern Lapland. In 1941 and 1942 Hitler had refused to let me travel to Norway, Finland, and Russia because he considered such a journey too dangerous and me too indispensable. But this time he gave his approval with no more ado. We started at dawn in my new plane, a 4-motored Focke-Wulf Condor. It had unusually long range because of its built-in reserve tanks, 14. Siegfried Boris, the violinist and an amateur magician who became famous after the war under the name of Kalanag, accompanied us. My idea was that instead of making speeches, we would provide some Christmas entertainment for the soldiers and TOT organization workers in the north. Flying low, we looked down at Finland's chains of lakes, which my wife and I had longed to explore with felt boat and tent. Early in the afternoon, in the last glimmers of dusk in this northern region, we landed near Rovaniemi on a primitive snow-covered runway marked out by kerosene lamps. The very next day we drove 275 miles north in an open car until we reached the small Arctic port of Petsamar. The landscape had a certain high alpine monotony, but the changes of light through all the intervening shades from yellow to red, produced by the sun moving below the horizon, had a fantastic beauty. In Petsamar we held several Christmas parties for workers, soldiers and officers, and even more on the following evenings in other barracks. The following night we slept in the personal blockhouse of the commanding general of the Arctic front. From here we visited advanced bases on Fisher Peninsula, our northernmost and the most inhospitable sector of the front, only 50 miles from Murmansk. It was an area of depressing solitude. A sallow, greenish light slanted down through a veil of fog and snow upon a treeless, deathly rigid landscape. Accompanied by General Hengel, we slowly worked our way on skis to the advanced strongpoint. At one of these positions, a unit demonstrated to me the effect of one of our 15-centimeter infantry howitzers on a Soviet dugout. It was the first test firing with live ammunition I had really witnessed. For when one of the heavy batteries at Cape Grisnez was demonstrated to me, the commander said his target was Dover, but then explained that in reality he had ordered his men to fire into the water. Here, on the other hand, the gunners scored a direct hit, and the wooden beams of the Russian dugout flew into the air. Immediately afterward, a Lance Corporal Reich beside me collapsed without a sound. A Soviet sharpshooter had hit him in the head through the observation slit. Oddly enough, this was the first time I had been confronted with the reality of the war. I had been acquainted with our infantry howitzers only as technical items to be demonstrated on a shooting range. Now I suddenly saw how this instrument, which I had regarded purely theoretically, was used to destroy human beings. During this inspection tour, both our soldiers and officers complained about our lack of light infantry weapons. They particularly missed an effective submachine gun. The soldiers made do with captured Soviet weapons of this type. Hitler was directly responsible for the situation. The former First World War infantryman still clung to his familiar carbine. In the summer of 1942, he decided against a submachine gun that had already been developed and ruled that the rifle better served the ends of the infantry. One lingering effect of his own experience in the trenches was, as I now saw in practice, that he promoted the heavy weapons and tanks he had then admired to the neglect of infantry weapons. Immediately after my return, I tried to correct this unbalance. At the beginning of January, our infantry program was supported with specific requests from the Army General Staff and the Commander-in-Chief of the Reserve Army. But Hitler, as his own expert on matters of armaments, waited 6 months before approving our proposals, only afterward to hector us for any failure to meet our quotas on the deadlines. Within 3/4 of a year, we achieved significant increases in this important area. In the case of the submachine gun, we actually expanded production 20-fold, though, to be sure, hardly any of these guns had been produced previously. 15. We could have achieved these increases 2 years earlier without being compelled to use any facilities involved in the production of heavy weapons. The next day, I had a look at the nickel plant of Kołostocki, our sole source of nickel and the real destination of this Christmas trip of mine. Its yards were filled with ore that had not been shipped out because our transport facilities were being employed on building a bomb-proof power plant. I assigned the power plant a lower priority rating, and the supply of nickel began to move to our factories at a faster pace. In a clearing in the heart of the primeval forest, some distance from Lake Inari, Lapp and German woodcutters had gathered around an artfully built wood fire, source of both warmth and illumination, while Siegfried Boris began the evening with the famous Chaconne from Bot S. D minor partita. Afterward, we took a nocturnal ski tour lasting for several hours to one of the Lapp encampments. Our expected idyllic night in a tent at 22 degrees below Fahrenheit came to naught, however, for the wind turned and filled our shelter house with smoke. I fled outside, and at 3 o'clock in the morning bedded down in my reindeer skin sleeping bag. The next morning I felt a darting pain in my knee. A few days later I was back at Hitler's headquarters. At Bormann's instigation, he had called a major conference at which, in the presence of the chief ministers, the labour programme for 1944 was to be drafted, and Sokol was to lodge his complaints against me. On the day before, I proposed to Hitler that we hold a prior meeting under the chairmanship of Lammers to discuss those differences which were better thrashed out beforehand. At this, Hitler became distinctly aggressive. He said in an icy voice that he would not put up with such attempts to influence the participants in the conference. He did not want to hear any preconceived opinions, he wanted to make the decisions himself. After this reprimand, I went to Himmler, accompanied by my technical advisors. Field Marshal Keitel was also present at my request. 16. I wanted to agree on joint tactics with these men at least, in order to prevent Sokol from resuming his deportations from the occupied western areas. For Keitel, as superior to all the military commanders, and Himmler, who was responsible for the policing of the occupied territories, feared that such a step would bring about a rise in partisan activities. Both Himmler and Keitel, we agreed, were to declare at the conference that they did not have the necessary personnel for any new roundup of labor by Sokol, and that therefore public order would be imperiled. By this shift I hoped to achieve my aim of finally stopping the deportations. I would then push through intensified employment of the German reserves, especially German women. But apparently Bormann had prepared Hitler on the problems involved just as I had Himmler and Keitel. Even as Hitler greeted us, he showed, by his coldness and rudeness toward all the participants, that he was out of sorts. Seeing such ornaments, anyone who knew Hitler would be very careful about raising difficult questions. I, too, on such a day, would have left all my most important concerns in my briefcase and would have presented him only with minor problems. But the subject of the conference could no longer be dodged. Irritably, Hitler cut me off. Herr Speer, I will not have you trying once again to force your ideas on a conference. I am chairing this meeting and I shall decide at the end what is to be done, not you. Kindly remember that. No one ever opposed Hitler in these angry, ill-natured moods. My allies Keitel and Himmler no longer dreamed of saying their pieces, as agreed on. On the contrary, they stoutly assured Hitler that they would do all in their power to support Sokol's program. Hitler began to ask the various ministers present about their need for workers in 1944. He carefully wrote down all these figures, added up the sum himself, and turned to Sokol. 17 Can you, party comrade Sokol, attain 4 million workers this year, yes or no? Sokol puffed out his chest. Of course, mein Feature, I give you my word on that, but to fill the quota I'll have to have a free hand again in the occupied territories. I made a few objections to the effect that I thought the majority of these millions could be mobilized in Germany itself. Hitler cut me off sharply. Are you responsible to me for the labor force or is party comrade Sokol? In a tone that excluded all contradiction, Hitler now ordered Keitel and Himmler to instruct their organizations to push the program of obtaining workers. Keitel, as always, merely said, Jawohl, meine Feature, and Himmler remained mute. The battle seemed already lost. In order to save something out of it, I asked Sokol whether, in spite of his recruitments, he could also guarantee the labor supply for the restricted factories. Boastfully, he replied that this would not cause any problems. I then attempted to settle the priorities and to extract some kind of pledge from Sokol to transport workers to Germany only after the supply for the restricted factories had been guaranteed. Sokol also consented to this with a wave of his hand. But Hitler promptly intervened. What more do you want, Herr Speer? Isn't it enough if party comrade Sokol assures you that your mind should be at ease about French industry? Further discussion would only have strengthened Sokol's position. The conference was over. Hitler became more cordial again and exchanged a few friendly words, even with me. But that was the end of it. Nevertheless, Sokol's deportations never got started. That had little to do with my efforts to block him through my French offices and with the collusion of the army authorities. 18. Loss of authority in the occupied areas, the spreading rule of the Marquis, and the growing reluctance of the German occupation administrators to increase the difficulties prevented the execution of all these plans. The outcome of the conference at the Führer's headquarters had consequences only for me personally. From Hitler's treatment of me, it was clear to everyone that I was in disfavor. The victor in the struggle between Sokol and me had been Bormann. From now on we had to deal with, at first covert, but soon with more and more overt, attacks upon my aides from industry. More and more frequently I had to defend them at the party's secretariat against suspicions or even intervene with the secret police to protect them. 19. Even the last scintillating assembly of the prominent leaders of the Reich could scarcely distract me from my cares. That was the gala celebration of Göring's birthday on January 12, 1944, which he held at Curran Hall. We all came with expensive presents, such as Göring expected, cigars from Holland, gold bars from the Balkans, valuable paintings and sculptures. Göring had let me know that he would like to have a marble bust of Hitler, more than life-size, by Brecker. The overladen gift table had been set up in the big library. Göring displayed it to his guests and spread out on it the building plans his architect had prepared for his birthday. Goering's palace-like residence was to be more than doubled in size. At the magnificently set table in the luxurious dining room, flunkies in white livery served a somewhat austere meal, in keeping with the conditions of the time. Funk, as he did every year, delivered the birthday speech at the banquet. He lauded Goering's abilities, qualities, and dignities, and offered the toast to him as one of the greatest Germans. Funk's extravagant words contrasted grotesquely with the actual situation. The whole thing was a ghostly celebration taking place against a background of collapse and ruin. After the meal, the guests scattered through the spacious rooms of Karen Hall. Milch and I had some words about where the money for this ostentation was probably coming from. Milch said that recently Goering's old friend Loser, the famous fighter pilot of the First World War, had sent him a carload of stuff from the Italian black market, women's stockings, soap, and other rare items. Loser had informed Milch that he could have these things sold on the black market. There had even been a price list with the shipment, probably with the intention of keeping black market prices uniform throughout Germany, and the considerable profit that would fall to Milch had already been computed. Instead, Milch had the goods from the car distributed among the employees of his ministry. Soon afterward I heard that many other carloads had been sold for Goering's benefit. And a while after that the superintendent of the Reich Air Ministry, Plageman, who had to carry out these deals for Goering, was removed from Milch's control and made a direct subordinate of Goering. I had had my personal experiences with Goering's birthdays. Ever since I had been entitled to 6,000 marks annually as a member of the Prussian Council of State, I had also been receiving every year, just before Goering's birthday, a letter informing me that a considerable portion of my fee would be withheld for the Council of State's birthday gift to Goering. I was not even asked for this contribution. When I mentioned this to Milch, she told me that a similar procedure was followed with the Air Ministry's General Fund. On every birthday a large sum from this fund was diverted to Goering's account, whereupon the Rhine Marshal himself decided what painting was to be bought with this sum. Yet we knew that such sources could cover only a small part of Goering's enormous expenditures. We did not know what men in industry provided the subsidies, but Milch and I now and again had occasion to find out that such sources existed when Goering telephoned us because some man in our organizations had treated one of his patrons a bit roughly. My recent experiences and encounters in Lapland have provided the greatest imaginable contrast to the hothouse atmosphere of this corrupt, bogus world. Evidently, too, I was more depressed by the uncertainty of my relationship with Hitler than I cared to admit to myself. The nearly 2 years of continuous tension had been taking their toll. Physically, I was nearly worn out at the age of 38. The pain in my knee hardly ever left me. I had no reserves of strength. Or were all these symptoms merely an escape? On January 18, 1944, I was taken to a hospital. Part 3. 23. Illness. Dr. Gebhardt, SS group leader and well known as a knee specialist in the European world of sports, Gebhardt had also been consulted about a knee injury by Leopold Roman III of Belgium and by the Belgian industrialist Danny Heinemann. During the Nuremberg trial, I learned that Gebhardt had performed experiments on prisoners in concentration camps. Ran the Red Cross as Hohenlichen Hospital. It was situated on a lakeside in wooded country about 60 miles north of Berlin. Without knowing it, I had put myself into the hands of a doctor who was one of Heinrich Himmler's very few intimate friends. For more than 2 months I lived in a simply furnished sick room in the private section of the hospital. My secretaries were quartered in other rooms in the building, and a direct telephone line to my ministry was set up, for I wanted to keep on working. Sickness on the part of a minister of the Third Reich involved some special difficulties. Only too often Hitler had explained the elimination of a prominent figure in the government or the party on grounds of ill health. People in political circles therefore pricked up their ears if any of Hitler's close associates was reported sick. Since, however, I was really sick, it seemed advisable to remain as active as possible. Moreover, I could not let go of my apparatus, for like Hitler I had no suitable deputy at my disposal. Though friends and associates did their best to give me the opportunity to rest, the conferences, telephone calls, and dictation conducted from my bed often did not stop before midnight. My absence unleashed certain elements, as the following incident will illustrate. Almost as soon as I arrived at the hospital, my newly appointed personnel chief, Owen Boer, telephoned me, quite excited. There was a locked filing case in his office, he said. Dorsch had ordered this case transported at once to the TOT organization headquarters. I instantly countermanded this, saying that it was to stay where it was. A few days later, representatives of the Berlin Gauleiter S headquarters appeared, accompanied by several moving men. They had orders, Boer informed me, to take the filing case with them, for it was party property along with its contents. Boer no longer knew what to do. I managed to postpone this action by telephoning one of Goebbels' closest associates, Norman. The filing case was sealed by the party officials, but the seal was placed only on its straw. I then had it opened by unscrewing the back. The next day Boer came to the hospital with a bundle of photocopied documents. They contained dossiers on a number of my time-honored assistants' adverse reports almost without exception. Most of the men were charged with attitudes hostile to the party. In some cases it was recommended that they be watched by the Gestapo. I also discovered that the party had a liaison man in my ministry, Xaver Dorsch. The fact surprised me less than the person. Since the autumn I had been trying to have one of the officials in my ministry promoted, but the clique which had recently taken shape in the ministry did not like him. My then personnel chief had resorted to all sorts of evasions until I finally forced him to nominate my man for promotion. Shortly before my illness I had received a sharp, unfriendly rejection from Bormann. Now we found a draft of that sharp note among the documents in this secret file, composed, as it turned out, by Dorsch and personnel chief Hosseman, whom I had replaced by Boer. Bormann's text followed it word for word. Asterisk. According to the report to the Führer, No. 5, January 29, 1944, Dorsch was the special department supervisor of the League of German officials. From the letter to the party secretariat, Birkenholz displayed uncomradely behavior, arrogance, etc., conduct that cannot be condoned in a high official who ought to stand solidly behind the National Socialist state. In character also he seems unsuitable for promotion to the rank of ministerialrat. For these reasons I cannot support the promotion. Moreover, certain internal events in this office militate against it. The party secretariat had the right to decide on the promotion of all ministerial officials. I wrote to Hitler on January 29, 1944, the devastating report which without my knowledge was sent as a political evaluation to the party's secretariat, and the GAU was jointly composed by Herr Dorsch and the former director of my personnel section, Herr Hosseman. It is thus established that behind my back these two men tried to block an official order of mine. They unhandedly prejudiced the political branches of the GAU and the party secretariat against the proposed candidate by writing a devastating report. In this way they betrayed me as a minister of the Reich. Because of its personal nature, I had this memo for the Führer sent directly to Hitler's Adjutant Corps. From my sick bed I telephoned Goebbels. As Gauleiter of Berlin, he was head of all the party representatives in the Berlin ministries. Goebbels agreed at once that my old assistant Gerhard Frank was the man for this post in my ministry. An impossible state of affairs. Every minister is a party member nowadays. Either we have confidence in him, or he must go. Goebbels said. But I could not find out who the Gestapo's agents in my ministry were. The effort to maintain my position during my illness proved almost too much for me. I had to ask Bormann's State Secretary Gerhard Klopper to instruct the party functionaries to stay within their bounds. Above all, I asked him to look out for the industrialists working for me and to see that no obstacles were placed in their way. For I had no sooner fallen sick than the district GAU economic advisor of the party had begun making inroads into my system. I asked Funk and his assistant Otto Ollendorf, whom he had borrowed from Himmler, to take a more affirmative attitude toward my principle of industrial self-responsibility and to back me against Bormann's district economic advisors. Sokol, too, had already taken advantage of my absence to make a general appeal to the men involved in armaments for an ultimate commitment. Faced with these effronteries from all sides, I turned to Hitler to tell him of my woes and ask his help. My letters, 23 typewritten pages that took me 4 days, were a sign of the funk I was in. I protested against Sokol's arrogation of power and against the thrusts of Bormann's district economic advisors. and I asked Hitler for a statement of my unconditional authority in all questions that fell within my jurisdiction. Basically, I was asking for the very thing I had unsuccessfully demanded in such drastic language at the conference symposium, to the indignation of the Gauleiters. I further wrote that our total production could be carried out rationally only if the many offices which give directions, criticism, and advice to the plant managements were concentrated in my hands. 1. 4 days later I appealed to Hitler again, with a candor that really was no longer in keeping with our present relationship. I informed him about the camarilla in my ministry which was undermining my program. I said there was treachery afoot, that a certain small clique of Todt former assistants, led by Dorsch, had broken faith with me. I therefore considered myself forced, I wrote, to replace Dorsch by a man who had my confidence, too. This last letter, with its news that I was dismissing one of Hitler's favourites without asking him beforehand, was particularly imprudent, for I was violating one of the rules of the regime, that personnel matters must be broached to Hitler at the right moment and by skilful insinuation. Instead, I had bluntly come at him with charges of disloyalty and questionable character in one of his men. That I also sent Bormann a copy of my letter was either foolish or challenging. In doing this I was running counter to all I knew about the nature of Hitler's intriguing entourage. I was probably acting out of a certain attitude of defiance forced upon me by my isolated position. My illness had removed me too far from the true focus of power, Hitler. He reacted neither negatively nor positively to all my suggestions, demands, and complaints. I was addressing the empty air. He sent me no answer. I was no longer counted as Hitler's favourite minister, and one of his possible successors. A few whispered words by Bormann and a few weeks of illness had put me out of the running. This was partly due to Hitler's peculiarity, often noted by everyone around him, of simply writing off anyone who vanished from his sight for a considerable time. If the person in question reappeared in his entourage after a while, the picture might or might not change. It disillusioned me and snapped some of my ties of personal feeling toward Hitler. But most of the time I was neither angry nor in despair over my new situation. Physically weakened as I was, I felt only weariness and resignation. In roundabout ways I finally heard that Hitler was unwilling to part with Dorsch, his party comrade of the 20s. During these weeks he therefore rather ostentatiously honoured Dorsch by making time for confidential talks with him and thus strengthening Dorsch's position vis-a-vis me. Göring, Bormann, and Himmler understood how the centre of gravity had shifted and took this occasion to destroy my position completely. Undoubtedly each of them was working for himself, each from different motives, and probably each without communicating with the others. But any chance for getting rid of Dorsch was scuttled. For 20 days I lay on my back, my leg immovable in a plaster cast, and had plenty of time to brood over my resentment and disappointments. A few hours after I was allowed to stand again, I felt violent pains in my back and chest. The blood in my sputum suggested a pulmonary embolism, but Professor Gebhardt diagnosed muscular rheumatism and massaged my chest with bee venom for a pain, then prescribed sulfanilamide, quinine, and various painkillers. 2 days later I suffered a second violent attack. My condition seemed critical, but Gebhardt continued to insist on muscular rheumatism. At this point my wife went to Dr. Brandt, who immediately sent Dr. Friedrich Koch, internist at Berlin University and one of Sauerbruch's assistants, to Hohenlichen. Brandt, who was not only Hitler's personal physician but also the Commissioner for Public Health, explicitly charged Professor Koch with sole responsibility for my treatment and forbade Dr. Gebhardt to issue any medical orders in my case. On Brandt's instructions, Dr. Koch was assigned a room near mine and was to stay at my side day and night for the time being. Asterisk on February 11, 1944, Dr. Gebhardt tried to force Dr. Koch out of the case by writing to Hitler's personal physician, Brandt's rival, Dr. Moll. He invited Moll for a consultation as an internist. Moll could not be spared from his other duties, but he had the case described to him by telephone and, sight unseen, prescribed vitamin K injections to stop me from spitting blood. Dr. Koch rejected this suggestion, and a few weeks later described Moll as a total incompetent. For 3 days my condition remained, as Koch stated in his report, distinctly critical: extreme respiratory difficulty, intense blue coloration, considerable acceleration of the pulse, high temperatures, painful cough, muscular pain, and bloody sputum. The development of the symptoms could be interpreted only as the result of an embolism. The doctors prepared my wife for the worst. But in contrast to this pessimism, I myself was feeling a remarkable euphoria. The little room expanded into a magnificent hall. A plain wardrobe I had been staring at for 3 weeks turned into a richly carved display piece, inlaid with rare woods. Hovering between living and dying, I had a sense of well-being such as I had only rarely experienced. When I had recovered somewhat, my friend Robert Frank told me about a confidential talk he had had one night with Dr. Koch. What he related sounded somewhat sinister. During my critical state, Gebhardt kept recommending a small operation which in Koch's view would have been far too perilous. When Koch at first refused to see the need for the operation and then flatly forbade it, Gebhardt had clumsily backed out of the whole thing, alleging that he had only wanted to test his opinion. Frank begged me to keep the matter confidential, since Dr. Koch was afraid he would vanish into a concentration camp and my informant would certainly have trouble with the Gestapo. And in fact the story had to be suppressed, since I could scarcely have gone to Hitler with it. His reaction was predictable. In an access of rage he would have called the whole thing absolutely impossible, would have pressed that special button of his summoning Bormann, and would have ordered the arrest of these slanderers of Himmler. At the time this affair did not strike me as quite so much like a cheap spy novel as it may sound today. Even in party circles Himmler had a reputation for ruthless, icy consistency. No one dared quarrel with him seriously. Moreover, the opportunity was made to order. The slightest complication of my illness would have carried me off, so that there would have been no grounds for any suspicion. The episode has its place in a chapter on the struggles for the succession. My position was, it indicated plainly, still powerful, although already so imperiled that further intrigues could be expected. When we were together in Spandau prison, Funk told me the details of an incident which he had only dared hint at in 1944. Sometime in the autumn of 1943, the staff of Sepp Dietrich's SS Army had held a drinking bout. Dr. Gebhardt was among the guests. Funk himself had heard about it through his friend and former adjutant Horst Walter, who at the time was Dietrich's adjutant. It seemed that Gebhardt had remarked to this circle of SS leaders that in Himmler's opinion Speer was dangerous, he would have to disappear. My uneasiness in this hospital was mounting, and I wanted desperately to be out of it, though the state of my health was still far from encouraging. Rather precipitately, on February 19, I set my people to finding a new place to convalesce. Gebhardt tried to dissuade me with all sorts of medical reasons, and even after I got up again at the beginning of March he tried to prevent my departure. 10 days later, however, when a nearby hospital was struck in the course of a heavy attack by the American 8th Air Force, Gebhardt became convinced that I was the target. Overnight he changed his mind about my ability to be moved, and on March 17 I was at last able to leave the suppressive place. Shortly before the end of the war I asked Dr. Koch what had really gone on at the time, but he would only tell me what I already knew, that he had had an angry dispute with Gebhardt over my case, in the course of which Gebhardt had remarked that it was Koch's business to be not only a physician but a political physician. The one thing that was really clear, Koch said, was that Gebhardt had done his utmost to keep me in his hospital as long as possible, for on February 23, 1944, Milch visited me in my sick room. He informed me that the American 8th and 15th Air Forces were concentrating their bombing on the German aircraft industry, with the result that our aircraft production would be reduced to a third of what it had been, at least for the month to come. Milch brought with him a proposal in writing. Inasmuch as the Ruhr staff had successfully dealt with the bomb damage in the Ruhr area, we needed a fighter aircraft staff which would pool the talents of the two ministries, Air Ministry and Ministry of Armaments, in order to overcome the crisis in aircraft production. With things as they were, it would have been prudent of me to stave off such proposals. But I wanted to leave nothing untried which would help the hard-pressed Luftwaffe, and therefore consented. Both of us, Milch and I fully realized that this fighter aircraft staff represented the first step toward incorporation into my Ministry of Armaments production for the one branch of the services whose armaments work I had not yet taken over. From my bed I telephoned Göring, who for his part refused to enter into such a partnership, as he saw it I would be interfering in his domain. I did not accept this veto. Instead, I telephoned Hitler, who thought the idea good, but he turned cool and negative as soon as I said we had been thinking of Gauleiter Hank to head the new staff. I made a great mistake when I appointed Sokol to take charge of labor assignment. Hitler answered on the telephone. As a Gauleiter he should be in a position to make irrevocable decisions, and instead he is always having to negotiate and make compromises. Never again will I let a Gauleiter become involved in such tasks. As he spoke, Hitler had grown steadily angrier. The example of Sokol has had the effect of diminishing the authority of all the Gauleiters. Sauer is going to take over this job. After this, Hitler abruptly ended the conversation. For the second time in a short while he had overruled me on an appointment. I had also noticed how cold and unfriendly Hitler's voice had been throughout the latter part of our telephone conversation. Perhaps some other matter had put him in an ill humor. But since Milch also favored Sauer, whose power had grown during my illness, I accepted Hitler's order without more ado. From years of experience I knew the distinctions Hitler made when his adjutant job reminded him of the birthday or illness of one of his numerous associates. A curt of flowers and letter meant a letter with a fixed text which was presented to him only for signature. The choice of flowers was left to the adjutant. It counted as an honor if Hitler added a few words in his own hand to the letter. If he were particularly concerned, however, he would have Chopined him the card and a pen and would write a few lines. Sometimes he even specified what flowers were to be sent. In the past I had belonged among those who were most conspicuously honored, along with movie stars and singers. Therefore, when shortly after the crisis of my illness I received a bowl of flowers with a standard typewritten note, I realized that I had been dropped to the lowest rung in the hierarchy, even though I had meanwhile become one of the most important members of his government. As a sick man I undoubtedly reacted more sensitively than was necessary, for Hitler also telephoned me 2 or 3 times to ask about my health. But he blamed me for having brought about my own illness. Why did you have to go skiing up there? I've always said it's madness, with those long boards on your feet. Throw the sticks into the fire, he would add every time in a clumsy attempt to conclude the conversation with a joke. Dr. Koch did not think I should expose my lung to the strain of Obersalzberg's mountain air. In the park of Klesham Palace, Hitler's guest house near Salzburg, the Prince Bishops of Salzburg had commissioned the great Baroque architect Fischer von Erlich to build a charmingly carved pavilion now called the Cloverleaf Palace. On March 18 the renovated building was assigned to me for my convalescence. At the same time Admiral Hody, the regent of Hungary, was engaged in negotiations in the main palace which led to Hitler's last bloodless march into a foreign country, Hungary. On the evening of my arrival, Hitler paid a visit to me during a pause in the negotiations. Seeing him again after an interval of 10 weeks, I was for the first time in all the years I had known him struck by his overly broad nose and sallow color. I realized that his whole face was repulsive, the first sign that I was beginning to attain some perspective and see him with unbiased eyes. For almost a quarter of a year I had not been exposed to his personal influence, but instead to his insults and reprimands. After years of frenzy and fever I had for the first time begun to think about the course I was pursuing at his side. Previously he only needed to say a few words or to make a gesture in order to banish my states of exhaustion and release extraordinary energies in me. Now, I felt, in spite of this reunion and in spite of Hitler's cordiality, just as weary and done in as I had before. All I wanted, all I was longing for, was to go to Marin with my wife and children as soon as possible. I wanted to spend many weeks there, to recover my strength. But I did not really know what I wanted my strength for, because I no longer had a goal. Nevertheless, my self-assertiveness stirred again when I was forced to realize, during those 5 days in Klesham, that my enemies were using lies and intrigues to eliminate me once and for all. The day after Hitler's visit, Göring telephoned to congratulate me on my birthday. When I took occasion, overstating somewhat. To give him a favorable report on my health, he answered me in a cheerful rather than regretful tone. But come now, what you re-saying isn't true at all. Dr. Gebhardt told me yesterday that you re suffering from serious heart disease, without any prospects for improvement. Let me tell you, maybe you don't know that yet. With many words of praise for my previous achievements, Goring went on to hint at my impending demise. I told him that X-rays and electrocardiograms had found nothing wrong with me. Asterisk. Dorsch also told Zeitzler, Speer is incurably ill and will therefore not be coming back. Jotting by Zeitzler, May 17, 1944. Afterward, Zeitzler informed me of this as an interesting sidelight on all the intrigues. According to Dr. Koch's supplementary report, May 14, 1944, on May 5, X-ray and electrocardiographic examinations were undertaken. All three sections of the latter revealed no pathological condition. The X-ray showed a completely normal heart. Goring replied that I had obviously been misinformed and simply refused to accept my account. But it was Gebhardt who had misinformed Goring. Hitler too, visibly downcast, told his cronies when my wife happened to be within hearing, Speer won't be recovering. He too had spoken to Gebhardt, who had pronounced me Reich incapable of further work. Perhaps Hitler was thinking of our joint architectural dreams, which I now would be prevented from carrying out by an incurable cardiac defect. Perhaps he was also thinking of the early death of his first architect, Professor Troost. At any rate, that same day he dropped in on me at Klesheim with a surprise wreath of flowers so gigantic that his orderly could barely stagger, and with it a gesture really unusual for him. But a few hours after Hitler's departure, Himmler called and officially informed me that Hitler had ordered Dr. Gebhardt to take over the responsibility for my safety in his capacity as an SS group leader and for my health as a physician. Thus Dr. Koch was excluded from my case. Instead, I was now attended by an SS escort squad, which Gebhardt assigned to protect me. 5. On March 23, Hitler came once again to pay a farewell visit, as if he sensed the estrangement which had taken place within me during my illness. And, in spite of his repeated evidences of the old cordiality, my feelings toward Hitler had altered by a distinctly perceptible nuance. I was lastingly stung by the fact that he recalled my former closeness to him only because he was now seeing me again, whereas my achievements as an architect and as a minister had not been important enough to bridge a separation of several weeks. Naturally, I understood that a man as overburdened as Hitler, working under the most extreme pressure, could be excused for neglecting those of his associates who were temporarily out of his sight. But his general conduct during the past weeks had demonstrated to me how little I really counted for in the group that formed his entourage, and also how little he was prepared to accept reason and objective facts as the basis for his decisions. Perhaps because he sensed my coolness, perhaps also in order to console me, he said gloomily that his health too was in a bad way. In fact, there were strong indications that he would soon be losing his eyesight. He had nothing to say to my remark that Dr. Brandt would inform him of the sound condition of my heart. Castle Goyen was situated on a height of land above Meran. Here I spent the 6 loveliest weeks of my time as Minister of Armaments, the only weeks I had with my family. Dr. Gebhardt had taken up quarters in a distant part of the valley and scarcely made use of his right to regulate my appointments. During these weeks, I was staying in Meran. Goring, without asking me or even informing me, took my 2 assistants Dorsch and Sauer to several conferences with Hitler. For Goring this was an altogether unusual outburst of activity. Evidently, he felt this was his chance to establish himself once more as the second man after Hitler after his many setbacks in the past few years. He was using my 2 assistants, who were not dangerous to him, to strengthen himself at my expense. Furthermore, he spread the word that my departure from office could be expected, and during these weeks he asked Gauleiter Eigruber of the Upper Danube district what the party thought of General Manager Meindl. Goering, who was friendly with Meindl, explained that he was thinking of mentioning Meindl to Hitler as a possible successor to me. 6. They, already a rise later saddled with many official duties, likewise put in his claim. If Speer were going, he volunteered, then he would take on this work as well. He'd manage somehow. Meanwhile, Bormann and Himmler were trying to undermine Hitler's confidence in the rest of my department heads by making grave accusations against them. By roundabout ways, Hitler did not think it necessary to inform me. I heard that he was so annoyed with three of them, Liebel, Weger, and Speer, that they were as good as ousted. All it had taken was a few weeks for Hitler to forget what had seemed to be a renewal of our intimacy at Klesheim. Aside from Seitzler, Guderian, Milch, and Donitz, only Minister of Economics Funk remained among the small group of top people who had shown some friendliness toward me during my weeks of illness. For months Hitler had been demanding that industry be transferred to caves and huge shelters so that production would continue despite the bombing. I had always answered that bombers could not be combated with concrete. It would have taken many years of work before our plants could be placed underground or behind massive concrete. Moreover, we were lucky in that the enemy's attacks on armaments production resembled strikes at the wide delta of a river which flowed into many subsidiary channels. If we started protecting this delta, we could only force him to attack where the industrial stream was concentrated in a deep, narrow stream bed, I argued. In saying this, I was thinking of the chemical industry, coal mines, power plants, and other of my nightmares. There is no doubt that at this time, in the spring of 1944, England and America could have completely shut off one of these production streams and thus made a mockery of all of our other efforts to protect industry. On April 14, Göring seized the initiative and summoned Dorsch. The huge shelters Hitler was demanding could only be constructed by the Todt organization, so far as he could see, he said significantly. Dorsch pointed out that the Todt organization was specifically confined to the occupied territories. It had no right to operate within the territory of the Reich. Still, he did have on hand a design for the kind of shelter wanted, although it had been projected for construction in France. That same evening Dorsch was summoned to Hitler. You alone will be authorized to carry out the building of such major structures inside the Reich as well as outside, Hitler said to him. By the next day Dorsch was able to propose several suitable locations and to explain the administrative and technical requirements for erecting the 6 planned underground industrial sites, each with an area of over 1 million square feet. The structures would be finished in November 1944. Dorsch promised. 7. In one of his dreaded impulsive decrees, Hitler made Dorsch his direct subordinate and gave the big shelters so high a priority that all other construction projects would have to yield to them. Nevertheless, it was fairly easy to predict that these 6 gigantic underground shelters would not be ready in the promised 6 months, in fact, that they could no longer even be started. It was not at all difficult to recognize the right course when the wrong one was so wrong. Before this, Hitler had not thought it necessary to tell me anything about these measures which cut so sharply into my powers. My injured self-esteem, the sense of having been personally offended, was certainly operative on April 19 when I wrote him a letter frankly questioning these decisions. This was the first of a long series of letters and memoranda in which, frequently concealed behind disagreements on matters of fact, I began to show some independence. It had taken long to evolve, after years of subjugation to Hitler's suggestive powers, and my insights were still murky. Nevertheless, I spoke out rather clearly on the matter at hand. To begin such major building projects now, I told Hitler, was sheer delusion, for there is already difficulty enough in meeting the minimal requirements for sheltering German industrial workers in the foreign labor force and in simultaneously restoring our armaments factories. Any plans for launching construction for the long run have had to be shelved. What is more, I must constantly stop work on armaments plants already under construction in order to provide the basic necessities for maintaining German armaments production during the months immediately to come. Along with arguments of this sort, I also reproached Hitler for having acted behind my back. I have always, even in the days when I was your architect, followed the rule of letting my assistants work independently. I grant that this principle has often brought me severe disappointments, for not everyone is worthy of such trust, and some men, after having acquired sufficient prestige, have been disloyal to me. Hitler would not find it difficult to gather from this sentence that I was referring to Dorsch. My tone became definitely chiding as I continued, but be this as it may, I will go on following this principle with iron consistency. In my view, it is the only one that permits a man to govern and create. The higher the position, the more true this is. Construction and armaments, I pointed out, were at the present stage an indivisible whole. It would be well for Dorsch to remain in charge of construction work in the occupied territories, but in Germany itself we needed a separate director for these operations. I proposed one of Tott's former assistants, Willy Hen, for the job. Both men would have more than enough to do. They could administer their separate tasks under the direction of a loyal associate, Walter Brugmann. 8. Hitler rejected this proposal. 5 weeks later, on May 26, 1944, Brugmann was killed like my predecessor Tott in an unexplained plane crash. The letter was handed to Hitler on the eve of his birthday by my old assistant Gerhard Frank. I ended it with an offer to resign if my views were unacceptable to Hitler. As I learned from the best possible source in this case, Hitler's chief secretary Johanna Wolff, Hitler displayed extraordinary annoyance at my letter. Among other things he spluttered, "Even Speer has to find out that there is such a thing as politics." He had had a similar reaction 6 weeks before when I called off the building of Berlin bunkers for prominent members of the regime in order to take care of severe damage from an air raid. Evidently, he had gained the impression that I was becoming headstrong. Or, at any rate, this is what he accused me of. In the affair of bunkers, he had Bowman informed me very sharply, without consideration for my illness, that the commands of the Führer are to be carried out by every German. They cannot be ignored or postponed or delayed at will. At the same time, Hitler threatened to have the Gestapo instantly arrest the responsible official for acting contrary to an order from the Führer and taken to a concentration camp. 9. No sooner had I learned of Hitler's reaction to my letter again by roundabout ways than Göring telephoned me from Obersalzberg. He had heard about my intention to resign, he said, but must inform me from the very highest source that the Führer alone could dictate when a minister might depart from his service. Our conversation went angrily back and forth for half an hour until we agreed on a compromise action. Instead of resigning, I shall prolong my illness and silently disappear as a minister. Göring was in hearty agreement. Yes, that's the solution. That's the way we can do it. The Führer will surely accept that. In unpleasant situations, Hitler always tried to avoid confrontations. He did not dare send for me and tell me to my face that after all that had happened he would have to draw the necessary conclusions and request me to leave my post. Out of similar pusillanimity, a year later, when we had reached an open break, he again did not attempt to force my resignation. But in retrospect, I must admit that it was certainly possible to make Hitler so angry that dismissal would inevitably result. In other words, those who remained members of his entourage did so voluntarily. Whatever my motives may have been at the time, in any case, I liked the idea of resigning. For I could see omens of the war ascend almost every day in the blue southern sky when, flying provocatively low, the bombers of the American 15th Air Force crossed the Alps from their Italian bases to attack German industrial targets. Not a German fighter plane anywhere in sight, no anti-aircraft fire. This scene of total defenselessness produced a greater impression upon me than any reports. Although we had so far succeeded time and again in replacing the weapons lost in our retreats, that would soon have to stop, I thought pessimistically, in the face of this air offensive. How tempting to follow the line suggested by Göring and, given the inexorably approaching disaster, not stand in a responsible position, but quietly disappear. But it did not occur to me to resign my post in order to put an end to my contribution and thus hasten the end of Hitler and his regime. In spite of all our dissensions, that thought did not come to me then, and in a similar situation probably would not come to me today. My escapist notions were interrupted on April 20 by a visit from one of my closest associates, Walter Roland. For in the meantime word had seeped through to industry about my intention to resign, and Roland had come to plead with me. You have no right to put industry, which has followed you loyally to this day, at the mercy of those who will come after you. We can well imagine what they will be like. For us, the thing that matters from now on is what can we hang on to which will carry us through the period after a lost war. To help us with that, you have to stay at your post. So far as I recollect, this was the first time that the spectre of scorched earth had loomed before me. For Roland went on to speak of the fear that a desperate top leadership might order wholesale destruction. Then and there, on that day, I felt something stirring within me that was quite apart from Hitler, a sense of responsibility toward the country and the people to save as much as possible of our industrial potential, so that the nation could survive the period after a lost war. But for the present it was still a vague and shadowy sense. Only a few hours later, toward 1 o'clock at night, Field Marshal Milch, Karl Sauer, and Dr. Frank called on me. They had been traveling since the late afternoon and had come directly from Obersalzberg. Milch had brought me a verbal message from Hitler. He wanted to tell me how highly he esteemed me and how unchanged his relationship to me was. It sounded almost like a declaration of love. But, as I heard from Milch 23 years later, the statement had been more or less extorted from Hitler by Milch himself. Only a few weeks earlier I would have been touched and flooded with happiness to have received such a distinction. Now, however, my response to the declaration was, "No, I am sick of it. I want nothing more to do with it all." Field Marshal Milch maintains today that I used the famous rough quotation from Goethe SGTZ von Berlichingen, "Kiss my." Milch, Sauer, and Frank argued with me. I fended them off for a long time. Hitler's conduct seemed to me foolish and unaccountable, but after all I did not want to abandon my ministerial post now that Roland had pointed out where my new responsibility lay. After hours of argument, I yielded on condition that Dorsch would be placed under me again and the previous order of command restored. On the question of the giant shelters, however, I was now prepared to give in, feeling that it no longer mattered. The very next day Hitler signed a directive as I had drafted it that night. Dorsch would now build the shelters under my authority, though with the highest priority rating, 10. 3 days later, however, I realized that I had been hurried into an untenable arrangement. There was nothing to do but write to Hitler again. The program, as it now stood, was bound to cast me in an altogether ungrateful role. For if I supported Dorsch in building those underground hangars by supplying him with materials and labor, I would be forever in difficulties with other enterprises whose needs I could not meet. If I stinted Dorsch, on the other hand, I would be involved in everlasting complaints and endless covering letters. It would therefore be more consistent, I told Hitler, if Dorsch should also assume responsibility for the other construction projects which competed with the building of the underground hangars. Under present circumstances, I concluded the best solution might be to divorce the entire construction area from armaments and war production. My new proposal was that Dorsch be appointed Inspector General for building and made Hitler as direct subordinate. Any other arrangement, I said, would be complicated by the difficulties in my personal relationship with Dorsch. At this point I broke off my letter, for in the course of it I began to feel that this was something which had to be threshed out with Hitler personally. I wanted to fly to Obersalzberg, but obstacles arose. Dr. Gebhardt reminded me that he was there to supervise my health and safety and would not permit me to leave. On the other hand, Dr. Koch had already told me a few days before that I need have no worry about flying. I had privately invited Dr. Koch to Meran. Gebhardt complained to Brandt that Koch was persona non grata. He would see and hear too many things that were supposed to be kept secret. Koch then left Meran on April 20. In his affidavit, Koch wrote, "I had a second clash with Gebhardt when Speer was already in Meran. At the time Speer asked me whether I considered him well enough to fly to Obersalzberg, probably to see Hitler. I approved the trip, with the proviso that the airplane not fly above 60 to 6,500 feet. When Gebhardt heard of my decision, he made a scene. He again accused me of not being a political doctor. Here, as in Hohenlichen, I had the impression that Gebhardt wanted to keep Speer in his clutches. Gebhardt finally telephoned Himmler, who agreed to my flying provided that I saw him first before my conference with Hitler. Himmler spoke frankly, which in such cases is always preferable. It seemed that conferences had already been held in the matter, with Göring present, and the decision already sealed that a separate agency should be set up for construction, to be headed by Dorsch and to be quite independent of the armaments ministry. Himmler wanted to ask me to make no more difficulties. Everything he said was a piece of effrontery, but since I had already come to the same conclusion, the conversation went off pleasantly enough. No sooner had I arrived in my house at Obersalzberg than Hitler as adjutant invited me to join the circle at tea time. But I wanted to talk with Hitler on an official plane. The intimate tea-time atmosphere would undoubtedly have smoothed over the ill feeling which had been accumulating between us, but that was exactly what I wished to avoid. I therefore refused the invitation. Hitler understood this unusual gesture, and shortly afterward I was given an appointment to see him at the Berghof. Hitler had donned his uniform cap and, gloves in hand, posted himself officially at the entrance to the Berghof. He conducted me into his salon like a formal guest. All this made a strong impression on me, because I had no idea what the psychological purpose of this little scene was. From this point on there began, on my part, a period of an extremely schizoid relationship to Hitler. On the one hand, he conferred distinctions upon me, gave me all sorts of signs of special favor which could not fail to affect me. On the other hand, I was slowly growing aware that his actions were proving more and more dire for the German nation. And although the old magic still had its potency, although Hitler continued to prove his instinct for handling people, it became increasingly hard for me to remain unconditionally loyal to him. The fronts were curiously reversed not only during this cordial welcome, but also in our subsequent conversation. It was he who was courting me. For instance, he would not hear of construction S being removed from my jurisdiction and turned over to Dorsch. I am determined not to separate these fields. You know, I have nobody I can turn building over to. Such a misfortune that Dr. Tot was killed. You know what building means to me. Herr Speer, please understand, I will approve sight unseen all the measures you think necessary for the construction area. 11. In saying this, Hitler was flatly reversing himself, for as I knew from Himmler, he had decided only a few days before that Dorsch would be entrusted with this work. As so often, he brushed aside the view he had only recently expressed and ignored Dorsch's feelings as well. This inconsistency was still another proof of his profound contempt for people. Moreover, I had to take into consideration the possibility that this new change of mind would not last. Therefore, I replied that this was something which had to be settled on a long-term basis. It will put me in an impossible position if this matter comes up for discussion again. Hitler promised to remain firm. My decision is final. I will no longer consider changing it. He even went on to make little of the charges against my 3 department heads who had been, I knew, already slated for dismissal. Asterisk. Hitler hinted that Himmler suspected Speer, my department head, of planning to flee Germany, that Mayer Liebel had political enemies, and that General Weger was considered unreliable. When we had finished our conversation, Hitler led me to the cloakroom again, took his hat and gloves, and prepared to accompany me to the door. This seemed to me a little too much officiality, and in the informal tone of his intimate circle I said that I had made an appointment upstairs with Below, his Air Force adjutant. That evening I sat in the group at the fireplace as in the past, with him, Eva Braun, and his court. The conversation trickled along dully. Bormann proposed that records be played. A Wagner aria was put on, and soon afterward Die Fledermaus. After the ups and downs, the tensions and agonies of the recent past, I felt cheerful that evening. All the woes and causes of conflict seemed cleared away. The uncertainty of the past weeks had deeply depressed me. I could not work without friendliness and appreciation. I felt I had come out victorious in a power struggle with Göring, Himmler, and Bormann. They were no doubt grinding their teeth now, for they must surely have thought they had finished me off. Perhaps I was already speculating Hitler had just realized what sort of game was being played and recognized who had misled him and whom he could really trust. When I analyzed the complex of motives which so surprisingly led me back to this intimate circle, I realized that the desire to retain the position of power I had achieved was unquestionably a major factor. Even though I was only shining in the reflected light of Hitler's power, and I don't think I ever deceived myself on that score, I still found it worth striving for. I wanted, as part of his following, to gather some of his popularity, his glory, his greatness, around myself. Up to 1942, I still felt that my vocation as an architect allowed me a measure of pride that was independent of Hitler. But since then I had been bribed and intoxicated by the desire to wield pure power, to assign people to this and that, to say the final word on important questions, to deal with expenditures in the billions. I thought I was prepared to resign, but I would have sorely missed the heady stimulus that comes with leadership. The deep misgivings I had been having lately were, moreover, put to rout by the appeal from the industrialists, as well as by Hitler's magnetic power, which he could still radiate with virtually undiminished force. To be sure, our relationship had developed a crack. My loyalty had become shaky, and I sensed that it would never again be what it had been. But for the present I was back in Hitler's circle and content. 2 days later I went to see Hitler again, accompanied by Dorsch, to present him as the newly appointed head of my construction sector. Hitler treated this occasion as I had expected. "I leave it entirely to you, my dear Speer, what arrangements you wish to make in your ministry. Whom you assign is your affair. Of course I agree about Dorsch, but the responsibility for construction remains entirely yours." 12. It looked like victory, but I had learned that victories did not count for much. Tomorrow the whole picture might be changed. I informed Göring of the new situation with deliberate coolness. I had actually gone over his head when I decided to appoint Dorsch my representative in construction matters within the 4-year plan because, as I wrote with a note of sarcasm, I assumed you would unquestionably be fully in accord. Göring replied curtly and rather angrily, "Very much in accord with everything. Have already placed entire construction apparatus of the Air Force under Dorsch." 13. Himmler showed no reaction. In such cases he could be as slippery as a fish. In the case of Bormann, however, the wind began visibly turning in my favor for the first time in 2 years. For he instantly realized that I had carried off a considerable coup and that all the deep-dyed plots of the past several months had failed. He was neither man enough nor powerful enough to cultivate his grudge against me in the face of such a reversal. Visibly pained by my conspicuous manner of ignoring him, he assured me at the first opportunity on one of the group walks to the tea-house with excessive cordiality that he had not had any part in the grand intrigue against me. Perhaps it was true, although I found it hard to believe him, and at any rate in so saying he was admitting that there had been a grand intrigue. Soon afterward he invited Lammers and me to his home at Obersalzberg. I was at once struck by its lack of any personal character. Abruptly and rather importunately, he insisted on our drinking, and after midnight he offered to exchange the familiar due of intimacy with Lammers and me. The very next day, however, I pretended that this attempt at rapprochement had never happened, while Lammers made a point of using the familiar form of address. That did not keep Bormann from ruthlessly driving Lammers into a coma shortly afterward, while he accepted my snub without any reaction, or rather with increasing cordiality at any rate as long as Hitler was obviously well disposed toward me. In the middle of May 1944, during a visit to the Hamburg shipyards, Gauleiter Kaufmann confidentially informed me that even after half a year the resentment over my speech to the Gauleiters had not yet subsided. Almost all the Gauleiters disliked me, he said, and Bormann was encouraging this attitude. Kaufmann warned me of the danger that threatened me from this side. I thought this hint important enough to mention it to Hitler in the course of my next conversation with him. He had again conferred a distinction upon me by a little gesture, inviting me for the first time up to his wood-panelled study on the 2nd floor of the Berghof, where he generally held only extremely personal and intimate discussions. In his private tone, almost like an intimate friend, he advised me to avoid doing anything that would arouse the Gauleiters against me. I should never underestimate their power, he said, for that would complicate things for me in the future. He was well aware of their shortcomings, he said. Many were simple-hearted swashbucklers, rather rough but loyal. I had to take them as they were. Hitler's whole tone suggested that he was not going to let Bormann influence him in his attitude toward me. I certainly have received complaints, but the matter is settled as far as I am concerned, he said. Thus this part of Bormann's offensive had also failed. Hitler, too, had probably become entangled in contradictory feelings. For he now informed me, as if asking me not to take it amiss, of his intention to confer the Reich's highest distinction upon Himmler. For the Reichsvater SS deserved it for some very special services, he added almost apologetically. Asterisk, the decoration in question was the Teutonic Order, whose holders were supposed to form a confraternity. Hitler never carried out his plan. Himmler was not given the decoration, which had previously been awarded only posthumously. The decoration for which I had expressed my preference was the National Prize. It was thickly encrusted with diamonds and so heavy that the wearer had to have a pendant inside his dinner jacket to carry the weight. I replied good-humouredly that I would wait until after the war, when I hoped to receive the no less valuable decoration for art and science for my achievements as an architect. Nevertheless, Hitler seemed to have been worried about how I would react to this show of favour for Himmler. What was really bothering me on that day was that Bormann might show Hitler an article from the British newspaper The Observer of April 9, 1944, in which I was described as a foreign body in the party doctrinaire works. I could easily imagine him doing so, and even the caustic remarks he would make. In order to anticipate Bormann, I myself handed Hitler the translation of this article, commenting jokingly on it as I did so. With considerable fuss, Hitler put on his glasses and began to read. Speer is, in a sense, more important for Germany today than Hitler, Himmler, Göring, Goebbels, or the generals. They all have, in a way, become the mere auxiliaries of the man who actually directs the giant power machine charged with drawing from it the maximum effort under maximum strain. In him is the very epitome of the managerial revolution. Speer is not one of the flamboyant and picturesque Nazis. Whether he has any other than conventional political opinions at all is unknown. He might have joined any other political party which gave him a job and a career. He is very much the successful average man, well-dressed, civil, non-corrupt, very middle-class in his style of life, with a wife and 6 children. Much less than any of the other German leaders does he stand for anything particularly German or particularly Nazi. He rather symbolizes a type which is becoming increasingly important in all belligerent countries, the pure technician, the classless bright young man without background, with no other original aim than to make his way in the world and no other means than his technical and managerial ability. It is the lack of psychological and spiritual ballast, and the ease with which he handles the terrifying technical and organizational machinery of our age, which makes the slight type go extremely far nowadays. This is their age. The Hitlers and Himmlers we may get rid of, but the Speers, whatever happens to this particular special man, will long be with us. Hitler read the long commentary straight through, folded the sheet, and handed it back to me without a word but with great respect. During the following weeks and months I became more and more aware, in spite of everything, of the distance that had grown up between Hitler and me. It increased steadily. Nothing is more difficult than to restore authority after it has been shaken. After my first experiment in opposing Hitler, I had become more independent in my thinking and acting. And Hitler, instead of being enraged, had seemed only rather perplexed by my new attitude and tried to propitiate me, even to the point of retracting a decision he had made with Himmler, Göring, and Bormann. Although I too had given way, I had learned the valuable lesson that a resolute stand against Hitler could achieve results. Nevertheless, even this episode did not shake my faith in Hitler. At best it made me begin to doubt the rectitude of this system of rule. Thus, I was outraged that the leaders continued to exempt themselves from any of the sacrifices they expected of the people, that they recklessly expended lives and property, that they pursued their sordid intrigues, showing themselves as totally unethical even toward each other. Thoughts of this sort may have contributed to my slowly freeing myself. Still hesitantly, I was beginning to bid farewell to my previous life, tasks, ties, and to the thoughtlessness that had brought me to this pass. 24. The War Thrice Lost. On May 8, 1944, I returned to Berlin to resume my work. I shall never forget the date, May 12, 4 days later. On that day, the technological war was decided. Asterisk, there had certainly been critical situations before this, the bombings of the Ruhr reservoirs, for instance, or of the ball-bearing plants. But the enemy had always demonstrated a lack of consistency. He switched from target to target or attacked in the wrong places. In February 1944, he bombed the enormous airframe plants of the aircraft industry rather than the engine factories, although the most important factor in airplane production was the number of engines we were able to turn out. Destruction of the plants making these would have blocked any increase in aircraft manufacture, especially since, in contrast to the airframe plants, engine factories could not be dispersed among forests and caves. Until then we had managed to produce approximately as many weapons as the armed forces needed, in spite of their considerable losses. but with the attack of 935 daylight bombers of the American 8th Air Force upon several fuel plants in central and eastern Germany, a new era in the air war began. It meant the end of German armaments production. The next day, along with technicians of the bombed lunar works, we groped our way through a tangle of broken and twisted pipe systems. The chemical plants had proved to be extremely sensitive to bombing. Even optimistic forecasts could not envisage production being resumed for weeks. After this attack, our daily output of 5,850 metric tons dropped to 4,820 metric tons. Still, together with our reserve of 574,000 metric tons of aircraft fuel that could see us through more than 19 months. On May 19, in an E-144, after I had taken measure of the consequences of the attack, I flew to Obersalzberg, where Hitler received me in the presence of General Keitel. I described the situation in these words: "The enemy has struck us at one of our weakest points. If they persist at it this time, we will soon no longer have any fuel production worth mentioning. Our one hope is that the other side has an Air Force General Staff as scatterbrained as ours." Keitel, who was always trying to please Hitler, hastened to say that he would be able to bridge the gap with his reserves. He concluded with Hitler's standard argument: "How many difficult situations we have already survived." And turning to Hitler, he said, "We shall survive this one too, mein Führer." But this time Hitler did not seem to share Keitel's optimism. Along with Göring, Keitel, and Milch, 4 industrialists, Kroch, Pleicher, B. Teffisch, and E. R. Fischer, as well as Keil, chief of the Planning and Raw Materials Department, were called in for a further discussion of the situation. Asterisk. Kroch was the director of the chemical industry, Pleicher was Reich commissioner for coal and also the manager of important fuel plants, B. Teffisch was head of the lunar works, and Fischer was chairman of the board of I.G. Farben. Göring tried to keep out the representatives of the fuel industry. Such important matters had better be discussed in privacy, he said. But Hitler had already settled on the participants. 4 days later, we were all waiting in the inhospitable entrance hall of the Burghof for Hitler, who was conducting a conference in the salon. Beforehand, I had asked the fuel industry people to tell Hitler the unvarnished truth. But Göring used the last few minutes before the beginning of the meeting to exhort the industrialists not to say anything too pessimistic. He was probably afraid that Hitler would place the blame for the debacle chiefly on him. Several high-ranking military men, participants in the preceding meeting, hurried past us. We were immediately called in by one of the adjutants. Although Hitler shook hands with each of us, his welcome was terse and absent-minded. He asked us all to sit down and declared that he had called this meeting in order to be informed about the consequences of the latest air raids. Then he asked the representatives of industry for their opinion. Speaking as sober, statistically minded businessmen, they all testified to the hopelessness of the situation if the raids were continued systematically. Hitler, to be sure, at first tried to dispel such pessimistic verdicts by stereotyped interjections such as, "You'll manage it somehow," or "We've been through worse crises." And Keitel and Göring instantly seized upon these cues, going even beyond Hitler in their confidence in the future and trying to blur the effect of our factual arguments. Keitel, in particular, harped upon his fuel reserve, but the industrialists were made of sterner stuff than Hitler's entourage. They held fast to their verdicts, supporting them by data and comparative figures. All at once Hitler executed one of his sudden turns and began to urge them to evaluate the situation in the most objective terms. It seemed as if at last he wanted to hear the unpleasant truth, as if he were tired of all the concealments, the false optimism, and the lying civilities. He himself summed up the result of the conference. "In my view, the fuel, Brunner rubber, and nitrogen plants represent a particularly sensitive point for the conduct of the war, since vital materials for armaments are being manufactured in a small number of plants." 1. Torpid and absent-minded though he had seemed at the beginning, Hitler left the impression of a sober, intense man of keen insight. The only trouble was that a few months later, when the worst had already happened, he no longer wanted to acknowledge these insights. On the other hand, Göring scolded us as soon as we were back in the interim for having burdened Hitler with anxieties and pessimistic nonsense. The cars drove up. Hitler's guests went to the Berchtesgadenhof for some refreshments. For on such occasions Hitler regarded the Berghof merely as a conference site. He felt no obligations as a host. But now, after the participants in the meeting had left, members of his private circle poured out of all the rooms on the upper story. Hitler had withdrawn for a few minutes. We waited in the vestibule. He took his cane hat and black cape. The daily tramp to the tea-house began. There we were served coffee and cake. The fire crackled in the fireplace. Trivial talk was made. Hitler let himself be wafted into a friendlier world. It was all too clear how much he needed that. To me, too, he said not another word about the danger hanging over our heads. After 16 days of feverish repairs, we had just reached the former production level when the second attack wave struck on May 28–29, 1944. This time a mere 400 bombers of the American 8th Air Force delivered a greater blow than twice that number in the first attack. Concurrently, the American 15th Air Force struck at the principal refineries in the Romanian oil fields at Ploiești. Now production was actually reduced by half too. Our pessimistic statement at Obersalzberg had thus been fully confirmed only 5 days later, and Göring's bold bluster had been refuted. Occasional remarks of Hitler subsequently suggested that Göring's standing had sunk to a new low. It was not only for utilitarian reasons that I moved quickly to take advantage of Göring's weakness. Having done so well in the production of fighter planes, we had, to be sure, every reason to propose to Hitler that my ministry take charge of all air armament. 3. But my motive was largely a desire to pay Göring back for his treacheries during my illness. On June 4, I requested Hitler, who was still directing the war from Obersalzberg, to influence the Reich Marshal so that he will call upon me of his own accord, and the proposal to incorporate production of air armaments in my ministry will proceed from him. Hitler did not object to my challenging Göring in this way. Moreover, he understood that this little stratagem of mine would spare Göring's pride and prestige. He therefore took up my suggestion, saying with considerable forcefulness, "Air armaments must be incorporated into your ministry. That is beyond discussion. I'll send for the Reich Marshal at once and inform him of my intentions. You discuss the details of the transfer with him." 4. Only a few months before Hitler had gone to great lengths to avoid saying anything outright to his old paladin. He had, for example, sent me to see Göring in his hideaway in the remote Romanton Heath to discuss some third-rate unpleasantness that I have long since forgotten. Göring must have guessed my assignment, for contrary to his usual custom, he treated me like a highly honoured guest, had horses and carriage readied for a tour of the huge hunting preserve that went on for hours, and chatted away without pause or point, so that in the end I returned to Hitler having accomplished nothing. I never had a chance to say a word about my mission. Hitler knew Göring well enough to sympathize with my plight. This time Göring did not try to dodge the issue by pretending cordiality. Our discussion took place in the private study of his house at Obersalzberg. Hitler had already told him what was in question. Göring complained bitterly about Hitler's somersaults. Only 2 weeks ago, Göring said Hitler had wanted to take the construction industry away from me. It had all been settled, and then, after a short talk with me, he had undone it all. That was how things always were. Unfortunately, the Führer was all too frequently not a man of firm decisions. Naturally, if that was how Hitler wanted it, he would turn air armaments production over to me, Göring said resignedly. But it was all very baffling, since only a short while ago Hitler had thought that I had too many jobs on my hands as it was. Although I too had begun to notice these sudden alternations of favour and disfavour and recognized them as dangerous to my own future, I confess that I found a certain justice in seeing Göring's and my roles exchanged. On the other hand, I did not try to humble Göring publicly. Instead of preparing a decree for Hitler, I arranged to have Göring himself transfer the responsibility for air armaments to my ministry. He issued the decree. 5. My takeover of the air armaments industry was a minor matter compared with the havoc being wrought in Germany by the enemy air forces. After a pause of only 2 weeks, during which their air strength was mostly used for supporting the invasion, the Allies staged a new series of attacks which put many fuel plants out of action. On June 22, 9/10 of the production of airplane fuel was knocked out. Only 632 metric tons were produced daily. The attacks then lessened somewhat, and on July 17, we once more attained 2,307 metric tons, 40% of our original production. But on July 21, only 4 days later, we were down to 120 tons daily production, virtually done for. 98% of our aircraft fuel plants were out of operation. Then, the enemy permitted us to restore the Great Lunar Chemical Works partially, so that by the end of July our production of airplane fuel was up to 609 tons again. By now we considered it a triumph to reach at least a tenth of our former production. The many attacks had taken such a toll of the piping systems in the chemical plants that direct hits were no longer required to do extensive damage. Merely the shock of bombs exploding in the vicinity caused leaks everywhere. Repairs were almost impossible. In August we reached 10%, in September 5.5%, in October 10% again of our former capacity. In November 1944 we ourselves were surprised when we reached 28%, 1,633 metric tons daily. 6. In view of the highly coloured reports from Wehrmacht sources, the Minister fears that the extent of our critical situation has not been fully recognized. My office journal for July 22, 1944, records. The Minister therefore sent a memorandum to Hitler 6 days later on the fuel situation. Passages of this memorandum agreed almost word for word with the first memorandum of June 30, **** on May 22, I had obtained the appointment of my friend Colonel von Below, Hitler SA Force Adjutant, as my liaison man to Hitler. According to point 8 of the FR Protocol LL, May 22-25, 1944, Below's assignment was to keep me constantly informed about the Führer's remarks. This system was intended to forestall any further surprises of the land that had beset me during my illness. Von Below was also to deliver my memoranda to Hitler in the future. It was useless for me to hand them to Hitler in person because he usually demanded that I summarize them for him and then interrupted before I had finished. Von Below reported that Hitler read this memorandum and the succeeding ones carefully, even underlining certain points and writing marginal comments. Both documents stated plainly that the outlook for July and August was such that we would have to consume most of our reserves of aircraft and other fuels, and that, afterward, there would be a gap we could no longer close, which would inevitably lead to tragic consequences. 7. Along with these grim predictions I proposed various alternatives which might help us avoid these consequences, or at least postpone them. Above all, I asked Hitler for power to declare total mobilization of all our resources. I suggested that Edmund Jallenberg, the successful head of our munitions organization, be given every opportunity to restore fuel production by ruthlessly confiscating materials, cutting down on other manufacturing, and drawing unskilled workers. At first Hitler refused. If I give him such powers, first thing you know we'll have fewer tanks that won't do. I can allow that under any condition. Obviously he had still not grasped the gravity of the situation, even though in the meantime we had talked about the emergency often enough. Again and again I had explained to him that it would be pointless to have tanks if we could not produce enough fuel. Hitler gave his consent only after I had promised him high tank production and Sauer had confirmed this promise. 2 months later 150,000 workers had been assigned to rebuilding the hydrogenation plants. A large percentage of these constituted skilled workers whose labor was indispensable for armaments production. By the late fall of 1944 the number had risen to 350,000. Even as I was dictating my memorandum, I was aghast at the incomprehension of our leadership. On my desk lay reports from my planning department on the daily production losses, on plants knocked out, and the time required for starting them up again. But all these projections were made on the dear premise that we would manage to prevent or at least reduce enemy air raids. On July 28, 1944, I implored Hitler in my memorandum to reserve a significantly larger part of the fighter plane production for the home front state. I repeatedly asked him in the most urgent terms whether it would not be more useful to give sufficiently high priority to protecting the home hydrogenation plants by fighter planes so that in August and September at least partial production will be possible. instead of following the previous method, which makes it a certainty that in September or October the Luftwaffe both at the front and at home will be unable to operate because of the shortage of fuel. According to Galland, at that time there were only about 200 fighter planes on Reich territory available for repelling daytime attacks. This was the second time I had addressed these questions to Hitler. After our Ober-Salzburg conference at the end of May, he had agreed to a plan drawn up by Galland, providing that out of our increased production of fighter planes, an air fleet would be assembled which would be reserved for defense of the home industry. Göring, for his part, after a major conference at Carron Hall where the representatives of the fuel industry had again described the urgency of the situation, had solemnly promised that this Reich air fleet would never be diverted to the front. But once the invasion began, Hitler and Göring had the planes committed in France. There the entire fleet was knocked out within a few weeks without having done any visible good. Now, at the end of July, Hitler and Göring renewed their promise. Once more a force of 2,000 fighter planes was set up for home defense. It was to be ready to start in September. But once again the basic failure to comprehend the situation made a farce of this provision. With benefit of hindsight, I stated to an armaments conference on December 1, 1944, we must realize that the men on the enemy side who are directing the economic air raids know something about German economic life, that there in contrast to our bombings wise planning exists. Fortunately for us, the enemy began following the strategy only in the last half or 3/4 of a year. Before that he was, at least from his standpoint, committing absurdities. When I said that I did not know that as early as December 9, 1942, a good 2 years before, a working paper of the American Economic Warfare Division had stated that it was better to cause a high degree of destruction in a few really essential industries or services than to cause a small degree of destruction in many industries. The effects of such selective bombing, the experts pointed out, were cumulative, and they argued that the plan once adopted should be pursued with unyielding resolution. 9. The idea was correct, the execution defective. As early as August 1942, Hitler had assured the naval leadership that the Allies could not make a successful invasion unless they were able to take a sizable port. 10. Without one, he pointed out, an enemy landing at any point on the coast could not receive sufficient supplies long enough to withstand counterattacks by the German forces. Given the great length of the French, Belgian, and Dutch coasts, a complete line of pillboxes spaced close enough to offer mutual protection would have far exceeded the capacity of the German construction industry. Moreover, there were not enough soldiers available to man such a large number of pillboxes. Consequently, the larger ports were ringed with pillboxes, while the intervening coastal areas were only protected by observation bunkers at long intervals. Some 15,000 smaller bunkers were intended to shelter the soldiers during the shelling prior to an attack. As Hitler conceived it, however, during the actual attack the soldiers would come out into the open, since a protected position undermines those qualities of courage and personal initiative which were essential for battle. Hitler planned these defensive installations down to the smallest details. He even designed the various types of bunkers and pillboxes, usually in the hours of the night. The designs were only sketches, but they were executed with precision. Never sparing in self-praise, he often remarked that his designs ideally met all the requirements of a front-line soldier. They were adopted almost without revision by the General of the Corps of Engineers. For this task we consumed, in barely 2 years of intensive building, 17,300,000 cubic yards of concrete and worth 3.7 billion dm. In addition, the armaments factories were deprived of 1.2 million metric tons of iron. All this expenditure and effort was sheer waste. By means of a single brilliant technical idea, the enemy bypassed these defenses within 2 weeks after the first landing. For as is well known, the invasion troops brought their own port with them. At Arromanches and Omaha Beach they built loading ramps and other installations on the open coast, following carefully laid out plans. Thus they were able to assure their supplies of ammunition, implements, and rations, as well as the landing of reinforcements. Asterisk according to W.S. Roskill, The War at Sea, London, 1961, Vol. ILL, Part 2, the landing could never have been carried out without these harbours. Some 400 ships with a total displacement of 1.5 million tons were used. Some of them were sunk to form a breakwater. The construction time was doubled because of storms, yet after 10 days the harbours began to take shape, and from July 8 on the British harbour at Avranches handled 6,000 tons daily, whereas the American harbour was not yet completed. Our whole plan of defence had proved irrelevant. Rommel, whom Hitler had appointed inspector of the coastal defences in the West at the end of 1943, showed more foresight. Shortly after his appointment, Hitler had invited him to the East Prussian headquarters. After a long conference, he had accompanied the field marshal outside his bunker, where I was waiting since I had the next appointment. Apparently the discussion they were having flared up once more when Rommel bluntly told Hitler, "We must repulse the enemy at his first landing site. The pillboxes around the ports don't do the trick. Only primitive but effective barriers and obstacles all along the coast can make the landing so difficult that our countermeasures will be effective." Rommel went on in a succinct, firm manner, "If we don't manage to throw them back at once, the invasion will succeed in spite of the Atlantic Wall." Toward the end, in Tripoli and Tunis, the bombs were dropped in such concentrations that even our best troops were demoralized. If you cannot check the bombing, all the other methods will be ineffective, even the barriers. Rommel spoke courteously, but aloofly. He noticeably avoided the formula main FH. He too had acquired the reputation of being a technical expert. In Hitler's eyes, he had become a kind of specialist in combating Western offensives. That was the only reason Hitler received Rommel's criticism calmly. But he seemed to have been waiting for the last argument about the concentrated bombings. "Here is something I wanted to show you today in that connection, Field Marshal." Hitler led the two of us to an experimental vehicle, a completely armored truck on which an 8.8 centimeter anti-aircraft gun was mounted. Soldiers demonstrated the speed with which it could be fired and the safeguards against side sway when it was fired. "How many of these can you deliver in the next few months, Herr Sauer?" Hitler asked. Sauer promised a few hundred. "You see, with this armored flak weapon we can take care of the concentration of bombers over our divisions." Had Rommel given up arguing against so much amateurishness? "At any rate," he responded with a contemptuous, almost pitying smile. When Hitler saw that he could not draw out the expressions of confidence he had been hoping for, he curtly bade Rommel goodbye and returned to his bunker, out of sorts, for the conference with Sauer and me. He did not mention the episode. Later, after the invasion, Sepp Dietrich gave me a vivid account of the demoralizing effect of mass bombing on his elite divisions. The soldiers who had survived were thrown completely off balance, reduced to apathy. Even if they were uninjured, their fighting spirit was shattered for days. On June 6, I was at the Berghof about 10 o'clock in the morning when one of Hitler's military adjutants told me that the invasion had begun early that morning. "Has the Führer been awakened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, he receives the news after he has eaten breakfast." In recent days Hitler had kept on saying that the enemy would probably begin with a feigned attack in order to draw our troops away from the ultimate invasion site. So no one wanted to awaken Hitler and be ranted at for having judged the situation wrongly. At the Situation Conference in the Berghof salon a few hours later, Hitler seemed more set than ever on his preconceived idea that the enemy was only trying to mislead him. "Do you recall, among the many reports we've received, there was one that exactly predicted the landing site and the date and hour. That only confirms my opinion that this is not the real invasion yet." The enemy intelligence service had deliberately played this information into his hands, Hitler maintained, in order to divert him from the true invasion site and lure him into committing his divisions too soon and in the wrong place. Misled by a correct report, he now rejected his originally accurate view that the Normandy coast would probably be the focus of the invasion. During the previous several weeks, Hitler had received contradictory predictions on the time and place of the invasion from the rival intelligence organizations of the SS, the Wehrmacht, and the Foreign Office. As in so many other fields, in this one too Hitler had taken over the task, difficult enough for the professionals, of deciding which report was the right one, which intelligence service deserved more confidence, which one had penetrated more deeply into the enemy's counsels. Now he scoffed at the various services, calling them all incompetent, and, growing more and more heated, attacked intelligence in general. How many of those fine agents are paid by the Allies? Then they deliberately plant confusing reports. I want to even pass this one on to Paris. We simply have to hold it back. Otherwise it will only make our staffs nervous. It was noon before the most urgent question of the day was decided, to throw the OKW reserve in France against the Anglo-American bridgehead. For Hitler had the final say on the disposition of every division. He had even been inclined to ignore the demand of Field Marshal Rundstedt, the commander-in-chief of the Western Theatre of War, that these divisions be held in reserve for the impending battle. Because of this delay, 2 armoured divisions were no longer able to use the night of June 6-7 for their advance. By daylight their deployment was held up by the enemy bombers, and even before they made contact with the enemy they suffered severe losses in men and material. This day, so crucial for the course of the war, had not, as might have been expected, been at all a turbulent one. Especially in dramatic situations, Hitler tried to maintain his command. His staff imitated this self-control. It would have been an infraction of the usual tone of casual discourse to show nervousness or anxiety. But during the following days and weeks, in characteristic but more and more absurd mistrust, Hitler remained convinced that the invasion was merely a feint whose purpose was to trick him into deploying his defensive forces wrongly. He continued to hold that the real invasion would take place at another spot which would have meanwhile been stripped of troops. The Navy, too, considered the terrain unfavorable for large-scale landings, he declared. For the time being he expected the decisive assault to take place in the vicinity of Calais, as though he were determined that the enemy, too, would prove him to have been right. For there, around Calais, he had ever since 1942 been emplacing the heaviest naval guns under many feet of concrete to destroy an enemy landing fleet. This was the reason he did not commit the 15th Army, stationed at Calais, to the battlefield on the coast of Normandy. The enemy was counting on finding Hitler more determined. According to W. F. Craven and J. L. Cate, the Army Air Forces in World War II vol. Ill, on D-Day and the following days the 12 railroad bridges and the 14 regular bridges over the Seine were destroyed by the American 9th Air Force in order to prevent the German 15th Army, drawn up near Calais, from regrouping. Hitler had still other grounds for expecting an attack across the Straits of Dover. 55 positions had been prepared along it, from which several hundred flying bombs were to be launched toward London daily. Hitler assumed that the real invasion would be directed primarily against these launching ramps. He refused to admit that the Allies could take this part of France quite quickly from Normandy. Rather, he was counting on being able to restrict the enemy bridgehead and whittle it down in heavy battles. Hitler and all of us hoped that this new weapon, the V-1, would sow horror, confusion, and paralysis in the enemy camp. We far overestimated its effect. I myself did have some doubts because of the low speed of these flying bombs, and therefore advised Hitler to launch them only when there were lulling clouds. 12. But he paid no attention. On June 22, in response to Hitler's premature command, the first V-1 pilotless jets were catapulted off their launch ramps in great haste. Only 10 of them could be dispatched, and only 5 reached London. Hitler forgot that he himself had insisted on rushing matters, and vented his fury at the bungled project upon the builders. At the Situation Conference, Göring hastened to shift the blame to his opponent Milch, and Hitler was on the point of deciding to halt the production of the flying bomb on the grounds that it was a wasteful blunder. Then the press chief handed him some exaggerated, sensationalized reports from the London press on the effects of the V-1. Hitler's mood promptly changed. Now he demanded increased production, and Göring too declared that this great achievement of his Air Force had always been a favorite project of his. Nothing more was said about Milch, the previous day's scapegoat. Before the invasion, Hitler had emphasized that immediately after the landing he would go to France to conduct operations in person. In view of this, at an expense of countless millions of marks, hundreds of miles of telephone cables were laid and 2 headquarters built by the Todt organization, employing large quantities of concrete and expensive installations. Hitler himself had fixed on the location and the size of the headquarters. He justified the tremendous outlay during this period, when he was losing France, by remarking that at least one of the headquarters was situated precisely at the future western border of Germany and therefore could serve as part of a system of fortifications. On June 17 he visited this headquarters, called W2, situated between Soissons and Laon. That same day he returned to Obersalzberg. He was sulky and cross. Rommel has lost his nerve. He has become a pessimist. In these times only optimists can achieve anything. After such remarks, it was only a question of time when Rommel would be relieved of his command. For Hitler still regarded his defensive positions opposite the bridgehead as unconquerable. But that same evening he remarked to me that W2 seemed to him too unsafe, situated as it was in the heart of partisan-ridden France. On June 22, 1944, almost at the same time as the Anglo-American invasion was achieving its first great successes, a Soviet offensive was initiated which was soon to lead to the loss of 25 German divisions. Now the Red Army's advance could no longer be halted even in the summer. There can be no question that during these weeks, when three fronts were collapsing in the west, in the east, and in the air, Hitler demonstrated steady nerves and an astonishing capacity for perseverance. No doubt the long struggle for power, with its many setbacks, had hardened his will as it had that of Goebbels and other of his fellows of that period. Perhaps the experiences of the time of struggle, as it was always called, had taught him not to show the slightest anxiety in the presence of his associates. His entourage admired the composure he displayed at critical moments. That alone contributed greatly to the confidence placed in his decisions. Obviously, he was always conscious of the many eyes watching him and knew of discouragement he would have set in motion if he had lost his composure even for a moment. This self-control remained an extraordinary act of will to the last. He wrung it from himself in spite of his rapid aging, in spite of illness, in spite of Moll's experiments, and in spite of the ever greater burdens under which he staggered. His will often seemed to me as heedless and crude as that of a 6-year-old child whom nothing can discourage or tire. But although it was in some ways ridiculous, it also commanded respect. This phenomenal confidence in victory in a period of repeated defeats cannot, however, be explained on the grounds of his energy alone. In Spandau prison, Funk confided to me that the one reason Funk, was able to deceive the doctors so consistently and credibly about his health was that he believed his own lies. He added that this attitude had been the basis of Goebbels' propaganda. Similarly, I can only explain Hitler's rigid attitude on the grounds that he made himself believe in his ultimate victory. In a sense, he was worshipping himself. He was forever holding up to himself a mirror in which he saw not only himself, but also the confirmation of his mission by divine providence. His religion was based on the lucky break which must necessarily come his way. His method was to reinforce himself by autosuggestion. The more events drove him into a coma, the more obstinately he opposed to them his certainty about the intentions of fate. Naturally, he also soberly understood the military facts, but he transmuted them by his own faith and regarded even defeat as a secret guarantee, offered by Providence, of the coming victory. Sometimes he could realize the hopelessness of a situation, but he could not be shaken in his expectation that at the last moment fate would suddenly turn the tide in his favor. If there was any fundamental insanity in Hitler, it was this unshakable belief in his lucky star. He was by nature a religious man, but his capacity for belief had been perverted into belief in himself. 13. Hitler's obsessive faith inevitably influenced his entourage. One part of my consciousness certainly acknowledged that now everything must be approaching the end. But despite that, I spoke all the more frequently, though to be sure I spoke only for my own specific area of restoration of the situation. Strangely, this confidence existed apart from the recognition of unavoidable defeat. When on June 24, 1944, I still tried to impart confidence to others at an armaments conference in Linz, I ran into something of a stone wall. Rereading the text of my speech today, I am horrified by my recklessness. There was something grotesque about my effort to persuade serious men that supreme exertions might yet bring success. At the end of my remarks, I voiced the conviction that in our field we would overcome the impending crisis, that in the coming year we would achieve as great an increase in armaments production as we had in the year just past. Speaking extemporaneously, I was carried away. I expressed hopes which in the light of reality were sheer fantasies. Events were in fact to prove that in the next few months we could increase our production. But why was I realistic enough at the same time to be sending a series of memoranda to Hitler on the impending, and finally on the imminent end of all our efforts? The latter step was an act of intelligence, the former of pure faith. The complete separation between the two revealed the special kind of derangement with which everyone in Hitler's immediate entourage regarded the inevitable end. Only the final sentence of my speech touched on the idea of a responsibility which went beyond personal loyalty, whether to Hitler or to my own associates. What I said may have sounded like a mere flourish, but I meant something by it. We shall continue to do our duty so that our German people will be preserved. It was, moreover, what this group of industrialists wanted to hear. In saying it, I was for the first time publicly accepting that high responsibility to which Roland had appealed when he visited me in April. The idea had steadily grown stronger in my mind. I was beginning to see that here was a task still worth working for. But it was clear that I had not convinced the businessmen. After my talk, as well as during the succeeding days of the conference, I heard many expressions of hopelessness. 10 days earlier Hitler had promised that he would address the industrialists. Now, after I myself had so signally failed, I hoped more than ever that his speech would lift the general morale. Before the war, Bormann, on Hitler's orders, had built the Hotel Platterhof in the vicinity of the Berghof so that the innumerable pilgrims to Obersalzberg would have a place to go for refreshment, or even the privilege of spending the night in Hitler's proximity. On June 26, about 100 representatives of the armaments industry gathered in the coffee room of the Platterhof. During our sessions in Linz, I had noticed that the disgruntlement was also partly concerned with the increasing interference of the party apparatus in economic affairs. Actually, a kind of state socialism seemed to be gaining more and more ground, furthered by many of the party functionaries. They had already managed to have all plants owned by the state distributed among the various party districts and subordinated to their own district enterprises. In particular, the numerous underground plants, which had been equipped and financed by the state, but whose directors, skilled workers, and machinery had been provided by private industry, seemed destined to fall under state control after the war. 14. Our very system of industrial direction in the interests of war production could easily become the framework for a state socialist economic order. The result was that our organization, the more efficient it became, was itself providing the party leaders with the instruments for the doom of private enterprise. I had asked Hitler to take these anxieties into consideration. He asked me for a few key phrases for his speech, and I noted down the suggestion that he promised the industrialists that they would be helped in the critical period to come, and furthermore that they would be protected against interference by local party authorities. Finally, I suggested that he affirm their inviolability of private property even though certain factories may have become state property due to the temporary shift to underground quarters. It would reassure his audience immensely if he were to speak about a free economy after the war and a fundamental rejection of nationalized industry. Hitler made this speech and, by and large, took up these points. Yet all the while he was speaking, he sounded as if he were suffering from some impediment. He made frequent slips of the tongue, fumbled for words, broke off sentences midway, neglected transitions, and sometimes became confused. The speech was testimony to his frightening state of exhaustion. This very day the situation on the invasion front had so deteriorated that nothing could any longer prevent the Allies from taking Cherbourg, the first big port. That would solve all their supply problems and would considerably increase the strength of the invading armies. First of all, Hitler repudiated all ideological prejudices. For there can be only one single rule, and this rule, put succinctly, is that is correct which is useful in itself. In saying this, he was upholding his own pragmatic way of thinking but undermining all his promises to industry. Hitler gave free rein to his bent for historical philosophy and vague evolutionary theories. In muddled terms, he assured his audience that the creative force not only shapes but also takes what it has shaped under its wing and directs it. This is what we generally mean by such phrases as private capital or private property or private possessions. Therefore the future will not belong, as the communist holds, to the communist ideal of equality, but on the contrary, the farther humanity moves along the road of evolution, the more individualized achievements will be, from which it follows that the direction of what has been achieved will best be carried out by those who are themselves responsible for the achievements. The basis for all real higher development, indeed for the further development of all mankind, will therefore be found in the encouragement of private initiative. When this war has been decided by our victory, the private initiative of the German economy will enjoy the greatest era in its history. Think of all the creative work that will have to be done then. Don't imagine that all I shall do is set up a few state construction departments or a few state economic departments. And when a great era of German peacetime business has dawned again, then I shall have only one interest: to put the greatest geniuses in German business to work. I am grateful to you that you have helped me to meet our wartime tasks. But as the expression of my highest gratitude, I want you to leave here with the assurance that I shall show my gratitude again and again, and that no German will say that I harmed my own program. That is, when I tell you that after this war German business will experience its greatest boom, perhaps of all times, then you must take these words as a promise that will one day be redeemed. During this uneasy and disordered speech, Hitler received scarcely any applause. We all felt stunned. Perhaps this lack of response prompted him to change course and attempt to frighten the industrial leaders by depicting what awaited them if the war were lost. There is no doubt that if we were to lose this war, German private business would not survive. Rather, with the destruction of the entire German people, business would naturally be wiped out also. Not only because our enemies do not want German competition, this is a superficial view, but because fundamental matters are involved. We are involved in a struggle which will decide between 2 points of view. Either humanity will be thrown back several thousand years to primitive condition, with mass production directed exclusively by the state, or humanity will continue to develop through the furthering of private initiative. A few minutes later he reverted to this idea. If the war were lost, gentlemen, then you would not have to worry about shifting to a peacetime economy. Then all anyone will have to think about is how he himself will accomplish his shift from this world to the hereafter. Whether he wants to take care of it himself, or let himself be hanged, or whether he prefers to starve or to labor in Siberia, these are some of the questions which the individual will have to face. Hitler had spoken these words somewhat mockingly, certainly with a faint undertone of contempt for these cowardly bourgeois souls. The audience understood, which was enough to destroy my hope that this speech would spur the business leaders to new efforts. Perhaps Hitler had been stirred up by Bormann's presence, perhaps warned by him. At any rate, the declaration in favor of a free peacetime economy, which is what I had asked of Hitler and what he had promised me, 15, had turned out a good deal less precise and unequivocal than I had expected. Still, several sentences in the speech were remarkable enough, I thought at the time, to be worth recording in our ministry archives. Hitler, of his own accord, offered to let me have the recording of the speech and even asked me to make suggestions for editing it. Bormann, however, blocked publication, whereupon I reminded Hitler again of his offer. This time he put me off. He wanted to edit the text first, he said. 16. 25 blunders, secret weapons, and the SS. As the situation deteriorated further, Hitler closed his mind more and more to any word against his decisions. He proved to be more autocratic than ever in this crisis. This hardening of his mental arteries had crucial consequences in the technical area as well. Because of it, the most valuable of our secret weapons was made worthless. That was the Memones 262, our most modern fighter plane, with 2 jet engines, a speed of over 500 miles per hour, and a fighting capability far superior to any plane the enemy had. As early as 1941, while I was still an architect, I had paid a visit to a Heinkel aircraft plant in Rostock and heard the deafening noise of one of the first jet engines on a testing stand. The designer, Professor Ernst Heinkel, was urging that this revolutionary advance be applied to aircraft construction. 1. During the Armaments Congress at the Air Force test site in Richland, September 1943, Milch silently handed me a telegram which had just been brought to him. It contained an order from Hitler to hold preparations for large-scale production of the Memones 262. We decided to circumvent the order, but still the work could not be continued on the priority level it should have had. Some 3 months later, on January 7, 1944, Milch and I were urgently summoned to headquarters. Hitler had changed his mind, and this on the basis of an excerpt from the British press on the success of British experiments with jet planes. He was now impatient to have as many aircraft of this type as we could make in the shortest possible time. Since in the meantime Hitler had let everything lapse, we could promise to deliver no more than 60 planes a month from July 1944 on. From January 1945 on, however, we would be able to produce 210 aircraft a month too. In the course of this conference, Hitler indicated that he planned to use the plane, which was built to be a fighter, as a fast bomber. The Air Force specialists were dismayed, but imagined that their sensible arguments would prevail. What happened was just the opposite. Hitler obstinately ordered all weapons on board removed so that the aircraft could carry a greater weight of bombs. Jet planes did not have to defend themselves, he maintained, since with their superior speed they could not be attacked by enemy fighters. Deeply mistrustful of this new invention, he wanted it employed primarily for straight flight to great heights to spare its wings and engines, and wanted the engineers to gear to a somewhat reduced speed to lessen the strain on the still untried System 3. The effect of these tiny bombers, which could carry a load of little more than 1,000 pounds of bombs and had only a primitive bomb sight, was ridiculously insignificant. As fighter planes, on the other hand, each one of the jet aircraft would have been able, because of its superior performance, to shoot down several of the four-motored American bombers which in raid after raid were dropping thousands of tons of explosives on German cities. At the end of June 1944, Göring and I once more tried to make Hitler see these points, but again in vain. Meanwhile, Air Force pilots had tried out the new planes and were spoiling to use them against the American fleets of bombers. But here was one of these moments when Hitler's prejudices were insuperable. Planes of this sort, he said, seizing on any sophism, because of their speedy turns and rapid shifts of altitude, would expose the pilots to far greater physical strains than in the past, and, because of their higher speed, the planes would be at a disadvantage against the slower and therefore more agile enemy fighters, for the fact that these planes could fly higher than the American escort fighters and could attack the relatively clumsy American bomber squadrons at all because of their immensely superior speed made no impression at all on Hitler. The more we tried to dissuade him from this notion, the more stubbornly he held to it. To mollify us somewhat, he spoke of someday, far in the future, when you would let the aircraft be used, at least partially, as fighters. It was true, of course, that the planes in question existed so far only in a few prototypes. Nevertheless, Hitler's order necessarily influenced long-range military planning, for the General Staff had been counting on this new type of fighter to bring about a decisive turning point in the air war. Desperate as we were over this aspect of the war, everyone who could claim any knowledge of the subject at all put in a word and tried to change Hitler's mind. Jodl, Guderian, Model, Sepp Dietrich, and of course the leading generals of the Air Force, persistently took issue with Hitler's layman's opinion, that they only brought his anger down on their heads, since he took all this as an attack on his military expertise and technical intelligence. In the autumn of 1944 finally and characteristically brushed aside the whole controversy by flatly forbidding any further discussion of the subject. When I telephoned General Krape, the new Chief of Staff of the Air Force, to inform him of what I wanted to write to Hitler in my mid-September report on the question of jet planes, he strongly advised me not even to allude to the matter. At the very mention of the menace 262, Hitler was likely to fly off the handle, he said. And I would only be making trouble for him, since Hitler would assume that the Air Force Chief of Staff had put me up to it. In spite of this warning, I still felt I had to tell Hitler once more that trying to make fighter planes serve as bombers would be pointless and, given our present military situation, a grave error. I emphasized that this opinion was shared by the pilots and by all the army officers. 5. But Hitler did not even discuss my recommendations, and after so many vain efforts I simply withdrew from the fray and confined myself to worrying over my own work. Actually, questions of how aircraft were to be used were no more my business than the choice of what type of plane to produce. The jet plane was not the only effective new weapon that could have been slated for mass production in 1944. We possessed a remote-controlled flying bomb, a rocket plane that was even faster than the jet plane, a rocket missile that homed on an enemy plane by tracking the heat rays from its motors, and a torpedo that reacted to sound and could thus pursue and hit a ship fleeing in a zigzag course. Development of a ground-to-air missile had been completed. The designer Lippisch had jet planes on the drawing board that were far in advance of anything so far known, based, as they were, on the all-wing principle. We were literally suffering from an excess of projects in development. Had we concentrated on only a few types, we would surely have completed some of them sooner. At one point, the various departments in charge of these matters held council and decided not so much to seek new ideas in the future as to select from the existing ideas those which we were in a position to develop and to push these vigorously. Once again, it was Hitler who, in spite of all the tactical mistakes of the Allies, ordained those very moves which helped the enemy air offensive in 1944 achieve its successes. After postponing the development of the jet fighter and later converting it into a light bomber, Hitler now decided to use our big new rockets to retaliate against England. From the end of July 1943 on, tremendous industrial capacity was diverted to the huge missile later known as the V-2, a rocket 46 feet long and weighing more than 13 metric tons. Hitler wanted to have 900 of these produced monthly. The whole notion was absurd. The fleets of enemy bombers in 1944 were dropping an average of 3,000 tons of bombs a day over a span of several months, and Hitler wanted to retaliate with 30 rockets that would have carried 24 tons of explosives to England daily. That was equivalent to the bomb load of only 12 flying fortresses 6. I not only went along with this decision on Hitler's part, but also supported it. That was probably one of my most serious mistakes. We would have done much better to focus our efforts on manufacturing a ground-to-air defensive rocket. It had already been developed in 1942 under the codename Waterfall, to such a point that mass production would soon have been possible had we utilized the talents of those technicians and scientists busy with rocket development at Peenham and D under Wernher von Braun. Asterisk, even aside from Hitler's objections, a rational course of action such as this would have been complicated by the fact that Peenham and D was developing weapons for the army, whereas air defense was a matter for the Air Force. Given the conflict of interests and the fierce ambitions of the army and the Air Force, the army would never have allowed its rival to take over the installations it had built up in Peenham and D. This rivalry made it impossible for even research and development to be conducted jointly. See footnote on p. 216 in Chapter 16. Project Waterfall could have gone into production even earlier had Peenham NDE's full capacity been used in time. As late as January 1, 1945, there were 2210 scientists and engineers working on the long-range rockets Ammonus 4 and Ammonus 9, whereas only 220 had been assigned to Waterfall, and 135 to another anti-aircraft rocket project, Typhoon. Professor C. Crotch, the Commissioner for Chemical Production, had sent me a detailed memorandum on June 29, 1943, barely 2 months before our unfortunate decision, offering this opinion. Those who advocate accelerated development of aerial weapons are proceeding on the principle that terror is best answered by terror, and that rocket attacks against England will necessarily lead to a decrease in emissions flown against the Reich. Even assuming that the large long-distance rocket were available in unlimited quantities, which it so far is not, previous experience suggests that this reasoning is unjustified. On the contrary, those elements in England who formally opposed the use of terror bombing against Germany's civilian population have been moved, since our rocket attacks, to urge their government to launch massive raids against our densely populated areas. We are still helplessly vulnerable to raids of this sort. Such considerations point to the necessity of concentrating heavily on anti-aircraft weaponry on the C-2 device of Waterfall. We must be able to deploy it at once and on a large scale. In other words, every expert, every worker, and every man-hour devoted to the speeding of this program will yield results proportionately far more effective for winning the war than the same resources invested in any other program. Delaying such a program can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Approximately 25 feet long, the waterfall rocket was capable of carrying approximately 660 pounds of explosives along a directional beam up to an altitude of 50,000 feet and hit enemy bombers with great accuracy. It was not affected by day or night by clouds, cold, or fog. Since we were later able to turn out 900 of the offensive big rockets monthly, we could surely have produced several thousand of these smaller and less expensive rockets per month. To this day, I think that this rocket, in conjunction with the jet fighters, would have beaten back the Western Allies' air offensive against our industry from the spring of 1944 on. Instead, gigantic effort and expense went into developing and manufacturing long-range rockets which proved to be, when they were at last ready for use in the autumn of 1944, an almost total failure. Our most expensive project was also our most foolish one. Those rockets, which were our pride and for a time my favorite armaments project, proved to be nothing but a mistaken investment. On top of that, they were one of the reasons we lost the defensive war in the air. Ever since the winter of 1939, I had been closely associated with the PNM&D Development Center, although at first all I was doing was meeting its construction needs. I liked mingling with this circle of non-political young scientists and inventors headed by Werner von Braun, 27 years old, purposeful, a man realistically at home in the future. It was extraordinary that so young and untried a team should be allowed to pursue a project costing hundreds of millions of marks and whose realization seemed far away. Under the somewhat paternalistic direction of Colonel Walter Domberger, these young men were able to work unhampered by bureaucratic obstacles and pursue ideas which at times sounded thoroughly utopian. The work, mere glimmerings of which were being sketched out in 1939, also exerted a strange fascination upon me. It was like the planning of a miracle. I was impressed anew by these technicians with their fantastic visions, these mathematical romantics. Whenever I visited PNM&D, I also felt, quite spontaneously, somehow akin to them. My sympathy stood them in good stead when, in the late fall of 1939, Hitler crossed the rocket project off his list of urgent undertakings and thus automatically cut off its labor and materials. By tacit agreement with the Army Ordnance Office, I continued to build the PNM&D installations without its approval, a liberty that probably no one but myself could have taken. After my appointment as Minister of Armaments, I naturally took a keener interest in this great project. Hitler, however, continued to be exceedingly skeptical. He was filled with a fundamental distrust of all innovations which, as in the case of jet aircraft or atom bombs, went beyond the technical experience of the First World War generation and presaged an era he could not know. On June 13, 1942, the armaments chiefs of the three branches of the armed forces, Field Marshal Milch, Admiral Witzel, and General Fromm, flew to PNM&D with me to witness the first firing of a remote-controlled rocket. Before us in a clearing among the pines towered an unreal-looking missile 4 stories high. Colonel Dornberger, Werner von Braun, and the staff were as full of suspense over this first launching as we were. I knew what hopes the young inventor was placing on this experiment. For him and his team, this was not the development of a weapon, but a step into the future of technology. Wisps of vapor showed that the fuel tanks were being filled. At the predetermined second, at first with a faltering motion, but then with the roar of an unleashed giant, the rocket rose slowly from its pad, seemed to stand upon its jet of flame for the fraction of a second, then vanished with a howl into the low clouds. Werner von Braun was beaming. For my part, I was thunderstruck at this technical miracle, at its precision, and at the way it seemed to abolish the laws of gravity, so that 13 tons could be hurtled into the air without any mechanical guidance. The technicians were just explaining the incredible distance the projectile was covering when, a minute and a half after the start, a rapidly swelling howl indicated that the rocket was falling in the immediate vicinity. We all froze where we stood. It struck the ground only a half a mile away. The guidance system had failed, as we later learned. Nevertheless, the technicians were satisfied, since the thorniest problem had been solved, getting it off the ground. Hitler, however, continued to have the gravest doubts and wondered whether a guidance capability could ever be developed. 7. On October 14, 1942, I was able to inform him that his doubts could be over. The second rocket had successfully flown the prescribed course of 120 miles and had struck within 2.5 miles of the target. For the first time, a product of man's inventive mind had grazed the frontiers of space at an altitude of 60 miles. It seemed like the first step toward a dream. Only at this point did Hitler, too, show lively interest. As usual, his desires underwent instant inflation. He insisted that before the rocket was put into action, a flock of 5,000 missiles was to be ready, available for wholesale commitment. Asterisk CF Protocol, October 30-14, 1942.25. Even 5,000 long-range rockets, that is more than 5 months' production, would have delivered only 3,750 tons of explosives. A single attack by the combined British and American air forces delivered a good 8,000 tons. I now had to make arrangements for mass production. On December 22, 1942, I had Hitler sign an order to this effect, although the rocket still needed considerable development before it could lend itself to mass manufacture. I thought I could risk rushing matters in this way. Based on the progress already made and the promises from PNM-NDE, the final technical data was to be available by July 1943, at which point we could go right into production. On the morning of July 7, 1943, I invited Dornberger and von Braun to headquarters at Hitler's request. The Führer wanted to be informed on the details of the V-2 project. After Hitler had finished with one of his conferences, we went together over to the movie hall, where some of Werner von Braun's assistants were ready. After a brief introduction, the room was darkened and a color film shown. For the first time, Hitler saw the majestic spectacle of a great rocket rising from his pad and disappearing into the stratosphere. Without a trace of timidity and with a boyish-sounding enthusiasm, von Braun explained his theory. There could be no question about it. From that moment on, Hitler had been finally won over. Dornberger explained a number of organizational questions, while I proposed to Hitler that von Braun be appointed a professor. Yes, arrange that at once with Meissner, Hitler said impulsively. I'll even sign the document in person. Hitler bade the PNM-NDE men an exceedingly cordial goodbye. He was greatly impressed, and his imagination had been kindled. Back in his bunker, he became quite ecstatic about the possibilities of this project. The Ammonus-4 is a measure that can decide the war, and what encouragement to the home front when we attack the English with it. This is the decisive weapon of the war. And what is more, it can be produced with relatively small resources. Speer, you must push the Ammonus-4 as hard as you can. Whatever labor and materials they need must be supplied instantly. You know, I was going to sign the decree for the tank program, but my conclusion now is change it around and phrase it so that Ammonus-4 is put on a par with tank production. But, Hitler added in conclusion, in this project we can use only Germans. God help us if the enemy finds out about the business. 9. There was only one point on which he pressed me, when we were alone again. Weren't he mistaken? You say this young man is 31. I would have thought him even younger. He thought it astonishing that so young a man could already have helped to bring about a technical breakthrough which would change the face of the future. From then on he would sometimes expatiate on his thesis that in our century people squandered the best years of their lives on useless things. In past eras, Alexander the Great had conquered a vast empire at the age of 23 and Napoleon had won his brilliant victories at 30. In connection with this he would often allude, as if casually, to Werner von Braun, who at so young an age had created a technical marvel at PNM-NDE. In the autumn of 1943 it turned out that our expectations had been premature. The final blueprints had not been delivered in July, as promised, so that we were not able to go into mass production immediately. A great many sources of error had been discovered. In particular, when the first rockets with warheads were fired, there were inexplicable premature explosions when the missile re-entered the atmosphere. 10. There were still many questions unsolved. I warned in a speech on October 6, 1943, so that it would be premature to count with certainty on this new weapon. I added that the technical difference between individual manufacture and mass production, considerable enough in itself, would involve special difficulties in the case of these highly complicated mechanisms. Almost a year passed. At the beginning of September 1944, rockets were fired at England. Not, as Hitler had imagined, 5,000 at one blow, but 25, and then not at one blow but over a period of 10 days. After Hitler had become excited over the V-2 project, Himmler entered the picture. 6 weeks later, he came to Hitler to propose the simplest way to guarantee secrecy for this vital program. If the entire workforce were concentration camp prisoners, all contact with the outside world would be eliminated. Such prisoners did not even have any mail, Himmler said. Along with this, he offered to provide all necessary technicians from the ranks of the prisoners. All industry would have to furnish would be the management and the engineers. Hitler agreed to this plan, and Sauer and I had no choice, especially since we could not offer a more persuasive arrangement. 11. The result was that we had to work out guidelines for a joint undertaking with the SS leadership, what was to be called the Central Works. My assistants went into it reluctantly, and their fears were soon confirmed. Formally speaking, we remained in charge of the manufacturing, but in cases of doubt we had to yield to the superior power of the SS leadership. Thus Himmler had put a foot in our door, and we ourselves had helped him do it. Himmler has conferred an honorary rank in the SS upon almost every government minister whose personal or political weight he had to reckon with. He had reserved a particularly high distinction for me. He wanted to make me an SS Obergruppenfechter, a rank corresponding to that of a full general in the army, and one very rarely conferred. But although he let me know how unusual the honor was, I refused his offer with polite phrases. I pointed out that the Army 12 as well as the SA and the NSKK had in vain offered me high titular ranks. In order to make my refusal sound less challenging, I volunteered to reactivate my former ordinary membership in the Mannheim SS, not suspecting that I had not even been listed as a member there. By conferring such ranks, Himmler of course meant to gain influence and thrust his way into areas not yet under his command. My suspicions proved only too justified. Himmler promptly made every effort to push his way into the field of armaments production. He readily offered countless prisoners, and as early as 1942 began placing pressure on a number of my assistants. As far as we could make out, he wanted to turn the concentration camps into large modern factories, especially for armaments, with the SS continuing to have direct control of them. General Fromm at the time called my attention to the perils of this for orderly production of armaments, and Hitler made it clear he was on my side. After all, we had had certain dismal experiences before the war with such SS projects, which had promised us bricks and granite. On September 21, 1942, Hitler ruled on the matter. The prisoners were to work in factories under the direction of the Industrial Armaments Organization. Himmler's expansionist drive had been curbed for the present, at least in this field. 13. At first the factory managers complained that the prisoners arrived in a weakened condition and after a few months had to be sent back, exhausted, to the regular camps. Since their training time alone required several weeks and instructors were scarce, we could not afford to train a new group every few months. In response to our complaints, the SS made considerable improvements in the sanitary conditions and rations of the camps. Soon, in the course of my rounds through the armaments plants, I saw more contented faces among the prisoners and better fed people. 14. Our hard-won independence in matters of armaments was broken by Hitler's order to erect a large rocket production plant dependent on. In a lonely valley in the Harz Mountains, a widely ramified system of caves had been established before the war for the storage of vital military chemicals. Here, on December 10, 1943, I inspected the extensive underground installations where the V-2 was to be produced. In enormous long halls, prisoners were busy setting up machinery and shifting plumbing. Expressionlessly, they looked right through me, mechanically removing their prisoners' caps of blue tulle until our group had passed. I cannot forget a professor of the Pasteur Institute in Paris who testified as a witness at the Nuremberg trial. He too was in the Central Works which I inspected that day. Objectively, without any dramatics, he explained the inhuman conditions in this inhuman factory. The memory is especially painful, the more so because he made his charge without hatred, sadly and brokenly, and also astonished at so much human degeneracy. The conditions for these prisoners were in fact barbarous, and a sense of profound involvement and personal guilt seizes me whenever I think of them. As I learned from the overseers after the inspection was over, the sanitary conditions were inadequate, disease rampant, the prisoners were quartered right there in the damp caves, and as a result the mortality among them was extraordinarily high. The shocking effect the camp had on us is indicated in the deliberately veiled phraseology of the office journal entry for December 10, 1943. On the morning of December 10, the minister went to inspect a new plant in the Harz Mountains. Carrying out this tremendous mission drew on the leader's last reserves of strength. Some of the men were so affected that they had to be forcibly sent off on vacations to restore their nerves. That same day I allocated the necessary materials and set all the machinery in motion to build a barracks camp immediately on an adjacent hill. In addition, I pressed the SS camp command to take all necessary measures to improve sanitary conditions and upgrade the food. They pledged that they would do so. Up to this time I had actually paid almost no attention to these problems, and the assurances of the camp commanders persuaded me that matters would be corrected. I did not take action again until January 14, 1944. On January 13, Dr. Poschmann, the medical supervisor for all the departments in my ministry, described the hygienic conditions at the central works in the blackest colors. The next day I sent one of my department heads to the plant. 15. Simultaneously, Dr. Poschmann started taking various medical measures. A few days later my own illness partially put a halt to these actions. But on May 26, soon after I was back at my post, Dr. Poschmann told me that he had arranged for the assignment of civilian doctors to many of the labor camps. But there were difficulties. On the same day, I received a rude letter from Robert Ley in which he protested against Dr. Poschmann's interference on formal grounds. Medical treatment in camps was his province, he declared, and angrily demanded that I reprimand Dr. Poschmann, forbid him any further meddling, and discipline him for the steps he had already taken. I answered immediately that I had no reason to meet his demands, that on the contrary we had the greatest interest in adequate medical treatment for the prisoners. 16. That same day I discussed further medical measures with Dr. Poschmann. Since I was making all these arrangements in cooperation with Dr. Brandt, and since apart from all humanitarian considerations the rational arguments were on our side, I did not give a hand about Ley's reaction. I was confident that Hitler would rebuke the party bureaucracy which we had passed over and would even make scornful remarks about the bureaucrats. I heard no more from Ley, and Himmler himself failed when he tried to show me that he could strike as he pleased even against important groups of individuals. On March 14, 1944, he had Werner von Braun and 2 of his assistants arrested. The official reason, as given to the chief of the Central Office, was that these men had violated one of my regulations by giving peacetime projects precedence over their war production tasks. Actually, von Braun and his staff used to talk freely about their speculations, describing how in the distant future a rocket could be developed and used for mail service between the United States and Europe. High-spiritedly and novelly they indulged in their dreams and let a picture magazine prepare all sorts of fantastic drawings based on their visions. When Hitler visited me at my sick bed in Klesheim and treated me with such surprising benevolence, I took this occasion to intercede for the arrested specialists, and had Hitler promised that he would get them released. But a week was to pass before this was done, and as much as 6 weeks later Hitler was still grumbling about the trouble he had gone to. As he phrased it, von Braun was to be protected from all prosecution as long as he is indispensable, difficult though the general consequences arising from the situation were. Actually, Himmler had achieved one of his ends. From now on, even the top men of the rocket staff no longer felt safe from his arbitrary hand. It was conceivable, after all, that I might not always be in a position to free them if they were arrested again. Himmler had long been striving to set up a business firm which would be the property of the SS. Hitler, or so it seemed to me, was cool to the idea, and I did my best to reinforce him in this. Perhaps this conflict was one of the reasons for Himmler's strange conduct during my illness, for during those months he had at last managed to persuade Hitler that a large-scale SS business enterprise would offer numerous advantages. At the beginning of June 1944, Hitler asked me to assist the SS in its efforts to build up an economic empire extending from raw materials to manufacturing. He had a strange reason. Now, for furthering this enterprise, the SS must be strong enough so that under his successors it would be able, for example, to oppose a finance minister who what followed from this was precisely what I had feared at the beginning of my work as Minister of Armaments. At least I was able to put across the point that Himmler's manufacturing sites must be subject to the same control as the rest of the armaments and war production industry, lest one part of the armed forces go its own independent way when I have managed by great effort over 2 years to coordinate armaments production for the other 3 branches of the armed forces. 17 Hitler promised to back me if I had trouble with Himmler, but I had great doubts about the strength of such backing. Significantly enough, Himmler had had a report from Hitler on this conversation at the time the Reichsvater SS asked me to his house near Berchtesgaden. It is true that the Reichsvater SS sometimes seemed to be a visionary whose intellectual flight struck even Hitler as ridiculous. But Himmler was also a sober-minded realist who knew exactly what his far-reaching political aims were. In our discussions he displayed a friendly courtesy that seemed slightly forced and never cordial. And he always made a point of having a witness from his staff present. He had the patience to listen to his visitors' arguments, a gift rare in those days. In the discussion he often seemed petty and pedantic and had apparently thought out beforehand everything he wanted to say. He was obviously not concerned with the impression this made that he seemed slow-minded, let alone of limited intelligence. His office worked with the precision of a well-oiled machine, which was probably an expression of his own impersonality. At any rate, I always felt that his pallid character was reflected in the utterly matter-of-fact style of his secretariat. His stenographers, all young girls, could certainly not be called pretty, but they all seemed to be extremely hard-working and conscientious. Himmler presented me with a well-thought-out and wide-ranging plan. During my illness, the SS, in spite of all Sauer's efforts to oppose it, had acquired the Hungarian concern of Manfred Weiss, an important armaments company. With this as a core, Himmler explained he wanted systematically to construct a steadily expanding cartel. Would I suggest a specialist to help with the construction of this giant enterprise? After reflecting briefly, I proposed Paul Pleyger, who had set up large steel mills for the 4-year plan. Pleyger was an energetic and independent man who, with his manifold ties to industry, would be able to ensure that Himmler did not expand his concern too vigorously and too unscrupulously. But Himmler did not like my nominee. That was the last time he asked me for advice. Himmler's close associates Oswald Pohl, Hans J. Titiner, and Gottlob Berger were tough and ruthless in negotiation, but moderately good-natured. They had that kind of banality which seems quite tolerable at first sight. But 2 of his other men were surrounded by an aura of iciness like that of their chief. Both Reinhard Heydrich and Hans Kammler were blond, blue-eyed, long-headed, always neatly dressed, and well-bred. Both were capable of unexpected decisions at any moment, and once they had arrived at them they would carry them through with a rare obstinacy. Himmler had made a significant choice in picking Kammler as his aide. For in spite of all his ideological crankiness in matters of personnel, Himmler was not overly concerned about lengthy party membership. He was more interested in such qualities as energy, swift intelligence, and extreme zeal. In the spring of 1942, Himmler had appointed Kammler, who had previously been a high-ranking construction employee in the Air Ministry, to head the SS construction operations, and in the summer of 1943 chose him to handle the rocket program. In the course of my enforced collaboration with this man, I discovered him to be a cold, ruthless schemer, a fanatic in the pursuit of a goal, and as carefully calculating as he was unscrupulous. Himmler heaped assignments on him and brought him into Hitler's presence at every opportunity. Soon rumors were afloat that Himmler was trying to build up Kammler to be my successor. 18. At the time I had seen only the best side of Kammler, and I rather liked his objective coolness. In many jobs my partner, in his intentions possibly my rival, he was in his career as well as his manner of work in many ways my mirror image. He too came from a solid middle-class family, had gone through the university, had been discovered because of his work in construction, and had gone far and fast in fields for which he had not been trained. During the war, the supply of labor became the key factor in any industrial unit. At the beginning of the 40s, and subsequently at a faster and faster pace, the SS began secretly building labor camps and making sure they were kept full. In a letter of May 7, 1944, Walter Speer, one of my department heads, called my attention to the efforts of the SS to use its powers over labor in order to promote its economic expansion. Moreover, the SS was casting eyes on the foreign workers in our factories and became more and more zealous in arresting them for trivial violations of rules and transferring them to its own camps. Asterisk. Dr. Speer states further, the SS siphons off by now a significant number of the many foreign and especially Russian workers who man the armaments plants. The strain is caused by the constant growth of the extensive SS economic interests, which is being promoted with particular zeal by Obergruppen Pol. At the meeting of the armament staff on May 26, 1944, Kammler had boasted that he had simply placed 50,000 persons in protective custody in order to obtain the necessary labor for the SS enterprises. My assistants estimated that by this technique we were being deprived of 30 to 40,000 workers a month during the spring of 1944. At the beginning of June 1944, I protested to Hitler that I could not stand a loss of 500,000 workers a year, all the more so because a majority of them were skilled workers trained with considerable effort. I said that they simply had to be returned to their original occupations as quickly as possible. Hitler told me to discuss the problem with Himmler. He would then make a decision in my favor. 19. But in defiance of the facts, Himmler denied both to me and to Hitler that any such practices were being pursued. The prisoners themselves, as I sometimes had a chance to observe, also feared Himmler's growing economic ambitions. I recall a tour through the Linz steelworks in the summer of 1944 where prisoners were moving about freely among the other workers. They stood at the machines in the lofty workshops, served as helpers to trained workers, and talked unconstrainedly with the free workers. It was not the SS but army soldiers who were guarding them. When we came upon a group of 20 Russians, I had the interpreter ask them whether they were satisfied with their treatment. They made gestures of passionate assent. Their appearance confirmed what they said. In contrast to the people in the case of the Central Works, who were obviously wasting away, these prisoners were well fed. And when I asked them, just to make conversation, whether they would prefer to return to the regular camp, they gave a start of fright. Their faces expressed purest horror. But I asked no further questions. Why should I have done so? Their expressions told me everything. If I were to try today to probe the feelings that stirred me then, if across the span of a lifetime I attempt to analyze what I really felt, pity, irritation, embarrassment, or indignation, it seems to me that the desperate race with time, my obsessional fixation on production and output statistics, blurred all considerations and feelings of humanity. An American historian has said of me that I love machines more than people. 20. He is not wrong. I realized that the sight of suffering people influenced only my emotions, but not my conduct. On the plane of feelings only sentimentality emerged. In the realm of decisions, on the other hand, I continued to be ruled by the principles of utility. In the Nuremberg trial, the indictment against me was based on the use of prisoners in the armaments factories. By the court's standard of judgment, which was purely numerical, my guilt would have been greater had I prevailed over Himmler and raised the number of prisoners in our labor force, thus increasing the chances of more people for survival. Paradoxically, I would feel better today if in this sense I had been guiltier. But what preys on my mind nowadays has little to do with the standards of Nuremberg nor the figures on lives I saved or might have saved. For in either case I was moving within the system. What disturbs me more is that I failed to read the physiognomy of the regime mirrored in the faces of those prisoners, the regime whose existence I was so obsessively trying to prolong during those weeks and months. I did not see any moral ground outside the system where I should have taken my stand. And sometimes I asked myself who this young man really was, this young man who has now become so alien to me, who walked through the workshops of the Linz steelworks or descended into the caverns of the Central Works 25 years ago. One day, sometime in the summer of 1944, my friend Karl Hank, the Gauleiter of Lower Silesia, came to see me. In earlier years he had told me a great deal about the Polish and French campaigns, had spoken of the dead and wounded, the pain and agonies, and in talking about these things had shown himself a man of sympathy and directness. This time, sitting in the green leather easy chair in my office, he seemed confused and spoke falteringly, with many breaks. He advised me never to accept an invitation to inspect a concentration camp in Upper Silesia. Never under any circumstances. He had seen something there which he was not permitted to describe, and moreover could not describe. I did not query him. I did not query Himmler. I did not query Hitler. I did not speak with personal friends. I did not investigate, for I did not want to know what was happening there. Hank must have been speaking of Auschwitz. During those few seconds, while Hank was warning me, the whole responsibility had become a reality again. Those seconds were uppermost in my mind when I stated to the International Court at the Nuremberg trial that as an important member of the leadership of the Reich, I had to share the total responsibility for all that had happened. For from that moment on, I was inescapably contaminated morally, from fear of discovering something which might have made me turn from my course. I had closed my eyes. This deliberate blindness outweighs whatever good I may have done or tried to do in the last period of the war. Those activities shrink to nothing in the face of it. Because I failed at that time, I still feel, to this day, responsible for Auschwitz in a wholly personal sense. 26. Operation Valkyrie. Surveying a bombed hydrogenation plant from the air, I was struck by the accurate carpet bombing of the Allied bomber fleets. Suddenly the thought flashed through my mind that given such precision it should be easy for the Allies to destroy all the bridges over the Rhine in a single day. I had experts draw the Rhine bridges to scale on aerial photographs of bomb holes. They confirmed my fear. Hastily, I had steel girders brought to the bridges to be ready for swift repairs. In addition, I ordered the construction of 10 ferries and a pontoon bridge. 1. On May 29, 1944, 10 days later, I wrote to Jody in some agitation. I am tormented by the thought that someday all the bridges over the Rhine will be destroyed. According to my observations of the density of the bombings recently, it should be possible for the enemy to do this. What would the situation be if the enemy, after cutting off all traffic to the armies in the occupied Western territories, did not carry out his landings at the Atlantic Wall, but on the North Sea coast in Germany? Such a landing would probably be practical, since he already possesses absolute air superiority, which is surely the prime prerequisite for a successful landing on the North German coastal area. At any rate, his casualties would certainly be less by such an approach than by a direct assault on the Atlantic Wall. In Germany itself, we had scarcely any troop units at our disposal. If the airports at Hamburg and Fireman could be taken by parachute units and the ports of these cities be seized by small forces, invasion armies debarking from ships would, I feared, meet no resistance and would be occupying Berlin and all of Germany within a few days. Meanwhile, the three armies in the west would be cut off by the Rhine, and the army groups in the east tied down in heavy defensive battles. In any case, they were too far away to be able to intervene in time. My fears had the same sensational cast as some of Hitler's errant notions. The next time I went to Obersalzberg, Jodl said ironically to me that he supposed I was now, on top of everything else, becoming an armchair strategist. But Hitler was struck by the idea. There is a note in Jodl's diary for June 5, 1944. Skeletal divisions are to be created in Germany into which in an emergency the men on leave and the convalescents can be pumped. Speer will provide weapons by a crash program. There are always 300,000 men on furlough at home. That means 10 to 12 divisions. 2. Although neither Jodl nor I knew anything about it, the organizational framework for this operation had long been in existence. Ever since May 1942, a plan known by the code name Valkyrie detailed every step for quickly assembling the units and soldiers present in Germany in case of domestic disturbances or emergencies. 3. But now Hitler's interest in the matter had been aroused, and on June 7, 1944, a special conference on it took place at Obersalzberg. In addition to Keitel and Fromm, Colonel von Stauffenberg participated in the discussion. General Schmundt, Hitler's chief adjutant, had picked Count Stauffenberg to serve as Fromm's chief of staff and to inject some force into the work of the flagging general. As Schmundt explained to me, Stauffenberg was considered one of the most dynamic and competent officers in the German army, for Hitler himself would occasionally urge me to work closely and confidentially with Stauffenberg. In spite of his war injuries, he had lost an eye, his right hand, and 2 fingers of his left hand. Stauffenberg had preserved a youthful charm. He was curiously poetic and at the same time precise, thus showing the marks of the 2 major and seemingly incompatible educational influences upon him, the circle around the poet Stefan George and the general staff. He and I would have hit it off even without Schmante's recommendation. After the deed which will forever be associated with his name, I often reflected upon his personality and found no phrase more fitting for him than this one of H.L. Delaunay's, an extremely unnatural, paradoxical character unless one sees him in the midst of those circumstances which impose so strict a form upon his gentle spirit. There were further sessions of these conferences on July 6 and 8, along with Hitler. Keitel, Fromm, and other officers sat at the round table by the big window in the Berghof salon. Stauffenberg had taken his seat beside me, with his remarkably plump briefcase. He explained the Valkyrie plan for committing the home army. Hitler listened attentively and in the ensuing discussion approved most of the proposals. Finally, he decided that in military actions within the Reich the military commanders would have full executive powers, the political authorities, which meant principally the Gauleiters in their capacity of Reich defense commissioners, only advisory function. The military commanders, the decree when, could directly issue all requisite instructions to Reich and local authorities without consulting the Gauleiters. 5. Whether by chance or design, at this period most of the prominent military members of the conspiracy were assembled in Berchtesgaden. As I know now, they and Stauffenberg had decided only a few days before to attempt to assassinate Hitler with a bomb kept in readiness by Brigadier General Speer. On July 8, I met General Friedrich Albrecht to discuss the drafting of deferred workers for the army. Up to now, Keitel and I had been at odds over this question. As so often, Albrecht complained again about the difficulties that inevitably arose from the armed forces being split into 4 services. Were it not for the jealousies of the different branches, the army could avail itself of hundreds of thousands of young soldiers now in the Air Force, he said. The next day, I met Quartermaster General Eduard Wagner at the Berchtesgadener Hof, along with General Erich Feldjebel of the Signal Corps, General Fritz Lindemann, aide to the Chief of Staff, and Brigadier General Helmut Stief, Chief of the Organizational Section in the High Command of the Army OKH. They were all members of the conspiracy, and none of them was destined to survive the next few months. Perhaps because the long-delayed decision to attempt the coup d'etat had now been irrevocably taken, they were all in a rather reckless state of mind that afternoon, as men often are after some great resolution. My office journal records my astonishment at the way they belittled the desperate situation at the front. According to the Quartermaster General, the difficulties are minor. The generals treat the eastern situation with a superior air, as if it were of no importance. 6. 1 or 2 weeks before, General Wagner had painted that same situation in the blackest colors. He had outlined the demands he would have to make upon our armaments industries in case of further retreat. These were so high that they could not possibly have been met, and I am inclined to think today that his only purpose was to assure Hitler that the army could no longer be provided with weapons and that we therefore were heading straight toward disaster. I was not present at this conference, and my associate Karl Sauer had scolded the much older Quartermaster General like a schoolboy, with Hitler joining in. Now, I had called on him to demonstrate my unchanged friendliness, only to discover that the whole problem did not seem to worry him any longer. We discussed in detail the wastefulness that sprang from inadequate organization. General Feldjebel described the squandering of men and materials caused solely by the fact that each branch of the armed forces maintained a separate communications network. The Air Force and the Army, for example, had laid separate cables all the way to Athens or Lapland. Aside from all questions of economy, collaboration on such projects would promote efficiency. But Hitler would not hear of any changes. I myself contributed a few illustrations of the advantages which would result from single direction of armaments production for all the services. Although I had often had unusually frank conversations with the conspirators, I did not catch wind of their plans. Only once did I sense that something was brewing, but that was not from talking with them. It was rather because of a remark of Himmler's. Sometime in the late autumn of 1943, he was talking with Hitler in the headquarters area. I was standing nearby and thus inadvertently became a witness to this conversation. Then you are in agreement, mein Führer, that I am to talk with the Grey Eminence and pretend I am willing to go along with them. Hitler nodded. There are some obscure plans afoot. Perhaps, if I can win his confidence, I'll learn more about them. But then if you, mein Führer, hear about this from some third party, you'll know my motive. Hitler made a gesture of agreement. Of course, I have every confidence in you. I asked one of the adjutants whether he knew whose nickname was the Grey Eminence. "Oh yes," he replied, "at S. Puppets, the Prussian Minister of Finance." Chance assigned the roles. For a time fate seemed uncertain whether on July 20 I was to be at the center of the uprising in Bendelstrasse * or the center of the regime's counterattack, Goebbels' house. * The high command of the armed forces was located on Bendelstrasse, and the street name was used as a synonym for the building, just as Wilhelmstrasse stood for the Chancellery. Translator's note. On July 17, Fromm his chief of staff, Stauffenberg, asked me to come to lunch with him on July 20 in Bendelstrasse so I could confer with him after lunch. Since I had a long-standing appointment late that morning to address a group of businessmen and government officials on armaments problems, I had to decline. Stauffenberg nevertheless repeated the invitation for July 20 more urgently. It was absolutely essential that I come, he informed me. But I imagined that the morning affair would probably take a good deal out of me and could not face a conference with Fromm afterward, so I declined once more. My address began around 11 o'clock in the impressively appointed hall of the propaganda ministry which Goebbels had placed at my disposal. Some 200 persons, all the ministers present in Berlin, all the state secretaries, and other high officials had come. Practically all of political Berlin was assembled there. The audience heard me appeal first of all for intensified commitment on the home front. This was the pitch I had made so often I could recite it almost by heart. Then I went on to explicate a number of graphs showing the present state of our armaments. Around the time that I ended my talk and Goebbels, as the host, spoke a few concluding words, Stauffenberg's bomb exploded at the Führer's headquarters in Rastenburg. If the rebels had been more skillful and taken parallel action immediately, they could have had a lieutenant with 10 men march into this assembly and arrest many important members of the Reich government. As it was, an unsuspecting Goebbels took Funk and me along into his office in the ministry. We talked, as was our wont of late, about what more might still be done about mobilizing the home front. Suddenly a small loudspeaker reported, "An urgent call from headquarters for the minister. Dr. Dietrich is on the phone." Goebbels threw a switch. "Transfer it here." He went over to his desk and picked up the receiver. "Dr. Dietrich?" "Yes." "This is Goebbels." "What? An attempt to assassinate the Führer? Just now? The Führer is alive, you say?" "I see, in the Speer barracks. Anything more known yet?" "The Führer thinks it may be one of the OT-Tot organization workers." Dietrich evidently had to be brief. The conversation ended there. Operation Valkyrie had begun, the plan for mobilization of the Home Army, which the conspirators had incorporated into their action and had for months been discussing openly, even with Hitler. "That's all I needed." The thought flashed through my mind as Goebbels repeated what he had heard and once again mentioned that suspicion had fallen on the OT workers. For if this guess proved correct, my own position was endangered. Bormann could easily use my responsibility for the Tot organization as a basis for fresh intrigues and insinuations. Even now, Goebbels was flaring up at me because I could not tell him what security checks we made before assigning OT workers to Rastenburg. All I could tell him was that hundreds of workers were admitted into restricted area every day to work on the reinforcement of Hitler's bunker, and that for the time being Hitler had taken over the barracks which had been put up for me since it had the only sizable conference room at headquarters and was also empty during my absence. Under such circumstances, Goebbels said, shaking his head at such carelessness, it would have been easy for anyone to get into what was supposedly the most carefully restricted and secured area in the world. What was the point of all the protective measures he tossed off, as if speaking to someone invisible who was to blame for it all. Soon afterward, Goebbels bade me goodbye. Both he and I were taken up, even in such a time of emergency, with our ministerial routines. Colonel Engel, Hitler's former army adjutant who now commanded a frontline unit, was already waiting for me for a late lunch. I was interested to hear what he thought of a memorandum in which I called for the appointment of a sub-dictator, that is, a man armed with unusual powers who, without regard to questions of prestige, would be able to cut through the tangled threefold and fourfold organization of the Wehrmacht and at last establish clear and effective organizational structures. This memorandum had been written days before, and it was only by chance that it bore the date July 20. Nevertheless, it drew on many ideas which had come up in discussions with the military people who were now participants in the uprising. Asterisk. In my memorandum of July 20, 1944, I applied the experience I had gained from working with industry to the problems of armed forces administration. I also drew on knowledge I had acquired in conversations with members of the General Staff such as Albrecht, Stief, Wagner, and others. I explained that figures were deceptive since of 10.5 million men conscripted, only 2.3 million ever saw service in the field. The German organizational method was based on having as many independent units as possible, every one of which was eager to achieve the greatest possible self-sufficiency in every area. The memorandum continues, thus in the armed forces we have set up subdivisions for the three main branches, for the Waffen-SS, for the TOT organization, and for the labor service, and these subdivisions are all autonomous. Clothing, food, communications and intelligence, health, supplies, and transportation are all organized separately, have separate headquarters, and are separately equipped. The result, I stated, was a waste of manpower and material. The obvious idea to telephone the Führer's headquarters and ask for details did not occur to me. Probably, I assumed that in view of the excitement such an episode had undoubtedly produced, a telephone call would only be a nuisance. Besides, I felt the awkwardness of the suspicion that the assassin might have come from my organization. After lunch I went on with my appointments for the day and saw Ambassador Clodius of the Foreign Office, who reported on the safeguarding of Romanian oil. But before the conference was over, Goebbels telephoned me. 7. His voice had changed remarkably since the morning. It sounded excited and hoarse. Can you interrupt your work at once? Come over here. It's extremely urgent. No, I can tell you anything on the telephone. I broke off my meeting with Clodius at once. About 5 o'clock I arrived at Goebbels' residence, which was situated south of the Brandenburg Gate. He received me in his second-floor office. Hastily, he said, I've just had word from headquarters that a military putsch is going on throughout the Reich. In this situation I'd like to have you with me. I sometimes go at things too hastily. You can balance that out by your we must take considered action. This bombshell threw me into a state of excitement as great as Goebbels'. All at once the conversations I had had with Fromm, Seitzler, and Guderian, with Wagner, Stief, Feldgebel, Albrecht, and Lindemann, leaped into my mind along with thoughts of the hopeless situation on all the fronts, the successful Allied invasion, the overwhelming power of the Red Army, the threatening breakdown in our efforts to supply fuel. Along with all this came recollection of our frequently bitter criticism of Hitler's amateurishness, of his absurd decisions, of his constant insults to high-ranking officers, of the incessant stream of demotions and humiliations. It did not occur to me then, however, that Stauffenberg, Albrecht, Stief, and their circle might be carrying out the revolt. I would rather have attributed such an act to a man of Guderian's choleric temperament. Goebbels, as I later found out, must by this time have learned that suspicion was directed against Stauffenberg. But he said nothing to me about that. Nor did he tell me that he had talked with Hitler himself on the telephone just before my arrival. Asterisk. It can be assumed that Hitler had told Goebbels which way suspicion was pointing. By this time, at the Rassenburg headquarters, orders had already been issued to arrest Stauffenberg. Fromm, too, must have been under suspicion, for by 6 p.m. Hitler had dismissed Fromm and named Himmler to succeed him. The fact that Goebbels did not take me into his confidence probably indicates that he did not entirely trust me. While I was ignorant of these strands in the web, I had already taken my stand. The fact was that I regarded a putsch in the present state of affairs as an utter disaster. I did not perceive the morality of it. Goebbels could count on my assistance. The office windows looked out on the street. A few minutes after my arrival, I saw fully equipped soldiers in seal helmets, hand grenades at their belts, and submachine guns in their hands, moving toward the Brandenburg Gate in small, battle-ready groups. They set up machine guns at the gate and stopped all traffic. Meanwhile, 2 heavily armed men went up to the door at the wall along the park and stood guard there. I summoned Goebbels. He understood the significance at once, vanished into his adjacent bedroom, took a few pills from a box, and put them into his coat pocket. "Well, just in case," he said, with visible tension. We sent an adjutant to find out what orders these sentries had, but we did not learn much. The soldiers at the wall proved to be uncommunicative. Finally, one of them said curtly, "No one is entering or leaving here." The telephone calls Goebbels was making indefatigably in all directions provided confusing news. Troops from Potsdam were already on the march toward Berlin. Garrisons from the provinces were also moving up, we heard. In myself, in spite of my spontaneous repudiation of the uprising, was a curious feeling of merely being there as a non-participant, as if all this hectic activity on the part of a nervous and resolute Goebbels did not concern me. At times the situation seemed rather hopeless, and Goebbels showed extreme anxiety. But since the telephone was still functioning and the radio had not yet broadcast any proclamations by the rebels, Goebbels concluded that the other side was still uncertain. It was incomprehensible that the conspirators failed to stop communications or to seize them for their own use. Weeks before, they had worked out a detailed schedule which included the arrest of Goebbels, occupation of the Berlin long-distance telephone office, the main telegraph office, the SS Communications Center, the Central Post Office, the major broadcasting facilities around Berlin, and the radio station in Charlottenburg 8. Only a few soldiers would have been needed to break into Goebbels' office and arrest the minister without resistance. A few revolvers were all the protection and arms we had. Goebbels would probably have tried to escape capture by taking the potassium cyanide he had in readiness. Thus, the most competent antagonists to the conspirators would have been put out of action. Amazingly enough, during these critical hours Goebbels could not reach Himmler, who alone possessed reliable units that might have suppressed the putsch. Himmler had quite obviously withdrawn, and Goebbels was all the more disturbed by that because he could not, try though he might, see any apparent motive for such conduct. Several times he expressed his distrust of the Reichsvater SS and Minister of the Interior. It has always seemed to me a sign of the uncertainties of those few hours that Goebbels could have revealed doubt about the reliability of even such a man as Himmler. Was Goebbels also suspicious of me when he banished me to an adjoining room during a telephone call? He hardly took the trouble to conceal his skepticism toward me. Afterward, the thought occurred to me that perhaps he had wanted me there with him so that he could keep watch on me, all the more so since suspicion was already directed towards Stauffenberg and therefore, inevitably, toward Fromm as his superior officer. After all, Goebbels was aware of my friendship with Fromm, whom he had long openly referred to as an enemy of the party. I also thought of Fromm immediately. When Goebbels sent me out of his room, I called the switchboard at Bendelstrasse and asked for Fromm, thinking that I could most easily find out from him what was happening. General Fromm is not available, I was informed. I did not know that at this time he was already locked up in a room at Bendelstrasse. Then connect me with his adjutant. No one answered at the adjutant's telephone, I was told. Then General Albrecht, please. Albrecht came to the phone at once. What is going on, General? I asked him in that joking tone customary between us, which often cut through difficult situations. I have work to do and am being kept here at Goebbels' office by soldiers. Albrecht apologized. Sorry, in your case it's a mistake. I'll put that right in a moment. He hung up before I could ask any more questions. I did not tell Goebbels about this phone call. The tone and the content of it suggested an understanding with Albrecht which might arouse further mistrust in Goebbels. Meanwhile Schatz, the deputy Gauleiter of Berlin, entered the room where I was waiting. Someone named Hagen had just spoken to him and vouched for the National Socialist principles of Major Romer, whose battalion had encircled the government quarter. Goebbels' first thought was to persuade Römer to come and talk with him. As soon as he learned that Römer was willing, Goebbels admitted me to his office again. He was sure he could win Römer over to his side and asked me to be present. Hitler, he said, had been informed of this impending conversation. He was awaiting the results at headquarters and would be prepared to talk with the Major himself at any time. Major Römer entered. Goebbels seemed controlled, but nervous. He seemed to sense that everything hung on this, the fate of the uprising, and thus his own fate as well. After a few remarkably undramatic minutes, it was all over and the putsch lost. First, Goebbels reminded the Major of his oath to the Führer. Römer replied by vowing his loyalty to Hitler and the party. But, he added, Hitler was dead. Consequently, he must obey the orders of his commander, Major General von Höss. Goebbels retorted with the ringing words, "The Führer is alive." Seeing that Römer was at first taken aback and then became obviously unsure of himself, Goebbels added at once, "He is alive. I spoke to him a few minutes ago. An ambitious little clique of generals has begun this military putsch, a filthy trick, the filthiest trick in history." The news that Hitler was still living was evidently an enormous relief to this perplexed young man, recipient of an incomprehensible order to cordon off the government quarter. Happy, but still incredulous, Römer stared at all of us. Goebbels now pointed out to Römer that this was an historic hour, that tremendous responsibility before history rested on his shoulders. Rarely had destiny afforded a single man such a chance. Goebbels said it was up to him whether to use it or throw it away. You had only to see Römer now to observe the change in him that these words produced, to realize that Goebbels had already won. But now the propaganda minister played his highest card. "I am going to talk to the Führer now, and you can speak with him too. The Führer can give you orders that rescind your General's orders, can't he?" Goebbels concluded in a faintly sarcastic tone. Then he put through the connection to Rassenburg. The telephone switchboard in his ministry had a special line direct to the Führer's headquarters. Within seconds, Hitler was on the phone. After a few remarks about the situation, Goebbels handed the receiver to the Major. Römer immediately recognized Hitler's voice, and receiver in hand involuntarily snapped to attention. We could hear only the repeated phrases, "Jawohl, mein Führer, Jawohl." Goebbels then took the receiver back, and Hitler told him what had been settled. In place of General Höss, the Major had been entrusted with carrying out all the military measures in Berlin. Along with this, he was to obey all instructions from Goebbels. The uprising had failed, but it had not yet been fully crushed. By 7 o'clock that evening, when Goebbels had it announced on the radio that an assassination of Hitler had been attempted, but that the Führer was alive and had already returned to his work. Thus, Goebbels took instant advantage of one of the technical aids which the rebels had neglected during the hours just past with such dire consequences. Goebbels' confidence was possibly excessive. All was thrown into question again when he learned shortly afterward that a tank brigade had arrived at Fehberliner Platz and was refusing to obey Römer's orders. General Gideon alone was their commander, they had told Römer, and with military terseness had warned him, "Anyone who doesn't obey will be shot." Their fighting strength was so superior to Römer's battalion that the fate of a good deal more than the next hour or two, in keeping with the general confusion. No one knew definitely whether this brigade belonged to the rebels or the government. Both Goebbels and Römer thought it likely that Guderian was a participant in the putsch. 9. The leader of the brigade was Colonel Bollbrinker. Since I knew him well, I tried to reach him by telephone. The message I received was reassuring. The tanks had come to crush the rebellion. About 150 members of the Berlin Guards battalion, most of them older men, had assembled meanwhile in Goebbels' garden. Before the minister went to address them, he commented, "Once I convinced them, we've won the game. Just watch how I handle them." Meanwhile night had fallen. The scene was illuminated only by the light falling through an open door to the garden. From Goebbels' very first words, the men listened with the greatest attention to his basically rather insignificant speech. Nevertheless, he put on a show of being extraordinarily self-assured, very much the victor of the day. Precisely because his speech turned familiar platitudes into a personal summons, it had a mesmeric effect. Simply by reading the faces of the soldiers, I could see the impression Goebbels was making on the men gathered in a semicircle around him and listening, not to commands and threats, but to a plea to their long-conditioned loyalty. Toward 11 o'clock, Colonel Bolbrinker came into the room where Goebbels had installed me. The conspirators had been arrested, Bolbrinker said, and back at Bendelerstrasse, Fromm wanted to hold a summary court-martial of the lot of them. I realized at once that such an act would seriously incriminate Fromm. Moreover, it seemed to me that Hitler himself ought to decide what was to be done with the rebels. Shortly after midnight I hurriedly drove off to prevent the executions. Bolbrinker and Rimmer sat in my car. In totally blacked-out Berlin, the Bendelerstrasse headquarters was illuminated by searchlights, an unreal and ghostly scene. It also seemed as theatrical as a movie backdrop brightly lit inside a dark studio. Long, sharp shadows made the building look exceedingly solid and sculptured. As I was about to turn into Bendelerstrasse, an SS officer signaled to me to stop at the curb on Tiergartenstrasse. Almost unrecognizable in the darkness under the trees stood Kaltenbrunner, the Gestapo chief, and Skorzeny, the man who had liberated Mussolini, surrounded by numerous subordinates. These dark figures looked like phantoms and behaved as such. When we greeted them, no one clicked his heels, the usual paraded briskness had vanished. Everything seemed muted, even the conversation was conducted in lowered voices, as at a funeral. I explained to Kaltenbrunner that I had come to stop from a summary court-martial. I had rather expected Kaltenbrunner and Skorzeny would execrate the army, which they had always regarded as their rival, or at any rate gloat over its moral defeat. But both men replied in a fairly indifferent tone that whatever happened was primarily the army's business. We don't want to get involved and certainly will not interfere. In any case, the summary court-martial has probably taken place already. Kaltenbrunner informed me that no SS forces would be used to suppress the rebellion or to carry out punishments. He had even forbidden his men to enter the Bendelerstrasse headquarters, he said. Any interference by the SS would inevitably produce fresh trouble with the army and increase the existing tensions. But such tactical considerations, product of the moment, proved to be short-lived. Only a few hours later the pursuit and persecution of the participating army officers by various organs of the SS was in full swing. Kaltenbrunner had scarcely finished talking when a massive shadow appeared against the brightly illuminated background of the Bendelerstrasse. In full uniform, all alone, Fromm approached us with leaden steps. I bade goodbye to Kaltenbrunner and his followers and emerged from the darkness of the trees toward Fromm. "The putsch is finished," he began, controlling himself with some effort. "I have just issued the necessary commands to all Corps area headquarters. For a time I was prevented from exercising my command of the home army. They actually locked me in a room, my chief of staff, my closest associates." Indignation and a measure of uneasiness were detectable as, his voice growing steadily louder, he justified his execution of his staff. As their appointing authority, it was my duty to hold a summary court-martial immediately of all participants in the rebellion. His voice dropping to a pained murmur, he added, "General Albrecht and my chief of staff, Colonel Stauffenberg, are no longer living." First thing Fromm wanted to do was to telephone Hitler. In vain I asked him to come to my ministry first. He insisted on seeing Goebbels, although he knew as well as I that the propaganda minister disliked and distrusted him. At Goebbels' residence, General Hoss, the city commandant of Berlin, was already under arrest. In my presence, Fromm briefly explained the events and asked Goebbels to connect him with Hitler. Goebbels, instead of replying, asked Fromm to go into another room, then he put through the call to Hitler. At this point, he asked me to leave also. After about 20 minutes, he came to the door and summoned a guard whom he posted in front of Fromm's room. It was already after midnight when Himmler, whom nobody had been able to locate up to this point, arrived at Goebbels' residence. In detail, and before being asked, he justified his absence. Asterisk. Himmler apparently hesitated to obey Hitler's order issued at 5 p.m. that he return to Berlin. At first Himmler stayed in his headquarters. He did not land in Berlin until late in the evening, and then avoided Tempelhof airfield, choosing an obscure landing strip outside the city. There was a tried and true rule for dealing with uprisings, he said. You had to keep away from the center and conduct the counteractions from outside. That was the proper strategy. Goebbels seemed to accept this. He appeared to be in the best of humor and gave Himmler a detailed account of the events, in which he dramatized how he had mastered the situation virtually by himself. If they hadn't been so clumsy, they had an enormous chance. What dolts, what childishness. When I think how I would have handled such a thing, why didn't they occupy the radio station and spread the wildest lies? Here they put gods in front of my door, but they let me go right ahead and telephone the Führer. Mobilize everything. They didn't even silence my telephone to hold so many trumps and botched. What beginners. Those military men, he continued, had relied too heavily on the traditional concept of obedience and had taken it for granted that every order would be carried out by the subordinate officers and men. That alone had doomed the Putsch to failure. For they had forgotten, he added with cool self-congratulation, that in recent years the National Socialist state had educated the Germans to think politically. It is simply no longer possible nowadays to make them follow the orders of a clique of generals like so many puppets. Abruptly, Goebbels stopped. As though my presence had become an embarrassment, he said, I have several questions to discuss with the Reichsvater alone, my dear Herr Speer. Good night. On the next day, July 21, the important ministers were invited to the Führer's headquarters to present their congratulations. Appended to my invitation was the request that I bring Dorsch and Sauer, my two principal assistants, along with me, an unusual request, since all the other ministers came without their deputies. At the reception, Hitler greeted them with pronounced cordiality, whereas he passed by me with a careless handshake. Hitler's entourage also behaved with inexplicable coolness. As soon as I entered a room, the conversation ceased and those in the room left or turned away. Schaub, Hitler's civilian adjutant, said meaningfully to me, now we know who was behind the assassination attempt. Then he walked out on me. I could learn no more. Sauer and Dorsch were even invited to the afternoon tea in the intimate circle without me. Everything was very strange. I was greatly disturbed. Keitel, on the other hand, had at last emerged from the clouds which had been gathering about him in the past weeks, due to the criticism of him by members of the entourage. When he picked himself up out of the dust immediately after the explosion and saw Hitler standing there relatively uninjured, he had rushed at him, as Hitler now repeatedly related, exclaiming, Mein Führer, you realive, and ignoring all convention had wildly embraced him. It was clear that after that Hitler would never drop him. He was even more closely than ever attached to him, since Keitel seemed the right person to take harsh vengeance upon the rebels. Keitel was almost killed himself, Hitler declared. He will show no mercy. The next day Hitler was more friendly to me again, and his entourage followed his example. Under his chairmanship a conference took place in the tea house with Keitel, Himmler, Bormann, Goebbels, and myself participating. Without crediting me with the idea, Hitler had taken up what I had urged 2 weeks before and appointed Goebbels Reich Commissioner for total mobilization of resources for war. 11. His escape from death had made him more resolute. He was ready to implement measures which Goebbels and I had been calling for more than a year. Hitler then turned to the events of the past several days. He was triumphant. Now at last the great positive turning point in the war had come. The days of treason were over. New and better generals would assume the command. Today he had realized, he said, that in trying Tukhachevsky, Stalin had taken a decisive step towards successful conduct of the war. By liquidating his general staff, Stalin had made room for fresh, vigorous men who did not date back to Tsarist days. He had always thought the charges in the 1937 Moscow trials were trumped up, he said, but now after the experience of July 20 he wondered whether there might not have been something to them. He still had no more evidence than before, Hitler continued, but he could no longer exclude the possibility of treasonous collaboration between the Russian and the German general staffs. Everybody agreed. Goebbels poured buckets of scorn and contempt upon the generals. When I tried to temper some of this, he snapped sharply at me in an unfriendly manner. Hitler listened in silence. Asterisk. On July 23, 1944, Ley wrote an editorial in anger of which revealed that the regime had launched a campaign against the old military aristocracy, degenerate to their very bones, blue-blooded to the point of idiocy, nauseatingly corrupt, and cowardly like all nasty creatures. Such is the aristocratic clique which the Jew has sicked on National Socialism. We must exterminate this filth, extirpate it root and branch. It is not enough simply to seize the offensive, we must exterminate the entire breed. The fact that General Feldjebel, the chief of the Signal Corps, had also been a member of the conspiracy, prompted Hitler to an outburst in which spite and fury were mingled with a sense of being vindicated. Now I know why all my great plans in Russia had to fail in recent years. It was all treason. But for those traitors, we would have won long ago. Here is my justification before history. Now we will find out whether Feldjebel had a direct wire to Switzerland and passed all my plans on to the Russians. He must be interrogated by every means. Once again I was right. Who wanted to believe me when I objected to any unification of the Wehrmacht leadership? Under one man, the Wehrmacht is a menace. Do you still think it was chance that I had so many divisions of the Waffen-SS raised? I knew why I had to have that against all the opposition. The Inspector General of the Armored Forces, that was all done to split up the army as much as possible. Hitler had another outburst of murderous rage against the conspirators. He would annihilate and exterminate every one of them, he declared. Then the names of men who had opposed him at one time or another occurred to him. He now included them in the ranks of the conspirators. Chat had been a saboteur of rearmament, he said. Unfortunately, Hitler had always been too soft. He ordered the immediate arrest of Schacht. Hess, too, will be mercilessly hanged, just like these swine, these criminal officers. He was the one who started it. He gave the example of treason. After each such eruption, Hitler calmed down. With the gratefulness of a man who has just survived a great peril, he recapitulated the whole story of the assassination attempt and then spoke of the turning point it had inaugurated, of the victory which had now again moved within reach. Euphorically, he drew new confidence from the failure of the plot, and we all too willingly let ourselves be swayed by his optimism. Soon afterward, the main bunker, whose rebuilding had caused Hitler to be in my barracks on the fateful day of July 20, was completed. If ever a building can be considered the symbol of a situation, this bunker was it. From the outside it looked like an ancient Egyptian tomb. It was actually nothing but a great windowless block of concrete, without direct ventilation, in cross-section a building whose masses of concrete far exceeded the usable cubic feet of space. It seemed as if the concrete walls 16.5 feet thick that surrounded Hitler separated him from the outside world in a figurative as well as literal sense, and locked him up inside his delusions. Chief of Staff Zeitzler had already been dismissed on the night of July 20. I took advantage of my stay to pay a farewell visit to him at his headquarters nearby. Sauer could not be dissuaded from keeping me company. During our talk, Zeitzler's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Gunther Sment, who was to be executed a few weeks later, reported back. Sauer instantly became suspicious. Did you see the look of understanding with which the two of them greeted each other? He said to me. I reacted with an irritable no. Shortly afterward, when Zeitzler and I were alone, I learned that Sment had just come from Berchtesgaden, where he had cleaned out the General Staff safe. But the very fact that Zeitzler commented so innocently on this strengthened my impression that the conspirators had not taken him into their confidence. I never found out whether Sauer gave Hitler a detailed report on this meeting. After 3 days in the Führer's headquarters, I flew back to Berlin early on the morning of July 24. SS Obergruppenfechter Kaltenbrunner, the Gestapo chief, had announced his impending arrival. He had never called on me before. I received him lying down. Since my leg was once again troubling me, I had the impression that Kaltenbrunner was scrutinizing me sharply. He had that air of cordial menace I had noticed in him on the night of July 20. Without preface he began, in the safe at the Bendelerstrasse we have found papers relating to the government. The July 20 men intended to set up. You are down on the list as armaments minister. He asked whether and what I had known about the position intended for me, but otherwise remained formal and polite as usual. Perhaps such an expression of consternation had flashed across my face when he made his revelation that he was ready to believe me. He soon stopped making any further inquiries and instead took a document from his pocket. It was an organizational plan for the post-conspiracy government. Apparently it had been drawn up by a military officer, for the organization of the Wehrmacht was treated with particular care. A great general staff was to coordinate the three branches of the armed forces. Subordinate to it was the commander-in-chief of the Home Army, who was also to be supreme armaments chief. Next to that, in the midst of the many other small boxes, neatly printed in block letters, I found the legend, Armaments, Speer. In pencil a skeptic had written alongside, if possible, and added a question mark. That unknown officer, and the fact that I had not accepted the invitation to the Bendelstrasse on July 20, saved my life. Curiously, Hitler never said a word about it to me. Asterisk. This organization plan conformed largely to the draft found in the Bendelstrasse of a decree which Regent Beck was supposed to sign. It established the provisional wartime leadership structure. In addition, there was a list of ministers. The Armaments Ministry was to be placed under Gordler, the future Chancellor. I was included in this list, also with a question mark after my name and the notation that should not be asked until after the coup had succeeded. From der 20 Juli ed. Hans Roisberto Verlag, Bonn, 1961. Naturally, I considered at the time what I would have done had the July 20 insurrection succeeded and the conspirators asked me to continue in my post. I probably would have complied for a transitional period, but not without considerable inner conflict. Judging by all I know today about the individuals and the motives of the conspiracy, collaboration with them would within a short time have cured me of my loyalty to Hitler. They would quickly have won me over to their cause. But that in itself would have made my remaining in the government doubtful enough for superficial reasons, quite impossible for psychological reasons. For if I had come to a moral understanding of the nature of the regime and of the part that I had played in it, I would have been forced to recognize that it was no longer conceivable for me to hold any position of leadership in a post-Hitler Germany. The next day our ministry, like all the others, held a loyalty meeting in our conference hall. The whole affair lasted no longer than 20 minutes. I delivered the feeblest and most insecure speech I had ever made. As a rule I had stayed clear of the usual formulas, but this time I bellowed out our faith in Hitler and his greatness, and for the first time in my life ended a speech with Sieg Heil. Previously, I had not felt any need for such Byzantine turns of phrase. They ran contrary both to my temperament and my pride. But now I felt insecure, compromised, and involved in mysterious, opaque processes. My fears, incidentally, were not unfounded. Rumors had it that I had been arrested. Other rumors reported that I had already been executed, a sign that public opinion, which still existed only beneath the surface, considered my position as imperiled. 12. All my worries were wiped out, however, when Bormann sent me a request to address a conference of Gauleiters in Posen on the subject of armaments again. The July 20 event still hung over the group, and although I was officially rehabilitated by this invitation, I encountered an icy air of prejudice. I found myself entirely alone among all these assembled party bigwigs. Nothing could have better characterized the atmosphere than a remark that Goebbels made to the Gauleiters and Reisleiters around him before my talk. Now we at last know where Speer stands. 13. As it happened, however, in July 1944 our armaments production had reached its peak. In order not to provoke the party leaders again and worsen my situation, I cautiously refrained from any general remarks and instead showered them with a cloudburst of statistics on the successes of our previous work and on the new programs Hitler had assigned to us. From the overfulfilled quarters, even the party leaders must have seen that I and my apparatus were indispensable at this of all times. I noticed that the atmosphere warmed considerably when I demonstrated, with many examples, what huge stocks of spare parts and accessories the Wehrmacht still had and was not using. Goebbels cried out loudly, "Sabotage, sabotage," proving how determined the leadership was since July 20 to see treason, conspiracy, and treachery at work everywhere. The Gauleiters could not help being impressed by my progress report. From Posen the participants in this meeting went to headquarters, where Hitler addressed them the next day. Although by rank I did not belong to this group, 14, Hitler had explicitly invited me to be present. I took a seat in the back row. Hitler spoke of the consequences of July 20. Once again, he attributed the bad record of the past years to treason by army officers and expressed great hopes for the future. Never before in his life had he felt such confidence, said Hitler, 15. For all his previous efforts had been sabotaged, but now the criminal clique had been exposed and purged. In the end, this patch may well have been the most fortunate of events for our future. Thus Hitler repeated almost word for word what he had already said to his intimates immediately after the patch. I too was falling under the spell of his self-confidence, for all its lapses of logic, when he dropped a sentence that suddenly startled me out of my trance. If the German nation is now defeated in this struggle, it has been too weak. That will mean it has not withstood the test of history and was destined for nothing but doom. 16. Surprisingly, and quite contrary to his usual way of not especially heaping praise on his assistants, Hitler pointed to my work and my achievements. Probably he knew or sensed that this was necessary. Because of the unfriendly attitude of the Gauleiters, I had to be given a special boost to make it possible for me to go on working successfully. He made it emphatically clear to the party audience that his relations to me had not cooled since July 20. I utilized my newly strengthened position to help acquaintances and associates who had been caught in the wave of persecution following the events of July 20. As Gregor Janssen explains in Das Ministerium Speer, I used my influence to have several persons released, among them General Spadel, the publisher Suhrkamp, the wife of General Seydlitz, and his brother-in-law, Dr. Eberhard Barth. I also helped Count Schwerin, General Zeitzler, General Heinrich Say, and the industrialists Fiegler, Butcher, Mayer, Stins Hanel, Reuter, Meinen, and Rausch, who were implicated through Gordela. Sauer, on the other hand, denounced two officers of the Army Ordnance Office, General Schneider and Colonel Fischner, whose arrests Hitler ordered at once. In Schneider's case, Sauer had merely quoted a remark of his to the effect that Hitler was incapable of judging technical questions. Fischner's arrest was based solely on his not having supported vigorously the new types of tanks that Hitler wanted at the beginning of the war. This was now interpreted as deliberate sabotage. Still, Hitler was sufficiently tractable at this point so that when I interceded for the two officers, he agreed to their release, though on the condition that they no longer be employed in the Army Ordnance Office. 17. On August 18 at headquarters, I observed the curious state of mind Hitler was now in concerning the reliability of the officer corps. Field Marshal Kluge, the commander-in-chief in the West, had set out on a trip to visit the 7th Army 3 days before, and could not be reached for many hours. When the report came that the Field Marshal, accompanied only by his adjutant who had a radio transmitter with him, had approached close to the front, Hitler began to make more and more detailed surmises. Soon he had decided that Kluge must have gone to a predetermined place in order to conduct negotiations with the Western Allies on a capitulation of the German army in the West. And when no such negotiations occurred, he reasoned that this was only because an air raid had interrupted the Field Marshal's trip and frustrated his treasonous intentions. By the time I arrived at headquarters, Kluge had already been relieved of his command and ordered to headquarters. The next report to arrive was that the Field Marshal had succumbed to a heart attack on the way. Hitler, invoking his famous sixth sense, ordered the Gestapo to examine the corpse thoroughly. He was triumphant when it turned out that Kluge's death had been caused by poison. Now he was completely convinced that Kluge had been engaged in treasonous activities, although the Field Marshal had left a letter assuring him of his loyalty unto death. During this stay at headquarters, I came across the reports of Kaltenbrunner's interrogations lying on the big map table in Hitler's bunker. One of the adjutants, who was friendly to me, let me have them to read for 2 nights straight, for I still felt far from safe. Many things I had said before July 20, which could all along have passed for justified criticism, seemed in retrospect incriminating. But none of the arrested men had in fact incriminated me. The one thing the rebels had done was to adopt my favorite phrase for the yes-men in Hitler's entourage, nodding donkeys. During these days a heap of photographs also lay on this table. Lost in thought, I picked one up, but quickly put it down. It was a picture of a hanged man in convict dress, a broad, coloured stripe on his trousers. One of the SS leaders standing near me remarked, in explanation, that "Es Witzleben, don't you want to see the others too? These are all photos of the executions." That evening the film of the execution of the conspirators was shown in the movie room. I could not and would not see it, but in order not to attract attention, I gave the excuse that I was far behind in my work. I saw many others going to this showing, mostly lower-ranking SS men and civilians. Not a single officer of the Wehrmacht attended. 27. The Way from the West. When at the beginning of July, I had proposed to Hitler that Goebbels, instead of the incompetent Committee of Three, take over the job of rallying all the forces of the home front behind the war effort, I could not foresee that a few weeks later the balance of power between Goebbels and me would shift very much against me. This was largely because the conspirators had my name down on their list of candidates. But more and more of the party leaders argued that things had gone wrong because not enough scope had been given to party elements. If the party had had its way, it would have even provided the generals. The Gauleiters openly bewailed the fact that in 1934 the SA had succumbed to the Wehrmacht. They now regarded Böhm's bygone efforts to form a People's Army as a missed opportunity. Such an army would have bred an officer corps imbued with the National Socialist spirit, they argued, and it was the lack of just this spirit that had produced the defeats of recent years. The party thought that it was high time it took over, at least in the civilian sector, and energetically issued its orders to the government and all the rest of us. Only a week after the Gauleiter meeting in Posen, Arthur Tix, the head of my Ordnance Directive Committee, informed me that Gauleiters, SA leaders, and other party authorities were suddenly, without previous consultation, trying to interfere with the work of the factories. 3 weeks later, as a result of the inroads by the party, a double line of command had arisen. The armaments bureaus were having to yield to pressure from the Gauleiters. Their arbitrary interference is creating a confusion that stinks to heaven. 1. All this ambition and enterprise on the part of the Gauleiters was encouraged by Goebbels, who was suddenly feeling himself not so much a government minister as a party leader. Supported by Bormann and Keitel, he was preparing large-scale call-ups to the services. Such ill-considered intervention would only mean major disruption in the factories. On August 30, 1944, I informed the heads of my departments of my intention to make the Gauleiters responsible for armaments production too. I was going to capitulate. I was driven to this because I no longer had any support behind me. As had long been the case for the majority of the ministers, I could not go to Hitler with any such concerns, especially if they involved the party. As soon as the conversation took a troublesome turn, Hitler became evasive. It had become more sensible to communicate my complaints to him in writing. On September 20, I wrote Hitler a lengthy letter in which I candidly described the party's ill feeling toward me, its efforts to eliminate me or at any rate bypass me, its accusations and bullying tactics. The events of July 20, I wrote, had magnified the existing distrust of the reliability of the many men from industry who constituted my group of associates. The party clung to the notion that my closest aides were reactionary, tied down to one-sided economic views, and alien to the party. Goebbels and Bormann had frankly expressed their view that my ministry and my organization for industrial self-responsibility were a collection of reactionary captains of industry, if not outright anti-party. I would not, I said, feel strong enough to carry out the technical work assigned to me and my associates unhampered and with any promise of success if it were going to be evaluated by the standards of party policy. 3. Only on 2 conditions, the letter continued, would I allow the party a voice in armaments matters if both the Gauleiters and Bormann's economic representatives and the district Gau economic advisors were directly subordinated to me on questions of armaments. There must be, I insisted, clarity in the chain of command and on matters of jurisdiction, for in addition I demanded that Hitler once again approve my principles. A plain decision is needed whether industry is to be guided by industrial self-responsibility built on confidence in the factory managers or by a different system. In my opinion, responsibility of the factory managers for their plants must be preserved and emphasized as strongly as possible. I concluded this letter by urging that a system which had proved itself in practice ought not to be changed, but that one way or another we had to have a decision which will plainly indicate what direction the guidance of the economy is to take in the future. On September 21, I handed Hitler my letter at headquarters. He received it without a word and looked through it. Then, still without replying, he pressed the signal button and handed the document to his adjutant, telling him to pass it on to Bormann. Goebbels was present at headquarters also, and Hitler explained that Goebbels and Bormann would decide together what to do. I had lost for good. Hitler had evidently grown weary of intervening in these disputes, which made little sense to him. A few hours later, Bormann asked me to his office, which was a few steps from Hitler's bunker. He was in shirt sleeves and wore suspenders over his fat trunk. Goebbels was carefully dressed. Citing Hitler's decree of July 25, Goebbels flatly declared that he would now make full use of his new powers to command me. Bormann agreed I was under Goebbels now. For the rest, he would not stand for any further attempts on my part to influence Hitler directly. Bormann told me off in his usual loutish fashion, while Goebbels listened menacingly, making cynical interjections. The unification I had so often demanded had come into being at last, although in the surprising form of an alliance between Goebbels and Bormann. Hitler continued to say nothing about my written demands, but 2 days later he gave me another sign of his sympathy by signing a proclamation of mine to the factory directors. This could be construed as support of the principle I had set forth in my letter. Under normal circumstances it would have constituted a victory over Bormann and Goebbels, but Hitler's authority in the party was no longer what it had been. His closest paladins simply ignored it or went counter to Hitler's pronouncements whenever they wished to tamper with the economy. These were the first clear signs of disintegration. Now the party apparatus and the loyalty of Hitler's leading men had been affected. The conflict, which continued to smolder during the following weeks and grew increasingly violent, intensified these symptoms. 5. Naturally, Hitler himself was partly to blame for this loss of sovereignty. He stood helplessly between Goebbels' demands for more soldiers and mine for increased armaments production. First he backed one of us, then the other, nodding assent to contradictory commands until the bombs and the advancing enemy armies made both one and then the other wholly superfluous, finally wiping out the quarrel and the question of Hitler's authority. Harried both by politics and the external enemy, I was always glad to get away from Berlin. I soon began undertaking longer and longer visits to the front. As far as armaments went, it was little help, for the experiences I gathered could no longer be put to use. But still I hoped by the observations I made and the information I received from the commanders to be able occasionally to influence decisions at headquarters. Later on, when I took account of the results, I had to recognize that all my reports, whether oral or written, had no useful effect. For example, many of the generals in command of forward sectors with whom I talked asked to have their old forces replenished and fitted out with arms and tanks which our factories were still supplying. Hitler, however, and Himmler, his new commander of the reserve army, now thought that troops drawn back by the enemy no longer possessed the morale to resist, and that it was better to hastily set up new units, the so-called People's Grenadier divisions. As they put it, the beaten divisions might just as well be allowed to bleed to death completely. I was able to observe the results of this theory at the end of September 1944 when I visited a unit of an experienced tank division near Bitburg. Its commander, a man tried and tested by many years in warfare, showed me the battlefield where a few days before a newly formed, inexperienced tank brigade had met tragedy. Insufficiently trained, it had lost 10 of its 32 new Panthers from bad driving while deploying. The remaining 22 tanks that had reached the deployment area had, as the commander demonstrated, been ranged so stupidly on an open field, without adequate reconnaissance, that an American anti-tank unit had shot up 15 of them as if it were engaged in target practice. To think of what my experienced troops could have done with these tanks, the captain said bitterly. I described this incident to Hitler, concluding with a caustic comment that this example showed that new levies often have considerable disadvantages as against providing replacements. 6. But Hitler remained unimpressed. In a situation conference he commented that from his experiences as an infantryman he knew that the troops took care of their weapons only when supplies were kept extremely meagre. Other visits showed me that efforts were being made on the Western Front to arrive at understandings with the enemy on special problems. At Arnhem, I found General Bittrich of the Waffen-SS in a state of fury. The day before, his 2nd Tank Corps had virtually wiped out a British airborne division. During the fighting, the general had made an arrangement permitting the enemy to run a field hospital situated behind the German lines. But party functionaries had taken it upon themselves to kill British and American pilots, and Bittrich was cast in the role of a liar. His violent denunciation of the party was all the more striking since it came from an SS general. But even Hitler, as former army adjutant Colonel Engel, who was now commanding the 12th Infantry Division near D. Rennes, had on his own initiative made an agreement with the enemy for rescue of the wounded during pauses in battles. It was inadvisable to mention such pacts at headquarters, for experience had taught me that Hitler would consider them signs of slackness. Actually, we had often heard him disparaging the so-called chivalric tradition of the Prussian officer class. In contrast to that, he would say, the toughness and inflexibility of the struggle waged in the East on both sides had the effect of strengthening the fighting spirit of the enlisted man, since humane considerations could not even arise under such conditions. I recall just one single case in which Hitler tacitly, though reluctantly, consented to a deal with the enemy. Late in the autumn of 1944, the British fleet cut the German troops on the Greek islands off from all connection with the mainland. In spite of the total British control of the sea, the German units were permitted to embark and sail undisturbed to the mainland. In some cases, the German vessels passed within visual range of British naval units. As a quid pro quo, the German side had agreed to use these troops to hold Salonika against the Russians until the city could be taken over by British forces. When this operation was over, it had been proposed by Jodl. Hitler commented, "This is the only time we have consented to anything like that." In September 1944, the generals at the front, the industrialists, and the Gauleiters of the western regions expected the American and British armies to exploit their superior power and roll right over our almost unarmed and worn-out troops in an offensive that would never pause. 7. No one any longer counted on being able to stop them. No one who had preserved any sense of reality believed in anything like a miracle in our favor. Preparations for the demolition of industrial installations of all kinds, at home and in the occupied territories, lay within the jurisdiction of my ministry. During the retreats in the Soviet Union, Hitler had already given orders to negate whatever territorial gains the enemy made by following a scorched earth policy. As soon as the invasion armies began advancing from their bridgehead in Normandy, he issued a similar order. At the beginning, rational operational considerations underlay this policy of destruction. The idea was to make it difficult for the enemy to establish a foothold, to draw his supplies from the liberated country, to make use of technical repair services as well as electricity and gas, or in the longer run to build up an armaments industry. As long as the end of the war remained a distant eventuality, such actions seemed to me justified. But they lost all meaning the moment ultimate defeat drew inescapably close. In view of the hopeless situation, I very naturally assumed that we wanted to end this war with the least possible devastation of the kind that would hamper future reconstruction. For I was not imbued by that special mood of total doom which was now beginning to spread visibly among Hitler's followers. Hitler himself was more and more ruthlessly determined to bring on total catastrophe. But I was able to outwit him with his own arguments, and this by a simple trick. Since in hopeless situations he also always insisted that the lost territories would soon be reconquered, I needed only to repeat this premise of his and point out that I would need the industries of these areas to maintain arms production as soon as we had reconquered them. Just after the beginning of the invasion on June 20, when the Americans had broken through the German defensive front and encircled Cherbourg, I used this argument to good effect. This is the basis for Hitler's pronouncement that, in spite of the present difficulties of transportation at the front, abandonment of the industrial capacities there is out of the question. This new directive allowed the military commander to evade a previous order of Hitler's which called for 1 million Frenchmen working in the restricted factories to be transported to Germany in case of a successful invasion. 9. Now Hitler was once again talking about the necessity for sweeping destruction of French industry. In spite of this, I succeeded on August 19, when the Allied troops were still northwest of Paris, in making him consent to merely paralyzing rather than destroying the industrial and power installations about to fall into enemy hands. *CF Protocol, August 18-20, 1944.8. The verdict delivered September 30, 1946, by the International Military Tribunal stated concerning this and future activities of mine in the closing stages of the war. Speer was one of the few men who had the courage to tell Hitler that the war was lost and to take steps to prevent the senseless destruction of production facilities both in Germany and the occupied territories. He carried out his opposition to Hitler's scorched earth policy by intentionally sabotaging it in certain Western countries and in Germany, at considerable personal danger to himself. But I could not obtain any fundamental decision from Hitler. I had to work from case to case, on the pretense that all retreats were only temporary. As time passed, that argument gradually came to seem more and more ridiculous. When the enemy troops were approaching the Ore Basin near Longwy-en-Brie toward the end of August, I faced a changed situation. Since this region of Lorraine had been practically incorporated into Reich territory in 1940, I found myself running up against the jurisdiction of a Gauleiter. Since persuading the Gauleiter to surrender the area to the enemy without destruction was hopeless, I appealed directly to Hitler and was authorized to preserve iron mines and industry, and to inform the Gauleiters involved of this decision. ***The Gauleiter of Cologne had been placed in charge of Belgium by Hitler. The Gauleiter of Mosel Simon was assigned Luxembourg and the Mainet region, and the Gauleiter of the Saar-Palatinate Bjarkel was assigned the area between the Meuse and the Moselle. Assured of Hitler's consent, I could thus write to Gauleiter Simon on September 5, 1944. Plans must be made so that if the Mainet, the Luxembourg area, and other industrial regions fall into enemy hands, the factories will only be crippled temporarily. This is to be achieved by removing various elements and taking them along on the retreat, particularly the electrical ones, without damaging the factories themselves. We must count on recovering the Mainet region, since in the long run we would not be able to continue the war without it. Our experiences in Russia have shown that industrial plants can change owners several times without either side inflicting damage. Each side simply runs the factory according to its own needs. The coal and iron associations will receive the appropriate instructions. These associations received the same orders with the additional request that the same measures be applied to the endangered gold-producing areas in Belgium, Holland, and the Saar. The pumps for the mines must be kept in perfect working order. At Saarbrücken in mid-September, Hermann Ackling informed me that we had handed over the French mines in running condition. But by chance the power plant which kept the mine pumps going was still on our side of the front. Ackling sounded me out on whether he could continue to deliver current to the pumping stations over the still undamaged high-tension line. I agreed to that, as I did to the proposal of a troop commander to continue supplying current to the hospitals of Liege after the city had fallen to the Allies, and the front ran between the city and its power plants. From about the middle of September on, I was also faced with the question of what was to be done with German industry. Naturally, the industrialists were not at all willing to have their factories destroyed. Surprisingly enough, some of the Gauleiters in endangered areas shared their views. This was a curious phase both of the war and our lives. In roundabout conversations, full of traps and detours, one man would probe another's views, groups of accomplices formed, and a candid remark on this subject might mean putting your life on the line. By way of precaution, in case Hitler should hear of the non-destruction of plants in German frontline areas, I informed him in a report on a trip I had made between September 10-14 that production continued on a relatively satisfactory basis even right behind the front. I made the point that if a factory in Aachen, so close to the front, could turn out 4 million rounds of infantry ammunition per month, the sensible thing was to keep making this ammunition for the immediate use of the troops right up to the last moment, even under artillery bombardment. It would not be sensible, I argued, to shut down coking works in Aachen if these could continue to assure the supply of gas to Cologne, as in the past, and if at the same time a few tons of fuel for the troops were produced every day. Furthermore, it would be a mistake to shut down the power plants in the immediate vicinity of the front, since the telephone communications of the troops and civilian populace were dependent on the supply of electricity. Simultaneously, I sent the Gauleiters a teletype message referring to earlier decisions by Hitler and warning that industrial installations must not be damaged. 10. Suddenly all these efforts seemed nullified. For when I was back in Berlin, the chief of our central office, Liebel, met me in our guest house for engineers at Wannsee and informed me that during my absence important orders from Hitler had gone out to all the ministries. According to these latest orders, the principle of scorched earth must be ruthlessly carried out on German territory. Partly to be safe from eavesdroppers, we sprawled on the guest house lawn. It was a sunny, late summer day. Sailboats moved slowly along the lake as Liebel drew the picture of what the Führer's latest edict meant. No German was to inhabit territory occupied by the enemy. Those wretches who did remain would find themselves in a desert devoid of all the amenities of civilization. Not only the industrial plants, and not only the gas, water, electrical works and telephone exchanges were to be completely smashed. Everything, simply everything essential to the maintenance of life would be destroyed. The ration card records, the files of marriage and resident registries, the records of bank accounts. In addition, food supplies were to be destroyed, farms burned down and cattle killed. Not even those works of art that the bombs had spared were to be preserved. Monuments, palaces, castles and churches, theatres and opera houses were also to be levelled. A few days earlier, at Hitler's command, an editorial had appeared in the Völkische Beobachter September 7, 1944, putting this surge of vandalism into rhetoric. Not a German stock of wheat is to feed the enemy, not a German mouth to give him information, not a German hand to offer him help. He is to find every footbridge destroyed, every road blocked. Nothing but death, annihilation, and hatred will meet him, the living. In my travel report I had tried to arouse Hitler's sympathy for the war victims. In the vicinity of Aachen one sees the miserable processions of evacuees setting out with small children and the old, exactly as in France in 1940. As more evacuations take place, scenes such as these will surely multiply, which should make for restraint in issuing evacuation orders. I called upon Hitler to go to the west to see for yourself the conditions there. The populace expects this of you. 12. But Hitler did not go. On the contrary, as soon as he heard that Kreisleiter Speer of Aachen had not applied all means of coercion to evacuate the city, he stripped him of his various posts, expelled him from the party, and ordered him to the front as an ordinary soldier. It would have been pointless to try to persuade Hitler to rescind this order, and my authority did not suffice for independent action. Nevertheless, my anxiety was so great that I impulsively dictated a teletype message with the request that after Hitler had approved it, Bormann transmit it to the 8 Gauleiters of the western areas. It was a stratagem for getting Hitler to reverse himself. I therefore said nothing at all about the radical orders of recent days, but instead reviewed the previous decisions on various individual problems and asked for some overall ruling. My text was once again psychologically attuned to Hitler's real or pretended faith in ultimate victory. Unless he cancelled his order for destruction, he was admitting that the war was lost. By such an admission, he undercut the whole basis of argument for total resistance. Incisively, I began. The Führer has declared that he can shortly reconquer the territories now lost. Since the western areas are vital for the armaments and war production needed to continue fighting, all measures undertaken in connection with evacuation must have in view the possibility of restoring full functioning to the industry of these areas. Not until the last moment are the industrial installations to be rendered useless for a considerable time by disabling actions in the factories. The power plants in the mining districts must be preserved, so that the water levels in the mine shafts may be controlled. If pumps fail and the pits fill, it takes months before the shafts can be restored to functioning condition. Shortly afterward, I telephoned headquarters to ask whether this teletype message had been presented to Hitler. It had, and had actually been issued, although with one slight change. I had anticipated cuts here and there, and probably some stiffening of the passages on disabling actions. But to my surprise, Hitler had left the text unaltered except for one place, where the change had been made in his own hand. He had toned down the expression of his confidence in victory. The first sentence now read, "Recapture of a part of the territories now lost in the West is by no means out of the question." Bormann passed this teletype message on to the Gauleiters with the forceful addition, In behalf of the Führer, I herewith transmit to you a communication from Reich Minister Speer. Its provisos are to be observed strictly and unconditionally. 13 Even Bormann had played along with me. He seemed to be more aware than Hitler of the fearful consequences of total devastation in all the areas from which we were retreating. Basically, however, Hitler was merely trying to save face when he spoke of a recapture of a part of the territories now lost in the West. For it had finally been borne upon him that even if we succeeded in stabilizing the front, the war would be lost within a few months because of lack of material. Jodl had in the meantime supplemented my previous forecast on armaments policy by pointing out the strategic considerations. The army was holding too large an area under occupation. He used the image of a snake that had lost its swiftness from swallowing too large a prey. He therefore proposed abandonment of Finland, northern Norway, Upper Italy, and most of the Balkans. By so doing, we would be able to establish geographically more favorable defensive positions along the Tisza and Sava rivers and the southern margin of the Alps. It would also release many divisions. At first Hitler was stubbornly opposed to this, but finally, on August 20, 1944, he gave me permission 13 at least to calculate where we would stand without the raw materials from these areas. But 3 days before I had finished my memorandum on September 2, 1944, an armistice was concluded between Finland and the Soviet Union, and German troops were asked to evacuate Finland by September 15. Jodl telephoned me at once and asked for my findings. Hitler's mood had again changed. He no longer showed the slightest signs of willingness to undertake a voluntary evacuation. Jodl, on the other hand, was pressing for an immediate withdrawal from Lapland while the weather was still good. We would inevitably suffer great loss of arms, he declared, if the retreat were caught in the blizzards which started there early in autumn. Once again Hitler made the point he had used a year before during the dispute over evacuation of the manganese mines of the southern Soviet Union. If the sources of nickel in northern Lapland are lost, our armaments production will be finished in a few months. That argument did not last long. On September 5, 3 days after the Russo-Finnish armistice, I sent my memorandum to Jodl and Hitler by courier. The war of material would be decided, I demonstrated, not by loss of the Finnish nickel mines, but by the ending of deliveries of chromium ores from Turkey. Assuming that full production of armaments would continue, which of course was highly hypothetical, given the air raids, the last distribution of chromium to industry would come on June 1, 1945. Considering the time needed by the processing industries, the production dependent on chromium, which means the entire production of armaments, will cease on January 1, 1946. 15. By now Hitler's reactions had long since become entirely unpredictable. I was prepared for an outburst of impotent fury, but in fact he received my information calmly, drew no conclusions, and against Jodl's advice put off the evacuation of Lapland until the middle of October. In the light of the general military situation, such forecasts as mine probably left him quite unmoved. Since the fronts had collapsed both in the west and the east, the date January 1, 1946 probably seemed even to Hitler a utopian deadline. At the moment we were far more bothered by the consequences of the fuel shortage. In July, I had written to Hitler that by September all tactical movements would necessarily come to a standstill for lack of fuel. Now this prediction was being confirmed. At the end of September, I wrote to Hitler, "A fighter group stationed at Krefeld with more than 37 planes must take 2 days enforced rest in spite of excellent weather. It receives its fuel allotment only on the 3rd day, and then only enough for a brief sortie as far as Aachen with 20 of its planes." A few days later, when I visited an airport in Wernichen, east of Berlin, the commander of the training company informed me that his student pilots could have flight practice only for an hour every week. Only a fraction of the necessary fuel was being supplied to the unit. Meanwhile, the army, too, had become virtually immobile because of the fuel shortage. At the end of October, I reported to Hitler after a night journey to the 10th Army south of the Po. There I encountered a column of 150 trucks, each of which had 4 oxen hitched to it. Many trucks were being pulled by tanks and tractors. Early in December, I expressed concern that the training of tank drivers leaves much to be desired because they have no fuel for practicing. 16. General Jodl, of course, knew even better than I how great the emergency was. In order to free 17,500 tons of fuel, formerly the production of 2.5 days for the Ardennes offensive, he had to begin withholding fuel from other army groups on November 10, 1944.17. In the meantime, the attacks on the hydrogenation plants had indirectly affected the entire chemical industry. I was forced to inform Hitler that the supply of salt has to be stretched in order to fill the existing shells with explosives. This process has already reached the limit of acceptability. Actually, from October 1944 on, our explosives consisted of 20% rock salt, which reduced their effectiveness correspondingly. 18. In this desperate situation, Hitler now made matters worse by gambling away his last technological trump. Grotesquely enough, in these very months we were producing more and more fighter planes. Altogether, during this late phase of the war, 12,720 fighters were delivered to the troops which had started the war in 1939 with only 771 fighter planes. 19. At the end of July, Hitler had for the second time agreed to assemble 2,000 pilots for special training courses. We were still hoping that by intensive use of fighters we could inflict such heavy losses on the American air forces that we would force them to stop the bombing. For during their flights to their target and back to their bases, these bomber squadrons exposed a flank that was on the average 600 miles long. Fighter Commander General Adolf Galland and I had calculated that on the average one German fighter plane would be lost over Germany in order to shoot down a bomber, but that the expenditure of material on both sides would be in the proportion of 1 to 6 and the attrition of pilots 1 to 2. Moreover, since half of our damned pilots could parachute safely to ground, while the enemy crew would be taken prisoner on German soil, the advantage was surely on our side, even given the enemy's superiority in men, materials, and training potential. Asterisk. Central Planning announced on May 25, 1944, the number of planes which will be completed in May is so large that the General Staff believes it will be eventually possible to inflict such losses on the enemy that he will no longer be able to afford flights over the Reich. The 5 fighters can be assigned to each enemy aircraft. The bomber is certain to be shot down. At the moment, each bomber shot down cost us one of our fighter planes. Around August 10, Galland, in extreme agitation, asked me to fly with him to headquarters at once. In one of his arbitrary decisions, Hitler had issued new orders. The Reich Air Fleet, whose outfitting with 2,000 fighter planes was nearing completion, was suddenly to be shifted to the Western Front. Their experience had long since shown us it would be wiped out within a short time. Hitler, of course, guessed why we were visiting him. He knew he had broken the promise he gave me in July to have the hydrogenation plants protected by fighter planes. But he forestalled the quarrel at the Situation Conference and agreed to receive us alone afterward. I began by cautiously expressing doubts of the usefulness of his order and mastered my strong feelings by explaining as calmly as possible the catastrophic situation in armaments production. I cited figures and sketched the consequences that would follow from continued bombings. That alone made Hitler nervous and angry. Although he listened in silence, I could see by his expression, by the lively fluttering of his hands, the way he chewed his fingernails, that he was growing increasingly tense. When I finished, thinking I had amply proved that every available plane in the Reich should be employed to combat the bombers, Hitler was no longer in control of himself. His face had flushed deep red, his eyes had turned lifeless and fixed. Then he roared out at the top of his lungs, "Operative measures are my concern. Kindly concern yourself with your armaments. This is none of your business." Possibly he might have been more receptive had I talked to him privately. The presence of Galland made him incapable of understanding or flexibility. Abruptly, he terminated the conference, cutting off all further argument. "I have no more time for you." Deeply perplexed, I returned to my barracks office with Galland. The next day we were on the point of flying back to Berlin, our mission a failure, when Schob informed us that we were to report to Hitler again. This time Hitler's rage was even more violent. He spoke faster and faster, stumbling over his own words. "I want no more planes produced at all. The fighter arm is to be dissolved. Stop aircraft production. Stop it at once, understand? You're always complaining about the shortage of skilled workers, aren't you? Put them into flak production at once. Let all the workers produce anti-aircraft guns. Use all the material for that too. Now that is in order. Send Sauer to headquarters immediately. A program for flak production must be set up. Tell Sauer that too. A program 5 times what we have now. We'll shift hundreds of thousands of workers into flak production. Every day I read in the foreign press reports how dangerous flak is. They still have some respect for that, but not for our fighters. Galland started to reply that the fighters would shoot down far more planes if they could be committed inside Germany, but he did not get beyond the first words. Again we were abruptly dismissed, actually thrown out. In the tea-house I poured myself a glass of vermouth from the bottle that stood there for just such purposes. My stomach nerves had been affected by the scene. Galland, ordinarily so calm and controlled, looked distraught for the first time since I had known him. He could not grasp the fact that his fighter plane command was going to be dissolved, and what was more, on grounds of cowardice in the face of the enemy. For my part, I was acquainted with such tantrums on Hitler's part and knew that his decisions would usually be rescinded or revised by cautious change of course. I reassured Galland. The industrial facilities being used to build fighter planes could not be applied to the production of gun barrels, I told him. Our problem was not any shortage of flak guns, I pointed out, but the ammunition for them, and above all our lack of explosives. Sauer too, who also felt that Hitler was making unfulfillable demands, pointed out discreetly to Hitler the next day that increased production of anti-aircraft guns depended mainly on the supply of special machine tools for drilling long tubes. Soon afterward I went to headquarters again, this time accompanied by Sauer, to discuss the details of his order, which to our sorrow had been made more official by being sent in writing. After a long struggle, Hitler lowered his original demand for a 5-fold increase by half. He gave us a deadline of December 1945 to meet this quota and also demanded that the ammunition for these guns be doubled. We were able to deal with more than 28 points on the agenda, with a minimum of excitement on his part. But when I once more referred to our need to have the fighter planes committed to defense of the home front, he again interrupted me angrily, repeated his command to increase flak production at the expense of the fighter plane, and declared the meeting over. That was the first command from Hitler that near this hour nor I obeyed. I was acting on my own initiative and judgment when, on the following day, I stated to the armament staff, we must in any case maintain the production of fighter planes at a maximum. 3 days later I called a meeting of the representatives of the air industry and explained to them, in Gallant's presence, the importance of their assignment. By sending the production of fighter aircraft soaring we can meet the greatest danger we face, the crushing of our armaments manufacture on the home front. Asterisk quotations from the Office Journal, August 21 and 24, 1944. Despite Hitler's order that fighter plane production be cut in half, production remained at almost the same level, 23:05 in July, 23:52 in December. Meanwhile, however, Hitler had calmed down and suddenly, without another word on the subject, approved my proposal that a limited fighter aircraft program be assigned to the category of highest priority. At the very time we were being forced to cut production in various fields, and actually to abandon new developments, Hitler began more and more pointedly alluding to future new weapons which would decide the war, thus arousing hopes among the generals and the political leaders. On my visits to divisions, I was frequently asked, with a mysterious smile, when the secret weapons would be coming along. I did not like such illusions, for sooner or later the hope would have to be dashed. In the middle of September, therefore, I addressed the following lines to Hitler. Belief in the imminent commitment of new, decisive weapons is widespread among the troops. They are expecting such commitment within days or weeks. This opinion is also seriously shared by high-ranking officers. It is questionable whether it is right, in such difficult times, to arouse hopes which cannot be fulfilled in so short a time and therefore must necessarily produce a disappointment which could have unfavorable effects upon morale. Since the population, too, is daily waiting for the miracle of the new weapons, wondering whether we know that the 11th hour is already upon us and that holding back these new stockpiled weapons can no longer be justified, the question arises whether this propaganda serves a useful purpose. Asterisk. Sea Travel Report, September 10-14, 1944. A few days before, on August 31, 1944, I had told my colleagues that I do not intend to succumb to the psychosis of attaching too much importance to the new weapons, nor am I responsible for the extremely prominent place they are being given in our propaganda. On December 1, 1944, after a display of new weapons in Richlin, I said to my associate, "You have seen that we do not have a miraculous secret weapon, and probably never will have one. We, for our part, speaking as technicians, have always made it perfectly clear to anyone who cared to listen that technical miracles of the sort that the layman expects are not really possible. During my tours of the front I have time and again observed that the divisional and regimental commanders are concerned because the men are more and more clinging to a faith in these miracle weapons. I consider such delusions ominous." A few weeks later, on January 13, 1945, I was asked by a group of generals and corps commanders, "Can we still count on the introduction of new weapons, now that there has been so much propaganda about them for the past 3 months?" I replied, "For my part, I can only say that I am firmly opposed to these rumors. After all, I am not the author of this propaganda. I have repeated again and again that we cannot expect miraculous secret weapons. And I have also notified the Führer several times that I consider this entire propaganda campaign utterly wrong-headed, not only because it is misleading but also because it underrates the German soldier's fighting powers. We will never have a secret weapon that will end the war in one blow. There is simply no such thing in the offing." In a private talk, Hitler admitted that I was right. Nevertheless, as I soon heard, he continued to tangle the prospect of the secret weapons. On November 2, 1944, therefore, I wrote to Goebbels that it seems to me unwise to rouse hopes in the public which cannot possibly be fulfilled for a considerable time. I would therefore request you to take measures so that the daily press and technical journals refrain from alluding to future successes in our armaments production. Goebbels actually put an end to these reports on new weapons. But strangely enough, the rumors increased. It was only at the Nuremberg trial that I learned from Hans Fritz, one of the propaganda minister's foremost associates, that Goebbels had set up a special department for spreading such rumors. Then, too, I realized why these rumors were often so uncannily close to what indeed we projected for the future. How often at our armaments conferences we had sat together in the evening telling each other about the newest technological developments. Even the possibilities of an atom bomb were discussed on such occasions. One of Goebbels' chief assistants had often participated in these meetings as a reporter and thus been present at the evening gatherings. In those turbulent times in which everyone was eager to find reason for hope, rumors found fertile soil. On the other hand, the populace had long since stopped believing the newspapers. There was one exception. During the closing months of the war, a growing band of desperate people began pinning their hopes on the astrological sheets. Since these were dependent on the propaganda ministry, for a variety of reasons they were, as I learned from Fritz at Nuremberg, used as a tool for influencing public opinion. Thick horoscopes spoke of valleys of darkness which had to be passed through, foretold imminent surprises, intimated happy outcomes. Only in the astrological sheets did the regime still have a future. 28. The plunge. The armaments industry, which from the spring of 1944 had been unified in my ministry, began to disintegrate by the late autumn. For one thing, the big rocket project had, as I have already related, been transferred to the SS. There again, several Gauleiters had contrived to take over responsibility for armaments within their own districts. Hitler supported such enterprises. For example, he gave his consent when Sokol, as Gauleiter of Thuringia, volunteered to set up a large underground factory for mass production of a single-motor jet fighter which Hitler dubbed the People's Fighter. But by then we were already entering our economic death throes, so that this splintering no longer had serious effects. Along with such last-ditch efforts, hopes arose, which could be construed as signs of increasing confusion, that we would win through even with primitive weapons and thus compensate for our technological predicament. The courage of the individual soldier was to take the place of technological efficiency in arms. In April 1944, Donitz had put the ingenious Vice Admiral Hay in charge of building one-man submarines and other small fighting craft. But it was August before the piecework production reached sizable numbers, and by then the invasion had succeeded and it was really too late for such projects. Himmler, for his part, wanted to set up a suicide squad piloting manned rocket planes which would destroy the enemy bombers by ramming them. Another primitive weapon was the Panzerfaust tank destroyer, a small rocket shot from the hand, which was to substitute for the anti-tank guns we did not have. Asterisk, modelled on the American bazooka, 997,000 were produced in November 1944, 1,253,000 in December, and 1,200,000 in January 1945. In the late autumn of 1944, Hitler abruptly intervened in the matter of gas masks and appointed a special commissioner directly responsible to him. With great haste, a program was set up to protect the entire population from the effects of gas warfare. Although gas mask production rose to more than 2,300,000 per month, it was evident that it would take a while before the entire urban population could be properly equipped. The party organs therefore published advice on primitive gas protection methods, such as the use of paper. At the time, it is true, Hitler spoke of the danger of an enemy gas attack on German cities. Asterisk, in fact, on August 5, 1944, Churchill called for a report on England's capability for waging poison gas war against Germany. According to the report, the available 32,000 tons of mustard and phosgene gas would effectively poison 965 square miles of German territory, more than Berlin, Hamburg, Cologne, Essen, Frankfurt, and Kassel combined. C. David Irving, Die Geheimwaffen des Dritten Reichs, Hamburg, 1969. According to my letter of October 11, 1944, to Keitel RLA 1302/44, our production until the chemical industry was bombed during the summer of 1944 amounted to 3,100 tons of mustard gas and 1,000 tons of tubin per month. Our side must thus have accumulated large quantities of poison gas during the 5 war years, more than the British supplies, even assuming that our production capacity was considerably extended during the war. But Dr. Karl Brandt, whom he entrusted with the protective measures, thought it not unlikely that these hectic preparations were intended to serve the ends of gas warfare that we would begin. Among our secret weapons we possessed a poison gas called tabun. It penetrated the filters of all known gas masks, and contact with even very small lingering quantities had fatal effects. Robert Ley, by profession a chemist, took me along in his special railroad car to a meeting in Sonthofen held in the autumn of 1944. As usual, our conversation took place over glasses of strong wines. His increased stammering betrayed his agitation. "You know we have this new poison gas, I've heard about it. The Führer must do it, he must use it, now he has to do it. When else? This is the last moment. You two must make him realize that it is time." I remained silent. But apparently Ley had had a similar conversation with Goebbels, for the propaganda minister asked some of my associates in the chemical industry about the substance and its effect, and then urged Hitler to employ this novel gas. Hitler, to be sure, had always rejected gas warfare, but now he hinted at a situation conference in headquarters that the use of gas might stop the advance of the Soviet troops. He went on with vague speculations that the West would accept gas warfare against the East because at this stage of the war the British and American governments had an interest in stopping the Russian advance. When no one at the Situation Conference spoke up in agreement, Hitler did not return to the subject. Undoubtedly the generals feared the unpredictable consequences. I myself wrote to Keitel on October 11, 1944, that because of the blows to the chemical industry we were quite out of such basic materials as cyanide and methanol. Asterisk, in October 1944 the necessary materials for poison gas production were still being manufactured. Methanol 21,500 tons per month in 1943 at the rate of 10,900 tons in October 1944. Cyanide 1234 tons in 1943 at the rate of 336 tons in October 1944. On November 1, therefore, the production of tabun had to be stopped and that of mustard gas limited to a quarter of capacity. Keitel, to be sure, obtained an order from Hitler not to reduce poison gas production under any circumstances. but such orders no longer bore any relation to realities. I did not respond and merely allotted the basic chemical materials as I pleased. On November 11, a new note of alarm entered my frequent memoranda on shutdowns in the fuel industry. For more than 6 weeks, traffic to and from the Ruhr area had been blocked. It is self-evident, given the whole nature of the Reich's economic structure, I wrote to Hitler, that cessation of production in the Rhine-Westphalian industrial area is intolerable for the entire German economy and for a successful conduct of the war. The most important armaments plants are reported on the verge of going under. Under existing conditions, there is no way to avoid these shutdowns. Denied fresh supplies of Ruhr coal, I continued. The railroads were rapidly exhausting their stocks of coal, as were the gas works. Oil and margarine plants were on the verge of shutdowns, and even the supply of coke to the hospitals had become an inadequate one. Things were literally moving rapidly toward the end. Signs of total anarchy loomed before us. Coal trains no longer reached their destinations, but were stopped en route by Gauleiters who confiscated them for their own needs. The buildings in Berlin were unheated. Gas and electricity were available only during restricted hours. A howl arose from the Chancellery. Our coal authority had refused to let it have its full consignment for the rest of the winter. Faced with the situation, we could no longer carry out our programs, but only try to produce parts. Once our remaining stocks were used up, armaments production would cease. In drawing this conclusion, I underestimated, as no doubt the enemy air strategists did also, the large stocks of materials that have been accumulated in the factories, too. An extensive search showed that high production of armaments could in fact be continued, but only for a few months more. Hitler accepted a last emergency or supplementary program, as we called it, with a calm that seemed truly uncanny. He did not waste a word on the obvious implications, although there could be no doubt what these were. Around this time, Hitler, at a Situation Conference, commented in the presence of all the generals, "We have the good fortune to have a genius in our armaments industry. I mean Sauer. All difficulties are being overcome by him." General Turmoil put in a tactful word. "Mein F.H. Minister Speer is here." "Yes, I know," Hitler replied curtly, annoyed at the interruption. "But Sauer is the genius who will master the situation." Oddly enough, I swallowed this deliberate insult without any perturbation, almost indifferently. I was beginning to take my leave of Hitler. On October 12, 1944, when the military situation in the West had settled down again and it became possible to speak of a front once more, not of a helplessly retreating horde of men, Hitler took me aside during a Situation Conference, told me I must not say a word to anyone, and then revealed that he was going to carry out a great offensive in the West by concentrating all available forces. For that you must organize a special corps of German construction workers, one sufficiently motorized to be able to carry out all types of bridge building even if rail transportation should be halted. Stick to the organizational forms that proved their value in the Western campaign of 1943. I pointed out to Hitler that we scarcely had enough trucks left for such a task. Everything else must be put aside for the sake of this, he declared emphatically. No matter what the consequences, this will be the great blow which must succeed. Around the end of November, Hitler said once again that he was staking everything on this offensive. Since he was sure of its success, he added nonchalantly that it was his last effort. If it does not succeed, I no longer see any possibility for ending the war well, but we will come through, he added, and promptly strayed off into more and more expansive and fantastic notions. A single breakthrough on the Western Front, U-11C. It will lead to collapse and panic among the Americans. We'll drive right through the middle and take Antwerp. Then the LL have lost their supply port, and a tremendous pocket will encircle the entire English army, with hundreds of thousands of prisoners. As we used about this time, I met Albert Wegeler to discuss the desperate situation the bombings had produced in the Ruhr. He asked me bluntly, "When are we going to call it quits?" I indicated that Hitler was planning to stake everything on a last effort. Obstinately, Wegeler continued, "But does he fully realize that after that we have to call it quits, we losing too much of our substance? How will we be able to reconstruct if industry goes on taking such a beating even for a few months more?" "I think," I replied, "that Hitler is playing his last card and knows it, too." Wegeler gave me a skeptical look. "Of course, it's his last card, now that our production is collapsing all over the place, is this operation going to be directed against the East to take off the pressure there? I avoided an answer. Of course, it will be on the Eastern Front, Wickler said. From November on, General Guderian, the Army Chief of Staff, repeatedly called Hitler's attention to the threat of a Silesia resulting from the Russian troop concentrations on the Eastern Front. Naturally, he wanted the divisions assembled for the offensive in the west shifted to the Eastern theatre of war to avoid a total breakdown there. At the Nuremberg trial, a number of the defendants attempted to justify the continuance of the war beyond the winter of 1944–45 on the grounds that Hitler had only wanted to save the lives of the refugees from the East and to keep German soldiers from Russian imprisonment. But the decisions he made at that time are proof to the contrary. I held the view that it was essential to play this last card as impressively as possible. I arranged with Field Marshal Model, the commander of Army Group B, to keep him supplied with improvised armaments aid during the offensive. On December 16, the day of the attack, I set out from Berlin, bound for a small headquarters in a hunting lodge near Bonn. Riding through the night in a Reichsbahn diesel car, I saw the switching yards east of the Rhine jammed with freight cars. The enemy bombers had prevented the movement of supplies for the offensive. Model S headquarters was situated in a narrow wooded valley in the Eifel Mountains. It was a large hunting lodge owned by a wealthy industrialist. Model had not built bunkers for fear of attracting the attention of enemy reconnaissance planes to the site months beforehand. He was in good humor, for the surprise assault had succeeded in breaking through the front. His troops were advancing rapidly. We were having the right sort of weather too, just what Hitler had wanted. He had said, "We must have bad weather, otherwise the operation cannot succeed." As a camp follower, I tried to get as close as possible to the front. The advancing troops were in good spirits, for lulling clouds hampered all enemy air activity. But by the second day of the offensive, transportation had already reached a chaotic state. Motor vehicles could move only a foot at a time along the 3-lane highway. My car took an hour on the average to move 2 miles, wedged in as it was by ammunition trucks. I kept fearing that the weather might improve. Model offered all sorts of reasons for this confusion: lack of discipline in newly formed units, for example, or the chaos in the hinterland. But whatever the reasons, the whole scene showed that the army had lost its erstwhile famous talent for organization, surely one of the effects of Hitler's 3 years of command. The first destination of our laborious progress was a blown-out bridge on the northern wing of the 6th SS Armored Army. In order to make myself useful, I had promised Model to find out how the bridge could be repaired as quickly as possible. The soldiers took a skeptical view of my presence on the scene. My adjutant heard one of them explain, "The Führer rapped him because the bridge isn't ready yet. Now he has got orders to clean up the mess himself." And in fact, the bridge building was going forward very sluggishly. For the construction crews from the TOT organization, which we had carefully assembled, were stuck in the inextricable traffic jams east of the Rhine, along with the greater part of the engineering materials. Thus the imminent end of the offensive was obviously in the offing, if only because of the lack of essential bridge-building materials. Inadequate supplies of fuel also hampered operations. The armored formations had started the attack with meager fuel reserves. Hitler, with his optimistic improvidence, had counted on their being able to supply themselves later on from captured American stocks. When the offensive threatened to grind to a halt, I helped Model by telephoning orders to the gasoline plants of the nearby Ruhr area to improvise tank car trains, which they then managed to get to the front. But the flow of supplies ceased when the foggy weather changed in a few days and the cloudless sky filled with innumerable enemy fighter planes and bombers. A drive by day became a problem even for a fast passenger car. We were often glad to seek the shelter of a small patch of woods. Now the supply services could only operate during the night, groping their way forward, virtually without any visibility, almost from tree to tree. Asterisk in my travel report, December 31, 1944, I wrote to Hitler, "Vehicles must move at night without headlights. Since all daytime travel is unsafe and nighttime travel is slow, our troop movements amount to only 1/2 to 1/3 of the enemy movements, even when the roads on our side are as good as theirs." The enemy can maneuver in broad daylight and with lights on at night. An additional serious obstacle, especially to bringing up supplies, is the condition of the roads in the Eifel region and the Ardennes. Most of the highways have rises and curves which make them as difficult to traverse as alpine roads. The combat strategy handed down from above and the resultant orders do not always take these severe supply difficulties into account. In all the planning, the question of supplies seems to take second place. But if supplying has not been properly calculated and provided for, the operation is doomed. On December 23, Model told me that the offensive had definitely failed, but that Hitler had ordered it to continue. Up to the end of December, I stayed in the area of the offensive, visited various divisions, was under fire from low-flying planes and artillery, and saw the ghastly consequences of a German attack on a machine gun position. Hundreds of our soldiers lay sprawled in a small area. They had simply been mowed down. Late that evening I visited Sepp Dietrich, a former sergeant in the old German army, now commander of an SS armoured force. He had set up headquarters in the vicinity of the Belgian border town of Houffalize. One of the few old fighters of the early days of the party, in his own plain fashion he too had parted ways psychologically with Hitler. Our conversation soon turned to the latest batch of commands. Hitler had decreed with increasing insistence that encircle Bastogne be taken at any cost. He refused to understand. Sepp Dietrich grumbled that even the elite divisions of the SS could not effortlessly overrun the Americans. It was impossible to convince Hitler that these were tough opponents, soldiers as good as our own men. Besides, he added, we are receiving no ammunition. The supply routes have been cut by the air attacks. As if to illustrate our helplessness, our nocturnal talk was interrupted by a low-level attack from huge four-mounted bomber formations. Howling and exploding bombs, clouds illuminated in red and yellow hues, droning motors, and no defense anywhere. I was stunned by this scene of military impotence which Hitler's military miscalculations had given such a grotesque setting. Protected by darkness, I left Dietrich's headquarters at 4 o'clock in the morning of December 31 and drove off with Manfred von Poser, my liaison officer to the General Staff. It took us until 2 o'clock the following morning to reach Hitler's headquarters. Again and again we had to seek cover from fighter planes. It had taken us 22 hours to cover a distance of little more than 200 miles. Hitler's western headquarters, from which he had directed the Ardennes offensive, was at one end of a solitary grassy valley near Bad Nauheim, a mile northwest of Siegenberg. Hidden in woods, camouflaged as blockhouses, the bunkers had the same massive ceilings and walls as all the other places at which Hitler stayed. 3 times since my appointment as a minister I had tried to deliver my New Year's wishes to Hitler personally, and each time something thwarted my intention. In 1943 it had been the icing of an airplane, in 1944 motor damage on the flight from the coast of the Arctic Ocean when I was returning from the front. 2 hours of this year of 1945 had passed when I at last, after passing through many barriers, arrived in Hitler's private bunker. I had not come too late. Adjutants, doctors, secretaries, Bormann, the whole circle except for the generals attached to the Führer's headquarters, were gathered around Hitler drinking champagne. The alcohol had relaxed everyone, but the atmosphere was still subdued. Hitler seemed to be the only one in the company who was drunk without having taken any stimulating beverage. He was in the grip of a permanent euphoria. Although the beginning of a new year in no way dispelled the desperate situation of the year past, there seemed to be a general feeling of thankfulness that we could begin anew, at least in the calendar. Hitler made optimistic forecasts for 1945. The present low point would soon be overcome, he said. In the end we would be victorious. The circle took these prophecies in silence. Only Bormann enthusiastically seconded Hitler. After more than 2 hours, during which Hitler spread around his credulous optimism, his followers, including myself, were transported in spite of all their skepticism into a more sanguine state. His magnetic gifts were still operative, for it was no longer possible to produce conviction by rational arguments. We ought to have come to our senses when Hitler drew the parallel between our situation and that of Frederick the Great at the end of the 7 Years' War, for the implication was that we faced utter military defeat for. But none of us drew this conclusion. 3 days later, in a ground conference with Keitel, Bormann, and Goebbels, we were given a further dose of unrealistic hopes. Now a levée en masse was to bring about the turnaround. Goebbels became insulting when I spoke up against this. I argued that total conscription would strike our remaining programs to such an extent that it would be equivalent to the total collapse of whole industries. 5. Dismayed and indignant, Goebbels stared at me. Then, turning to Hitler, he cried out solemnly, "Then, Herr Speer, you bear the historic guilt for the loss of the war, for the lack of a few 100,000 soldiers. Why don't you say yes for once? Consider it your fault." For a moment we all stood there fretful, stony, indecisive. Then Hitler decided in favor of Goebbels and winning the war. This conversation was followed by an armaments discussion in which Goebbels and his state secretary, Naumann, sat in as Hitler's guests. As had been common lately, Hitler passed me over in the course of the discussion. He did not ask my opinion, but turned only to Sauer. I was cast in the role of a mute listener. After the conference, Goebbels remarked to me that it had struck him as strange to see with what indifference I let Sauer push me aside. But all that was involved by now was empty talk. The failure of the Ardennes offensive meant that the war was over. What followed was only the occupation of Germany, delayed somewhat by confused and impotent resistance. I was not the only one who avoided such tussles. An air of general indifference had overcome headquarters. It could not be explained solely as the result of lethargy, overwork, and Hitler's psychological influence. Instead of the violent clashes, the tensions of the preceding years and months among numerous hostile interests, groups, and cliques fighting for Hitler's favor and trying to shift the responsibility for the more and more frequent defeats, there now prevailed a disinterested silence which was in itself an anticipation of the end. When, for example, during this period Sauer succeeded in having Himmler replaced by General Buell as Chief of Armaments for the Army, asterisk F. Protocol, January 3-5, 1944.24, Sauer had repeatedly protested to Hitler that Himmler's deputy, SS Obergruppenführer J.T.T. Neuer, kept interfering with the system of self-responsibility we had established for industry. When he heard the details, Hitler was so angry that he had Himmler replaced. It was hardly commented on, although it meant a loss of power for Himmler. There was no real atmosphere of work any longer. Whatever was happening made no impression, since everything was overshadowed by awareness of the inexorable end. My trip to the front had kept me away from Berlin for more than 3 weeks, but in fact it was no longer possible to govern from the capital. The chaotic conditions everywhere made central guidance of the armaments organization more and more complicated and also more and more meaningless. On January 12, the Great Soviet offensive in the east, which Guderian had predicted, finally began. Our defensive line collapsed along a broad front. Even the more than 2,000 modern German tanks which were standing still in the west could no longer have countered the superiority of the Soviet troops at this point. A few days afterward we were standing around in the so-called ambassador's room at the Chancellery, a tapestried anteroom to Hitler's main office, waiting for the Situation Conference to begin. When Guderian arrived, he had been delayed by a call on Japanese ambassador Oshima. An orderly in a plain black and white SS uniform opened the door to Hitler's office. We walked across the heavy hand-woven rug to the map table by the windows. The huge tabletop, a single slab of marble, had come from Austria. It was blood red, striated with the beige and white cross-sections of an ancient coral reef. We took our positions on the window side. Hitler sat facing us. The German army in Kurland was hopelessly cut off. Guderian tried to convince Hitler that this position should be abandoned and the army transported across the Baltic Sea. Hitler disagreed, as he always did when asked to authorize a retreat. Guderian did not give in. Hitler insisted. The tone sharpened, and finally Guderian opposed Hitler with an openness unprecedented in this circle. Probably fired by the effects of the drinks he had had at Oshima's, he threw aside all inhibitions. With flashing eyes and the hairs of his mustache literally standing on end, he stood facing Hitler across the marble table. Hitler, too, had risen to his feet. "It is simply our duty to save these people, and we still have time to remove them," Guderian cried out in a challenging voice. Infuriated, Hitler retorted, "You are going to fight on there. We cannot give up these areas." Guderian held firm, but it is useless to sacrifice men in this senseless way, he shouted. It is high time we must evacuate those soldiers at once. What no one had thought possible now happened. Hitler appeared visibly intimidated by this assault. Strictly speaking, he really could not tolerate this insubordination, which was more a matter of Guderian's tone than his argument. But to my astonishment, Hitler shifted to military arguments, maintaining that a withdrawal to the ports was bound to result in general disorganization and even higher losses than continuing the defense. Once again, Guderian vigorously pointed out that every tactical detail of the retreat had already been worked out and that carrying out the operation was quite possible. But Hitler stuck to his decision. Was this clash the symptom of disintegrating authority? Hitler had still had the last word. No one had stalked out of the room. No one had declared that he could no longer assume the responsibility for what was coming. This was why Hitler's authority remained fundamentally intact. After all, although for a few minutes we had literally been numbed by this violation of the court tone. Seitzler had voiced his objections more moderately in his voice. Even while contradicting Hitler, traces of veneration and loyalty had remained. But for the first time matters has come to an open quarrel in the larger circle. The novelty was almost palpable. New worlds had opened out. To be sure, Hitler had still saved face. That was a great deal. But at the same time, it was very little. In the face of the rapid advance of the Soviet armies, it seemed to me advisable to travel to the Silesian industrial area once more to make sure that my orders for the preservation of the industries were not being undermined by local authorities. On January 21, 1945, I went to Oppeln and met Field Marshal Schorner, newly appointed commander of the army group which, as he informed me, existed in name only. Their tanks and heavy weapons had been destroyed or captured in the course of a lost battle. No one knew how far the Russians were from Oppeln. In any case, the headquarters officers were leaving. In our hotel only a few overnight guests remained behind. In my room hung an etching by K. de Kolwitz's La Carmagnole. It showed a yowling mob dancing with hate-contorted faces around a guillotine. Off to one side a weeping woman cowered on the ground. In the desperate situation of a war rolling rapidly to its end, I was gripped by increasing anxieties. The weird figures of the etching haunted my fitful sleep. Obsessive notions of my own terrible end, repressed by day with smothered inactivity, came to the surface. With the populace rise in fury and disappointment against its former leaders and kill them as in La Carmagnole. Friends and close acquaintances sometimes talked about our own dark futures. Milch usually declared firmly that the enemy would make short work of the leadership of the Third Reich. I shared his view. A telephone call from Colonel von Below, my liaison man to Hitler, startled me out of the torments of that night. The previous week I had urgently pointed out to Hitler that since the Ruhr had now been cut off from the rest of the Reich, the loss of Upper Silesia would necessarily bring about rapid economic collapse. In a teletype message on January 21, I had again called Hitler's attention to the importance of Upper Silesia and asked permission to ship at least 30 to 50% of the January production to Schorner's Army Group 6. The purpose of this message was also to support Guderian, who was still trying to persuade Hitler to stop the offensive efforts in the west and throw the few still functioning armored forces into the breach in the east. At the same time, I had pointed out that the Russian enemy was carrying out his supply tasks in close formation, visible from a great distance in the present snowy landscape. Since the commitment of the German fighter planes in the west is yielding hardly any tangible results, it might be good to apply this weapon concentratedly here, where it is still highly esteemed. Below reported that Hitler, with a sarcastic smile, had declared my remark was to the point but had issued no orders. Did Hitler think that his real enemy lay in the West? Did he feel solidarity with, let alone sympathy for, Stalin's regime? I recalled a good many earlier remarks of his which could possibly be interpreted in that sense and which might be seen as the motivation for his conduct at this time. The next day I tried to continue my journey to Katowice, the center of the Silesian industrial region, but I never got there. Rounding a curve on the sheet ice road, I collided with a heavy truck. My chest had crushed the steering wheel and even twisted the steering column, and I sat, gasping for air, on the steps of a village tavern, pale and distraught. "He looked like a cabinet minister after a lost war," poser said Riley. The car was out of commission, and an ambulance took me back. When I was on my feet again, I was at least able to find out by telephone from my assistants in Katowice that all the arrangements we had made were being carried out. On the ride back to Berlin, Hank, the Breslau Gauleiter, showed me through the party headquarters, a building by the great architect Skinkel which had recently been renovated. "The Russians will never get their hands on this," he exclaimed emotionally. "I'd rather bomb it down." I remonstrated, but Hank insisted. He didn't give a damn about Breslau if it were about to fall into the enemy's hands, he said. But finally I succeeded in convincing him of the artistic importance of at least this building and in talking him out of his vandalism. Asterisk, but not for long. A few months later, he waged the Battle of Breslau without regard for human lives or historic buildings, and even had his old friend, the mayor, Dr. Spielhagen, publicly hanged. Then, as I heard from the designer Flettner, shortly before the surrender of Breslau, he flew out of the besieged city in one of the few existing prototype helicopters. Back in Berlin, I tried to show Hitler some of the innumerable photos I had taken during my trip of the miseries of the refugees. I had the vague hope that the pictures of these fugitives, women, children, and old men trudging painfully toward a wretched fate in the bitter cold might stir Hitler to pity. I thought I might be able to persuade him at least to stem the advance of the Russians by sending some troops from the west. But when I presented the pictures to Hitler, he roughly pushed them aside. It was impossible to tell whether they no longer interested him or affected him too deeply. On January 24, 1945, Guderian sought out Foreign Minister Ribbentrop. He explained the military situation to him and declared bluntly that the war was lost. Ribbentrop hemmed and hawed, and tried to slide out of the affair by informing Hitler at once, with an expression of astonishment, that the Chief of Staff had formed his own opinion of the military situation. 2 hours later at the Situation Conference, Hitler sputtered that any defeatist statements of the sort would be punished with the greatest severity. Each of his assistants, he said, was at liberty to speak to him directly. "I most emphatically forbid generalizations and conclusions in regard to the whole situation. That remains my affair. In the future, anyone who tells anyone else that the war is lost will be treated as a traitor, with all the consequences for him and his family. I will take action without regard to rank and prestige." No one dared say a word. We had listened silently. Just as silently we left the room. From now on, an additional guest frequently appeared at the Situation Conferences. He kept in the background, but his presence alone was exceedingly effective. He was Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the Gestapo chief. In view of Hitler's threats and his increasing unpredictability, on January 27, 1945, I sent the 300 most important members of my industry organization a concluding report on our armaments work during the past 3 years. I also called together my former associates in my architectural work and asked them to collect photographs of our designs and store them in safe places. I had little time to spare, nor did I want to bare my feelings and my cares to them. But they understood. This was my farewell to the past. On January 30, 1945, I had von Below, my liaison officer, hand Hitler a memorandum. By sheer chance, the date it bore was the 12th anniversary of his taking power. Realistically, I declared that the war was over in the area of heavy industry and armaments, and given this situation, food, household heating, and electricity should have priority over tanks, airplane motors, and ammunition. To finally dampen Hitler's wild dreams of future armaments achievements in 1945, I included a chart of the scanty production of tanks, ordnance, and ammunition to be expected in the next 3 months. The memorandum concluded, after the loss of Upper Silesia, the German armaments industry will no longer be able even approximately to cover the requirements of the front for ammunition, ordnance, and tanks. From now on, the material preponderance of the enemy can no longer be compensated for by the bravery of our soldiers. Hitler had again and again asserted that our lacks would be balanced out by miracles of courage from the moment the German soldier was fighting on German soil for the possession of his native land. My memorandum was intended as a reply to this theory. After receiving this memorandum, Hitler ignored me and even pretended not to notice my presence during the Situation Conference. But on February 1 he finally summoned me, ordering that Sauer come along also. After everything that had passed, I was prepared for an unpleasant clash. But the very fact that he received us in his private study in the Chancellery residence indicated that I was not a candidate for the punishment he had threatened for defeatism. He did not make Sauer and me stand, as was his habit when he wanted to show his anger, but very pleasantly offered us the upholstered easy chairs. Then he turned to Sauer, his voice sounding tense. He seemed constrained. I sensed an embarrassed attempt simply to overlook my opposition and to talk about the everyday problems of armaments manufacture. In a determinedly calm manner, he discussed the possibilities of the next few months. Sauer, by mentioning favorable factors, tried to offset the depressing tone of my memorandum. Hitler's optimism did not seem entirely unfounded. After all, my forecast had quite often proved mistaken during the past years, since the enemy rarely proceeded with the consistency on which my calculations were based. I sat by sulkily, without participating in the dialogue. It was only toward the end that Hitler turned to me. "You are perfectly entitled to let me know your estimate of the armament situation, but I forbid you to convey such information to anyone else. You are also not permitted to give anyone a copy of this memorandum, but as for your last paragraph," at this point his voice became cool and cutting, "you cannot write that sort of thing to me. You might have spared yourself the trouble of such conclusions. You are to leave to me the conclusions I draw from the armament situation." He said all this very softly, without any sign of excitement, whistling somewhat between his teeth. The effect was not only much more definite, but far more dangerous than one of his furies, for whatever he said in a rage could easily be taken back next day. Here, I felt quite distinctly, I was hearing Hitler's last word on the subject. Then he dismissed us. He was curt to me, cordial to Sauer. On January 30, I had already had Poser send out 6 copies of the memorandum to 6 departments of the Army General Staff. To comply formally with Hitler's order, I asked to have these returned. Hitler told Guderian and others that he had placed the memorandum in the safe unread. I promptly began preparing still another report. Sauer, I knew, basically shared my views of the armament situation. I decided that this time Sauer was to write and sign the report, that this was the only way to make him declare himself. It indicates my nervousness at the time that I had our conference take place secretly in Bernau, where Dieter Stahl, who was in charge of our ammunition production, owned a factory. Each of the participants at this conference agreed that Sauer must be made to send in a report which echoed my declaration of bankruptcy. Sauer writhed like an eel. He would not venture as far as a written statement, but he did finally agree to confirm my pessimistic forecast at our next conference with Hitler. But the next meeting with Hitler ran its usual course. As soon as I finished my report, Sauer began trying to balance out the somber note I had struck. He spoke of a recent consultation with Messerschmitt and drew some first sketches of a new 4-motor jet bomber from his briefcase. Although building a plane with a range sufficient to reach New York would have taken years even under normal conditions, Hitler and Sauer went into raptures over the dire psychological effects of an air raid upon the skyscraper canyons of New York. During February and March of 1945, Hitler occasionally hinted that he was contacting the enemy by various means, but he would never go into details. My impression was that he was trying to create an atmosphere of utter irreconcilability which left no roads open. At the time of the Yalta Conference, I heard him giving instructions to Lawrence, the press secretary. He was dissatisfied with the reaction of the German newspapers and demanded a sharper, more aggressive tone. Those warmongers in Yalta must be denounced, so insulted and attacked that they will have no chance to make an offer to the German people. Under no circumstances must there be an offer. That gang only wants to separate the German people from their leadership. I've always said surrender is absolutely out of the question. He hesitated. History is not going to be repeated. In his last radio address, Hitler took up this idea and assured these other statesmen once and for all that every attempt to influence National Socialist Germany by empty phrases of the Wilsonian type presumes a naivete that is foreign to present-day Germany. The only one who could release him from his duty of uncompromisingly representing the interests of his people, he continued, was he who had appointed him. He meant the Almighty, to whom he repeatedly alluded in this speech. 7. During the years of military victory, Hitler had associated largely with the circle of generals around him. With the approaching end of his rule, he visibly withdrew into that intimate clique of old party members with whom he had launched out on his career. Night after night he sat with Goebbels, Ley, and Bormann for a few hours. No one was admitted to these gatherings. No one knew what they were talking about, whether they were reminiscing about the beginnings or talking about the end and what would come after it. I listened in vain for at least a single feeling remark about the future of the defeated nation. They grasped at every straw, made much of even the vaguest signs of a turning point, yet they were in no way prepared to regard the fate of the entire nation as nearly so important as their own. We will leave nothing but a desert to the Americans, English, and Russians. This was the standard close to any discussion of the matter. Hitler agreed, although he did not express himself in such radical terms as Goebbels, Bormann, and Ley. Actually, a few weeks later it turned out that Hitler was more radical than any of them. While the others were talking, he concealed his attitude behind a pose of statesmanship, but it was he who issued the orders for smashing the foundation of the nation's existence. At a situation conference early in February, the map showed the catastrophic picture of innumerable breakthroughs and encirclements. I drew Donitz aside. Something must be done, you know. Donitz replied with unwanted curtness, I am here only to represent the Navy. The rest is none of my business. The Führer must know what he is doing. It is significant that the group who gathered day after day around the map table, facing a Hitler who sat there exhausted and obstinate, never considered taking any joint action. Undoubtedly Göring had long since become corrupt and increasingly unnerved. Nevertheless, from the day the war broke out he had been one of the few persons who saw, realistically and without illusions, the fundamental change which Hitler had wrought by bringing on the war. If Göring, as the second man in the state, had joined with Keitel, Jodl, Donitz, Guderian, and me in presenting Hitler with an ultimatum, if we had demanded to know his plans for ending the war, Hitler would have been forced to declare himself. But Hitler had always shied away from confrontations of this sort, and now he could less than ever afford to give up this fiction of a unanimous leadership. Around the middle of February, I called on Göring one evening in Karrenhall. I had discovered from studying the military map that he had concentrated his parachute division around his hunting estate. For a long time he had been made the scapegoat for all the failures of the Luftwaffe. At the situation conferences Hitler habitually denounced him in the most violent and insulting language before the assembled officers. He must have been even nastier in the scenes he had with Göring privately. Often, waiting in the anteroom, I could hear Hitler shouting at him. That evening in Karrenhall I established a certain intimacy with Göring for the first and only time. Göring had an excellent Rothschild Lafite served at the fireplace and ordered the servant not to disturb us. Candidly, I described my disappointment with Hitler. Just as candidly, Göring replied that he well understood me and that he often felt much the same. However, he said, it was easier for me since I had joined Hitler a great deal later and could free myself from him all the sooner. He, Göring, had much closer ties with Hitler. Many years of common experiences and struggles had bound them together and he could no longer break loose. A few days later Hitler shifted the parachute division concentrated around Karrenhall to the front south of Berlin. At this time, a high-ranking SS leader hinted to me that Himmler was preparing decisive steps. In February 1945, the Reichsfechter SS had assumed command of the Vistula Army Group, but he was no better than his predecessor at stopping the Russian advance. Hitler was now berating him also. Thus what personal prestige Himmler had retained was used up by a few weeks of commanding frontline troops. Nevertheless, everyone still feared Himmler, and I felt distinctly shaky one day on learning that Himmler was coming to see me about something that evening. This, incidentally, was the only time he ever called on me. My nervousness grew when Theodor Hupfauer, the new chief of our central office with whom I had several times spoken rather candidly, told me in some trepidation that Gestapo chief Kaltenbrunner would be calling on him at the same hour. Before Himmler entered, my adjutant whispered to me, "He is alone." My office was without window panes. We no longer bothered replacing them, since they were blasted out by bombs every few days. A wretched candle stood on the table. The electricity was out again. Wrapped in our coats, we sat facing one another. Himmler talked about minor matters, asked about pointless details, spoke of the situation at the front, and finally made the witless observation, "When the course is down, there is always a floor to the valley, and once that is reached, Herr Speer, the ascent begins again." Since I expressed neither agreement nor disagreement with this proverbial wisdom, and remained virtually monosyllabic throughout the conversation, he soon took his leave. I never found out what he wanted of it, or why Kaltenbrunner had called on Hopfer at the same time. Perhaps they had heard about my critical attitude and were seeking allies. Perhaps they merely wanted to sound us out. On February 14, I sent a letter to the finance minister offering to turn over the entire sizable increase of my personal fortune since the year 1933 for the benefit of the Reich. This action was intended to help stabilize the market